Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Wake up! The ninja lords of Konoha are here to pick us up. If we don't hurry, we'll be left behind. Zhou Cheng was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a commotion. He opened his eyes and found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Holy crap, what's going on? Wasn't I sleeping at home? Where is this place? Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his head. A flood of memories that didn't belong to him rushed in. After receiving the memories, he was surprised to find I've actually transmigrated, and into the world of Naruto, becoming a war orphan. Both of his parents were from Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. He died in the civil war in Kirigakure. He was left all alone, wandering from place to place. He was discovered and brought back to Konoha by a jonin who was on a mission outside the village. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the outpost outside Konoha. Today, they need to travel to Konoha under the guidance of the Konoha ninja who have come to meet them. Zhou Cheng scrambled to his feet. He didn't want to be separated from the group. Given his status as a war orphan, being taken back to Konoha is currently the best option. At least Konoha was the most lenient in its attitude towards war orphans. Even joining Konoha doesn't guarantee a worry-free life for the rest of your days. Orphans from elsewhere are constantly under surveillance. Even if they become genin, lower-ranking ninja, they are still cannon fodder. From what I remember, it is now Konoha year 59. There is still 1 year left until the Konoha 12 graduate from the Ninja Academy. The parents of this body were just ordinary ninjas from Kirigakure, possessing neither any secret techniques nor bloodline limits. Even if he became a ninja, he would only be an ordinary ninja. In this world where only the overpowered can survive, I feel like I'm walking on thin ice. Perhaps one day he'll just die while on a mission. All I can rely on is my familiarity with this world and my ability to foresee the plot's development. Zhou Cheng got up and joined the main force. His biggest worry right now is the mental probing ninjutsu he'll encounter after entering Konoha. I wonder if that ninjutsu can detect that I'm a time traveler. He was walking forward when suddenly a child ran up to him. Zhou Cheng recognized the child as the one he had found 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he shared half of his last remaining food ration with him. After that, he had a little tag-along who wouldn't leave no matter what he did. Then he saw 2 ninjas standing by the roadside ahead. They wore Konoha headbands, and Zhou Cheng didn't recognize their faces. They were probably just average-looking people. At that moment, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. He reached down and touched his chest, feeling a patch of uneven skin resembling a healed wound scar. According to his memory, that was a birthmark on his body, which he had had since birth. Immediately afterwards, an image appeared in his mind. It was something he knew all too well. In the darkness, a gourd vine floats. 7 gourds of different colors grow on the gourd vine. Each gourd radiated its own unique light. And some things that weren't there before also appeared in his mind. This is Calabash Brothers. No, this is a cheat code? Sure enough, time travel always comes with a cheat code. He immediately checked the extra information. All he can see now is the purple gourd. That gourd is called the Amethyst gourd, and it has 2 functions. First, replicate talent. He can replicate other people's talents and abilities without them even realizing it, and integrate them into himself. Secondly, after completing the talent replication and absorption, the Amethyst gourd will refine the talent replicated by the Heavenly One, producing the talent essence. The essence of talent can be distributed into gourds of other colors. Based on the allocated amount of talent essence, various attributes of the user will be enhanced. The time required for refining varies depending on the level of one's talent for devouring. The inability to view the abilities of other gourds currently likely stems from not yet replicating the talents of others and having the Amethyst gourd refine them. The more Zhou Cheng looked, the more excited he became. With this cheat code, I definitely have a chance to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. I will definitely not be just a cannon fodder genin anymore. Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Sage techniques, they're all within easy reach. However, the information in my mind was all just theoretical. I need to test out exactly how the devouring talent technique works. Thinking about it, he focused his gaze on the two ninjas in the distance. If the gourd vine birthmark becomes hot, it means there is someone nearby who can replicate your talent. He fixed his gaze on the ninja who stood in front, who resembled a squad leader. Silently repeat in your mind, replicate your talent. The next second, he felt a purple crystal gourd appear on the gourd vine on his chest. Immediately afterwards, a faint golden aura rose from the head of the squad leader ninja, an aura that only Zhou Cheng could see. Then that aura flew into the amethyst gourd. This process takes only a few breaths. Then he felt that he had gained some knowledge about ninjas. And the most basic chakra extraction method for ninjas. And shuriken throwing techniques. He can refine chakra on the spot right now, instantly. Is this what they call talent replication? This is amazing. The extra knowledge in my head feels like it's the result of years of study. It's something that belongs entirely to me, and it feels completely natural. Especially the shuriken throwing technique, it's like my own body, something I've practiced for many years. If you give him a few shuriken now, he's confident he can match the accuracy of a chunin. Zhou Cheng silently checked the time again. It will take half an hour to fully refine this ninja's talent using the amethyst gourd. Only half an hour has passed, and this is based on the intensity of the shuriken throwing technique. That means this ninja is just an ordinary chunin, nothing special, with very low talent. It should take about half an hour to get to Konoha village. If I encounter any powerful ninjas, I must replicate my talent again. Oh right, after we enter the village later, aren't we going to receive a greeting from the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi? We can replicate Dr. Ninja's talent then. Let's see what we can get. Hey, did you hear? After receiving the Third Hokage's words of comfort, our talents will be assessed before we are assigned to roles. It's a choice between becoming an ordinary person or being able to attend the Ninja Academy. Whispers filled the advancing ranks. Some are happy about the future, while others are worried about it. I am delighted that they no longer have to be displaced. They worried that their talent was too low to become the ninjas they admired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. With the abilities I've now replicated, all you need is to refine a little chakra before assessing your talent. Then use chakra in conjunction with shuriken throwing techniques. Hitting the bullseye from over 10 meters away is definitely not a problem. Moreover, the talent assessment takes place after the third generation's visit. At that time, I also gained the talent that was replicated from the third generation. Getting into the Ninja Academy will definitely not be a problem. Only by becoming a ninja can I encounter more characters from the original story. Only then can more talents and abilities be replicated. Only then can one have the ability to protect oneself in this world. Chapter 2. They soon arrived at the entrance to Konoha village. A group of children exclaimed in amazement as they gazed at the magnificent gates of Konoha. They had never seen such a building before. Everyone was amazed, it truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 ninja village. Then, under the ninja's command, they lined up in a long queue and were inspected one by one by the ninja at the door. Just then, Zhou Cheng sensed that the talent within the purple gold lake had been fully refined. He immediately focused his attention on his chest. In a situation visible only to him, a purple gold gourd emerged from his chest. The gourd opened, and 2 drops of crystal clear, 7-colored liquid flew out. Is this the talent essence? Then he turned his attention to the other gourds. He knew he had to make a choice, which gourd should the Qianzhong Tianfu original liquid be allocated to. It was at this moment that he was finally able to see the abilities of the other gourds. Crimson gourd, can increase strength. This includes wrist strength, leg strength, and body muscle strength, among others. It is a ninja's basic physical ability. Orange Gourd can increase perception. Sensory ninjas are indispensable in any war. For example, the mountain tribe, in war, can sense the enemy's location, number, and characteristics simply by closing their eyes and perceiving their surroundings. And they can share this information with their teammates. The Xuanhuang Gourd can improve physical fitness, including body density, bone hardness, and more. In layman's terms, it refers to a ninja's own defensive capabilities. The Emerald Gourd can enhance one's speed, including physical speed and mental reaction speed. Indigo Gourd can boost physical energy. A ninja's chakra comes from their energy. The level of one's energy affects the level of one's chakra. As for the sixth blue gourd, Zhou Cheng cannot yet see its abilities, and therefore cannot allocate it. Perhaps it's because my own abilities are too low, or perhaps the level of my talent for replicating and devouring is too low. Looking at the 2 drops of talent essence, Zhou Cheng fell into deep thought. To become a powerful ninja, one needs to develop in all aspects. If I had enough talent essence, I would definitely allocate some to every gourd. But we only have 2 drops right now, so we need to use them wisely. The upcoming talent assessment will simply test these orphans' physical abilities and ninjutsu aptitude. Although I possess the chakra extraction technique, I haven't learned any of the hand seals for ninjutsu. Then ninjutsu is out of the question. Therefore, chakra levels are not necessary right now. Then we won't allocate the energy gourd for now. As for strength, physique, and speed, those are all things I currently need. But I only have 2 drops of the talent essence, so I have to make a choice. To make a name for myself in the talent assessment, I can only focus on the Shuriken throwing techniques I've already mastered. What I've learned so far is the Chunin level Shuriken throwing technique. If it's just target practice, accuracy won't be a problem. Therefore, the only options are to enhance its range and lethality. With that in mind, Zhou Cheng did not hesitate to distribute the 2 drops of talent essence into the vermilion gourd and the emerald green gourd. In an instant, the vermilion gourd and the emerald green gourd emitted a dazzling light. However, only Zhou Cheng himself could see this light. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Cheng felt some kind of change in his body. Although he looked the same as before, he felt that his muscles were firmer, and he used to feel weak when he clenched his fist. Now, when I clench my fist, the veins on my entire arm bulge out. His strength is immeasurably greater than it used to be. However, he had never witnessed a real ninja battle. It is still impossible to know what level of power it currently possesses. Then, he felt his steps become lighter, and he felt he could break the world record in the 100-meter sprint. Moreover, the dexterity of my wrists and fingers has improved considerably. The increased speed of his wrists and fingers will allow him to significantly speed up the hand seals when performing ninjutsu in the future. He became more confident in the talent assessment. If he can't get into the ninja academy, he's destined to be a commoner, and who knows, he might get killed someday. Let alone trying to connect with the characters from the original work or replicate their talents. And forget about standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Just then, it was his turn for the preliminary examination. He saw 2 familiar ninjas. Copper and iron with bandages wrapped around their faces. And Izumo Shingetsu, whose bangs covered half of her face. Both of them were excellent chunin from Konoha. Seeing them, Zhou Cheng's mouth watered. Driven by an intense desire to become stronger, he now wants to replicate his talent whenever he sees a ninja. But he quickly calmed down. During the talent refinement process, the Amethyst Gourd could not replicate other people's talents. Since there is an upcoming opportunity to meet the Third Hokage, it is natural to try to replicate his talent. He didn't know how long it would take to refine the talents of the 2 chunin in front of him. If their talents are still being refined when the 3rd generation visits them, then it will be impossible to replicate their talents. Then he would lose the chance to replicate the talent of the 3rd generation. As a war orphan and an outsider, it was extremely difficult for him to get a close look at a village. If the Amethyst gourd is not within a certain distance, it will not react, and therefore the talent cannot be replicated. Indigo Tetsuya conducted a quick search of him, and when he reached his private parts, Zhou Cheng instinctively tried to stop him with his hand. This sudden movement caused Tong Zisha to pause, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Then, Tong Zisha stopped searching, took out a notebook, and said with some surprise. "Kid, you look skinny, but you're surprisingly strong. What's your name?" "Zhou Cheng." "Zhou Cheng, what a strange name. Come in." Tong Zisha read and wrote, giving Zhou Cheng a strange look, then pointed behind him with his pen, indicating that he could go in. Zhou Cheng clearly sensed that he was taking longer to write his own name than others. He was curious. Illiterates? That's impossible. To become a chunin, you can't be illiterate. So they just added a few words after my name. Is it a note saying I'm strong? Zhou Cheng hadn't walked 2 meters when he heard Tong Zisha asking again from behind. Name? My name is Bai. Zhou Cheng turned around abruptly and saw the child he had picked up standing there, his face full of fear, timidly giving his name. Zhou Cheng was astonished. White. Is it that Mizuki Haku? How is that possible? Shouldn't he have been picked up by Zabuza? Before he could even react, Bai had caught up with him and come to his side. Bai simply watched Zhou Cheng quietly, without saying or making any move. Zhou Cheng was about to ask a question when he was interrupted by a Konoha ninja. Hey, let's go. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to follow the group forward. Soon, they arrived at a wide square. The square was already filled with orphans from all over the world. However, none of these untrained children made a sound. Because 1 or 2 ninjas wearing animal masks stood around the square. The murderous aura emanating from them made the children, who were around 10 years old, too afraid to move. They were afraid that the ninjas might kill them with kunao if they were dissatisfied. The moment Zhou Cheng saw those ninjas, his eyes narrowed, and he was deeply shocked. This is the Dark Division. Such a powerful aura. Even after undergoing 1 enhancement, I wouldn't last half a move against them. Zhou Cheng followed the crowd to the center of the square. The gourd vine on his chest began to burn. Hiruzen Sartobi hasn't appeared yet. Has a member of the dark side entered the range of the replicated talent? Hold on, if we're going to replicate someone, we have to replicate the strongest one. While the Anbu are strong, they are worlds apart from Hiruzen Sartobi. Chapter 3. Soon, the third Hokage appeared amidst great anticipation. Hiruzen Sartobi is not as old now as he will be later. He wore the Hokage's robes, making him appear incredibly majestic. Zhou Cheng could see that countless children in the square had expressions of awe and longing on their faces. Zhou Cheng's attention was elsewhere entirely. His eyes were fixed on Hiruzen Sartobi. With so many children watching him, Zhou Cheng wasn't afraid of being discovered. He silently recited in his heart, "Replicate my talent." A purple crystal gourd appeared on his chest, and then a rich golden aura rose from the head of Hiruzen Sartobi. It was many times more concentrated than that chunin. The golden aura was drawn into the amethyst gourd. In an instant, he felt a massive amount of information flooding into his mind. He silently sensed and organized the information in his mind. This is a top-tier chakra control talent. Chakra control is an extremely important ability for ninjas. The higher your chakra mastery, the less waste you'll have when using it, allowing you to conserve more chakra than your enemy. Not only can it enhance the use of chakra in various parts of the body, but it can also increase the speed of learning ninjutsu and improve the power of ninjutsu. It also allows ninjas to easily perform chakra nature transformation. No wonder Hiruzen Sartobi could use 5 elemental escape techniques simultaneously. If I replicate this ability, does that mean I can also perform the 5 fundamental transformations? However, we need to first know how many attributes this body is born with before focusing on learning them. Then, by changing the nature of the element, one can cast other elemental escape techniques. Unfortunately, I only managed to replicate this one talent, all the other knowledge was just theoretical. It did not replicate his thousands of ninjutsu, secret techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Otherwise, I'd be taking off. If only I had memorized the hand seals for those ninjutsu in my past life, I wouldn't have had to learn them all over again. Zhou Cheng silently sensed it again. It was discovered that it would take a month to fully refine Hiruzen Sartobi's talent. This is many times longer than the 30 minutes of a Chunin's performance. While he was thinking, Hiruzen Sartobi had already finished his speech. Then he vanished in an instant using a teleportation technique. Immediately afterwards, an ANBU member walked to the spot where Hiruzen Sartobi had just stood and shouted loudly. "You must be tired from your journey, let's stop here for today. Someone else will take you to your accommodations shortly. We will be evaluating each of you at this same location tomorrow. Then we'll assign you your future paths. Whether you live an ordinary, unremarkable life or become a great ninja depends on your individual talents." After saying that, he and the other members of the Dark Guard used the instantaneous movement technique to disappear. The square instantly descended into chaos. All the children were talking about tomorrow's talent assessment. Some people worry that they won't pass the exam and will only be able to live as ordinary people. Some people, on the other hand, are full of confidence, believing that they have absolutely no problems. Zhou Cheng, however, was thinking to himself. I need to refine chakra immediately. Being able to refine chakra before even entering the Ninja Academy would be a huge advantage for me. Secondly, during tomorrow's assessment, we can utilize the combination of chakra and Shuriken throwing techniques to further increase the difficulty of the target practice. With this in mind, my talent assessment score tomorrow should be pretty good, and getting into the Ninja Academy will be a sure thing. As long as I can get into the Ninja Academy, why would I need to worry about not having the talent to replicate my own? As he was thinking, 5 or 6 Chunin arrived and led them in 5 different directions. It's likely that Konoha, the village, divided them into batches for easier management, so that any unruly individuals could be suppressed promptly. On the way, he pulled by along and asked. "Your name is Haku, and you escaped from Kirigakure." He dared not directly name Mizuki, fearing the other party would misunderstand him as a spy for Kirigakure. "Yes, my parents were both from Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village, and they died in the Civil War." Zhou Cheng could now be certain that the person in front of him was Mizuki Shiro. Should we replicate his ice release talent a month later? It's not good to turn against your own people. But it's alright, the person being copied won't be able to tell that they've been copied. Moreover, replicating a talent has absolutely no impact on the person whose talent was replicated. Then, Zhou Cheng's smile was almost uncontrollable. I never imagined that a piece of dry rations could be exchanged for a loyal and powerful ninja. Moreover, he is a powerful ninja with a bloodline limit. Mizuki Haku is a powerful fighter. I need to make sure I maintain a good relationship with him. Soon, they were led to an open space. There were already more than a dozen simple thatched huts on the open space. Zhou Cheng understood that this must be their temporary residence. After Konoha decides on their future paths, they will be assigned to various locations. It was nearly evening. After receiving the food and water distributed by Konoha, Zhou Cheng and Mizuki Haku walked towards the nearest thatched hut. The thatched hut had no windows and was filled with a foul, musty smell. It was clearly used multiple times and had never been cleaned. In addition, these children were all drenched in sweat from their journey. The smells of sweat, feet, and mildew were mixed together. This made Zhou Cheng feel somewhat uncomfortable for a while. Clever Bai quickly secured 2 simple wooden beds for them near the door. Being near the door ensures good ventilation, naturally reducing the odor. Zhou Cheng told Bai to get some rest, while he leaned against the wall and pretended to doze off. He was actually secretly refining chakra. When you start cultivating, you lose track of time and don't know how much time has passed. Zhou Cheng was awakened by a commotion. Then my body was tugged slightly. Zhou Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. They saw a burly child, nearly 1.67 meters tall, pulling at Bai and himself. Bai had already been dragged off the bed. I've got my eye on this place. You two, get inside. There were 3 or 4 other children standing behind him. They were clearly late, only the beds near the back were left. Unable to stand the foul stench, she decided to take over Zhou Cheng and Bai's bed. At this point, Haku should not have fully awakened his bloodline limit. So, looking at this child who was twice the size of himself, he was somewhat at a loss and looked to Zhou Cheng for help. Zhou Cheng was furious when his cultivation was interrupted. Seeing Bai being bullied only fueled his anger. Get out of here! Zhou Cheng glared angrily at the boy. Zhou Cheng yanked his hand away and tried to pull Bai away. But the boy actually pulled Bai back with him. Because of his pulling, Bai was dragged along the ground. He shouted at Zhou Cheng. You dare to oppose me? With your small frame, I could knock you all down with one punch. The younger children behind him joined in the shouting. Our boss has killed people before. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you'd better know better and give up your bed. Otherwise, you won't make it to tomorrow's assessment. Because, your legs will be broken. Zhou Cheng ignored everything and walked forward. Having inherited the talents of 3 generations, his vision was now on a completely different level. He could tell that these children didn't have any chakra at all, they were a group of kids who relied on their physical strength to bully the weak. In the short time Zhou Cheng had just started cultivating, he had already extracted some chakra. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to complement his current power. Dealing with these immature kids is a piece of cake. The boy's henchman, seeing that Zhou Cheng still dared to step forward, angrily approached him. Upon approaching Zhou Cheng, he raised his right hand, intending to slap him. The next second, he found himself getting further and further away from Zhou Cheng. Immediately afterwards, he bumped into his boss. Only then did he realize that he had been knocked flying. Zhou Cheng clenched his fist and took 2 more steps forward. I told you, let him go. Chapter 4. The children were startled by his imposing manner. However, after seeing that their leader was much larger than Zhou Cheng, their confidence returned. They continued their shouting. Kid, you're dead meat. If your legs aren't broken today, I'll take your surname. This time, they chose to go together as a group of 3. And their leader was a boy who was already 1.7 meters tall. He didn't say a word from beginning to end, just held onto the white clothes and watched coldly. The 3 boys surrounded Zhou Cheng, still mocking him. Most of the other boys in the thatched hut turned their heads away, too ashamed to look. In their view, Zhou Cheng would definitely be beaten badly, perhaps even have his legs broken. Suddenly, the 3 boys were sent flying backwards like rag dolls. Zhou Cheng used even more force this time than before. After they were knocked away, they actually knocked down 2 beds. Zhou Cheng silently sensed and estimated his current strength. If I channel my chakra into my fist, the power I unleash should reach at least the level of a genin. If relying solely on physical strength, he should be somewhat stronger than the average adult. From a frail, helpless boy to someone capable of fighting off a genin. Just 1 drop of talent essence is all it takes, its power is undeniable. I don't know, but a month later, after refining Hiruzen Sartobi's talent, I'll get a few drops of talent essence. While Zhou Cheng was still thinking, the burly boy who had grown to 1.7 meters tall had already thrown Bai aside and was walking towards him. You're strong, but you've met me. Today, you're destined to become a cripple. He reached out and grabbed at Zhou Cheng, intending to use his physical advantage to defeat him. But the next second, something unbelievable happened. Zhou Cheng reached out and grabbed the boy's hand. He gained Hiruzen Saratobi's perspective and ninja experience. How could he possibly be caught by a boy who doesn't even have chakra? The boy tried to pull his hand back, but found it wouldn't budge. He refused to believe it and tried to grab the hand that wasn't being grabbed either. To his horror, he discovered that even with both hands, he couldn't pull the weapon back even a fraction of an inch. Zhou Cheng sneered, channeling his chakra into his palm and exerting a strong force. With a snap, the arm, twice the thickness of his own, was broken off. Ah! The boy let out a pig-like scream and lay on the ground clutching his left hand. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Zhou Cheng wouldn't let him off so easily. In this world where human life is as cheap as grass, only by instilling a genuine, deep-seated fear in others can you completely eliminate potential threats. Or, just kill them. Zhou Cheng channeled his chakra into his feet. He kicked the boy in the head. The boy spun like a top and flew away. It crashed directly through the wall of the thatched hut. A large hole was left there. Hiss! Inside the thatched hut, gasps of cold air rose and fell. Despite the significant size difference, Zhou Cheng easily kicked him away. The boy was kicked in the head and was nearly killed, if not killed outright. Everyone else stared at Zhou Cheng as if he were a monster. But Zhou Cheng did not stop there. He walked towards the boy's men. Those henchmen were already so terrified they wet themselves and collapsed to the ground. Their invincible leader was kicked away, his fate unknown. You stay away. This is Konoha. Killing is forbidden here. The ninja who killed our Konoha lord will certainly not let you get away with this. Zhou Cheng squatted down next to the boy who had spoken and slapped him across the face. They also knocked out several of his teeth. You're so noisy. Zhou Cheng stood up and looked down at them. If you had stopped when I said I would let him go, I might have let you off. But you guys are just so stubborn, you won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin. Then, Zhou Xiang kicked them one by one, like a football. They kicked all the people who had fallen to the ground out of the hole. The thatched hut was deathly silent. The other boys dared not make a sound. They were afraid that Zhou Cheng would also treat them like a football. Zhou Cheng walked to Bai's side and extended his hand to him. Bai grabbed Zhou Cheng's hand and was pulled to his feet. Then Zhou Cheng returned to his bed and sat down. He patted the bed next to him, signaling Bai to come and rest. Once Bai climbed into bed, Zhou Cheng spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Actually, you've refined chakra too, haven't you? You are absolutely capable of defeating them. Zhou Cheng looked at Bai sincerely. You can trust me, because I am also from Kirigakure, and my parents died in the civil war. You and I are the same kind of people. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng didn't wait for Bai to react. Leaning against the wall of the thatched hut, he started refining chakra again. What Zhou Cheng didn't know was, there were already ninjas nearby when they started their conflict. Nothing serious happened, so they didn't bother to care. Everything that happened here had already been reported by the local ninjas. At the same time, beneath the Hokage rock, inside the Hokage's office, having changed back into casual clothes, Hiruzen Sartobi was sitting behind his desk, holding a crystal ball in his hands. The crystal ball contained images of Konoha. He was like a surveillance camera, monitoring the entire Hidden Leaf village. Every evening after finishing his official duties, he would pick up the crystal ball. As for what he was spying on, just look at what his apprentice, Jiraiya, was looking at, and you'll know. But tonight, as if possessed, he pointed the crystal ball at the temporary resettlement area. Then we saw Zhou Cheng completely overpower the boy. Hiruzen Saratobi's pupils suddenly contracted. During today's visit, I examined each boy carefully, and not a single one of them possessed any chakra fluctuations. These kids, who aren't even genin, can't possibly fool my eyes. They're just a group of ordinary children whose talents haven't yet been discovered. I'm still disappointed, there aren't any good prospects this year. This boy's talent is frightening. Chakra was extracted in just one night. Such talent is comparable to Orochimaru and Tsunade. And the boy beside him, he also showed signs of chakra fluctuations, though his chakra reserves were somewhat low, his talent was also quite good. Go, thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of these two teenagers. If they really are war orphans, and not spies planted by some ninja village, then we've struck gold. With proper training, they will surely become two excellent ninjas in time. No sooner had he finished speaking than an Anbu ninja vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. He went to investigate Zhou Cheng and Bai's identities. Meanwhile, underground in Konoha, at Root's headquarters, he was sitting upright in the main seat during the team battle. A Root ninja was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The commander's deep voice rang out, tinged with a hint of excitement. Chakra was extracted in just one night. It all started when Zhou Cheng and his group entered Konoha. The root lies in selecting the right people. At first, they were quite disappointed. Because they haven't found a good prospect. Just now, the root ninja monitoring the temporary resettlement area came to report. He recounted what had happened. Danzo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A genius who can extract chakra in a single night. Two more appeared at once. Such a genius must be put to my use. Chapter 5. Moreover, this decisive and ruthless personality makes someone perfectly suited for the roots. We can't let that BD Hiruzen recruit someone like that. We need to find a way to get close to him and win him over. Thugs need to be brainwashed from a young age. Danzo, with only one eye showing, became more and more excited as he spoke, the single eye gleaming eerily in the darkness. It was late at night, and the group of children, who had traveled a long way for several days, were all fast asleep. An Anbu ninja, following Hiruzen Sartobi's orders, arrived outside the thatched hut where Zhou Cheng was located. This Anbu member carried a ninja sword on his back and had long purple hair. She had just stopped on a branch of a giant tree outside the thatched hut. Then they saw a person tiptoe out of the thatched hut and head towards the nearest grove of trees. Her eyes narrowed. Who could it be so late, and what are they doing? Could they be spies from other villages? Confused, she leaped and followed after him. Under the cover of night, Zhou Cheng went to a giant tree by the moonlight. After confirming that the thatched hut was no longer visible, he waited quietly for another 10 minutes or so. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief, thinking to himself. Konoha can't just leave these kids alone, they'll definitely send ninjas to keep an eye on them. I deliberately waited until late at night, when people are most tired, hoping I wouldn't be discovered. He composed himself and stood up straight. He recalled the only ninjutsu hand seal technique he remembered. He wanted to test just how amazing his top-tier chakra manipulation talent really was. Is it possible to perform ninjutsu solely based on chakra manipulation without any prior training? He acted on his thought, forming hand seals and mobilizing his chakra. Shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke rose, and a person who looked exactly like him appeared beside him. It worked. It really does. Zhou Cheng jumped up excitedly. It seems my idea was right. It seems I need to find an opportunity to study more ninjutsu scrolls. As long as I memorize the hand seals, I should be able to perform ninjutsu. However, chakra attribute test strips are not something I can currently possess, I can only take it one step at a time. With the shadow clone technique, I have a cheat code that allows me to cultivate many times over. Tonight, I can have my shadow clones practice chakra tree climbing here. The main body can go back to sleep, that way, it won't attract attention. While I possess top-tier chakra control talent and a wealth of copied theoretical knowledge, what I lack is practical experience. Climbing trees with your feet is a perfect way to train chakra manipulation. Thinking about it, he saw his shadow clone and laughed. You can practice climbing trees with your feet here tonight. I need to go back to sleep. I'll cancel you when the sun rises. Alright, here comes the main body. Then, Zhou Cheng looked around furtively, tiptoeing. To Zhou, his thatched hut. Next time, save a drop of the talent essence and allocate it to perception, so you won't have to work so hard, like you're doing something sneaky. He thought his plan was flawless. Little did he know that his every move was being watched by the voyeuristic Hiruzen Sartobi and the Anbu agents he had sent. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sartobi, who was holding the crystal ball, finally focused his gaze. That's the shadow clone technique. How does he know ninjutsu? Could it really be a spy sent from another village? No, it doesn't seem likely. No village spy would be foolish enough to do such a thing. If he's not a spy, then it only proves that his talent is far greater than I imagined. I could easily groom him into my protégé. With such talent, if he can develop properly, he might become a strong contender for the Hokage position. Outside the thatched hut. On a giant tree some distance from Zhou Cheng's clone. The purple-haired Anbu member looked at him strangely. A spy? Doesn't look like it. If he were a spy, he should know that he would be under surveillance until he gained complete trust. So he was a war orphan. Does he really possess the extraordinary talent the Hokage spoke of? I succeeded in extracting chakra on my first try, and now I can even use ninjutsu. That's the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. Although the hand seals are simple, the chakra flow is also simple. But it's not something you can succeed on the first try. At the Ninja Academy, the shadow clone technique is part of the graduation exam. This level of chakra is already at the genin level. No wonder the third Hokage wanted me to monitor him. What a prodigy! It took me a full half-month to refine chakra the first time I did it. Then, instead of disturbing Zhou Cheng's shadow clone's cultivation, she chose a giant tree from which she could see both the thatched hut and the shadow clone, and began her surveillance mission. Then, nothing was said that night, and the next morning, the sun had just risen. Zhou Cheng cancelled his shadow clone. A flood of practical techniques for chakra control rushed into his mind, making him dizzy and almost cry out. He couldn't help but marvel at it. No wonder the multiple shadow clone technique is listed as a forbidden technique. If just one shadow clone has this effect, then several or even dozens would definitely overwhelm the original spirit, turning them into idiots. It took him a long time to recover from his dizziness and headache. He glanced at Bai beside him, and he sensed that Bai's gaze towards him had changed somewhat. It became clearer, without any impurities. Is this a sign of complete trust? Hehe, that would be perfect. In the ninja world, before one has become fully powerful, having a teammate with whom one can completely entrust their back is incredibly important. Soon, some Konoha genin arrived in front of the thatched hut and led them to the plaza where Hiruzen Sartobi had given his speech the day before. They hadn't gone far when Zhou Cheng saw the boys he had kicked away yesterday. Perhaps it was because he channeled his chakra into his feet, making it too lethal for ordinary people. These teenagers had already turned into cold, lifeless corpses. Hiss! They're dead. That person committed murder. Why aren't the Konoha ninja doing anything about it? Control? In this world, strength is everything, and weakness is the original sin. Konoha is such a large ninja village, why would it care about the lives of a few outsiders? The long queue was filled with whispers. The ninjas walking beside them must have heard these words, but they all pretended not to hear anything. Perhaps they simply didn't bother to listen. Zhou Cheng, upon hearing this, merely gave a cold laugh. He never leaves any potential dangers for himself. I never hold grudges, I settle them on the spot. Chapter 6. The Chunin at the very end of the group overheard the children's whispers. Does he not want to get involved? Of course he's been ordered not to. Soon, they returned to the square they had been in the day before. Unlike yesterday, various equipment has been set up in the square. There were targets for testing strength, targets for testing speed, and some wooden targets. Then, they were asked to line up in several columns. The test will begin simultaneously. First comes strength. Naturally, these are dumbbells and barbells. This situation is one of mixed feelings, with some people happy and others sad. Some people lifted it easily, while others didn't budge an inch. If you can lift it easily, you can move on to the next item. Those who didn't move the dumbbells were disqualified from the test and thus from becoming ninjas. Those who fail will be taken away immediately, and all that awaits them is to live out their lives as ordinary people. Zhou Cheng's turn came quickly. The dumbbell rack has dumbbells in 5 different weight levels. The weights are 20 kilograms, 30 kilograms, 40 kilograms, 50 kilograms, and 60 kilograms respectively. These weights would be nothing to ninjas, but the test subjects were just a group of children around 10 years old. Moreover, they were all war orphans suffering from long-term malnutrition. Many of them were extremely thin. 20 kilograms is an enormous weight for them. However, for Zhou Cheng, whose strength had been enhanced once by the Crimson Gourd, it wasn't a big problem. He went straight for the heaviest dumbbell, weighing 50 kilograms. In fact, a 60-kilogram dumbbell is not a problem for him. However, he still understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. He didn't want to attract too much attention, but he also couldn't afford to be ignored. I moved my hands and arms a little. To everyone's astonishment, he easily lifted the dumbbells overhead. Hiss! That dumbbell must be fake. That weighs 50 kilograms, more than twice my weight. That person looks thin and weak, yet he possesses such immense strength. Judging from his weight, he should be about the same as me, yet he was able to lift something more than twice his own weight with one hand. Look at him, not even blushing or out of breath, he's a monster. Hey, I'm telling you, whatever you do, don't mess with him. Last night in the thatched hut, a few kids actually tried to take his bed, and he kicked them all to death. Pshaw, how could that be? I don't believe it. A 50-kilogram dumbbell? With his skinny arms and legs, he could break it. Not only the children around him, but even the genin who were acting as evaluators, all looked at Zhou Cheng as if he were a monster. A child in his early teens easily lifted a 50-kilogram dumbbell. It is truly amazing and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, on the edge of the square, stood the real purple-haired member of the Dark Guard. Even with her kind heart, strength, and insight, she couldn't help but be shocked. It's truly incredible that such a small body could contain such great power. Hiruzen Sartobi, who was holding the crystal ball, had a grin that stretched from ear to ear. I'm growing to like this child more and more. I wonder what other surprises he has in store for me. After Zhou Cheng came by, he walked up to the 30-kilogram dumbbell and pretended to lift it with some difficulty. His action was met with widespread praise. However, Zhou Cheng's work set a high bar. As a result, people's reactions weren't as strong. The second challenge is the barbell bench press. Similarly, it is also divided into 5 levels. 40 kilograms, 50 kilograms, 60 kilograms, 70 kilograms, 80 kilograms. I used my hands, along with the strength from my chest and shoulders, to push. It's much easier than using dumbbells. Those who can pass the first level can generally pass this level as well. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then walked to the 70-kilogram barbell. Lie down, grasp, push up all in one smooth motion, without the slightest pressure. Pfft, only 70 kilograms. He must have been lucky to lift the dumbbells just now. I thought he could lift 80 kilograms, what a disappointment. Zhou Cheng glanced at him and smiled. If you're so capable, then you do it. Don't make me look down on you. Provoked by Zhou Cheng, the man felt he had lost face. Fine, let's go. Unlike Zhou Cheng, he chose a 60-kilogram barbell. After lying down, his expression was no longer as relaxed as it had been at the beginning. Grab the bar and push it up. Ah! His face flushed instantly, veins bulged on his neck, and his arms swayed precariously, as if the barbell might fall at any moment. Pass. The genin in charge of the assessment said something very calmly. The man breathed a sigh of relief and abruptly released his grip. The dumbbells landed heavily on the rack, making a crisp, loud sound. See, I can do it too. The man stood up and gave Zhou Cheng a provocative look. Haha, I thought the barbell was going to crush you to death. Others can lift 70 kilograms with ease. You barely managed to lift 60 kilograms, and you still dare to show off. Ha ha ha. The people around them also started laughing. Anyone with eyes could see that he had exerted all his strength to lift it, while Zhou Cheng looked completely at ease, without even breaking a sweat. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. The person seemed to know their own limitations and stopped causing trouble. Bai naturally passed the second level with ease. The third test is speed. It's about 200 meters from one end of the square to the other. If you sprint at full speed, you pass within 20 seconds. For a ninja, a distance of 200 meters is just a matter of seconds. However, since the tests were only conducted on children, the requirements were naturally not too high. Zhou Cheng's speed was enhanced after obtaining the emerald gourd. He ran a time of 18 seconds without conserving his strength or using chakra, without even breaking a sweat, only slightly out of breath. This naturally drew gasps of amazement. Bai clearly held back, crossing the finish line in 20 seconds, looking quite relaxed. The earlier levels only cover basic skills. Although talent exists, these skills can be developed through training. The final challenge involves the use of ninja tools. The simplest way is to use a shuriken or kunai to hit the bullseye. Zhou Cheng felt inexplicably excited. He must give it his all in this hurdle. Holding back no strength whatsoever. Because what he needs to do is not just hit the bullseye, but to make the ninja tools fly through the air in different trajectories and then hit the bullseye. And he also had a trump card up his sleeve. If he can successfully execute that move, he'll be the coolest guy in the group. He had also thought about when to conserve his strength and when not to. His goal is to enter the Ninja Academy as a genius. The more talented you are, the more resources you can acquire. The more people you can get close to, the more people you can interact with. The more talents can be replicated, the more likely they are to be replicated. So in the final battle, he not only wanted to shock these children, but also all the ninjas present, and even more so, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, who was observing him through the crystal ball. Chapter 7. Zhou Cheng glanced at the target, which was about 10 meters away. After the goal is set, he picked up the 3 shuriken on the table. With a series of flicks of his wrist, 3 shuriken flew out in succession. 3 sharp whistling sounds rang out, followed by the sound of 3 shuriken driving into a wooden board. The genin in charge of keeping score glanced at the target next to him from a distance. His eyes widened instantly. All 3 shuriken hit the bullseye. He turned around and looked at Zhou Cheng in surprise. Raise your hand and shout. All 3 shuriken hit the bullseye. Number 1 so far. Wow! The scene erupted in an uproar. For someone who has become a ninja, hitting a stationary target with a shuriken is not a difficult task. But the boy in front of me is not a ninja. And his shuriken throwing technique. Like a seasoned ninja who has spent years honing their skills with ninja tools. You have to understand, out of all those kids, very few could even hit the target with a shuriken, let alone the bullseye. He's the only one so far to have hit the bullseye with all 3 shots. All 3 shots hit the bullseye. This kid must be some low-ranking ninja in disguise. I suggest we investigate him. He must be a ninja from another village disguised as someone else. If I could hit one, even if it wasn't the bullseye, I'd be perfectly content. He managed to hit the bullseye with all 3 shuriken. Is he even human? His strength is terrifying, and his speed surpasses ours too. Are we even allowed to survive? TCH, he was just lucky. Aside from ninja masters, an ordinary person would be considered a genius just to throw a shuriken at the target. He threw 3 shuriken, and all 3 hit the bullseye in a row. He wasn't just lucky, I'll take his surname. While everyone was discussing it, Zhou Cheng did not choose to end it there. He picked up 3 more shuriken. With a flick of the wrist, a shuriken flew out. But everyone could see that the shuriken wasn't flying towards the target. The person who was just mocking him suddenly burst into laughter. Look, he missed. I told you he was just lucky. Without being a ninja and undergoing years of training, how could one hit the bullseye so easily? Now that you mention it, I also think he was just lucky. No one can be that perfect. Their strength and speed are already terrifying, but now they're even so skilled at chasing people? It's truly unbelievable. I thought he was really good, but it turns out he was just lucky. Look at that shuriken he just threw, it's at least a meter off the bullseye. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Cheng, seeing the expression of shame and indignation on his face. But all they saw was Zhou Cheng's calm expression. His wrist flicked again, sending a shuriken flying. In just a moment, the surrounding crowd became restless again. Look, look, it veered off to the side again this time. Looks like he really was lucky the first time. That's more like it. Otherwise, the gap between him and us is too big, and I feel almost ashamed. Now I feel better. Turns out he's about my skill level. Only Mizuki Shiro, standing behind Zhou Cheng, watched calmly, his eyes filled with trust. He knew that his older brother Zhou Cheng could definitely do it. Amidst the mocking or relaxed gazes of the crowd, Zhou Cheng shook his wrist for the 3rd time. The last shuriken was incredibly fast, chasing directly after the first shuriken. With a crisp sound, the first shuriken was deflected by the 3rd shuriken. The 3rd shuriken changed direction and chased after the 2nd shuriken. With another crisp sound, the 2nd and 3rd shuriken changed direction. Immediately afterwards, 3 sounds of shuriken hitting wooden boards rang out simultaneously. 3 shuriken simultaneously hit the bullseye of different targets. Silence. A deathly silence filled the scene. Even the genin in charge of keeping score was stunned and stood there dumbfounded when he saw the location of the 3 shuriken. This shuriken technique is probably even beyond the level of a chunin. This child is truly a prodigy. Immediately following, gasps of astonishment and gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Hiss! This can't be true. How could that be? By changing the direction of the attack through colliding shurikens, and still hitting the bullseye with unerring accuracy, such technique, such judgment, such control of power. You dare say he's not a genin? He must be a genin from another village disguised as a thug. Mizuki no Heiao clenched his fist and held it to his chest in celebration. His elder brother Zhou Cheng must be the strongest. Standing outside the arena, the purple-haired member of the shadows stared wide-eyed behind his mask, his pupils filled with disbelief. She could also change direction by colliding shuriken, but not as cleanly and effortlessly. This is a child, just as the 3 generations of adults have said, exceptionally gifted. After he studies at the Ninja Academy for 2 years and becomes a genin, we must recruit him into the Anbu for further training. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, is lying on a crystal ball. His old eyes were wide open in surprise. He was also slightly shocked. This child is giving him more and more surprises. If his background is clean, I'd even consider taking him on as my disciple. Meanwhile, Danzo, having received a report from the root ninjas, could no longer sit still. He used the body flicker technique repeatedly to arrive on a rooftop outside the plaza. Such a gifted child, if brainwashed and nurtured from a young age, it will definitely grow into the sharpest sword in his hand, perhaps even the sword that can help him win the Hokage position. Meanwhile, in the square, many ninjas had already been drawn in by the commotion. They all jumped onto the roof, watching curiously as everything unfolded in the square. However, by the time they jumped onto the roof, Zhou Cheng's shuriken had already landed on the target. They didn't witness the process, they were merely amazed by the accuracy of the child's shuriken, but that was all. The genin keeping score was about to announce the next person to advance to the next assessment. But then they saw Zhou Cheng pick up a shuriken from the table. Everyone was puzzled, his score was definitely number 1. There's no need to throw any more. However, this time he only picked up 1 shuriken. What is he planning to do now? What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Zhou Cheng took the shuriken in his hand. He redirected his chakra, separating some of it and attaching it to the shuriken. Then he threw the shuriken. Immediately afterwards, he formed a hand seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! 2 shuriken rang out in quick succession, and suddenly 2 more identical shuriken appeared instead of the ones Zhou Cheng had thrown. 3 shuriken hit the bullseye simultaneously, splitting the target in 2. The Shadow Clone Technique is the only hand seal method that Zhou Cheng remembers. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique uses the same hand seals as the Shadow Clone Technique. That's why he thought of using this as the grand finale. Wow! A deafening roar of amazement erupted from the crowd. Hiss! What just happened? Was it a ninjutsu he used? How is that possible? How could he know ninjutsu? Aren't they just kids like us? I protest. This is unfair. He must have already reached the level of a low-ranking ninja. The jonin on the rooftop were all petrified on the spot. A child in his early teens, not even a genin, possesses superb shuriken throwing skills, which is one thing. He can even use the technique of creating clones of sword shadows. That's an A-rank ninjutsu. Even if a chunin were to learn it, there's no guarantee they'd be able to use it. He's already a ninja? Or is he exceptionally talented? The purple-haired member of the Dark Guard who knew the inside story was trembling with excitement, muttering to himself. Such talent was born for a ninja. Jonin have strong sensory abilities, and they were able to hear what she said. They couldn't help but gather around her. Do you know this child? She then snapped out of her shock. This child arrived in Konoha yesterday. Yesterday he was just an ordinary child. But he refined chakra in just one night and even successfully used a B-rank ninjutsu, the Shadow Clone Technique. Now, he can even use A-rank ninjutsu. Hiss! The only response she received was the gasp of the jonin. Chapter 8. This child is incredibly talented. Among us, how long has it taken us to refine chakra at his age? Kakashi, even someone as talented as you couldn't refine chakra in just one night. On the other side, Kakashi, with a full head of white hair and a headband covering his left eye, revealing only a dead fish eye, nodded. The jonin from before, with a thick beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips, continued. It's just a pity that 10 years old is a bit too old. If we train them from a young age, they might break our record for the youngest jonin in Konoha. Honestly, I want to take him on as my disciple. The jonin, with the senbon stick dangling from the corner of his mouth, replied. Asma, who wouldn't want to take such a child as their disciple? However, we still don't know how many chakra natures he has. Is it suitable for our chakra nature? If he's not a good fit, teaching him would be a waste of his talent. The purple-haired Anbu member took a step forward and said. It was the Third Lord who ordered me to monitor him, the Third Lord values him highly. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The fact that the Hokage personally sent someone was enough to show how much he valued him, which dispelled the jonin's idea of taking him as a disciple. Then they said their goodbyes and all disappeared onto the rooftop. Jonin are not idle people, they all have missions to perform. Only the purple-haired Anbu remained on the rooftop. And on the other side of the roof, there is Danzo Shimura. Danzo's eyes gleamed with greed for a child of extraordinary talent. This child's talent surpasses even the most talented ninja en route. A child like this can only serve as my family's heir. Then, he used a teleportation technique and vanished from the rooftop in an instant. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sartobi was holding the crystal ball, lost in thought. Suddenly, he frowned, and a figure appeared in his office. Danzo, you actually used the body flicker technique to enter my office. Is something urgent? He naturally understood Danzo's purpose in coming, it must be for that child. He could observe him with a crystal ball, and Danzo could also know him through the root ninjas. Hiruzen. This kind of child is perfect for my roots. Let me raise that child. Hiruzen Sartobi looked at him, his eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Seeing that he did not answer, Danzo continued. He's just an outsider, after all, with an unknown background and identity. If it turns out he's a spy, even though he's deeply entrenched in the inner circle, he won't be able to cause any trouble. So, hand the child over to me. Hiruzen Sartobi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lit his pipe and took a few puffs. The smoke billowed out, obscuring his face. Danzo, let's observe for a while longer. I've already sent people to investigate his background. Let's wait for the results before making any decisions. Danzo was somewhat angry. Hiruzen, you'll regret the decision you made today. After saying that, he angrily opened the door and walked out. Then he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. After Danzo had gone far away, Hiruzen Sartobi murmured to himself. Danzo, he's destined to become one of my Hokage's direct subordinates, how could I possibly hand him over to you? Once that kid joins your gang, he's basically ruined. He'll just be turned into a killing machine. It's not fair to him to always stay in the dark. The will of fire needs someone to carry it on. Minato is dead, Orochimaru has defected, Tsunade has developed hemophobia, and Jiraiya dislikes being restrained. Currently, there are no capable jonin in the village to compete for Hokage, and I'm getting old too. We must cultivate an outstanding person immediately. The next Hokage must be one of my direct descendants. He sat alone, silently smoking his pipe. Until the smoke filled the entire office. He then spoke. Who's outside? No sooner had he finished speaking than a member of the Secret Service wearing a fox mask appeared in front of his desk. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully. What are your orders, Lord 3? Go and talk to the Ninja Academy and arrange for Zhou Cheng to be placed in the same class as those clan children. Yes. The Anbu gave a concise and affirmative answer, and then left using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, in the square, the assessment of those children was still ongoing. After Zhou Cheng, Bai also hit the bullseye with his shuriken, but he used the ordinary method. With Zhou Cheng's extraordinary performance preceding him, he only garnered scattered applause. But that's what he wanted. He didn't want to stand out from the crowd, he just wanted to follow brother Zhou Cheng. That was his value. Before the assessment was even over, a servant came to find Zhou Cheng. Tell him that he and Haku have qualified to enter the Ninja Academy. There's no need to go back to the temporary thatched hut. Konoha will assign them a separate house. Then, the servant led them to a 2-story house and told them that this would be their home from now on. Zhou Cheng had no problem with it, having a private room was better than sleeping in a dormitory. As for Bai, Zhou Cheng had long considered him one of his own. After saying goodbye to the genin, Zhou Cheng led Bai into the house. It's a very ordinary house with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. However, Zhou Cheng knew that this house was definitely under surveillance by the timber company. We should be more careful about our words and actions. As for Bai, he wasn't worried. Bai is a man of few words, and since he doesn't trust anyone, he definitely wouldn't say anything carelessly. However, just to be on the safe side, I should still find an opportunity to explain it to him. After looking around the house, the two of them simply cooked 2 bowls of ramen and had that as their dinner. Then they took turns taking a good shower. Having washed away the grime of the past years, I also officially bid farewell to my days of wandering. Then they changed into the new clothes that Konoha had prepared for them. Bai has masculine features but feminine appearances. When dressed, she appears gentle and dignified. Zhou Cheng, looking at himself in the mirror in the bathroom, was thinking to himself. Wow, is this body really that handsome? His looks are in no way inferior to those of Minato, Itaki, or Sasuke. If we go to the Ninja Academy tomorrow, won't Sakura and Ino go crazy? And since Hinata is now in Naruto's form, I probably have no interest in her. The fact that Konoha gave us a house so quickly shows that my final ninjutsu today has deeply impressed them. They must already be treating me like a genius. I wonder which class I'll be assigned to at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Ideally, it would be the class of the 12 little strong ones, that way I'd have a chance to get close to them and replicate my talent again in a month. What would I get if I replicated Naruto's talents? Give me a replica of the 9-tailed fox. Chapter 9. Talent refinement takes time, so you must be extremely careful when choosing a talent to replicate. You should definitely choose someone with a chance of replicating a powerful talent first. If I were to replicate Orochimaru, would I gain his intelligence, or would I replicate his clan's secret techniques? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll use this month to build a good relationship with the 12 little strong men. After replicating Hiruzen Sartobi's ninja knowledge, I'll already know everything taught at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, going back to the academy wouldn't be very valuable. Then let's use the classic method, the main body goes to school, and a shadow clone travels along a river to practice walking on water. After a busy day, both he and Bai were quite tired. So they all went to bed early. At the same time, the Yamanaka family. The now graceful and beautiful Yamanaka Ino returned home from school. Her mother had already prepared dinner. When Yamanaka Ino entered the house, her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, was already sitting at the dining table. The family of 3 enjoyed dinner together like this. Ino, there will be 2 transfer students in your class tomorrow. Yamanaka Ino continued eating her meal, simply humming in response. It's perfectly normal for transfer students to be in a class, he certainly wouldn't care too much about it. Those 2 are both geniuses, orphans from another village. Genius. Yamanaka Ino's mouth was full of food, making it inconvenient for her to open it. Her mother asked. The news has spread throughout the village that the first batch of chakra was refined in just one night. Pfft. Shocked, Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but spit out the food in her mouth, making a mess all over the table. Cough cough cough. Father, did I hear that right? The first successful chakra refinement only took one night. Are you kidding me? How could there be such a person? Yamanaka Inoichi reluctantly removed the rice grains from his face. When will you ever grow up? Most of the large families in the village have received this news, so it must be true. Then he remembered something, looked at his daughter's face and said teasingly. I heard they're both incredibly handsome. Yamanaka Ino's eyes lit up immediately. Handsome guy? How handsome? Is there anyone more handsome than Sasuke? Yamanaka Inoichi had an expression that said, I knew it. When will you put your mind to cultivation? Whether he's handsome or not, I haven't seen him. You'll have to see for yourself tomorrow. Also, someone with such talent has a limitless future, let's build a good relationship with him. On the other side, Nara family. Nara Shikamaru was playing Go with his father, Nara Shikaku. Shikamaru, there will be 2 transfer students in your class tomorrow. Really? That's troublesome. It's rumored that they are both quite talented. Nara Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing could bother him. A genius? That'll be troublesome. It's said that he successfully refined chakra for the first time in just one night. Orochimaru then stopped playing chess and glanced at his father. One night? Impossible. Orochimaru smiled, he rarely saw his son react this way. All the major families are talking about it, it must be true. Orochimaru has reverted to his indifferent attitude towards everything. New. The Hinata family. Hinata walked into the house. Following behind him was Hyuga Niji. He came here because after dinner, he needed to spar with Hinata to train her. Because of this, he was able to eat with the members of the main family. Hayashi Hyuga always had a stern face, no matter when or where. He has always been an object of fear, including for Niji. He looked at the three children expressionlessly. 2 geniuses will be transferring to your class tomorrow. Genius. Hinata was just a little surprised, and didn't think much of it. Niji's eyes, however, were blazing with intense fighting spirit. He is widely recognized as a genius. He was called by Hayashi Hyuga the most talented genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with its hatred for the main family, it became very aggressive. Now that he's heard about 2 people who are called geniuses, he naturally wants to use his own genius to defeat them. I am the undisputed genius. Niji Hyuga's face was filled with fighting spirit. Hayashi Hyuga glanced at him. He extracted chakra in just one night. Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Hanabi Hyuga were all startled. What does it mean to extract chakra in just one night? That kind of talent can already be considered that of a top genius. They couldn't help but be shocked. So what? The combination of the white eyes and the 8 trigrams palm is invincible. Hyuga Niji looked smug. The Hyuga clan's main branch is Bagwazang, 8 trigrams palm, is forbidden for branch families to learn. Niji Hyuga's Bagwazang, 8 trigrams palm, technique was mostly created by him, which also contributed to his extremely arrogant personality. Hayashi Hyuga continued. The Hyuga are the strongest in Konoha, you mustn't tarnish the Hyuga clan's reputation. The other 2 didn't react much to what he said. Hinata lowered her head in shame upon hearing this. As the eldest daughter of the clan, she herself had the worst talent. This often left her feeling helpless and in pain. The news that there would be transfer students tomorrow spread throughout the Konoha clan, and everyone was shocked by Zhou Cheng and Bai's talent. Some families even want to recruit them as sons-in-law. Some people dismissed it, because the 2 of them were just commoners and could not possibly learn any advanced ninjutsu. What use was their talent if they were so talented? And so, this news simmered within the Konoha clan all night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, there was a knock on Zhou Cheng's door. Zhou Cheng, who is used to waking up early, was already up. So he opened the door very quickly. He saw a sprightly old man standing at the door. The moment Zhou Cheng saw the person clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. The person who arrived was none other than the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi. Zhou Cheng was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected the 3rd generation to come in person. What's this old guy doing here? They want to brainwash me because they think I'm so talented. Is he promoting his so-called will of fire? Hiruzen Sartobi looked at Zhou Cheng with a kind expression. You must be Zhou Cheng. At that moment, Bai, who had heard the noise, also came over. When I saw people standing at the door waiting for someone, his body jolted suddenly. I have met the 3 generations of lords. Zhou Cheng bowed to him respectfully. Even if he hated the 3rd generation. But so far, in his eyes, I am no more than an ant. They don't have the right to jump around. Haha, no need to call me sir, just call me grandfather. Hiruzen Sartobi wanted to use the same tactics he used against Naruto on Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng inwardly grumbled. Grandpa? Grandpa my a. You old cunning BD, don't even think about brainwashing me. In my eyes, you're a complete schemer. You didn't say a single word for White Fang when he got into trouble. The suicide of White Fang almost led Kakashi astray. When Orochimaru's defection was discovered, they did not do their utmost to stop him. 10 years ago, during the Nine Tails rampage, you didn't choose to fully support Minato either. You chose to remain completely silent throughout the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, allowing Danzo to direct the entire process. With Naruto around, Sasuke would have already sided with Obito. And then there's the issue of what to do with Naruto when he was young. If it weren't for Naruto's protagonist aura, he would have turned to the dark side long ago. How could I dare to get close to someone like that? Chapter 10. Seeing that Zhou Cheng hadn't responded for a long time, Hiruzen Sartobi assumed that Zhou Cheng was overly excited and didn't urge him. Oh, my third-generation grandfather. Zhou Cheng then came to his senses and hurriedly pulled Bai to bow together. Yes, that's more like it. Live well in Konoha from now on, this is your home. Then he seemed to remember something and asked tentatively. Zhou Cheng, who taught you the shadow clone technique? If Zhou Cheng can master B-rank ninjutsu through self-study alone without any instruction, then Hiruzen Saratobi's talent for Zhou Cheng needs to be further enhanced. Zhou Cheng remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed at the close call. Luckily, I thought of this beforehand and already had a reason ready. During the civil war in Kirigakure, many ninjas were engaged in chaotic combat. I saw the ninja closest to me use the shadow clone technique and memorized the hand seals. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid, I only remembered this one ninjutsu. The day before yesterday, I tried refining chakra myself, and luckily, I succeeded on my first try. My parents taught me chakra refining techniques when they were alive. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Saratobi's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes gleamed with even greater joy. So, Zhou Cheng is entirely self-taught, and he can even use ninjutsu tools to perform A-rank ninjutsu. It truly is a talent worthy of a monster. Even the second Hokage's talent is not as good as his. Today is your first day of school, Grandpa, and I have a gift for you. As he spoke, Hiruzen Saratobi took out 2 pieces of paper. This is a chakra attribute testing paper, it can be used to test your chakra attribute. 1 sheet per person, try it now. There are 5 attributes of human chakra. Fire, wind, thunder, water, earth. With that, Hiruzen Saratobi led them into the courtyard. When testing with paper. Fire-style chakra, the paper will catch fire. Wind-release chakra, the paper will split in 2. Lightning-style chakra will cause paper to wrinkle. Water-style chakra, the paper will get wet. Earth-style chakra, the paper will tear. All you need to do is transfer chakra onto the paper. Give it a try. Hiruzen Saratobi maintained a benevolent smile throughout, which made Zhou Cheng feel somewhat nauseous. However, he was also eager to know his chakra nature. Zhou Cheng held the chakra testing strip and slowly channeled chakra into it. The chakra test strip immediately changed. The left half of the paper was wet, and the right half was torn into many small pieces. Zhou Cheng, your chakra attributes are water and earth. That's really good. Zhou Cheng nodded, thinking to himself. My body belongs to Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village, in the land of water, so it's normal for me to possess water-based chakra. However, the addition of an earth element was something I hadn't anticipated. Can't water combined with earth create a wood-release bloodline limit? I wonder if top-tier chakra control talent could allow these 2 nature transformations to merge together. If possible, is it really possible to create wood release? When I go to school later, I'll create a shadow clone and experiment at home. Thinking this, he turned to look at Bai. If he remembers correctly, Haku's chakra nature is wind and water, which eventually led to ice release. Haku began channeling chakra. The chakra laboratory is divided into 2 parts, which is a manifestation of the wind-type chakra. Then half of it was wet, which is a manifestation of water-based chakra. Haku, your chakra nature is wind and water, that's pretty good. Hiruzen Sartobi was very satisfied with both of them, especially Zhou Cheng, who possessed 2 types of chakra, which was much better than having only one type. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out several scrolls. From the moment Zhou Cheng saw the scroll, his eyes widened in astonishment. He knew it was a ninja scroll. This is the primary way ninjas learn ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sartobi first pointed to the 2 scrolls. This is Water Release, Mist Concealment Technique, Rank D. This is Water Release, Water Shark Bullet Technique, Rank C. You two can learn water release techniques together. Hiruzen Sartobi then pointed to the scroll on the other side. This is Wind Release, Sky Splitting Palm, Rank C. This is Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Rank C. Finally, he looked at Zhou Cheng, his eyes filled with hope. This is Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Rank B. This is Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Rank B. In his mind, Zhou Cheng's talent far surpassed Bai's, he could perform A-rank ninjutsu through self-study. Therefore, he specifically used a B-rank ninjutsu. He wanted to see how long it would take Zhou Cheng to learn B-rank ninjutsu. As for ninjutsu below rank C, you can learn those at the academy, so I won't prepare any separate ninjutsu scrolls for you. It's getting late, you should go to school. Then he used the instantaneous movement technique to leave. Then, a genin, lower-ranking ninja, led them to the school. After all, they didn't know where the school was. With a genin present, Zhou Cheng didn't have time to use shadow clone technique. She had no choice but to obediently follow him to school. A ninja with a horizontal scar across his nose stood at the school gate. Zhou Cheng recognized him at a glance as Irika Umino, the man who changed Naruto's life. If it weren't for his earnest guidance, Naruto might have truly gone down the path of darkness. Irika, these are Zhou Cheng and Bai, your new students. I'll leave them to you. I have other tasks to complete, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After saying goodbye to the other party, Irika walked towards Zhou Cheng and Bai. Hello, my name is Umino Irika. From now on, during my time at the Ninja Academy, I will be your teacher. Now come with me to the classroom and meet your classmates. Irika maintained a warm smile throughout. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly after seeing this. No wonder he was the one who made Naruto appear as a father figure at his wedding. Such a warm smile is truly infectious. He's gentle, positive, and definitely suited to be a teacher. After walking for 5 minutes, the group arrived outside a classroom. There was a lot of chattering and noise inside, they were clearly letting loose while the teacher wasn't around. Irika, his face ashen, pushed open the classroom door. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Irika walked up to the podium, glanced around the classroom, and then spoke. Today, we have 2 new classmates. As he spoke, he looked out of the classroom and said, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng and Bai walked into the classroom together. As soon as they entered the room, they heard the girl swooning. Wow, so handsome. They're both good-looking. Yet, he's even more handsome than Sasuke. Especially the one walking in front, I think even Niji isn't as handsome as him. Zhou Cheng and his companion walked to the podium and stood there. Zhou Cheng wore a smile the whole time, and looking at the familiar faces, he was overjoyed. Hehe, I really was assigned to the class of the 12 best students. Now, are we still worried about a lack of talent? Give me enough time, and I can replicate their talents one by one. Irika gestured for them to introduce themselves. My name is Zhou Cheng, I'm 10 years old, and I hope you'll all guide me in the future. Bai's answer was even briefer, my name is Bai, and I'm 10 years old. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, the man who aspires to become Hokage. Zhou Cheng's smile widened even more. Hello, Naruto, you can definitely become Hokage. Chapter 11. Idiot Naruto. Sakura Haruno, with her broad forehead, first cursed under her breath, then the little figure inside her raised its fist in a show of defiance. Sasuke is still more handsome. I still prefer Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino, who has blossomed into a beautiful young woman, looked infatuated. Last night, she heard her father say that her new classmate was handsome, but she still didn't quite believe it. Now that I see him, he completely exceeds my expectations, he's even more handsome than I anticipated. Should I give up on Sasuke and pursue him instead? The arrogant and aloof Sasuke didn't even glance at Zhou Cheng and the other man, resting his chin on his hand and quietly looking out the window. Too lazy to do anything, Shikamaru was already asleep on the table, ignoring the commotion caused by Zhou Cheng and the other man. Sitting next to Shikamaru was the chubby Koji Akimichi, who was constantly eating a bag of snacks, even when Zhou Cheng and the other man were introducing themselves. On the other side, Xiao Li, dressed in green with a watermelon-shaped haircut and thick eyebrows, flashed Zhou Cheng and his companion a bright white smile and gave them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Hyaganiji was staring at Zhou Cheng with a fierce look on his face. In his mind, he was the real genius. Only true geniuses can change their destiny. These two are called geniuses, so only a duel can reveal who the true genius is. Seeing the fighting spirit in Niji's eyes, Zhou Cheng understood that it must be because he was somewhat unconvinced by their being called geniuses. However, he certainly won't accept Niji's challenge, at least not now. He calls himself a genius now, but he actually knows nothing and could never be a match for Niji. However, with this cheat code, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he became the strongest in the class. Finally, Zhou Cheng turned his gaze to Hinata. Hinata is indeed beautiful. She probably only has Naruto in her heart now. Should we try to poach Naruto's girlfriend? At that moment, Irika pointed to an empty seat. There are still empty seats over there, why don't you two sit there? I hope you two can study hard. After thanking Irika, Zhou Cheng and Bai Xia went to sit down in the empty seats. Sitting in front of them was Hinata. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Was fate playing a cruel joke on him? After that, Irika began his lecture. We'll have a test tomorrow, and the test will be on the ability to create clones. The shadow clone technique is an E-rank ninjutsu, and it's the foundation for becoming a ninja. Since there are new students, I will explain the principles of the shadow clone technique and the use of chakra again. After speaking, Irika stepped down from the podium and went into the classroom, to a more spacious area. Then, he explained the principles of the shadow clone technique and the application of chakra, and finally demonstrated it himself. Hand seals formed, chakra circulated. Another Irika appeared beside him. Zhou Cheng watched with extreme concentration. What he lacked most right now was ninjutsu. In particular, the hand seals for each ninjutsu. With his chakra control talent, all you need is the hand seals for this ninjutsu. Then he can immediately unleash this ninjutsu. The shadow clone technique is the most basic ninjutsu among ninjas. The clones that appear are merely illusions, used only to confuse the enemy, they have no offensive capabilities whatsoever. However, it is also a required course before becoming a genin. Because it is not only the simplest ninjutsu, but also the simplest hand seals and the simplest chakra control. Okay, would any student like to volunteer to give it a try? Irika scanned the classroom. No one raised their hand. Most of the people present were members of major Konoha clans, and they must have learned E-rank ninjutsu within their clans. Moreover, their perspectives are generally broader than those of ordinary ninjas. They even looked down on E-rank ninjutsu. Teacher Irika, I want to give it a try. Irika looked over at the sound and saw that it was Naruto Uzumaki, the worst student in the class, who was raising his hand enthusiastically and speaking to him with a confident look. Very good, Naruto. Come here and give it a try. Zhou Cheng looked at Naruto with a hint of amusement. He knew that Naruto was just trying to show off in front of Sakura and attract her attention. Although the shadow clone technique is the most basic ninjutsu, there are still 3 people who just can't learn it no matter what they do. Obito Uchiha, Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto walked over to Iruka's side. He confidently looked around at his classmates, his gaze finally settling on Sakura. She noticed that she was looking at Sasuke, not even glancing at him. Naruto started to get a little angry and immediately assumed a hand seal posture. Clone technique. Another Naruto appeared beside him, but his body was like a lump of mud, unable to even stand up. Ha ha ha. The class burst into laughter. A loser is a loser, they can't even learn the art of creating clones. After becoming a genin, is he planning to use this clone technique to make his enemies laugh to death? Naruto's face turned bright red, and he said angrily. I'm going to be Hokage, how could I possibly give up like this? He formed the hand seal again. Clone technique. Bang! Another clone, not even humanoid, appeared, then immediately collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Another burst of laughter. Some people even laughed so hard they covered their stomachs. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. Sakura glanced at the embarrassed Naruto, muttered idiot, and then turned back to look at Sasuke. Damn it! Naruto wanted to continue using the shadow clone technique, but Iruka stopped him. That's enough, Naruto, go back to your seat. However, Zhou Cheng could tell that Iruka wasn't angry with Naruto, but rather didn't want him to suffer from his classmates' ridicule anymore. You need to practice a lot after school. He gave Naruto a few words of advice as he watched his retreating figure. Zhou Cheng shook his head and stood up. Teacher, I want to try it. He wanted to test whether his top-tier chakra control talent would allow him to learn any ninjutsu very quickly. His words immediately drew everyone's attention to him, and whispers began to circulate among them. Isn't he a war orphan? Today must be his first ninjutsu lesson. This guy, he's desperate for attention. On your first day of class, on your first day of learning, you think you can perform ninjutsu? I'm sure he hasn't even refined his chakra yet. Even the most basic E-level personnel requires repeated practice. These were all commoner ninjas, so naturally they were unaware of Zhou Cheng's reputation as a genius. And all the scions of those powerful families turned their attention to him. Their eyes held expectation, disdain, and doubt. The fact that Zhou Cheng could extract chakra in one night had already spread throughout the large family. They naturally didn't believe that Zhou Cheng didn't even have chakra. What they found disdainful was that Zhou Cheng was so arrogant as to believe he could successfully execute the ninjutsu he had only learned once in one go. Is he really a genius? Zhou Cheng disregarded the stares of others and walked to the podium under their watchful eyes. Iruka's face also showed a hint of disdain. He didn't start his first class until he was over 10 years old, while others entered the ninja academy to begin their studies at the age of 4 or 5. In terms of fundamentals, he is certainly far behind others. Especially in terms of chakra, that requires a lot of time to accumulate. Iruka naturally didn't believe that Zhou Cheng could successfully use the clone technique on his first attempt. Zhou Cheng quickly formed hand seals, circulating his chakra within his body. Clone technique. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, another Zhou Cheng appeared beside the original. The two looked exactly alike, without any flaws. Wow! The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a huge uproar. Impossible, it must be fake. Successfully used the clone technique on the first try. I don't believe it. He must have learned ninjutsu before becoming a war orphan. The children from those large families, despite having some mental preparation. But he was still frightened by Zhou Cheng's ability to create clones. Even the most basic E-rank ninjutsu is not something a beginner can easily perform. Zhou Cheng succeeded on his first try, right in front of them. It's really not hard to suspect that he had studied this before. Chapter 12. This guy definitely studied it before, and then became a war orphan. Otherwise, how could it be possible to succeed on the first try? There's no such genius in the world. Even the most talented genius in the history of the Hyuga clan couldn't have used ninjutsu on his very first try. The children from those large families all looked at Zhou Cheng with strange eyes. Some people have already acknowledged that he is a genius, and a top-tier genius at that. There were also some people who didn't believe it, all thinking that Zhou Cheng had attended a ninja academy before encountering misfortune and becoming an orphan. Now that we're in Konoha, we're using this as a pretext to act all high and mighty. Even Irika, a genin, looked at Zhou Cheng with disbelief. He hadn't expected that this child wasn't just arrogant, but actually had the right to be arrogant. As a formal ninja, he naturally knew some information about Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was a pure war orphan. Even though his parents were ninjas, he had never attended a ninja academy before the civil war broke out in Kirigakure. Whether this news is true or a carefully fabricated story remains to be seen. This is not something a low-ranking ninja should be concerned with. That is precisely why Irika was even more astonished by Zhou Cheng's talent. Zhou Cheng was probably the most talented student he ever taught. If the Anbu investigates, he really isn't a spy from any other ninja village. Then this child is sure to achieve great things in the future. At this moment, Niji, dressed in white with long black hair reaching his waist, stood up abruptly, somewhat unconvinced. Just a clone technique, an E-rank ninjutsu. With that, he left his seat and walked towards Zhou Cheng. He stopped 2 meters away from Zhou Cheng, formed hand seals, and unleashed his ninjutsu. Clone technique. A Niji who looks exactly like the original appears. Then, the two Nijis spoke to Zhou Cheng in a provocative manner. For a genius, it couldn't be simpler. Do you dare accept my challenge? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Cheng really wanted to say, I accept your challenge. But then he thought about it again and realized that his current strength was definitely not as good as Niji's. Putting aside the number of ninjutsu he has mastered, Niji has already awakened the Byakugan. With the Byakugan's enhancement, Zhou Cheng is now no match for Niji. Then, Zhou Cheng followed his heart. I dare not. Cut. A huge chorus of boos erupted in the classroom. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a coward. I thought there was going to be a good show, but I'm so disappointed. Is that all? It really takes a true genius. Don't think you're so great just because you can use E-rank ninjutsu. There are plenty of people more talented than you. Zhou Cheng remained remarkably calm despite the sarcastic remarks. Having lived 2 lives, he is no longer a teenager. He was thinking to himself. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can't avoid. When it's time to follow your heart, you must. This is just a temporary respite. Once the third Hokage has fully honed his talent, I'll show you what a true genius is. For 1 month, I must learn ninjutsu without any restrictions. We also need to turn the theories in our minds into practice as soon as possible. Being too glamorous when you're not strong enough is definitely not a good thing. Then he stopped by with a look, who wanted to retaliate on his behalf. He shrugged with a smile, then bowed to Irika as a student before returning to his seat. Useless trash, just leaving like that. You're used to being a wanderer, aren't you? Resign to your fate. Ha ha ha. Don't go. If you accept the challenge, I'll give you 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's expression changed. He glared fiercely at the men who had spoken, his eyes filled with hostility. How dare you glare at me? Do you know who I am? Do you want to get a beating? Zhou Cheng did not answer, but instead formed a hand seal as quickly as possible. Shadow clone technique. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, 3 Zhou Chengs stood in the classroom. Their gazes fell on the group of people who were making sarcastic remarks. The classroom was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu and remained motionless. Even Suzuki, who had been indifferent and only looking out the window, turned around. Niji Hyaga's expression also turned serious. The girls were staring at him with some infatuation. Iriko looked at Zhou Cheng with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. That's the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. These are ninjutsu techniques that even some genin, lower-ranking ninja, cannot perform. Although its hand seals are simple, the manipulation of chakra is not. Furthermore, it also requires a certain amount of chakra from the user. Because each shadow clone takes away half of the original's chakra. If the user has too little chakra, they will also be unable to perform the shadow clone technique. How is this possible? This is the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. How could someone who's not even a genin possibly create two clones? Wait, two? Wouldn't that become the multiple shadow clone technique? That's a forbidden technique. How could he know it? Only two? That doesn't qualify as multiple shadow clone techniques. Besides, the other one is definitely a clone technique with no offensive capabilities. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. I remember now, he used this ninjutsu to get first place in the talent assessment for naturalized personnel from other villages. Furthermore, he also knows the technique of creating clones with his sword. That's an A-rank ninjutsu. Her words reminded all the scions of prominent families of what their elders had told them the night before. He successfully refined chakra in one night and taught himself the shadow clone technique by memorizing the hand seals of other ninjas, and then advanced to the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Thinking about all of this, all the children from the large family looked at Zhou Cheng with eyes that seemed to be looking at a monster. For large clans, neither A-rank nor B-rank ninjutsu is crucial, they possess all kinds of ninjutsu. What shocked them was that he had taught himself ninjutsu simply by memorizing the hand seals, without any instruction. This is almost impossible. Performing ninjutsu isn't just about forming hand seals, it also requires chakra and a high degree of chakra control. You also need to know the direction and speed of chakra flow, and so on. It was under these circumstances that Zhou Cheng successfully learned ninjutsu. Now, they all agree that Zhou Cheng is a true genius. The children of the commoner ninjas, seeing that the young masters and ladies had stopped talking, also cleverly shut their mouths. The kids who get into this class are no fools. Zhou Cheng saw through everyone's expressions clearly and sneered inwardly. He looked at Niji, whose gaze was now even more intense as he looked at him, and shouted. I am indeed no match for you right now. 1 month from now, I will challenge you. I hope you won't refuse then. Wow! The classroom erupted in gasps once again. 1 month, challenge Niji? Is he out of his mind? That's Niji with his Byakugan activated. That's Niji, who possesses the 360-degree defense technique, rotation. It's safe to say that Niji's current strength has completely surpassed that of a genin. You think you can catch up with and beat him in a month? Are you too arrogant, or are we just too ignorant? Chapter 13. Konoha Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, was engrossed in looking at the crystal ball. Suddenly, his expression changed abruptly. His eyes were wide open. His expression changed from calm to shock. Zhou Cheng's talent is indeed extraordinary. I can learn and successfully execute a ninjutsu technique after seeing it only once. Even if it's just an E-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. However, the shadow clone technique also requires a certain level of chakra control. And he seems so relaxed. This kid actually dared to challenge Niji. You're quite brave, just a bit impulsive. Even without using his Byakugan, Niji is still the strongest among his classmates. With the Byakugan activated, his strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary genin. And everyone else started cultivating at the age of 4 or 5. Do you dare say that 1 month's effort can surpass someone else's 5 or 6 years' effort? But this is fine too, it gives me more time to observe you and see if you can truly become a direct descendant of my Hokage lineage." He puffed on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Relying solely on the Anbu investigation is too slow. Let's find some time to use interrogation techniques on Zhou Cheng and Bai to uncover the deepest secrets in their minds. If there are no further problems after that, I will focus on developing them." Meanwhile, underground, at the roots of the leaves. In a team battle, he sat alone in the darkness. His single, exposed eye gleamed with a cold light in the darkness. "Lord Danzo, today is Zhou Cheng's first day of school." After watching the teacher demonstrate a ninjutsu once, he was able to successfully perform it himself. The eye appeared in the darkness in an instant. "As expected, I wasn't mistaken. This child's talent is truly monstrous. This kind of person must be kept under my control, Danzo." Then he saw that the ninja hadn't retreated, so he gestured for him to continue. Zhou Cheng, in full view of everyone, declared that he would challenge Hyaganiji in a month. Danzo, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up. "What? You dare challenge Hyaganiji? This child is a bit impulsive. Hyaganiji's talent is said to be the highest in the history of the Hyaga clan. He's already awakened the Byakugan at such a young age, and his skill in physical combat is quite impressive. Most importantly, they started cultivating at the age of 4. A full 5 years longer than Zhou Cheng's time. Does he think he can catch up with someone else's 5 years in just 1 month? It was indeed a bit impulsive." Then, he slowly sat down again. In the darkness, no one could see his expression. "But that's fine too. If he can defeat Hyaganiji in a month, then I will spare no effort to take him away from Hiruzen." Meanwhile, in Zhou Cheng's classroom, the loud noise finally subsided. Everyone reacted with different expressions after the initial shock. Most people looked down on and despised Zhou Chengdu. No one believed he could defeat Niji. Of course, there are exceptions. Naruto, with his golden hair and blue eyes, stood up and loudly cheered for Zhou Cheng with a smile. "Zhou Cheng, I believe in you." His words drew a few eye rolls. "Idiot! The tail of the truck is the tail of the truck. They can't even see the situation clearly. Niji is the most talented person of our generation. Add a month to the difference of 5 years. Only an idiot would believe that." Zhou Cheng laughed too. Truly, he was the ultimate talker. "Thank you, Naruto." Then, a child threatened to challenge Hyaganiji. The news quickly spread among the ninja fathers of the students in the class. They all just laughed it off. There's no need to waste your energy on something whose outcome is already predetermined. Even an ordinary genin would have to be extremely careful when facing Hyaganiji. One wrong move and you could easily capsize in a ditch. Soon, the Ninja Academy dismissed its students. They were all kids, and during class they would eagerly wait for it to end. Now that school is over, they can't wait to rush outside. Within minutes, the classroom was completely empty. Only Zhou Cheng, Bai, Naruto, and Hinata remained. Zhou Cheng's mental age is no longer that of a child. He naturally didn't have the mindset of a child, rushing out of school to play as soon as school was over. If he doesn't leave, Bai naturally won't leave either. Naruto simply didn't want to go back to his empty house. So he wanted to stay in crowded places a little longer. Hinata, on the other hand, made a bento box for Naruto to eat. But with other people present, she was too shy to take it out. "Naruto, see you tomorrow." Zhou Cheng greeted Naruto, then stood up and walked towards the classroom door. As he passed by Hinata, he gave her a gentle smile. "Hinata, do your best. You're the best." Then, he left the classroom, leaving Hinata blushing deeply. Thank you, Zhou Chenjun." She was so embarrassed that she almost lowered her head to her chest. Zhou Cheng had just stepped out of the classroom when Naruto's voice came from behind him. "Zhou Cheng, you must win. Zhou Cheng stopped in his tracks, but without turning around, he raised his thumb with his back to Naruto. He still admires Naruto, putting aside his protagonist status. His indomitable spirit. The way of the ninja is to do what you say you will do. It is something many people should learn from. Many people give up easily when they encounter difficulties. And then there's his cheerful and sunny personality. For other people, growing up in that kind of environment would be a different story. Even if they don't turn to the dark side, they won't become a particularly outstanding person. For example, Sasuke, if Naruto weren't there. From the moment he obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha will never be at peace. Yes, in the early stages of the story, if Naruto hadn't relied on the Nine Tails power-up, he would have been relatively weaker compared to the other main characters. Should we help him? Naruto's chakra nature is wind, so I can't help him even if I wanted to. However, I could ask Haku, who has awakened ice release, to teach him. They soon returned home. Neither of them were too lazy to cook, so they each made themselves a bowl of instant ramen and ate it as is. After they finished eating, they went to the courtyard. Zhou Cheng took out the ninjutsu scroll given to him by the Third Hokage and looked at Bai. Let's learn the water release ninjutsu first. Bai nodded emphatically. Although he possessed a bloodline limit, he was still a novice when it came to other ninjutsu. Moreover, no ninja would complain about having learned too many ninjutsu techniques. They first activated the simplest water release technique, the hidden mist technique. The scroll records the hand seals for this ninjutsu, the direction and speed of chakra circulation, and all precautions. Zhou Cheng's top-tier chakra control talent greatly increased his learning speed for any ninjutsu. Then, add the experience and theories of the third-generation Hiruzen Sartobi. Zhou Cheng felt that he already knew this ninjutsu inside and out. These ninjutsu were given to them by the Third Hokage, so they weren't afraid of anyone causing trouble while they practiced them. Zhou Cheng began practicing in the courtyard. Water release, mist concealment technique. Zhou Cheng opened his mouth, and a thick white mist spewed out, instantly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. However, the fog wasn't very dense, and Zhou Cheng knew this was because he hadn't injected too much chakra. Furthermore, his current chakra reserves do not support his unlimited use. The density of the mist depends on how much chakra the user injects into the ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng did not maintain the white mist, so it quickly dissipated. Then he saw Bai looking at him with a sigh. Brother Zhou Cheng, your talent is truly amazing. No, it's terrifying. That's a D-rank ninjutsu, and you learned it in one go. Zhou Cheng smiled and walked towards Bai. Your talent is no less than mine, don't underestimate yourself. Bai saw the sincerity in Zhou Cheng's eyes and nodded emphatically. Then, just like Zhou Cheng, he formed hand seals and mobilized his chakra. Water release, mist concealment technique. Silence reigned all around. As expected, I failed. Bai looked somewhat dejected and lowered his head. Zhou Cheng also thought he had failed and was about to comfort him. But suddenly a white mist appeared in the courtyard. This is the mist concealment technique. By the way, the scroll records two methods for the mist concealment technique. Zhou Cheng remembered the contents of the scroll. I'm the first type, I exhale thick fog through my mouth. You should be the second type, the dense fog that condenses in the air. Zhou Cheng smiled happily. Look, your talent is no less than mine. Bai smiled very gently. What they didn't know was that their every move in the courtyard was being watched clearly by everyone. Chapter 14. The first person was naturally the purple-haired member of the Dark Guard who was sent to monitor them. Zhou Cheng and his friends were at school during the day. The Secret Service didn't monitor them much once they left the school gate. She would appear immediately and continue her surveillance mission. At this moment, seeing the two of them successfully execute a D-rank ninjutsu in one go, her beautiful eyes behind the mask widened in surprise. He was clearly shocked. I've heard about what happened at school. So far, they've all succeeded in learning ninjutsu on their first try. While the technique of concealing oneself in mist isn't difficult, it still presents a considerable challenge for children. These two kids' talent is truly terrifying. If that boy named Zhou Cheng could maintain this rate of progress, perhaps he really will be able to defeat Niji in a month. In Zhou Cheng's courtyard, Zhou Cheng and Bai opened the second water release ninjutsu scroll. The learning difficulty increases dramatically when moving from level D to level C. This is not a simple equation where 1 + 1 = 2. After reading it, the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. In the end, Zhou Cheng made the first move. He walked to the widest part of the courtyard. He put away his relaxed expression and formed a hand seal. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A large amount of water appeared and quickly condensed into a shark that enveloped Zhou Cheng. Then, the water shark glided forward for a distance with Zhou Cheng in its arms. Finally, Zhou Cheng lost his chakra to sustain him. The shark shattered into countless droplets, which flowed to various parts of the yard. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath. He felt that his chakra was almost depleted, and he couldn't help but think to himself. Just 2 ninjutsu techniques and my chakra is already depleted. It seems I have to refine my chakra every day. Furthermore, physical fitness requires daily training, relying solely on the talent essence is still too slow. Chakra originates from the combination of cellular energy and spiritual energy. Physical fitness also affects the upper limit of chakra reserves. Next, Bai also tried to use the water shark bullet technique. Water release, water shark bullet technique. The surroundings were completely silent, not even a trace of water-based energy was visible. This time, it's a real failure. My talent is still far too weak compared to brother Zhou Cheng's. Bai withdrew his hands, dejectedly lowering his head. Zhou Cheng patted him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. This is only the first time. If it doesn't work, try again or again. You'll eventually succeed. I was just lucky. Zhou Cheng's words nearly choked Hiruzen Sartobi, the third Hokage, who was behind the crystal ball. He almost choked to death on his pipe. Cough cough cough. You child, what you're saying is like killing someone by attacking their spirit. After calming down and stopping coughing, he stared intently at Zhou Cheng inside the crystal ball. A C-rank ninjutsu, mastered on the first try. That talent is comparable to the second Hokage. I hope this child won't disappoint me, given the perfect illusionary interrogation technique. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Zhou Cheng's house, Zhou Cheng and Bai had stopped cultivating, they were meditating together, refining their chakra. Having successfully extracted chakra just 1 day ago, they used 2 ninjutsu techniques and then ran out of chakra to perform a third one. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng felt that the amount of chakra in his body had returned to its peak. There was even a slight increase. He turned his head to look to the side and found that Bai was still in a meditative state. He couldn't help but be curious. In terms of chakra reserves, I should be about the same as Haku. I have fully recovered, but Bai is still refining his chakra. Could it be that top-tier chakra control talent allows one to refine chakra faster than others? Filled with doubt, and also with the thought of not wanting to disturb Bai, he continued meditating, ignoring the fact that the sun had long since set. There were no lights on in their courtyard, so it was pitch black all around. Another half-hour passed. Bai opened his eyes and looked around. It was nearly midnight when I discovered it. His brow furrowed slightly. She looked at Zhou Cheng apologetically. They found Zhou Cheng, who was also meditating. As if sensing something, Zhou Cheng also opened his eyes. Bai, how are you feeling? Has your chakra recovered? Bai nodded, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect so much time to pass during meditation, it's probably late at night now. Zhou Cheng shook his head to indicate that it was all right, and then voiced his doubts. In about an hour, has your chakra recovered or increased? Haku carefully sensed his chakra levels. It's only restored to its optimal state. If we want to improve further, we must continue refining it. Zhou Cheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. It seems that top-tier chakra control talent can indeed increase the speed of chakra refining. I recovered to my peak condition in the first half hour, and then increased my chakra reserves in the second half hour. The amount of chakra in my body is now about 1/3 more than before. With my current chakra reserves, I can easily unleash 3 C-rank ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng looked at Bai and gestured for him to come inside. It's too late, let's go back. Bai nodded in agreement and followed Zhou Cheng back into the house. The two sat at the table, and Zhou Cheng poured Bai a glass of water. Starting tomorrow, we'll use shadow clones to go to school, while our main bodies will stay home to train. Both of us are actually very pressed for time. Only by gaining immense power in a short period of time can we establish a foothold in Konoha. We need to get up early during the day and exercise first. Then eat some breakfast, and practice ninjutsu until your chakra is exhausted. Then meditate to refine your chakra, and after recovering, continue using ninjutsu. Only through repeated depletion and refinement can we grow at the fastest rate. Furthermore, proficiency in ninjutsu will also be improved. Bai Ting's eyes lit up. As expected of brother Zhou Cheng, this method is the most suitable for us so far. Then, they washed up, lay down on their beds, and prepared to sleep. But at that very moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in their room. Who? Zhou Cheng shouted and jumped out of bed. Before he could react, a large hand reached for his face. He immediately formed the simplest hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Bang! Another Zhou Cheng, exactly the same as Zhou Cheng, appeared in the room. The visitor was visibly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected a child to react this way under these circumstances. Zhou Cheng, the shadow clone, met the hand that reached out to grab him. Zhou Cheng immediately squatted down and threw the blanket at the person who came in, blocking his view. Then he immediately ran to the window, opened it, and jumped out. The fact that the newcomer could appear in their room so silently indicates that their strength far surpasses theirs. If he goes to rescue Bai at this moment, he will likely be captured along with everyone else. All he can do now is find the ninjas on night patrol. The moment his foot touched the ground, a person was already standing in the yard. At that moment, Zhou Cheng received the message in his mind that the shadow clone had disappeared. Kid, trying to run away. The man had barely finished speaking when he flashed into view and appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. Body instantaneous movement technique. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed. The opponent thought that this kind of speed and movement technique indicated that the user possessed the strength of a jonin. Then, Zhou Cheng's eyes turned fierce. His hands moved so fast that they formed hand seals, leaving after images. The man was clearly taken aback by the speed at which Zhou Cheng formed the hand seals. Such fast hand seal formation speed. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Chapter 15. The water escape shark enveloped Zhou Cheng and charged towards the man. Inside the room, Zhou Cheng was completely focused on escaping and had no time to see who the person was. Once inside the courtyard, due to the late hour and dim lighting, Zhou Cheng couldn't make out who the person was, he could only vaguely make out a figure. As the distance closed, Zhou Cheng finally saw the person clearly. Wearing a tight-fitting ninja outfit and a fox mask on his face. Zhou Cheng was astonished. The dark side. Is the third Hokage going to attack me? Just then, the water-style shark appeared in front of the Anbu member. The Anbu couldn't use their ninjutsu in time, they could only dodge the water release shark. The water escape sharks dispersed, and Zhou Cheng thus arrived at the foot of the courtyard wall. Just as he was about to jump over the wall to escape, a beam of light appeared in the courtyard. The door was opened, and light from inside the house shone into the yard. Zhou Cheng saw another member of the Dark Guard, wearing a raccoon mask, carrying the unconscious Bai on his shoulder as he walked out. The raccoon's operative glanced at the fox's operative, then at Zhou Cheng standing in the corner, and was momentarily at a loss. What's going on? You can't even catch a little kid. The voice from the shadowy figure behind the raccoon mask carried a hint of schadenfreude. Roll. I was careless. That kid is way too alert. Moreover, he actually knows C-rank ninjutsu, and his hand seal speed is comparable to a chunin. The fox mask's hidden side appeared somewhat enraged. As a seasoned jonin, he was outmaneuvered by a kid who wasn't even a genin, and this was all witnessed by other Anbu members. He was seething with anger, and he took off rushing towards Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng glanced at the unconscious Bai, and without hesitation, jumped onto the courtyard wall. But just as he jumped up, his head barely above the height of the courtyard wall, he saw another member of the Secret Service standing on the wall. Her purple hair was tied back, and she held a ninja sword that was still sheathed in her hand. Uzuki Uejao. The name had barely crossed his mind when Zhou Cheng was knocked back into the courtyard by a sword sheath. Zhou Cheng fell heavily to the ground, the impact causing him pain, and his expression was one of agony. A cool, clear voice came from the courtyard wall. I told you, don't underestimate this child. The fox mask concealed a slightly embarrassed expression. But facing the person on the courtyard wall, he dared not show his anger. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As Zhou Cheng Gang stood up from the ground, a kunai was already held to his neck. Don't move, behave yourself. Before he knew it, the purple-haired Anbu member on the courtyard wall had arrived beside him, holding a kunai in his right hand against his neck. You're from the Dark Guard, why are you attacking me? But no one answered him. Then, the fox-masked secret agents tied Zhou Cheng up with rope. Then I carried him on my shoulders. The three secret agents disappeared into the night with a few leaps. Throughout the journey, Zhou Cheng was filled with countless thoughts, but he just couldn't figure out why the Secret Service would attack him. It's the Third Hokage, not likely. If he wanted to kill us, he wouldn't have needed to bring us ninjutsu. It's Danzo, even more impossible. Danzo couldn't possibly command the Anbu. Wouldn't it be better to find out Bai's identity? He's a member of a major family in Kirigakure. He was quickly taken to a basement. The basement was already filled with people. Zhou Cheng could not fully understand. However, Yamanaka Inoichi was also there. Zhou Cheng suddenly realized what was happening. Konoha intends to interrogate him and Haku, using ninjutsu to uncover their deeply buried secrets. Zhou Cheng began to panic. If Yamanaka Inoichi's ninjutsu could truly probe a person's deepest secrets. So, can his secret as a time traveler be kept hidden forever? Knowing he's a time traveler, what will Konoha do to him? In any case, the outcome is definitely not going to be good. What to do? He's only been here a few days, and he's already going to die? Everyone present looked at Zhou Cheng and Bai with pity. If either of them is a spy sent by another ninja village, then they will be killed on the spot, without mercy. Spies are deeply hated by every village. Zhou Cheng didn't see the Third Hokage or Danzo, but he knew that those two cunning old foxes were definitely watching him from somewhere. Soon, the two of them were tied to a specially made bed. The material used to make the bed appears to be some kind of metal. Various complex instruments were connected to the bed. It's like the kind of device used in some countries to electrocute prisoners. The instruments were turned on, and various wires were connected to them. At that moment, he grabbed the dark part of the white raccoon mask and formed a hand seal on the white figure. Untie. Bai woke up instantly. He looked around in horror. It seems he was under some kind of illusion. Zhou Cheng looked at Bai, and Bai was looking at him too. They saw fear in each other's eyes. Zhou Cheng was afraid that his secret would be discovered. What Bai fears is a certain experience he never wants to recall. Yamanaka Inoichi began forming hand seals, and the other ninjas beside him began to assist him. Soon, Bai's shrill screams echoed in the small space. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes and waited for a while. But they found that nothing was wrong with them. He felt the gourd vine birthmark on his chest slowly getting hot and burning. A light that only he could feel and see pierced through his clothes and shone into the room. Zhou Cheng was shocked, but could only pretend to keep his eyes tightly closed and look pained. Was it the gourd vine that blocked my memory probe? So, what memories will Yamanaka Inoichi see? If my memories are blank, they'll definitely suspect me even more. Half an hour passed quickly. Bai lay limp on the metal bed like a rag doll, his face still bearing the marks of pain. Tears and saliva soaked the entire bed. Zhou Cheng felt incredibly frustrated and angry. For an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't last half an hour and would turn into an idiot. In severe cases, it could lead to a mental breakdown and brain death on the spot. I really wanted to yell and curse, but I forced myself to calm down. Zhou Cheng, calm down. Now is not the time. Wait until you reach cage level before settling scores with those two old schemers, the Third Hokage and Danzo. Now, all we can do is eke out a living. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. While feigning extreme pain, Zhou Cheng violently twisted his body, pretending to desperately try to break free from his restraints. It let out a blood-curdling scream. A look of reluctance appeared on Yamanaka Inoichi's face. He remembered what his daughter had said to him last night. Zhou Cheng is very talented, handsome, and always smiling like a little son, giving people a very warm feeling. What a wonderful child! The purple-haired member's eyes flickered. She began to regret bringing these two children here. They were only 10 years old. They shouldn't have to suffer like this. However, the other ninjas all had cold indifference in their eyes. The life or death of a child from another village had absolutely nothing to do with them. Strange, this child couldn't hold on any longer, it triggered a stress response in his body, and he fainted. Why is this Zhou Cheng still so active? Could he really be a spy trained from childhood? Otherwise, how could he have held on for so long? The fox-masked operative found it strange and looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. Did you find any useful memories? As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Cheng, who was still struggling, and what he saw startled him. Zhou Cheng stared at him intently, his eyes wide open. Bloodshot eyes, pupils filled with resentment, and that chilling groan. It was like returning him to the battlefield, facing the threat of death. Zhou Cheng suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm going to kill you." Then, he fainted and collapsed onto the metal bed, just like Bai. The purple-haired operative closed his eyes, unable to bear it any longer. Yamanaka Inoichi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stopped his ninjutsu. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yamanaka Inoichi's face, awaiting his conclusion. Chapter 16. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, was holding a crystal ball. Sitting next to him were Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Yuditen Koharu. They are also waiting for the results. Who wouldn't want to raise a child with such talent as their confidant? The prerequisite is that they must not be spies. The purple-haired Anbu member appeared in the Hokage's office using the body flicker technique. She knelt on one knee and spoke calmly. It has been confirmed. Haku was a member of a clan in Kirigakure with a bloodline limit. His clan was wiped out in the Kirigakure Civil War, and he was the sole survivor. She was saved by Zhou Cheng when she was on the verge of death 3 years ago, and has followed Zhou Cheng ever since, until she entered Konoha. Yamano Inoichi did not recall ever finding any evidence that he was a spy for Kirigakure. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sartobi and the others had different expressions. Since Bai is not a spy. If he can awaken his bloodline limit, then he can be nurtured further. Konoha can have another powerful ninja. Hiruzen Sartobi and his group naturally had the idea of recruiting Haku to their side. Danzo, in particular, had an incredibly deep desire for the Hokage position. He was even willing to sacrifice some of Konoha's interests for the sake of the Hokage position. As for Hiruzen Sartobi, he naturally wanted to keep Konoha firmly under his clan's control. His idea was that the 5th Hokage and the 6th Hokage would both be his direct descendants. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu naturally also wanted to cultivate their own advisory force. The 4 of them tacitly agreed and kept silent. Hiruzen Sartobi tapped the table lightly with his pipe, signaling the purple-haired Anbu to continue. Her eyes flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Zhou Cheng, the child of a commoner ninja from Kirigakuer, his father was a Chunin and his mother a Genin, both of whom died in the Kirigakuer Civil War. Zhou Cheng is the only survivor. There was no evidence in his memory that he was a spy. Both Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo couldn't help but smile after hearing this. What they cared about most was Zhou Cheng. Based on my observations over the past 2 days, Zhou Cheng is far superior to Bai in both talent and temperament. Although Haku possesses the bloodline of a bloodline limit, it does not necessarily mean that he can awaken the power of that bloodline limit. Of the many members of the Uchiha clan, only a handful can awaken the Sharingan, the others are not much different from ordinary ninjas. They naturally chose Zhou Cheng, who had already demonstrated extraordinary talent, while Bai was merely an afterthought. In the absence of certainty regarding whether a bloodline limit can be awakened, talent is the standard for measuring a ninja's potential. Just like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he was also a ninja without a bloodline limit. In the ninja world, who dares to say he's not strong? How are they doing now? Hiruzen Sartobi took a puff of his pipe and asked about Zhou Cheng and the others. The purple-haired man with dark features answered calmly. After washing away their memories of that night, they are still unconscious, and medical ninjas are treating them. However, medical ninjutsu has very limited effectiveness against the psychological damage they suffer. It needs time to recover. Hiruzen Sartobi nodded, a hint of guilt in his eyes. At this moment, he already considered Zhou Cheng as one of his own. He glanced at the other 3 people and took another puff of his pipe. Gentlemen, let's stop here. It's enough to know they're not spies. Let them live peacefully in Konoha. Danzo's eyes twitched upon hearing this, but he was already cursing under his breath. That's it. Didn't you say today we'd delve deeper into the bond between the 2 children? I'll kill you, you old cunning BD. Do you really think you can get away with this? Hiruzen, give me the Zhou Cheng gong. I will definitely train him to be a guardian of Konoha's darkness. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu also wanted to say they wanted Zhou Cheng, but before they could speak, they were interrupted by Sartobi Hiruzen. That's enough for today. Danzo, this time I will not compromise. The unleashing of cage-level power put immense pressure on everyone present. Danzo, however, seemed to have no aura of a cage-level being present, his expression remaining completely unchanged. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. With that, Danzo stood up, slammed the door, and left. As soon as Danzo left, Hiruzen Sartobi withdrew his aura. Koharu Udaten and Homura Mitokado finally had a chance to speak. Hiruzen, could we possibly train that kid, Shiro? Hiruzen Sartobi paused in his act of smoking his pipe, then turned and looked at them coldly. I said, that's enough. Hiruzen, you. Koharu, furious, was about to explode when Mitokado Homura pulled her back. Snort. Xiaochun, who had just switched dorm rooms, snorted and left. Mitokado Homura, naturally, didn't want to linger. Without even saying goodbye, he walked out of the Hokage's office. The purple-haired Anbu is long gone. Outside the Hokage building, Mitokado Homura caught up with Udaten Koharu, and the 2 walked forward together. Damn it, Hiruzen. We're Hokage advisors. Xiaochun, who had just moved to another dormitory, was still upset about what had happened. You were too impulsive. He doesn't want us to raise those 2 kids because he wants to groom them into his own cronies. He's too old, he won't be Hokage for many more years. However, he won't just relinquish his Hokage status like that. Mito and walked along, comforting Yuta and Koharu. We can't give up like this. Koharu, who was turning over to her new room, rolled her eyes at Mito Yan. He's the Hokage. If he disagrees, what can we do? Mito Yan wasn't angry and continued. Didn't Danzo also want those two children? We can cooperate with Danzo first. If we succeed, then we can decide which child will belong to us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Zhou Cheng opened his eyes only after confirming that no one was around. On the other hospital bed lay Bai, unconscious. After confirming that he was all right, Zhou Cheng lay down again and closed his eyes. He was afraid that Hiruzen Sartobi was watching Konoha with his crystal ball, and if he happened to see the hospital, it would be troublesome if he were discovered. Damn old sly BCH! If anything amiss is found last night, Hiruzen Sartobi will kill me without hesitation. Just you wait, once I reach cage level, I'll beat you to a pulp. It's no good to have no powerful backers, you'll be restricted at every turn. This can't go on, we have to think of a solution. What Haku and I need right now is a teacher like Jiraiya, to guide us step by step. They can not only teach us, but also be our support, protecting us until we fully mature. But this lecturer isn't in Konoha right now, otherwise we could try to become his apprentice. The only other jonin in Konoha who is strong enough and suitable to teach us is Kakashi. He's known as the copy ninja Kakashi, he knows countless ninjutsu. Furthermore, after the Obito incident, he valued his comrades more than his own life. But he's lazy by nature, so becoming an apprentice won't be easy for him. Should I send him a few copies of Make Out Paradise? Chapter 17. That won't work either. I don't even know Kakashi now. If I rashly send him to Ika Paradise, he'll definitely get suspicious. The only option is to find an opportunity to get close to Kakashi. Without connections or background, there's nothing I can do. I need to build my network of contacts as soon as possible. It was noon soon. Zhou Cheng gang felt a little hungry. The door to the ward was pushed open, and several people filed in. Leading the group was none other than Naruto, with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Hinata followed behind him, her head slightly bowed. Hinata was followed by Ino, who had long blonde hair. Seeing that Zhou Cheng was awake, Naruto greeted him with a smile. Zhou Cheng, we heard you were injured and hospitalized. So I came to see you. Naruto swaggered over to the bedside, first glancing at Haku, who was still unconscious, then at Zhou Cheng. The school said you were attacked last night, and it was the Secret Service that rescued you. How could someone attack us? This is Konoha. Zhou Cheng was amazed by Hiruzen Saratobi's speed in getting things done. They came up with a reason to let the outside world know so quickly. This would not only clear them of the matter but also let the village know that the Secret Service was very strong, thus improving their image. However, only ordinary people and children like Naruto would believe such nonsense. Now that the situation was beyond their control, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to go along with the old cunning man's words. Last night was incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for the Anbu, I don't know what would have happened to Bai and me. Zhou Cheng could only say things against his will, he knew that Hiruzen Saratobi was definitely watching him. Yamanaka Ino also walked to the bedside, her face showing a puzzled expression. Who could infiltrate Konoha undetected? Although she was the daughter of a large family, she was not yet old enough to be involved in politics. Therefore, she could only interpret the message literally. Zhou Cheng could only pretend to know nothing. I don't know, but it was too dark, and the other side was stronger than us, we couldn't see their faces at all. Perhaps they are our father's enemies. Naruto and the others also knew about Zhou Cheng and his companions' backgrounds, both of them had lost their families because of the civil war. It's understandable that the parents' enemies are now coming to their door. They didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, the shy Hinata took out 2 lunchboxes and placed them on the bedside table. Zhou Cheng, this is a bento I made. Your stomach must be hungry too. As he spoke, he carefully opened the lunchbox, inside which was a bento box that Hinata had carefully prepared. Naruto chuckled upon seeing this. Hinata made this especially after she heard you were injured. Ino peeked into the lunchbox and said with a hint of sourness. It's just a bento box, I can make that too. Zhou Cheng, I'll bring it to you tomorrow too. She has decided to give up on Sasuke and pursue Zhou Cheng. Hinata's act of making a bento for Zhou Cheng was undoubtedly seen by Zhou Cheng as a love rival. It's just a bento box. I made plenty of them when I was fighting with that Sakura with the white forehead for Sasuke. Hinata looked embarrassed after hearing Ino's words and didn't know what to say, so she could only stand there silently with her head down. Zhou Cheng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Do both girls have feelings for me? That's impossible. Doesn't Hinata like Naruto? And Ino, shouldn't she like Sasuke and be fiercely competing with Sakura for his affections? No, I should observe further, lest I end up being the one making wishful thinking. Thank you, Hinata. Zhou Cheng first thanked Hinata, and then looked at Naruto and Ino. Thank you for coming to see me. Naruto waved his hand generously. We're friends, aren't we? It's only right to visit a friend in the hospital when they're injured. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and understood. It seems Naruto was afraid of being alone since he was a child and really wants to have more friends. He wants to be friends with anyone who doesn't have any ill intentions towards him. Perhaps it was my response to Naruto when I first entered the class that made him think I was someone he could be friends with. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes, we are friends. And Hinata, Ino, we're all good friends now. Is that so, Hinata, Ino? Hinata's face immediately turned as red as an apple, and she spoke in a barely audible voice. Ino nodded happily. Of course, but remember to eat my lunchbox tomorrow. You can only eat mine. Her assertive manner made Hinata, who was feeling shy, lower her head even further. Eat it all, eat it all. Zhou Cheng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Then he picked up his lunchbox and started eating. Class is about to start, wait for me. Zhou Cheng glanced at the wall clock and quickly finished his bento. Then, to Naruto and the others' astonishment, he got out of bed and changed his clothes. Then, to their astonishment, he used the shadow clone technique. I don't want to miss a single class, so I'll use shadow clones to go to school with you all. Zhou Cheng, however, was thinking to himself. Actually, I don't want to miss any opportunity to learn new ninjutsu. And this will also leave them with the impression that I am very hard-working. Sure enough, after Zhou Cheng finished speaking, Hinata looked at him with great approval. Zhou Cheng, you are truly hard-working. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed somewhat troubled. I really want to learn the shadow clone technique too. Zhou Cheng smiled and comforted him. It's okay, I can teach you if you want to. And Hinata, and Ino too, I can teach you both. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. Including that Shuriken shadow clone technique. Zhou Cheng nodded emphatically. Hinata was clearly shocked as well. Who would teach you ninjutsu without reservation if you weren't a true friend? Zhou Cheng, do you consider me a partner? That's wonderful. Ino's gaze towards Zhou Cheng softened considerably, and her infatuation returned. Zhou Cheng is so gentle, and so handsome too. I can't take it anymore. Although she can be quite assertive and sharp-tongued, she genuinely cares about her friends and is very thoughtful. Are you all right? Zhou Cheng jumped up and down, then clenched his fist. See, I'm fine, don't worry. It's getting late, let's go. Naruto and the others nodded and left the ward together. As soon as they left, there was one more person in the ward. Zhou Cheng appeared surprised, but in his heart he had already expected it. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, dressed in casual clothes and holding a pipe. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" The third generation wore what they thought was a benevolent smile. "I came to see you. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Go back to bed and lie down. Are you all right?" He tried his best to appear as a loving elder. "We arrived too late last night. You have suffered." Anyone else would have been moved by his hypocritical act. But Zhou Cheng was fully aware of his hypocritical side. He appeared moved, but inwardly he sneered. "Didn't expect that, did you? Your memory-detecting ninjutsu is useless against me. The ninjutsu that erases last night's memories won't work on me. I clearly remember who forcibly kidnapped me. I will definitely avenge this." Once Zhou Cheng lay down on the bed, Hiruzen Sartobi spoke solemnly. "Child, I wish to take you as my disciple." Zhou Cheng was struck dumb. Chapter 18. Zhou Cheng was completely dumbfounded. "What did you say? Will you accept me as your disciple? I don't believe you for a second. You old geezer, you're a wicked BD. Want to become your disciple? Not even a little bit. To become your disciple is to be bound to you. In the end, if you want to escape, you either have to become a rogue ninja like Orochimaru. They could either leave like Tsunade and Jiraiya, never returning even once a year. This is not what Zhou Cheng wanted. Becoming Hiruzen Sartobi's disciple would certainly allow him to grow rapidly in a short period of time. However, he might be betrayed by Hiruzen Sartobi in the future. He is an extreme schemer, and when he gets ruthless, he even dares to plot against his own teacher's Senju clan. What does it matter if a disciple is taken in halfway through life? But what reason is there to refuse now? To receive personal instruction from the Hokage is something most people can only dream of. Zhou Cheng, an orphan from another village, had no choice but to work tirelessly for Hiruzen Sartobi. If Zhou Cheng rejects Hiruzen Sartobi, he will only be subject to serious suspicion. Zhou Cheng felt as if he were in a tremendous crisis, one of the most difficult levels of hell. What to do, what to do? There's absolutely no reason to refuse. Should I just agree to his request and become the next Orochimaru? Just as Zhou Cheng was drenched in sweat, another voice rang out from outside the ward. "Hiruzen, you can't do this." As the words were spoken, the ward door was pushed open. Danzo, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, walked in. "Hiruzen, I also want to take Zhou Cheng as my disciple. You already have 3 outstanding disciples. How about giving Zhou Cheng to me? I'm getting old, and I also want to take on a disciple to pass on my ninjutsu skills." As they were talking, Danzo had already reached the bedside. "Zhou Cheng, how about you become my disciple?" Hiruzen Sartobi's face was extremely ugly, and his tiger-like eyes were about to spit fire. "Danzo, that's enough. You've gone a bit too far. This is the child I've taken a liking to." Danzo remained unmoved, staring directly at Hiruzen Sartobi. "The child you've taken a fancy to isn't your child. Why should he be your disciple?" Hiruzen Sartobi stood up angrily and glared at Danzo. Zhou Cheng watched with great interest as the 2 old men argued back and forth. "I felt incredibly relieved. Hehe, you guys can argue all you want. You'd better forget about me. I don't want to become an apprentice to either of you old men. Being tied to you won't end well. Danzo, in particular, what wouldn't he do to become Hokage? They might just turn around and sell me out." Hiruzen Sartobi then remembered Zhou Cheng and put on a kind expression again. "Child, what do you say? Have you agreed? Don't listen to him. Become my disciple. What's so great about being the Hokage's disciple? You're always in the spotlight, and you have to consider everything you do. Become my disciple, and you will have absolute freedom. While Zhou Cheng appeared to be deep in thought, he was secretly overjoyed. Keep arguing, keep fighting. It would be best if they fought. Are these two old men just trying to make empty promises to me? I can't eat any of your bread. He pretended to be troubled, glancing at Hiruzen Sartobi and then at Danzo. Both of you are among the most important figures in Konoha. For me to become the disciple of either of them would be disrespectful to the other. You two need to discuss the outcome first, otherwise I won't dare choose either of you. What Zhou Cheng needed to do was to provoke Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo, to make them argue, or even fight. Hiruzen Sartobi was clearly in a difficult position, glancing at Danzo, who had the same expression. They both knew they couldn't persuade the other to give up, so how could they possibly negotiate? They couldn't get anything done. Grandpa, I'm a little tired. Can I rest for a bit? Hiruzen Sartobi's expression softened, and he feigned concern. Okay, then you get some rest, we won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he glared at Danzo and left using the body flicker technique. Danzo did not leave immediately, but instead took out a scroll from his pocket and placed it next to Zhou Cheng's pillow. This is the scroll for the water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Here you go. Remember to contact me if you've decided to become my apprentice. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhou Cheng to speak before opening the ward door and walking out. Zhou Cheng was a little confused. Danzo was trying his best to win me over. The Great Waterfall Technique is an A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank ninjutsu is an extremely valuable ninjutsu no matter where it is used. Why not take it if it's free? Let's learn it first. Zhou Cheng eagerly opened the ninjutsu scroll and began to read it carefully. A few minutes later, he closed the scroll and let out a long sigh of relief. With my current chakra reserves, I can only unleash the Great Waterfall Technique once. Chakra reserves. If only I had a sage body. A humanoid-tailed beast, it's not just talk. Strive to become stronger. Time flew by and it was evening. Bai finally woke up, his memory of last night had been altered. All I remember is being attacked, and then the secret agents descended from the heavens to save them. Zhou Cheng naturally wouldn't tell him the truth, he was heartbroken to see Bai in such pain last night. It's better not to remember such an experience. Then, with Naruto and Hinata's help, they returned home. Afterwards, Ino also came to Zhou Cheng's house. Two girls cooked a simple meal. The group enjoyed their meal immensely, their laughter and chatter filling the air. After the meal, Naruto pestered Zhou Cheng to teach him the shadow clone technique. Left with no other choice, Zhou Cheng had to lead them into the courtyard. Then he explained in detail some key points and precautions regarding the shadow clone technique. Bai succeeded after several attempts. Of the three, Naruto was the one who learned the shadow clone technique the fastest. No wonder he started out using shadow clones. Then Ino, and finally Hinata. By the time they had roughly mastered the ninjutsu, it was already late at night. Zhou Cheng told everyone to go home and get some rest so they would be energetic for class tomorrow. Naruto walked away nonchalantly. Zhou Cheng insisted on taking Ino and Hinata home. They justified it by saying they couldn't let girls walk alone at night. Hinata was shocked, and Ino was moved. Hinata was shocked. Just like when Naruto took her home when they were kids, it made her feel warm and at ease. But as he grew up, Naruto never did that again. Perhaps he has already forgotten. Ino was moved to tears. In the ninja world, no one will treat you kindly just because you are a girl. The scene of Zhou Cheng escorting her to her doorstep left an indelible memory in Ino's heart. It makes her feel warm and at ease every time she thinks about it. This further deepened her affection for Zhou Cheng. The next day, Zhou Cheng used his shadow clone to go to school. The original body stayed at home to cultivate diligently. After school in the evenings, Naruto, Hinata, and Ino all liked to come to his house for dinner together. This continued for several days, and neither Hiruzen Sartobi nor Danzo came to see him again. Soon, a month had passed. Hiruzen Saratobi's talent refinement is complete. Zhou Cheng connected his mind to the Amethyst gourd, and the original essence of talent immediately flew out of the gourd. Zhou Cheng counted them carefully. The talent of the shadow-level expert had actually given him 12 drops of talent essence. Zhou Cheng was so excited he almost rushed into Bai's room, pulled him out of his sleep, and danced with him. Hee, once these 12 drops of talent essence are distributed, I'm ready to take off. Niji, a genius. Wait for me. Chapter 19. For the past month, every morning I would start by running a lap around the village with Bai to improve my physical fitness. Then he used shadow clones to go to the ninja academy to learn some basic ninjutsu. The real person refines chakra at home and then uses some low-impact ninjutsu to deplete their chakra. Then they continued to refine chakra and continue to consume it. He repeated this process back and forth, and within a month, his chakra reserves increased significantly. His current chakra level is equivalent to that of an excellent genin, and is almost the same as that of some ordinary chunin. A month of physical training brought about an amazing change in his physical condition. Without taking into account the bonus from talent essence, his physical abilities are already comparable to those of an ordinary genin. With the added benefit of the talent essence, his physical abilities are now comparable to those of an ordinary chunin. Especially in terms of speed, his maximum running speed has reached the level of an elite chunin. His hand seal speed has reached a point where it's impossible for other people his age to see it. Based on Ino's guess from her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, Zhou Cheng's hand seal speed has already surpassed that of a chunin. As for whether he has reached the level of a jonin, he dared not draw any conclusions without actually seeing it. In terms of ninjutsu, Zhou Cheng has mastered all the basic ninjutsu techniques after a month of study. Examples include the ability to create clones, shape-shifting, transformation, and tracking. Basic boxing, leg strikes. He had already mastered all the water and earth ninjutsu sent by the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, and Danzo. During this month, the relationship between Zhou Cheng and Bai, as well as Naruto, Hinata, and others, also warmed up rapidly. Bai, needless to say, Zhou Cheng was already more important to him than his own life. Naruto has come to regard Zhou Cheng as one of his best friends, and he comes to his house for meals almost every day. Because of Zhou Cheng's special care for Hinata, and Naruto's oblivious nature, he didn't take Hinata's kindness to heart at all. This made her develop a very strange feeling towards Zhou Cheng. A feeling that lies between friendship and love. As for Ino, she had long been deeply infatuated with Zhou Cheng and considered him someone she had to win over. Zhou Cheng sat on the bed, looking at the 15 drops of talent essence in his mind, and fell into deep thought. He must allocate these talent essences carefully to ensure his strength grows in the most reasonable way. What's currently limiting my growth are my ninjutsu and chakra reserves, and of course, taijutsu. With my top-tier chakra control talent, I'm certain I can learn ninjutsu as long as I have the scrolls. So the first thing to consider is the amount of chakra. Then we'll need indigo gourds. The indigo gourd can enhance my physical energy, and energy represents many things, the most important of which is naturally mental energy. Chakra is the product of the balanced mixing of spiritual energy and physical energy. Therefore, to quickly increase chakra levels, it is necessary to simultaneously improve both physical constitution and energy. With a thought, the Xuanhuang gourd and the indigo gourd flew out from the 7 gourds and stopped in front of him. The Xuanhuang gourd can enhance physical strength, while the Dianqing gourd can enhance energy. Zhou Cheng distributed a drop of the talent essence into each of the 2 gourds. The next instant, he felt a warm current flowing from his forehead throughout his body. Then he felt his physique become stronger. Although there is no change in appearance, but he could feel a significant increase in his muscle density and bone density. Just a minute ago, he was attacked by a jonin and would definitely not be able to stand up again after 2 moves. He is now confident that he can withstand 5 taijutsu attacks from a jonin and only suffer minor injuries that will not affect his combat ability. He also felt that he was now much clearer in his mind than before. He immediately sat down to meditate and refine his chakra. I've discovered that my current chakra level, both in terms of chakra extraction speed and total chakra volume, has significantly improved. Just a minute ago, he mentioned that it would take him half an hour to fully refine all his chakra. Now, with the increased total amount of chakra, he can refine it all in 20 minutes. He estimated that his chakra level was now firmly at the Chunin level. His eyes lit up, just one drop of the talent essence had such a powerful effect. So, let's continue. He then added a drop of the original essence of talent to both the Xuanhuang gourd and the Dianqing gourd. A warm current flowed through my body again. He felt that his physical and mental strength had increased significantly once again. He could sense that his physique was now no weaker than that of an elite Chunin. They can withstand the taijutsu attacks of genin and force themselves to do other things. However, it was merely a physical attack. Ninjutsu cannot be countered by the body alone. Even Madara Uchiha didn't dare to use his body to catch Naruto's Raise Nan. Then there's the mental aspect. He felt refreshed and invigorated, his mind worked much faster, his thoughts were clearer and more stable, and he was less likely to be disturbed by external factors. He then began refining and strengthening the chakra within his body. I discovered that my chakra extraction speed had increased again. It's twice as fast as after being enhanced by a single drop of talent essence. The total amount of chakra has also increased by more than half. His chakra level has now reached that of an elite Chunin, and he's only a step away from becoming a jonin. If his physique and energy were improved just a little more, his chakra reserves could reach the level of a special jonin. He continued to calculate in his mind. My physique and chakra reserves are sufficient for now. Then we need to strengthen other aspects of our body. First, I need to improve my strength to compensate for my lack of physical skills. And my next focus will be on physical skills. A ninja needs to be well-rounded to avoid being used as cannon fodder. Only then can one remain invincible and become the strongest ninja in the world. With the thought, Zhou Cheng summoned the Crimson Gourd, which flew to his front. After obtaining the talent essence, the Crimson Gourd can enhance its physical strength. He directly added 2 drops of the talent essence. A warm current flowed through my entire body. He felt his strength had increased significantly. Previously, his strength limit was lifting 100 kilograms with one hand. The current limit is about 150 kilograms of weight that can be lifted with one hand. Moreover, the increase in strength is not only in arm strength, but also in leg strength and overall body strength. He felt that his current physique and strength. In hand-to-hand combat, any part of the body can be used as an attack method, making it difficult for the enemy to defend against. There are 9 drops of the talent essence remaining. Of all martial arts techniques in the world, none are invincible except speed. A bright green gourd emerges. The emerald green gourd flew to him. The emerald gourd can increase its speed after obtaining the talent essence. 2 drops. Zhou Cheng directly added 2 drops of talent essence into the emerald green gourd. Another warm current flowed through my body. He only felt that his body had become much lighter. After moving around a bit, I found that my movements had become much more agile. In particular, joint flexibility is improved the most. This way, the hand seals can be formed much faster when performing ninjutsu. Only 4 drops of talent essence remain. It's a pity that we still don't know the Azure Gourd's function. I'm probably too weak to meet the requirements to activate it. Zhou Cheng then remembered that he had been under surveillance throughout his time in Konoha. Even though they already knew that Zhou Cheng and Bai were not spies, Hiruzen, Sartobi and Danzo were not completely at ease with them. Being monitored every day, yet not even knowing where the person monitoring him is, Zhou Cheng felt extremely uncomfortable. Then let's enhance our perception. Chengyang Gourd, come out. The orange gourd immediately flew to its front. The orange sun gourd can enhance perception. 2 drops. The wealthy Zhou Cheng used 2 more drops of the talent essence and allocated them to the orange sun gourd. A warm current flowed through my body. He suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Everything around me became clearer. Even Bai on the other side of the wall could clearly sense that he had fallen asleep. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed his surroundings. A person was sitting on the roof of another house 20 meters away from his house. She was dressed in the uniform of the Dark Guard, wore a mask, and had her purple hair casually tied into a ponytail at the back. Zhou Cheng was curious. With her signature purple hair, a ninja sword slung across her back, and her figure, it's undoubtedly Uzuki Yujao. 3rd generation old men actually sent her to spy on me. Chapter 20. Uzuki Yujao is also a great beauty. What a pity, I fell for that sickly gadget, hey 8 gecko. Zhou Cheng continued to sense his surroundings and discovered that the limit of his perception was only a radius of 100 meters. Compared to a truly perceptive person, the gap is quite large. Not to mention comparing it to the secret techniques of the mountain clan. As for the level of perception of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura mind's eye, Zhou Cheng can only look on with envy. A 100-meter range is sufficient for now. Keep the remaining 2 drops of talent essence for emergencies. The next step requires a physical prodigy from the client. In the ninja world, there aren't many ninjas with strong taijutsu, body techniques. Among the strongest taijutsu users in Konoha, there are none other than Tsunade, Chen Sensei, and Might Guy. Teacher Chen died during the Third Shinobi World War. Tsunade should be frequenting various gambling dens now, she couldn't possibly be staying in the village. Then, only Might Guy will be able to reissue it for me. I wonder what I'll gain by replicating his talent. Could it be the 8 gates formation? It's still quite easy to run into Might Guy in the village these days. As Xiao Li's teacher, he often had Xiao Li train with him. I've encountered it a few times when I was running laps around Konoha early in the morning. I can use this to get closer to him. Zhou Cheng remembered his duel with Niji. I challenged Niji 2 days after replicating the 3rd Hokage's talent. That means I need 2 more days to replicate Might Guy's talent. Tomorrow I'll run laps around the village and see if I can bump into them. Then let's go check out Xiao Li's secret training base. Meanwhile, Uzuki Yujao, who was ordered to monitor Zhou Cheng, saw that Zhou Cheng was like a madman, first laughing, then meditating, and then laughing and meditating again. Then he started moving his body around, and after he finished, he showed that eerie smile again. Could this child have suffered some kind of emotional trauma from the injury he sustained last time? However, every time he finished meditating, I felt that something was different about him, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. Never mind, maybe it's just my imagination. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up early for his usual morning run. Bai was naturally with him. They ran around the village but didn't find Might Guy. Zhou Cheng began to feel slightly anxious. If Might Guy goes out on a mission, Zhou Cheng won't have enough time. Niji, facing the Byakugan and the Hyuga 8 trigrams palm, was also facing his opponent. Zhou Cheng felt he needed to improve his physical skills. When it was time for school, he could only send his shadow clone to school while he continued searching for Might Guy. He then used his memory to get to Xiao Li's secret training ground. Zhou Cheng found the place completely deserted. Using his shadow clone, Zhou Cheng knew that Xiao Li was not at school. Holy crap, what's going on? Doesn't Xiao Li practice here every day? There's not a soul in sight today. However, this is actually a good place as a secret base, it's so remote that almost no one would come here. I can use some ninjutsu without anyone knowing, and I don't have to worry about damaging the house. He waited for almost half an hour, but still no one came. Then he remembered that Might Guy would occasionally take little Li upside down to exercise. He left and went out into the street, hoping to encounter Might Guy and his companion walking upside down. However, after wandering around for nearly an hour, using all his sensory abilities, Zhou Cheng still couldn't find Might Guy and Little Li. Continuing to search like this isn't a solution, and it's just wasting time. Go home first, then we'll figure out a solution. By the time I got home, it was almost evening. Zhou Cheng sensed that classes had already ended at school. He used his shadow clone to go to a secluded place and immediately cancelled the clone. According to the memories shared by the shadow clones, nothing major happened at school today, and no new ninjutsu was taught. He only added some ninja knowledge, which Zhou Cheng already knew, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Soon, Naruto arrived at Zhou Cheng's house. Hinata and Ino were naturally with him. As usual, the two girls made dinner for Zhou Cheng. Naruto was just there to freeload. When everyone was having dinner together. Zhou Chenjun, you'll be competing against Niji the day after tomorrow. Are you alright? Hinata's face flushed slightly, her expression full of worry. Yes, Niji is a genius. My father said his strength is already greater than that of an average genin. Are you okay? Ino was also worried and anxious. In her heart, Zhou Cheng was already her man. Naturally, they didn't want to see Zhou Cheng make a fool of himself. Hehe, Zhou Cheng will definitely be fine. Don't forget, he taught us all our advanced ninjutsu. I think he's even better than Professor Luca. Defeating Niji will naturally not be a problem. Naruto grinned, revealing a strange confidence in Zhou Cheng. Bai, who knew Zhou Cheng best, was also filled with worry at this moment. Zhou Cheng has never revealed his full strength to him. This led him to misjudge Zhou Cheng's true strength. Zhou Cheng met their gazes one after the other and smiled. Don't worry, he's just a kid from the Hyuga branch family. He thinks he's got some talent and looks down on everyone. Watch how I beat him. Niji later became a very good friend and older brother to Niji. But before the Chunin exams, he was incredibly arrogant. Zhou Cheng didn't mind being the one to wake him up early. See, I told you so. Only Naruto, that airhead guy, couldn't understand that Zhou Cheng was trying to comfort them. The worry on the two women's faces did not lessen in the slightest. He met the two women's eyes again with a serious look, indicating that he was telling the truth. The two women were then somewhat relieved. Ino then picked up her chopsticks and began to eat her dinner. Hinata then realized that she and Zhou Cheng had stared at each other for several seconds, making her blush with embarrassment. She quickly lowered her head to eat, trying to hide her shyness. Finally, Zhou Cheng gestured to Bai Ye to eat, telling him not to worry about him. He started thinking about it as he ate. If we don't have taijutsu, we can only use ninjutsu to kite Niji to death. That would consume a huge amount of chakra, and I might even run out of chakra and be defeated before I could defeat him. We must find Matkei tomorrow, no matter what. If all else fails, we'll just have to replicate Xiao Li's talent for now. In the early stages, Xiao Li had a lot of class. With the 8 gates opened, even I, as a Jinkraki, was temporarily overwhelmed. Dinner was finished quickly. Zhou Cheng then went to the courtyard to instruct them on the shortcomings in their ninjutsu, which again drew shouts and cheers from Naruto. As night fell, Zhou Cheng suggested that everyone should rest. Naruto just ran off without a care in the world, not gentlemanly at all. As usual, Zhou Cheng escorted Hinata and Ino home together. The two women had long since gotten used to Zhou Cheng taking them home. They would only find it strange if Zhou Cheng didn't send them off one day. Ino's house was closer, so we arrived at her doorstep first. With Ino's reluctant gaze, Zhou Cheng escorted her into her home. After a while, they arrived at Hinata's house and watched as Hinata stepped onto the stairs. For some reason, Zhou Cheng uttered a soft cry. Hinata, be happy, be brave, you're the best. I'll always be there for you. Hinata was struck dumb, frozen in place. After a long while, she ran into the house without looking back. Chapter 21. After that, Zhou Cheng went straight home. Instead of sleeping, he called Bai, and instead of taking the main road, they jumped onto the rooftops and nimbly moved from one rooftop to another. Finally, they arrived at Xiao Li's secret training base. Zhou Cheng came here to test his own ideas. With top-tier chakra control talent, ordinary ninjutsu poses virtually no challenge to him. Once the hand seals are formed and chakra is circulated, the ninjutsu will be performed naturally. Furthermore, it can achieve greater power than other ninjas with the least amount of chakra. This is the advantage of top-tier chakra control talent. The level of chakra control determines the potential of a ninja. This is why the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, was able to become the strongest of the 5 Hokage despite not having a bloodline limit. The reason Zhou Cheng can perform ninjutsu quickly now lies in the hand seals. Although his reaction speed was already very fast, he still needed to complete a whole set of complicated hand seals in order to successfully perform the ninjutsu. His current experiment involves simplifying the number of hand seals, similar to the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, without reducing the power of the ninjutsu. As for someone like Hashirama, who can summon whatever he shouts by clapping his hands, Zhou Cheng doesn't dare to hope for anything at the moment. He brought White because he wanted White to be able to do the same. Simplifying hand seals is beneficial and harmless to all ninjas. For example, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The required printing is not only tedious but also involves a large quantity. If it can be simplified to about 3 seals, it will give you an absolute advantage in battle. While others are still forming hand seals, your water dragon bullet has already hit them in the face. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. There are a total of 44 handprints on the water dragon bullet. Zhou Cheng first tried to simplify the 3 hand gestures. The ninjutsu was successfully executed, but its power was greatly reduced. Is that not allowed? Zhou Cheng's brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Bai, at Zhou Cheng's instruction, simplified the 7 hand gestures. Ninjutsu cannot be used directly. Zhou Cheng pondered this carefully in his mind. Tobirama Senju is truly monstrous. He can simplify 44 hand seals into just 3, without reducing their power. Truly a peerless genius who has researched so many forbidden techniques. Next, he started experimenting by reducing only 1 handprint. With the support of top-tier chakra control talent. Even when 1 hand seal is missing, adjust the flow of chakra within the body to achieve the same speed as when a complete hand seal is present. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The ninjutsu was successfully executed, and its power remains undiminished. It's done. Zhou Cheng was overjoyed and clenched his fist. Bai also looked delighted. Zhou Cheng really succeeded. He's the most talented genius, he's the best. Again. Zhou Cheng then tried to reduce the number of stamps by 2. Under these circumstances, he clearly felt that the flow of chakra within his body became difficult. Without 2 hand seals, the chakra flow must be faster to reach the designated acupoints more quickly. It wasn't too difficult for Zhou Cheng. The ninjutsu was still successful, and its power remained undiminished. Reducing the number of hand seals by 3 caused the chakra to flow faster, and pain began to appear in the body's meridians. However, it's still within an acceptable range. Reducing the number of hand seals by 4 while maintaining the same ninjutsu power requires chakra flow speed that is twice as fast as with a complete set of hand seals. Zhou Cheng felt a tearing sensation in his meridians. Although it won't damage the meridians yet, it's already the limit that the meridians can withstand. Phew, it seems I need to improve my physical fitness to reduce the number of hand seals. As my body strengthens, my meridians will also become more robust. Bai, let me teach you the technique. Then he explained this method to Bai. When Bai went to test it on one side, Zhou Cheng glanced at the rooftop in the distance. He knew that Uzuki Yujao was definitely watching him from there. He did not avoid Uzuki Yujao's surveillance, but instead meditated to recover his chakra. For Hiruzen Saratobi, there are no secrets in Konoha. where can't his crystal ball be seen? He planned to simplify all the complex hand seals among the ninjutsu he knew. There is also a feeling of the body getting used to it, and the chakra flowing faster. Habits become second nature, so that ninjutsu can be used more smoothly in future battles. On a distant rooftop, Uzuki Yujeo had changed from sitting to standing. The only beautiful eyes not hidden by the mask were filled with disbelief. This brat actually managed to simplify the hand seals for casting the spell. He's only 10 years old, and he's only been successfully refining chakra for a month. He's a prodigy. He can learn any water or earth-based escape technique in one go, and he executes them perfectly every time. The power, duration, range, and so on of the ninjutsu are all nearly perfect. This level of chakra control is about the same as the Third Hokage's. Then, Zhou Cheng and Bai cultivated for the entire night. Bai has already been able to simplify 2 to 3 hand gestures. Zhou Cheng felt it wasn't enough, but Bai was already very satisfied. My talent is far inferior to yours, brother. I'm already very satisfied with what I've achieved. I'll be happy as long as I can help my brother in the future. Zhou Cheng felt sorry for Bai, who was always worried about her own worth. Bai, you are unique. No one can replace you, not even me. You must live for yourself. Every time Zhou Cheng said this to him, he would smile and nod obediently. But his eyes had already betrayed him. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to give up on changing his mind now. Today is the weekend, so there are no classes at school. Zhou Cheng and Baiju didn't go home either, they stayed there to wait for Xiao Li. With a heart full of trepidation, I finally saw Xiao Li, with his watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and all green frog green clothes. Zhou Cheng, Bai, what are you doing here? Xiao Li looked puzzled. Very few people knew about this place, and very few people came here. Xiao Li, so early. Why didn't you go running with Teacher Kai today? Zhou Cheng changed the subject. Oh, the teacher said he'll be training physical skills with me today, and told me to wait for him here. I see. I'm also very interested in physical combat. I think it's very powerful and effective. Can I study here for a bit? You know, we're outsiders, and no teacher is willing to teach us. Zhou Cheng has entered his masterful deception mode. Really? You like physical combat too? Yeah, I also think their physical skills are very strong. Look at Niji, he's a physical prodigy. He's the strongest in our class right now. As soon as Xiao Li heard Zhou Cheng say that he also liked martial arts, he immediately forgot about why they were there. He excitedly started chatting with Zhou Cheng. Since you also like physical martial arts, and we're classmates, you can learn alongside me when Teacher Kai instructs me later. Zhou Cheng smiled, as long as it's within the replica range, it's fine. Then he asked Bai to buy some breakfast. He first gave one portion to Xiao Li, and then kept one for himself. He and Bai finished their portions. Soon, a blue beast dressed almost exactly like Xiao Li arrived. Teacher Kai. Xiao Li and Kai greeted each other in their own unique way. Hey, Li, youth is all about training, let's get started. Hey? Who are these two? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. He naturally didn't recognize Zhou Cheng and Bai. Although he had heard of Zhou Cheng's name, he did not know what he looked like. They are my classmates, Zhou Cheng and Bai. Xiao Li introduced it with a smile. They said they are very interested in martial arts and want to learn it. Mad Kai was somewhat surprised. You are Zhou Cheng. How did you know about this place? Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. As expected, those who can become Jonin are all extraordinary. They're not so easily fooled. Teacher Kai, we met during our morning run. I admire martial arts and want to learn it. I've heard that you have the strongest taijutsu in Konoha. So I secretly followed Xiao Li here. I hope you won't send us away. Chapter 22. So. Kai was still hesitating. No one will teach someone who isn't their student. No regrets in youth. Seeing that Kai was still hesitant, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to resort to his trump card. Regardless of whether teacher Kai teaches us or not, we will not regret coming here today. Hey, so this is your youth, kid. Caden then became hot-blooded and immature, and his wariness towards Zhou Cheng and Bai greatly decreased. You two stay here. I'll instruct Xiao Li first, you all watch from the sidelines, and then I'll teach you from the beginning. He regarded Zhou Cheng and Bai as novices in physical skills. The moment Kai turned and walked towards Xiao Li. Replicating my talent, aiming for might guy. Buzz. Zhou Cheng was momentarily dazed, then a surge of heat flowed through his entire body. A wealth of knowledge about physical techniques flooded his mind. This is... Zhou Cheng closed his eyes and carefully examined the extra knowledge. These are the key techniques of the leaf whirlwind. These are the key techniques for the leaf whirlwind. These are the key techniques for the violent leaf Vajra cyclone. Zhou Cheng's eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement. He felt that his understanding and insight into physical techniques had been elevated to the same level as Kai's. But what made him happiest was the most crucial piece of knowledge in his mind. A perfect 8 gates formation. Opening the death gate will cause significant damage to the body, but it will not endanger life. However, compared to Kai's version, it's more difficult to cultivate and more powerful. If Kai had learned the perfect version, he could have ended the series with a single kick. Zhou Cheng glanced at Mat Kai, who was instructing Li, and then continued organizing the knowledge he had acquired. The damage caused by the 8 gates to the body is permanent. To eliminate this damage, one must either make their physique so strong that even the 8 gates cannot harm them. Either learn and master the yin-yang escape technique. While opening the 8 gates, allow the yang release to circulate within your body. Any damage inflicted on your body one moment will be immediately repaired the next. Yin-yang escape is a technique that can create all things from nothing and give them life. However, mastering the changes in the nature of yin and yang is not an easy task, it can only be done gradually. The most important thing right now is to familiarize ourselves with physical techniques. It will take 20 days to fully refine Kai's talent. Then, he began to familiarize himself with physical techniques. Transform the copied improvement theories and practical experience into your own. Only what suits you best is the best. Then he realized there was no sound around him. It seems he's the only one here. Zhou Cheng turned his head in confusion. He noticed that Kai and Xiao Li were looking at him like he was a monster. Bai, however, wore an expression that suggested he was already used to it. Zhou Cheng, are you sure you've never learned martial arts? Your movements just now, the power, the angles, and the speed were all impeccable. Even some jonin couldn't do that. It's hard to believe you've never studied physical martial arts. Kai asked several questions in a row, and the way he looked at Zhou Cheng changed. His gaze was even more fervent than when he looked at Xiao Li. If Zhou Cheng has talent in physical skills, then he will definitely take him as a disciple. Is there anything more exhilarating than training martial arts masters? In the future, with Xiao Li on the left and Zhou Cheng on the right, both will be masters of physical skills. Kai was excited just thinking about it. Teacher Kai, I really have never practiced physical martial arts. If the fist and foot techniques taught in school count as physical martial arts. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Mat Kai blushed with excitement. Would you like to become my disciple? Zhou Cheng was stunned when he heard this. Mat Kai will take me as his apprentice. What the hell is going on? If I become your disciple, the only thing I can learn is physical skills. In terms of physical skills, I'm now in no way inferior to Kai. Of course, I'm not talking about having the same strength as Kai. Furthermore, Kai is essentially a commoner ninja with no powerful backing. If I ever encounter political issues, the only help Kai can offer me is probably encouragement. No, I can't become Kai's disciple. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then pretended to look troubled. I'm sorry, Mr. Kai, someone has already beaten you to it. Kai looked utterly disappointed upon hearing this. Who? Zhou Cheng pretended to hesitate for a moment. 3 generations of adults. What? The 3rd generation wants to take you as their disciple. Kai and Xiao Li were shocked once again. Even Uzuki Yujao, who was watching from a distance, was shocked. I didn't expect you to have become a 3rd generation disciple. Kai looked somewhat dejected. How could he not feel regret for missing out on such a genius? No, I did not agree to Lord Sanday's request. What? Kai and Xiao Li looked as if they had heard something incredibly important, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped open. The Hokage wants to take you as his apprentice, and you still won't agree? Did you get your head stuck in a door? That's the Hokage, the cage of a village, one of the few people standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even Bai looked at Zhou Cheng with some curiosity. He couldn't understand why Zhou Shen wouldn't agree to such a great opportunity. By becoming the Hokage's disciple, he could shed his status as an outsider and rise to the top in one step. Look at the 3 disciples of the 3rd generation master. They are all prominent figures in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Uzuki Yujao, standing some distance away, was at a loss for words. This kid must have some kind of mental problem. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused the Hokage. That was the 3rd Hokage, known as the Ninja Doctor. Let's not talk about it now, let's see what happens to his status later. There are over 1,000 different ninjutsu techniques that can be learned. Therefore, it's not impossible for him to become a Jonin or even an elite Jonin in the future. Jonin hold a very high status in a ninja village. Even in the ninja world, they are considered to be in the top tier. The 5 great ninja villages each have a relatively small number of Jonin. That brat Zhou Cheng actually gave up such an opportunity. I really want to crack his head open and see what he's thinking. Zhou Cheng replied that he couldn't very well say that the 3rd generation was a cunning old man. He would be killed the moment he uttered those words. He sensed that he wasn't the only ANBU member around. Then, Zhou Cheng left with Bai, citing other matters as an excuse. The longer he stays, the more reasons he'll need to come up with. It's better to find an excuse to get away as soon as possible. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Secret Service. Soon, Zhou Cheng brought Bai back home. He felt more at ease in his own yard. He planned to continue exploring the integration of physical techniques in the courtyard. With Kai's knowledge of physical techniques, Zhou Cheng was fully confident about his fight against Niji tomorrow. First of all, Niji is definitely inferior to me in ninjutsu. I'm confident I can blast him to death with ninjutsu. If I can master all of Gai's ninjutsu systems tonight and make them my own, then, in terms of physical skills, I won't be at a disadvantage. The most troublesome thing is Niji's Byakugan. Be careful not to get hit by his pressure point technique when you spar with him. Tonight, I still need to familiarize myself with the opening method of the 8 gates formation. Chapter 23. The 8 gates technique allows one to instantly gain power dozens of times greater than their own by releasing the channels that bind chakra within the body. The 8 gates are Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Block Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate. Everyone has 8 gates within their body, which control the amount of chakra within the body to a certain level. The 8 gates formation forcibly opens this restriction, allowing one to gain a power boost of dozens of times. Forcibly opening the door will also cause severe and permanent damage to the practitioner's body. Zhou Cheng secretly made plans in his mind. The 8 gates formation can only be used as a means of self-defense, it cannot be used casually under normal circumstances. The 8 gates is a forbidden technique in Konoha. There's no way I, an outsider, could learn it. If I perform this in front of the public, I will definitely be investigated again. If you want to secretly familiarize yourself with the 8 gates formation, you first need to figure out how to get rid of the Anbu's surveillance. No talent, no connections, that's a real problem. Am I destined to only be able to apprentice under 3 generations of masters? No, no, we need to think of another way. By the way, Hinata is from the Hyuga clan. Her taijutsu system isn't too different from Niji's. Once she arrives, we can spar with her and get familiar with Soft Fist and Bagwazang beforehand. Then one afternoon, Zhou Cheng had his shadow clone practice physical techniques to improve its proficiency. The main body continues to consume chakra and then refine it. Seeing him like this from afar, Dozuki Yujao could only call him a monster. Such talent, and yet so hard-working. Are you trying to kill everyone else? Judging from his current strength, it's hard to say who will win tomorrow's duel with Hyuga Niji. In just 1 month, he caught up with the most talented genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. Zhou Cheng's talent is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga branch family territory, Hyuga Niji was training in the spacious courtyard. This is his daily routine. He is not only a genius, but also a self-disciplined and hard-working person. Talent determines the lower limit, effort determines the upper limit. In the courtyard's corridor stood a middle-aged man who also had a disdainful look in his eyes. He had a serious expression and rarely smiled. This is Hiashi Hyuga, the current head of the Hyuga main family. Tomorrow is the day I'll face off against Zhou Cheng in a duel that will determine who is the best genius. Hyuga absolutely does not want to lose, and cannot afford to lose. Hiashi Hyuga has always claimed that the Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. If we lose to an outsider with no connections tomorrow, then the Hyuga clan's reputation and prestige will plummet. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had only been cultivating for a month. Niji, who has trained for 7 years longer than him, could not possibly lose to him. Niji was practicing his taijutsu in the courtyard. During practice, his eyes would occasionally glance at his uncle. Every glance he gave was filled with intense hatred. The estrangement and hatred between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan have a long history. Father, it will be soon. As long as I remain the strongest genius. That way, we can give those people from the main family a good slap in the face. Zhou Cheng, a person's abilities are predetermined at birth. I was born a genius, destined to be a strong person. I will not allow anyone to steal my title of genius. The more he thought about it, the more his emotions fluctuated. His unusual behavior was naturally noticed by Hiashi Hyuga. Cough. Hiashi Hyuga coughed, reminding Niji to concentrate. Niji stopped what he was doing and adjusted his breathing. He cursed inwardly. Humph, I don't need your pretense. Your eldest daughter from the main family, spending all her time with Zhou Cheng, is destined to be nothing more than a weakling. Then he began to display his signature martial arts skills. Gentle fist technique, Bagwa 64 palms. This is a martial art that only members of the Hyuga main family are worthy of learning, but Niji mastered it solely through his own talent. Hiashi Hyuga's eyes held a complex expression, but his demeanor remained unchanged. Gentle fist technique, reversal of fortune. This is yet another ninjutsu technique that only members of the main family can learn. Hiashi Hyuga's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes held a more complex look. Bagwa, empty palm. 8 trigrams, empty palm chop. Niji unleashed several techniques in one go, techniques that only members of the main family could learn. He figured it all out on his own thanks to his exceptional talent. Hiashi Hyuga finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned to leave. My heart is filled with helplessness. Why is it that Hinata, as the eldest daughter of the main branch of the family, has such limited talent? Thank goodness, I still have fireworks. Fireworks will definitely work. Niji, who was in the courtyard, also stopped his training. Using several gentle fist techniques in one go had depleted his chakra, and he needed to rest. Zhou Cheng, how could I possibly lose to you? It was evening at Zhou Cheng's home. Hinata and Ino, as usual, brought ingredients to Zhou Cheng's house to cook dinner. Ino feels restless if she doesn't see Zhou Cheng for a day, and she's extremely happy to cook for him. Hinata herself didn't know why she always wanted to come to Zhou Cheng's house at this time. Is it to see Naruto, who comes every day? Was cooking only for Naruto, and Zhou Cheng and the others just doing it incidentally? She used to think so, but ever since Zhou Cheng said those things to her that night, she inexplicably began to believe that her trip to Zhou Cheng's house wasn't entirely for Naruto's sake. After a while, Naruto arrived. He had long considered this place his home and acted very casually. Zhou Cheng, do you know? I went to find Sakura today, but I discovered she was delivering food to Sasuke. This is infuriating. Hinata visibly paused upon hearing Naruto's casual remark. Zhou Cheng shook his head with a wry smile, inwardly grumbling. Naruto, you're even more straightforward than a typical straight man. Maybe only Sasuke can turn you gay. Hinata has her heart set on you, and you, right in front of her, say you're going to find other girls. Sigh, I can't help you. Zhou Cheng's kindness towards Hinata was not mixed with romantic feelings. He just wanted Hinata to become more cheerful and outgoing. She was just a pitiful girl, born into a large family, and lonely from a young age. Her father was always very strict with her, hoping she would become strong. Later, realizing that she lacked talent, her father let her grow up independently and instead focused on nurturing his younger sister. Perhaps growing up under her father's strict discipline shaped her introverted and shy personality. The group sat together and finished their dinner. They also discussed some issues related to ninjutsu. However, Zhou Cheng did most of the talking, while the other four listened. Under Zhou Cheng's patient guidance, Naruto, Hinata, and Ino's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Its strength is already far greater than when the story began in another timeline. Naruto, in particular, has gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu and chakra. I've also gained some understanding of chakra nature transformations. Under Zhou Cheng's guidance, he has already learned several wind-release ninjutsu. Unlike in the original work, they no longer rely solely on multiple shadow clones to recklessly charge in. Finally, Zhou Cheng looked at Hinata. Hinata, would you like to have a taijutsu duel with me? I'd like to learn about soft fist to prepare for tomorrow. Of course, Niji is your cousin. If you feel uncomfortable, then you don't have to. Hinata frowned, with her cousin standing to one side. On one side is my good friend. She was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 24. Hinata didn't dare to meet Zhou Cheng's gaze and could only look down at the ground. There were two little people fighting inside her heart. Of course I'll help Niji and He's my cousin, real family. Besides, Uncle Hisashi died so young, Niji and is so pitiful. No, I must help Zhou Chen. From the very first day I met him, he has always taken great care of me. He always takes such a gentle and considerate caring trip home for me. He even taught me ninjutsu, which I wasn't good at. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally raised her head and looked at Zhou Cheng with embarrassment. Zhou Chen, I can agree to your request, but I will not use the family's secret techniques. I can only use basic gentle fist moves to fight you. Zhou Cheng smiled gently, showing no sign of displeasure. Thank you, Hinata. This is already very good. Zhou Cheng actually had no hope. After all, they are blood relatives, it's only natural for him to help his cousin. He was already very satisfied that Hinata could help him. It's quite good that you know the basic moves of soft fist. Who would unleash their ultimate attack right from the start of a fight? Do they have too much chakra? Then, Zhou Cheng and Hinata walked to the middle of the courtyard. The two stood on opposite sides, assuming a fighting stance. Hinata, watch out! Zhou Cheng launched the first attack. This is precisely the new physical technique that Kai has created by incorporating his own understanding of it. The two quickly engaged in combat. He uses only taijutsu, physical techniques, and does not use chakra. After several dozen moves, Zhou Cheng discovered that the soft fist was very similar to Tai Chi. It possesses both the ability to overcome strength with gentleness and explosive power. However, the Byakugan is the one that can bring out the greatest advantage of Gentle Fist. The white eye can see through objects and has a 360-degree field of vision. By using the Byakugan to locate the enemy's pressure points, and then using Gentle Fist to channel chakra into the enemy's pressure points, thus rendering the enemy unable to move. Unbeknownst to the people in the courtyard, a man dressed in frog green clothing was standing on a rooftop not far away. He had extremely thick eyebrows. Who else could it be but Mat K? He originally intended to visit Zhou Cheng's home, hoping to persuade Zhou Cheng to change his mind and become his disciple. Before they even arrived, they discovered Zhou Cheng and Hinata were fighting. The more I looked at him, the more alarmed and excited I became. Zhou Cheng's physical techniques bear my influence. Did he learn this after seeing me instructing Xiao Li this morning? Yes. This talent is absolutely terrifying. If he specializes in taijutsu, he will definitely become the strongest taijutsu user in the ninja world. Mat Kai was deeply shocked. Simply watching others fight from the sidelines. This allows one to memorize other people's martial arts techniques, then integrate them with their own understanding to create their own unique martial arts style. He accomplished this in just one day. Might Guy has trained in physical techniques for over 20 years to achieve his current level of skill. In comparison, Mat Kai felt as insignificant as a firefly compared to the bright moon. Such talent can no longer be described as monstrous. He is a prodigy among prodigies. No, I must beg the third generation to give me this disciple. With that thought, Mat Kai turned and jumped into the night sky. We arrived at the Hokage building in less than 10 minutes. The Hokage's office was brightly lit, clearly still dealing with village affairs. Since everyone in the Dark Guard knew Might Guy, no one stepped in to stop him. He walked to the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Hiruzen Saratobi's aged voice came from behind the door. 3 generations of adults. Oh, it's Kai. Why are you looking for me so late? Is something urgent? The third generation covered the crystal ball with a cloth, and his subordinates were not allowed to see it. Otherwise, he would completely lose face as a cage-level figure. He saw Xiang Kai, but wasn't in a hurry. If anything urgent happens, the Secret Service will definitely notify him immediately. The fact that Kai came alone means that Kai has a personal matter to ask him for help. Then he'll have to squeeze every last drop of value out of Kai. My lord, I beg you to abandon your idea of taking Zhou as your disciple. Kai's face was full of earnestness, he was almost crying as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Saratobi's expression instantly turned serious. No one else knew about Zhou Cheng's acceptance of him as a disciple except for him and Danzo. How did Kai know? Did Danzo say that? No, Danzo wouldn't do such a thing. Then, the only reason left is for Zhou Cheng to reveal it himself. What's wrong with Zhou Cheng, that brat? Kai, what happened to Zhou Cheng? Why would you say that? Despite having many doubts in his mind, Hiruzen Saratobi still asked in a very gentle manner. That's how it is. Kai recounted the events of the day in detail. Hiruzen Saratobi was stunned by what he heard. Third Hokage, Zhou Cheng's talent in taijutsu is so high. If he specializes in taijutsu, he will definitely become a cage-level powerhouse in the future. Hiruzen Saratobi remained silent for a long time, not because he didn't want to respond, but because he was still in shock. In just one day, by only watching Kai teach Li physical techniques, he was able to master his own unique style of martial arts? If it weren't for the fact that this is something Kai, who is absolutely straightforward and never lies, would have said. Hiruzen Saratobi would never believe it. A whole day. What a concept! If this got out, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. Kai's current achievements in physical skills are the result of his unremitting training over the past 20 years, enduring countless hardships and injuries. That's how they achieved their current strength. What about giving Zhou Cheng 20 years? How far can he grow? Hiruzen Sartobi wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Stronger than the first generation lord? How could that be? The first Hokage was the god of shinobi, an invincible being. Hiruzen Sartobi was about to speak. Purple-haired Uzuki Yujao appeared in the Hokage's office and knelt on one knee. Lord Third Generation, I have come to report on the situation after a month of surveillance. Hiruzen Sartobi then took 2 puffs of his pipe to clear his head. Speak. Hiruzen Sartobi gestured for her to give her report, telling her not to worry about Guy being present. Because Uzuki Yujao was monitoring Zhou Cheng. Hiruzen Sartobi wanted Guy to hear about Zhou Cheng's talent in ninjutsu. Yes. Within a month, we discovered that Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu talent is monstrous. No matter what kind of ninjutsu it is, as long as he has the ninjutsu scroll, he can successfully perform it after reading it only once. Furthermore, the power, range, and duration of his ninjutsu are all perfect within the capabilities of someone of his strength. Furthermore, he possesses an exceptionally high aptitude for ninjutsu. He has already successfully simplified the water dragon bullet technique from 44 hand seals to 40. Moreover, the power of the ninjutsu has not diminished in the slightest. Furthermore, all the ninjutsu he learned has been simplified. As Uzuki Yujao narrates, the story of Hiruzen Sartobi and Might Guy's growth into strength gradually becomes more exciting. As seasoned ninjas, they all knew the implications of what Uzuki Yujao said. Uzuki Yujao paused briefly before continuing. This morning, he watched Might Guy's taijutsu. After returning home, his physical skills improved dramatically. Before I came here to report, I personally estimated that his taijutsu level was already equivalent to that of a chunin. Zhou Cheng might actually win tomorrow's match. Upon hearing this, both Hiruzen Sartobi and Might Guy widened their eyes. Could he surpass the Hyuga clan's top genius, renowned for his physical prowess, in taijutsu? Can a 7-year gap be closed in just one day? Chapter 25. Can a 7-year gap be closed in just one day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hiruzen Sartobi and Guy immediately stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. If you can catch up to 7 years of arduous training in a single day, then what's the point of studying so hard? Cultivation is a lifelong endeavor, requiring accumulation and perseverance. Such a feat of catching up with others in such a short time is unheard of and unseen. You overestimate Zhou Cheng. After the initial shock, Hiruzen Sartobi regained his composure. His talent is extraordinary, but converting talent into real strength takes a long time. It's not something that can be done in a day or two. Whether his strength has reached the level of a chunin is debatable. It's absolutely impossible to defeat Niji. A genius who can comprehend the Hyuga secret technique on his own has already secured his place as the strongest genius. If Zhou Cheng and Niji started training at the same time, Niji might be outmatched. Uzuki Yujao did not argue, but her eyes showed determination, a firm belief in Zhou Cheng's strength. We'll find out who's stronger tomorrow. Kai then recovered from his shock. I know Niji's strength, he's definitely the strongest among his generation. Even that brat from the Uchiha clan isn't as good as him. Zhou Cheng is no match for him now. Hiruzen Sartobi looked at the two people across the table, lost in thought. It's good for Zhou Cheng to experience failure. That way, my chances of successfully taking him as a disciple will be much higher. In just 2 years, no, 1 year, Zhou Cheng's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In a year, he will definitely become a true chunin. At that time, the chunin exams, jointly organized with other ninja villages, will begin. He will definitely become the face of Konoha's new generation. Then, he looked at Kai, who was competing with him for the disciple, his expression complex. Guy is a commoner ninja, and there's basically nothing of value that can be used against him. Aside from the forbidden technique, the 8 gates formation. However, the 8 gates formation is also recorded in the Book of Seals. Kai doesn't need to share it. Hiruzen Sartobi could only resort to stalling tactics. Kai, let's wait and see how it goes tomorrow. Who will take Zhou as their disciple? Kai hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded in agreement. The other party was the Hokage, and he couldn't be too forceful. You all go. No sooner had she finished speaking than Uzuki Yujao vanished in an instant. Kai got up, opened the door, and went out. As soon as he left the Hokage building, he couldn't wait to see Zhou Cheng's taijutsu again. He had just leaped over a few rooftops when he spotted a familiar figure. He had white hair, wore a mask, and had his headband tilted to one side. He was walking around reading a copy of Make Out Paradise. Kai's eyes lit up, and with a few leaps, he landed in front of the man. Yo, Kakashi, my lifelong rival. You're back from your mission. Kakashi glanced at Guy a few meters away with deadpan eyes, then closed the Make Out Paradise app, somewhat helplessly. Kai, it's too late today. If you want to have a duel, let's wait until tomorrow. Just got back from a mission, I'm exhausted. Kai walked over to Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up. Let's put the competition aside for now, come with me to see someone. He has exceptional talent in physical combat, I'd like to take him on as my disciple. As he spoke, he led the way. His physical talent is very high? Can it surpass that of Li? Kakashi knew that his close friend and rival Guy wouldn't easily take on disciples. A passion for physical skills and a natural talent for them are both indispensable. Out of curiosity, Kakashi followed. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop not far from Zhou Cheng's house. In the courtyard, Zhou Cheng and Hinata's pure taijutsu sparring continued. The two exchanged blows, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that Hinata was already at a disadvantage. Kakashi, that's the kid. A hint of surprise appeared in Kakashi's deadpan eyes. It's him, that kid from the other village. They say he's very talented. Kakashi carefully observed Zhou Cheng's taijutsu for a while, then nodded. Not bad, this child must have practiced martial arts since childhood. Kai looked at Kakashi and flashed his signature toothy grin. Their white teeth gleamed even in the darkness. He mastered physical skills to this level in just one day. How about that? Pretty talented, hey. This child's youth must be dedicated to physical skills. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened as he turned to look at Zhou Cheng, remaining silent for a long time. Impossible, in just one day. I don't believe it. At that moment, Uzuki Yujao, with her purple hair, appeared beside them. It's true, just one day. I was in charge of monitoring him, I saw the whole thing. Having monitored him for so long, I'm certain he's never practiced physical combat before. Kakashi looked at Yujao Uzuki, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uzuki Yujao's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and she was determined to say something shocking. The third-generation master recognized his talent and wanted to take him as his fourth disciple. However, Zhou Cheng hasn't agreed yet. Kakashi was practically petrified when he heard that. The third Hokage also wanted to take him as a disciple? That kid still hasn't agreed? I went out on a mission and came back. Has the world changed? Tomorrow is his duel with Hyuga Niji, a duel where their reputations as geniuses are at stake. Who do you think will win? Uzuki Yujao asked Kakashi, who had previously served in the Anbu. Hyuga Niji. Niji is a genius too, and he works very hard. He's cultivated for several more years than Zhou Cheng, there's no way he could catch up in just 1 month. Kakashi gave the same answer as everyone else. I think Zhou Cheng will win. Why? Kakashi and Guy spoke in unison. A woman's intuition. Forward. Soon, it was time to rest. After cheering Zhou Cheng on, Naruto left without saying a word, perfectly embodying the stereotypical male chauvinist. Zhou Cheng shook his head, told Bai to tidy up the yard, and then took the two women home. First, there's Ino, who lives relatively close by. Outside the flower shop in the mountains, Zhou Cheng said goodbye to Jing Yi. Suddenly, Ino grabbed him and quickly kissed Zhou Cheng on the cheek. With flushed cheeks, she said, "This is my encouragement to you. You must win tomorrow." Then, without looking back, she ran inside. Hinata was startled by Ino's bold actions, and two blushes appeared on her face. Then, she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. "Oh no, what's wrong with me? I like Naruto-kun. But why do I feel this way?" Then, they arrived at the Hyuga family's doorstep. "Zhou Chenjun, keep going." She was a little afraid to meet Zhou Cheng's gaze, said something weakly, and then ran into the house. Zhou Cheng smiled and walked home. He was thinking to himself as he walked. "I've pretty much got a grasp of the techniques of soft fist. If Niji only uses gentle fist, I'm confident I can defeat him. I'm starting to worry now that you've used a secret technique. If your pressure points are struck, then you'll have very little chance of winning. My current taijutsu level is probably about the same as an average chunin. Thus, my overall strength has reached the chunin level. But we can't relax yet, chunin are still cannon fodder. However, becoming a jonin isn't so easy. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, the number of jonin is only so many. Compared to the total number of ninjas, the proportion is too low. 20 days later, who should we choose for the new talent?" Chapter 26. They quickly returned home. Bai sat in the living room, her little head nodding, clearly exhausted, yet still waiting for him. Zhou Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Bai had always been so gentle with him. "Bai, I'm back. No extra training today, let's conserve our energy for tomorrow's big battle." "Okay." Bai responded, nodded, and stood up to walk towards his room. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up very early as usual. His biological clock has been set, and he wakes up at roughly the same time every day. Bai, however, was already earlier than him, stretching his body in the yard. Zhou Cheng took Bai for a run around the village, during which they encountered Kai and Xiao Li, who were also running laps. Kai was filled with pride and affection when he saw Zhou Cheng's high talent and hard work. If such a child cannot become his disciple, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Kai's eyes were filled with determination. He was absolutely determined to take him as his disciple. After finishing their run, Zhou Cheng and Bai returned home, washed up, and ate some breakfast. Then they went out to get ready to go to school. The match with Niji took place on the school's main playground. As soon as I stepped out the door, I saw Naruto with a bright, sunny face. Hinata with her head slightly bowed, and Ino, who already exudes the aura of a mature woman. "You're all here." Zhou Cheng greeted them with a smile. Since Zhou Cheng and Bai usually use shadow clones to go to class, Naruto and the others knew this, and everyone usually went to school separately. So, this could be considered Zhou Cheng's first time going to school with them. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way, tacitly avoiding mentioning the duel, as no one wanted to put too much pressure on Zhou Cheng. The other party is Niji, a genius who started training in taijutsu at the age of 3 and could have graduated from school early long ago. He is even known as the most talented person in the history of the Hyuga clan. With his Byakugan and gentle fist technique that targets pressure points, even an ordinary chunin would have to be on their toes when facing him. Soon, they arrived at the school. The teachers and students who arrived at the school at the same time as them pointed and whispered about them, their faces mostly filled with mockery and contempt. How could their village's acknowledged genius possibly lose to an outsider, especially considering the significant difference in their training time? That outsider is so naive as to challenge Niji. His head must be full of water. Zhou Cheng knew that those people were talking about him. Hinata and Ino were both secretly watching Zhou Cheng's expression, worried that he couldn't handle the scene. Ino then took Zhou Cheng's hand, wanting to offer him some comfort. "Naruto, his face contorted with anger, was about to confront them. Someone was gossiping about his friend, and given his personality, he certainly couldn't stand it. However, Zhou Cheng grabbed him and shook his head. "Calm down, Naruto, there's no need. Respect is earned through hard work, not through arguments." Then, he looked at Hinata and Ino, smiled and nodded, indicating that they didn't need to worry. As they walked to the playground, everyone they met stopped to look at them, then gathered in twos and threes to point and whisper about Zhou Cheng. Many people were already standing on the playground, divided into two distinct groups. The majority of the group consisted of ordinary students and civilian ninjas who were just there to watch the excitement. The small minority consisted mainly of scions or elders from various clans and high-ranking ninjas from the village. Zhou Cheng recognized that representatives from major families such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans had all come. Their purpose, of course, was to enhance the reputation of their powerful family. If their self-proclaimed genius is defeated by an outsider, it won't just be the Hyuga clan that suffers reputational damage. The Konoha clans are basically united, with intermarriages between them, sharing both prosperity and adversity. However, there was no sign of seriousness on their faces, instead, they were chatting and laughing, looking relaxed. "Zhou Cheng wants to defeat Niji? Let the world laugh. So what if Zhou Cheng is called a genius by 3 generations of officials? Talent takes time to transform into skill. Zhou Cheng has only been training for a month so far. Does he expect to catch up with Niji's 7 years of arduous training? Only an idiot would believe that." The Jonin, on the other hand, wanted to find some fun and relax amidst the endless carnage. As Jonin, they know best that turning talent into strength requires a lot of time and training. Otherwise, talent is just talent, you can still be killed by an enemy with a single kunao. Zhou Cheng's training time was too short, so short that he had only just entered the world of ninjas, and his talent hadn't even had time to be transformed into strength. Kai and Kakashi were both very much looking forward to Zhou Cheng's performance. "I wonder how long Zhou Cheng can hold out against Niji." Kakashi held up 5 fingers, 5 minutes. Kai shook his head in disagreement, "I think 10 minutes. If I win, you'll have a fateful duel with me." Kai smiled, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Kakashi rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Zhou Cheng walked onto the competition field alone. Naruto and his friends stood with their classmates. Koji Akimichi, who was constantly eating snacks, walked up to his good friend Naruto. "Naruto, can he win?" Before Naruto could answer, another voice came from his other side. "How could that be? Niji is definitely the strongest among us. Even Sasuke isn't his match." Naruto turned around and saw another friend of his, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru placed his hands on his head and yawned. "This has caused such a big mess, it's such a hassle. I just want to go back to the classroom and sleep." Sakura, with her broad forehead, stood next to Sasuke, her face full of disdain. "Seriously, Sasuke is so handsome and talented, yet he still can't beat Niji. He's an outsider, yet he dares to challenge Niji? What an idiot!" Ino, who likes Zhou Cheng, naturally can't stand anyone criticizing her lover, so she points at Sakura and starts yelling. "Broad forehead, what did you say? You're the idiot, and a useless pretty face. You should be secretly happy that I'm giving up on Sasuke. Only the men I don't want are your chance." Sakura's face turned bright red with anger, and her chest heaved violently. You. He couldn't say anything for a long time. She looked to Sasuke for help, only to find that Sasuke's gaze never fell on her, instead, it was fixed on the person in the arena. Before Sakura could say anything more, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Niji, dressed in his training clothes, walked in from outside the training ground. His face was indifferent, and everyone watching made way for him. Niji strode confidently into the arena, then looked up at Zhou Cheng opposite him. Genius? I am the real genius. You're destined to be weak, and the weak must accept their fate. Only the most gifted can control their own destiny. Zhou Cheng smiled, a smile so bright and sunny. Yet, at first, I just wanted to study hard and become a ninja who could serve Konoha. However, some people are too xenophobic, using the name of genius to bind us in this competition. Whether they win or lose, they will suffer no loss. Kindness is often taken advantage of. I was too naive before. Today I'll show them what a true genius is. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Many people's expressions changed instantly. Chapter 27. Zhou Cheng's words resonated with many people, who were surprised by his maturity beyond his years and could see through their ulterior motives. Many jonin were also impressed. This young man possessed a maturity beyond his years. Kakashi and Might Guy, in particular, were even more amazed by Zhou Cheng. They had actually figured it out long ago. A powerful family was behind this competition. As for who exactly it is, and whether the aim is to further enhance the prestige of the major clans in the village or to undermine the prestige of the Hyuga clan, it is still unclear. Hiruzen Sartobi, behind the crystal ball, and Danzo, who was secretly observing from the shadows, both showed surprise in their eyes upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words. This maturity beyond his years, this keen sense of intrigue, could it be that he possesses a talent in these areas as well? Both of them were shrewd schemers and politicians, and they grew even more fond of Zhou Cheng, their resolve to recruit him into their own ranks becoming even stronger. Hyuga Niji narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, but quickly regained his composure. He wondered how credible Zhou Cheng's words were, and who was behind them. Height Gecko, who usually serves as a referee in the Chunin exams, was also invited by some people to serve as a referee for this competition. He had a 1,000-stick cigarette dangling from his mouth and coughed lightly twice. Ahem, are you all ready? We can begin. Zhou Cheng suppressed his smile and bowed respectfully to Moonlight Gale. Thank you, teacher. I'm ready. Having lived 2 lives, Zhou Cheng knew that being sweet-talking was always a good idea. Height Gecko nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Niji Hyuga on the other side. And you? Niji Hyuga didn't even look at him, only nodding indifferently. Moonlight Gale didn't care, he knew that geniuses always had some quirks and were arrogant. Zhou Cheng placed his right hand behind his back, and his left hand assumed a martial arts starting stance. Niji also adopted the Hyuga clan's unique starting stance, but did not choose to activate his Byakugan. Zhou Cheng's eye twitched, a hint of displeasure creeping into his heart. How much do you look down on me? Don't cry when you get proven wrong. Zhou Cheng channeled his chakra into his hands and feet, preparing to unleash a burst of power to teach Niji a lesson. Kakashi was a little surprised. Niji didn't activate his Byakugan, that shows he has absolute confidence in himself. Sartobi Asuma, standing to the side, deeply agreed and took a drag of his cigarette. Phew, even so, that brat Zhou Cheng is no match for Niji. The gap is too big. The other jonin nodded in agreement. No one thought that Niji's refusal to use his Byakugan was arrogant, rather, they felt it was unnecessary. Most of the other spectators shared this view. They already had an absolute advantage without activating the Byakugan, so why activate it? Activating the Byakugan also consumes chakra. Only Naruto, Hinata, and the others breathed a sigh of relief for Zhou Cheng. Without using his white eyes, Zhou Cheng might be able to achieve a draw? As Zhou Cheng's friends, they naturally had absolute confidence in him, but they were also conflicted when it came to Niji. Zhou Cheng pushed off with his feet, his body shooting out like a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Niji. Niji's pupils contracted sharply, he hadn't expected Zhou Cheng to be so fast. The spectators immediately began to murmur among themselves. Zhou Cheng's speed is incredible. Even a genin wouldn't be this fast. No, he must have channeled his chakra into his legs to gain that explosive power. His pure physical speed couldn't possibly be this fast. So what if he's fast? Niji can't be defeated just by being fast. Don't forget the Byakugan's power. Once the Byakugan is activated, even the fastest speed is useless. The others were no longer shocked and chose to continue watching the duel. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance, both seeing amazement in each other's eyes, amazement at Zhou Cheng's speed. This kid keeps surprising them. This made them look forward to Zhou Cheng's next performance. Leaf Whirlwind. Zhou Cheng used inertia to execute Kai's physical techniques. A physical technique that combines upper and lower body lifting. So fast. In the rush, Niji had no time to dodge and could only cross his hands in front of him to block. Bang! Niji was kicked flying. However, he adjusted his body posture in mid-air, rolled twice after landing, and immediately stood up. The pristine white training clothes were immediately covered in dust. The entire room fell silent. Who would have thought that Niji would be the one to be sent flying? Then a cheer erupted, drawing everyone's attention. That's Naruto raising his fist and shouting. Haha, Zhou Cheng, I knew you could do it. However, Hinata and Haku weren't as optimistic as Naruto. Niji hadn't activated his Byakugan yet, and he hadn't used the gentle fist technique. You're fast. However, the force was a bit lacking. Niji pushed off with his feet and charged towards Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, showing no sign of weakness, also charged towards Niji. The two instantly stood side by side, exchanging blows and finding themselves unable to gain the upper hand for a time. The spectators were once again in an uproar. They had originally thought Zhou Cheng would be defeated within a few moves. I never expected that I could actually fight Niji to a standstill. Sartobi Asuma even forgot to smoke the cigarette he had in his mouth. You're telling me you mastered this kind of physical skill in just one day? Kai, you're kidding, right? I wasn't that good at physical skills at his age, was I? Kai grinned and gave Zhou Cheng a thumbs up. The Azure Beast of Konoha, never lie. He mastered it in a single day. Many people heard what Kai said, and they all showed expressions of disbelief. I felt a chill run down my spine. To achieve this level of writing speed in just one day, if that's true, just how talented must Zhou Cheng be? Such talent has never appeared before in the history of the ninja world. Standing on a rooftop not far away, Uzuki Yujo's beautiful eyes, hidden behind her mask, shone with deep joy. I knew Zhou Cheng would win, my intuition is always right. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, Sartobi, and Danzo were so shocked they were speechless. Has Zhou Cheng really never practiced physical martial arts before? How could one reach this level of physical prowess in just one day? Before today, they would never have believed it, even if you beat them to death. But now they had no choice but to believe it, and then both of them started to get excited. Zhou Cheng's talent once again refreshed their understanding. We absolutely must keep such promising talents in our own hands. With such talent, if carefully nurtured, he will definitely be a strong contender for the Hokage title in the future. Bang! After several dozen moves, Zhou Cheng and Niji exchanged a punch, using the force to retreat. Niji then adopted the gentle fist starting stance. Zhou Cheng, I approve of you. However, I will still be the victor. Roll your eyes out. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed, the real show was about to begin. Chapter 28. The spectators started discussing it again. Niji has used his Byakugan, the outcome is already decided. With the Byakugan's unobstructed view, even the fastest taijutsu will be seen. Zhou Cheng is doomed to defeat. Kakashi glanced at Guy, almost wanting to laugh. Kai, it's been 3 minutes. Kai didn't answer, his eyes fixed intently on the field. Seeing the bulging veins at the corner of Niji's eye, Zhou Cheng's mind raced as he considered tactics. He used his white eye, so my shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and mist concealment technique are all useless now. A sneak attack won't work either, the 360-degree field of vision from the white eye isn't just for show. The Byakugan can't see through the shadow clone technique, so we can only use it to break the deadlock. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng formed a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Then, two identical Zhou Cheng rushed towards Niji. The two people were making the exact same hand gestures. Niji, using his Byakugan, could only see two identical people and couldn't tell which one was the real Niji. Both Zhou Cheng simultaneously threw several shuriken at Niji. Niji could naturally see their path forward. He dodged left and right, and not a single shuriken could hit him. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. You've been tricked. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The two Zhou Chengs formed hand seals at lightning speed, and the two shuriken at the back suddenly split into a large number of shuriken, blocking all of Niji's evasion routes. The spectators were in an uproar. Although they had heard of Zhou Cheng's ability to create clones of his sword, they were still in shock. But in their view, producing one or two shurikens would be the limit. But Zhou Cheng suddenly produced countless shurikens, which truly shocked them. Niji watched as countless shuriken flew towards him, knowing he had no way to avoid them, but he didn't panic. Bagua Palm, reversing heaven. All the chakra within his body surged outwards in a frenzied outflow. Then his body began to spin rapidly. A chakra barrier without any blind spots formed around him, deflecting all the shuriken. A mocking voice came from among the spectators. Ha ha ha, Zhou Cheng must be out of his mind. He actually thought a shuriken could hurt Niji, who has the Byakugan. Doesn't he know that Baguazhang possesses the perfect defensive technique of reversing heaven? The others nodded in agreement and began to mock Zhou Cheng as well. Zhou Cheng ignored the mocking voices around him. While Niji was using his reverse technique, the two Zhou Chengs stood in front of and behind Niji, one in front and one behind. If sneak attacks are useless, then I won't resort to sneak attacks, I'll just blast you to death with ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng had already made up his mind to use ninjutsu to find an opportunity. Before the heavenly return technique had even stopped, 2 weeks later, Zhou Cheng began forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zhou Cheng had already calculated that the time it would take for him to complete the hand seals would coincide with the end of the return to heaven technique. Sure enough, after Niji stopped spinning, two thick water dragons attacked him. Niji had no choice but to use rotation again to block the two ninjutsu from the front and the back. As Zhou Cheng formed the hand seals, all the ninjas, including the Jonin, gasped in astonishment. The speed at which the shadow was forming hand seals was so fast that it made them somewhat alarmed. Especially the Chunin and Genin, they all mentally compared their hand seal speed with Zhou Cheng's. But the result horrified them. Zhou Cheng's hand seal speed far surpassed theirs. The instant Zhou Cheng completed the hand seals for the water dragon bullet, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. The water dragon bullet technique is missing 4 seals. He can even simplify hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Moreover, the power of ninjutsu hasn't diminished at all. As the copy ninja Kakashi, he is extremely familiar with and sensitive to the hand seals used in ninjutsu. He immediately noticed that Zhou Cheng was missing 4 seals from his water dragon bullet technique. His exclamation also drew the attention of others present. Many people cast disbelieving glances at them, and some even questioned the claims outright. Kakashi, you must be mistaken. His hand seal speed is fast, but simplifying hand seals isn't just about speed. Hand seal speed can be achieved through continuous practice. Simplifying hand seals is something even Jonin struggle to do. How could a brat who isn't even a genin possibly do it? Apart from a few people, the others had only heard that Zhou Cheng was a genius, but they knew nothing about the specifics of his genius. Their understanding of Zhou Cheng was only superficial, so they naturally wouldn't believe that a mere kid could do something even a Jonin might not be able to do. Kakashi was absolutely certain he couldn't be wrong, otherwise he wouldn't deserve to be called the copy ninja. He looked at Sartobi Asuma, hoping to get the same answer from him. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette to calm himself down. His hand seals were formed so quickly, I didn't count how many he did. You might actually be mistaken. Simplified hand seals are something only cage-level shinobi can easily do, like the first and second Hokage. Even my old man has only reached the initial stage. As they were talking, Kai suddenly jumped up, startling everyone around them. Kakashi stared at him with deadpan eyes. Damn guy, what's wrong with him now? What are you doing, Kai? Asuma looked at Kai helplessly, that last move of his had almost choked him to death on the smoke. She's telling the truth. She's telling the truth. Kakashi and Asuma were both completely bewildered. Who is she? What did she say again? Can you please stop being so dramatic? Kai then recounted what I had overheard in the Hokage's office last night. Kakashi and Asuma were completely stunned. They all turned to look at Zhou Cheng in the arena. This kid not only simplifies things, but he also managed to reduce 4 prints in one night. He's a monster. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng's classmates were completely dumbfounded. In their minds, Zhou Cheng was somewhat more capable than them, but only somewhat, and very little. But Zhou Cheng's performance today almost made their jaws drop to the floor. They unleashed 2 B-rank ninjutsu simultaneously, while they were still diligently training in D-rank ninjutsu. There's also the speed at which they can't see the hand seals, they still need to look at each ninjutsu scroll one by one. There were also simplified hand seals that the Jonin teachers explained in a way they couldn't understand. Each one of them deeply moved them. Naruto, Hinata, and Ino, along with the children from their extended families, Shikamaru, Koji, and others, all stood frozen in shock. In comparison, they felt like they were utterly useless. Bai was slightly better, but his face was also filled with excitement. Brother Zhou Cheng is the best. In the arena, Zhou Cheng's 2 water dragon bullets blocked Niji's Heaven's reincarnation, and a large amount of water soaked the field. Zhou Cheng didn't stop there, instead, he started forming hand seals rapidly again, as he needed more water in the area. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. His hand seals this time silenced those who didn't believe he could simplify them. Sure enough, even with 4 seals missing, its power hadn't diminished. How could that be? A brat who's not even a genin. It's amazing that they've managed to simplify hand seals. Is he truly a genius among geniuses? They felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 29. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, jumped up, ignoring the chair that had fallen to the ground beneath him. His eyes were filled with extreme excitement and delight. Simplified hand seals, it's actually simplified hand seals. He actually did it. A prodigy's talent. I can use any water-based ninjutsu in one go. After practicing taijutsu for a day, I can fight Niji to a draw without his Byakugan activated. Plus the simplified hand seals now. My goodness, his talent is comparable to that of the first-generation master. Give him time, and he will surely become the pillar of Konoha. The guardian of Konoha, perhaps even the Hokage. I must raise and brainwash a child like this myself. Make him loyal only to me and to Konoha. Hiruzen Sartobi righted the chair that had fallen over, sat down again, lit his pipe, and took a few puffs. Phew, Danzo, I'm sorry, it was all for Konoha. From a corner outside the arena, Danzo could see everything that was happening clearly. An excited glint shone in his single eye, his body trembled slightly, and his fingers, gripping the wall, had turned white. Such talent, calling him a prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. They're just as good as teachers. He's only 10 years old, he has a lot of room for growth and development. As long as we get him into the root realm, place the root realm's curse mark on him, and then brainwash him. Within 3 years, he'll become a killing machine, a powerful pawn in my bid for Hokage. Hiruzen, your ideals are not suitable for Konoha. It's time for me to become Hokage. You must give me this child. It's time to go see those two old men. After saying that, he disappeared into the shadows. Inside the arena, two thick water dragons roared and charged towards Niji. Zhou Cheng's eyes were filled with confidence. He had already calculated the duration of the heavenly reversal, and the two water dragons were attacking Niji precisely at the right moment. Niji had no time to dodge, nor time to form hand seals or use other ninjutsu. He had to use the rotation technique again to block the water dragon bullet. Sure enough, just as the reversal ended, Niji saw two more water dragons rushing towards him. His eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. Zhou Cheng, that guy, had no martial ethics. Bagua Palm, reversing heaven. The water jets were once again blocked, and the water level in the arena rose even higher. Zhou Cheng looked around and nodded slightly. It was about right, but the continuous use of B-rank ninjutsu was running out of chakra. One of Zhou Cheng's leaped back to the other Zhou Cheng's side in 2 leaps, sat down to meditate, and began to refine his chakra. He plans to recreate the scene where Naruto uses shadow clones to extract Sage Mode chakra and then feeds it back to his main body. The clone refines chakra, then the clone is cancelled, allowing the refined chakra to return to the original body. His action caused another uproar among the spectators. What is he trying to do? Give up the competition? No, he wants to use shadow clones to refine chakra and then use it to nourish his main body. Refining chakra during a duel? Is he out of his mind? Wouldn't that way Niji know which one is the real body? He probably won't last more than a few minutes. How much chakra can you refine in a few minutes? Not even enough to cast a single ninjutsu. That's absolutely hilarious. The Jonin were also somewhat surprised, but they quickly regained their composure. Yes, you can't extract much chakra in just a few minutes, and doing so would also expose your true form. As long as Niji defeats the main body of Shu, no matter how much chakra the shadow clones extract, it will be useless. They all thought Zhou Cheng was still too young, his thinking was not comprehensive enough, and he was too naive. After the resurrection ended, Niji's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Zhou Cheng. After using the rejuvenation technique twice, his chakra was significantly depleted, leaving him with insufficient chakra for some powerful secret techniques, including the rejuvenation technique. Seeing that Zhou Cheng didn't allow his shadow clones to participate in the battle, Niji felt that he was being looked down upon. To dare to be so arrogant after turning your eyes away is simply courting death. Niji pushed off with his feet and charged towards Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, who was standing, also pushed off with his feet and went to meet Niji. They resumed their physical combat duel. Zhou Cheng clearly felt the strain. After activating his Byakugan, Niji's taijutsu level had increased by more than 1 level. The Byakugan's enhancement to taijutsu was too great. Niji's taijutsu techniques are now faster and more powerful, each strike imbued with chakra. Moreover, the attacks were all aimed at Zhou Cheng's chakra points. Once those points were hit, Zhou Cheng would not only lose his chakra, but he might not even be able to move his body, and he would be doomed to defeat. Seeing Zhou Cheng gradually being overwhelmed by Niji, the spectators revealed the smiles that were to be expected. Originally, how could Zhou Cheng possibly be a match for Niji? He had only managed to briefly suppress Niji using ninjutsu. However, using ninjutsu requires chakra, and how much chakra could Zhou Cheng, at 10 years old, possibly possess? Ha ha ha, the tables have turned. Niji is sure to win. Zhou Cheng was hoping to suppress Niji with ninjutsu, but now he's out of chakra. Seeing him get beaten up really made me happy, ha ha ha. Upon hearing these remarks, Haku and Naruto clenched their fists in anger, their chests heaving violently. If it weren't for Shikamaru calmly holding them back, they would have rushed up to confront them long ago. Hinata and Ino looked worried, they no longer hoped Zhou Cheng would win, they just hoped he wouldn't get hurt. Suzuki watched the two sparring partners intently. He wanted to have a good fight with such an evenly matched opponent so that he could better understand his own shortcomings. instead of playing house with a bunch of losers every day. He wanted enough power to kill that man. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Sakura stopped bothering him and simply stood beside him, watching quietly. The little devil inside his heart was raising his fist menacingly. Zhou Cheng, Niji, you both say Sasuke is more handsome, but neither of you is as strong as Sasuke. My Sasuke is the strongest. Among the Jonin, Guy flashed a bright white smile and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. He had finally beaten Kakashi once. Kakashi, I won this time. 5 minutes have passed, and Zhou Cheng hasn't lost yet. Kakashi rolled his eyes at him with his deadpan gaze, raised a finger, and said that when he wasn't on a mission, he just wanted to quietly watch Make Out Paradise and didn't want to compete. I owe you one. Come find me when you've decided what to compete in next time. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette, inwardly envying the deep friendship between Guy and Kakashi. I bet Zhou Cheng can hold out for another 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Kai immediately turned his head and opened his palm. I guess 5 minutes. Then they both looked at Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi didn't speak immediately, but took another careful look at the arena, thinking that Zhou Cheng had ulterior motives, and that the water in the entire arena was part of his scheme. With his exceptional intelligence and combat awareness, after reviewing their duel, he discerned Zhou Cheng's intentions. I bet Zhou Cheng will win. Kakashi's words drew the attention of the surrounding Jonin, who looked at him with strange expressions. Zhou Cheng can win? You must be kidding me. The situation was already too clear. Zhou Cheng was at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Niji. He was showing signs of weakness and was retreating while fighting. How can they possibly turn this around? They only managed to refine chakra for a few minutes using shadow clones? Having only trained for a month, the 10-year-old's body couldn't even match the speed of a genin in refining chakra. In just a few minutes, the amount of chakra refined was pitifully small. Chapter 30. Kakashi didn't say much, he just waved his hand, indicating that everyone would find out soon enough. The other Jonin found it strange, but they didn't ask any further questions. From the distant rooftop, Uzuki Yujao looked into the arena, a hint of a smile playing on her beautiful eyes. Besides Bai, she's the person who understands Zhou Cheng the most. She knows everything that has happened since Zhou Cheng first came into contact with the world of ninjas. Therefore, she had absolute confidence in Zhou Cheng. What a wonderful child! You will surely shine brightly in Konoha. Inside the competition arena, Zhou Cheng had been forced back more than 10 meters by Niji, and was almost outside the arena. However, Zhou Cheng remained calm and continued to deal with Niji's punches and kicks without any panic. Zhou Cheng and his men didn't relax for a moment, they had to put on a show of fighting to the death in order to deceive Niji. Soon, Zhou Cheng's foot was only one step away from the boundary line of the court. If he stepped out of the boundary line, he would be the loser. All the audience members wore expressions of I knew it. At this point, their initial views were the same. Zhou Cheng is definitely no match for Niji. Even the usually stern Hayashi Hyuga showed a rare, relieved smile. Niji's victory was already predetermined. No one thought there was any suspense. This will further enhance the Hyuga clan's reputation. Haku and Naruto looked unwilling, their faces full of disappointment. Niji is too strong, so strong that sending them to fight him would only lead to despair. This also strengthened their resolve to cultivate diligently from now on. Asuma was still puffing on his cigarette, looking at Kakashi with surprise in his eyes. Kakashi, this time, you've misjudged me. Asuma's words resonated with the other Jonin. It's really too difficult for Zhou Cheng to win. But what they saw was Kakashi's confident expression. Just then, Zhou Cheng, who was standing on the sidelines, was struck by Niji's palm, and his body stiffened for a moment. Next up is Niji's signature move, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. His palm strikes rained down on Zhou Shen. It was as if they wanted to riddle Zhou Cheng with bullets. At the same time, Zhou Cheng's shadow clone stood up. Everyone watching was stunned. What does Zhou Cheng mean by this? With the main body in such a state, what use are the shadow clones? They will disappear immediately. But what happened next made them all stare wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Zhou Cheng, who had been brutally beaten by Niji, suddenly turned into white smoke with a bang. This was the shadow clone, while the one meditating was Zhou Cheng's true body. Niji froze on the spot, his eyes somewhat vacant. What happened? Where is Zhou Cheng Gren? Wow! The competition venue erupted in an uproar. Is the one meditating the true form? When did he change it? They actually managed to fool us all. The Jonin who initially laughed at Kakashi for misjudging him were also shocked. When did Zhou Cheng switch positions? Did they switch it off when they used the water dragon bullet technique? That kid pulled off a brilliant move, he even fooled those Jonin. Those who genuinely despised Zhou Cheng quickly recovered from their initial surprise and continued to ridicule him. But what's the use of that? It only delays things by a few minutes, the outcome won't change. In the end, Niji will be the winner. He is the true genius, the greatest genius of Konoha in this generation. Niji turned around and looked at Zhou Cheng with confusion, not understanding what purpose Zhou Cheng had served in pulling this stunt. After activating his Byakugan, Zhou Cheng was no match for him. Furthermore, Zhou Cheng's chakra was almost completely depleted, making it impossible for him to suppress him with ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng smiled, a smile so radiant it felt like a gentle breeze. Niji, you're doomed. This remark drew laughter from the entire audience. Is Niji doomed to lose? Are we all blind and unable to see the situation, or have you lost your mind? Your shadow clones have all been destroyed. And it seems you don't have enough chakra to create another shadow clone. In this situation, Niji could finish you off in minutes. And you still say Niji is doomed to lose? Ha ha ha, looks like this kid's gone crazy with wanting to win. They've lost even the most basic judgment. With this kind of mentality, one can never become a qualified ninja. That's such a pity. Hearing these mocking words, Zhou Cheng's smile vanished. Even a clay figure has some temper. Moreover, Zhou Cheng was a living, breathing, and spirited young man. Niji, you already used the heavenly rotation twice at the beginning, and later, during our taijutsu duel, you used no fewer than 5 other Bagwazang techniques. So, how much chakra do you have left? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Niji was the first to react, but he still had an air of unwavering confidence on his face. Even if he has very little chakra left, how much chakra does Zhou Cheng have left? I might have a slight edge over him, but that won't affect the outcome. This idea was shared by other viewers. Zhou Cheng and Niji both have very little chakra left. Zhou Cheng's few minutes of chakra refining couldn't have yielded a large amount of chakra, and he certainly couldn't have performed a complete ninjutsu. Niji's chakra reserves are still sufficient to maintain the Byakugan. With the Byakugan's enhancement, Niji has no chance of losing to Zhou Cheng in taijutsu. Zhou Cheng pointed to the water covering the entire area, brimming with confidence. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to knowingly use a ninjutsu to attack you when I know your rotation is a perfect defense? I created this space to provide a prerequisite for my next step. Then I'll use shadow clones to fight you, trying to buy time so my main body has more time to recover chakra. Yes, a few minutes of refining won't yield much chakra, but what if we add the portion of chakra that returns to the original body after dispelling the shadow clone? After saying that, he began to form hand seals rapidly. In fact, with Zhou Cheng's body enhanced by the talent essence, his speed of chakra refining is unmatched by others at the same level. A few minutes of refining was enough for him to unleash 2 B-rank ninjutsu. The reason he said the refining process was slow was because he didn't want to reveal all his cards. If he wanted to, he could have opened the 8 gates from the start, and Niji would have been the one getting crushed. Displaying talent beyond the comprehension of some will only invite calamity and death. Seeing him form hand seals, Niji showed a look of anxiety for the first time and immediately rushed towards Zhou Cheng at top speed. We must stop him from forming hand seals. We absolutely cannot let him use ninjutsu. The sight of Zhou Cheng forming hand seals caused another uproar in the audience. How could that be? He planned all of this. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be bluffing, yes, he must be bluffing. The Jonin all looked at Kakashi with complicated expressions, feeling quite uneasy. If they still couldn't figure out what was going on after hearing this, they wouldn't be able to continue being Jonin. Sigh, I've been outshone by those dead fish eyes again. Kai grinned, revealing his gleaming teeth, and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, meaning, you're the best. Chapter 31. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Zhou Cheng completed the hand seals, and it turned out to be an A-rank ninjutsu. In an instant, all the water on the field converged towards him. The surrounding water energy was also frantically gathering towards him. Boom! An enormous waterfall appeared in the arena, like a wall made of water. Zhou Cheng kept his hands clasped together, and the waterfall began to crush Niji. The waterfall's area exceeded the size of the arena, leaving Niji with nowhere to hide. He automatically concedes defeat if he leaves the designated area. As the referee, Hey-8 Gecko jumped out of the arena to avoid the waterfall as soon as it appeared. Niji's eyes filled with deep resentment. How could he lose? How could he possibly lose? He is a genius, only geniuses can control their own destiny. But he was powerless against the power of the great waterfall. Zhou Cheng's calculations were correct, he simply didn't have enough chakra to unleash any ninjutsu or secret techniques. This sudden shift in the balance of power caught everyone present off guard. Even though Zhou Cheng said Niji had already lost, no one believed him, they thought he was just trying to scare Niji. Rank ninjutsu, Great Waterfall Technique. This kid can actually use A-rank ninjutsu. At his age, his total chakra reserves probably aren't even high enough to perform an A-rank ninjutsu. Although there's only one level difference between grade B and grade A, it's not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Moonlight Gale, who had fallen outside the arena, had a glint in his eyes. This kid is no ordinary person. All the Jonin looked at Kakashi, as if waiting for his explanation. Didn't you see it already? Tell me. Kakashi's lazy, deadpan eyes returned to normal. Initially, Zhou Cheng's water dragon bullet technique wasn't intended to attack Niji, but rather to create more water and force Niji to use a secret technique, consuming a large amount of chakra. Then send shadow clones to fight Niji in taijutsu, allowing Niji to continue using his 8 trigrams palm technique to further deplete his chakra. Right now, Niji doesn't have enough chakra to cast any more jutsu. The waterfall covered the entire area, he had nowhere to hide. The others, excluding the Jonin, suddenly understood after hearing Kakashi's words, so that's how it is. Everything was within Zhou Cheng's calculations, such a calm mindset and a broad perspective. The expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at Zhou Cheng finally changed, they were no longer contemptuous and disdainful, but rather showed approval and appreciation. A figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Wearing Hyuga clan attire, it was none other than Hyuga Hayashi. He pulled Niji behind him and instantly activated his Byakugan. With a swift strike of both palms, he unleashed a Bagua air chop palm. 2 visible streams of chakra were unleashed by Hayashi Hyuga, instantly creating a large hole in the waterfall. The waterfall collapsed, and the hole created by Hayashi Hyuga passed right through Hayashi and Niji Hyuga, escaping their attack. Everyone watching understood Hayashi Hyuga's intention, they didn't want Niji to be seriously injured. He could have easily taken Niji with him, but he chose to break the waterfall instead, wanting to show everyone the power of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm. Moonlight Gale, carrying the 1000 book in its mouth, walked back to the arena, looked at Zhou Cheng with admiration, and raised its hand to him. Because someone from the Hokage clan intervened, Zhou Cheng is the winner. Wow! This time, there was no uproar, but rather applause that lasted for a long time. At this moment, everyone acknowledged Zhou Cheng and was happy that Konoha had gained another excellent prospect. Naruto jumped up, ran straight to Zhou Cheng, and hugged him while laughing loudly. As expected of my friend, Naruto Uzumaki. How could we possibly lose? He was as excited as if he had won a victory. Zhou Cheng smiled and patted him on the back, signaling him not to get so excited. Niji's expression was somewhat unwilling and melancholy. I still lost. Even with my eyes rolled back, I still lost. Am I destined to be a weakling? Niji got stuck on his own thoughts and seemed quite dejected. Hayashi Hyuga, standing beside him, still maintained his stern demeanor. Even though he genuinely loved his nephew, he never gave him a kind look. He looked at Zhou Cheng, his expression somewhat complicated. Niji is a genius, and in some ways he even surpasses this kid in front of him. Unfortunately, Niji got stuck in his own mental rut. If he can't change, it will leave a flaw in his character that his enemies can exploit. Zhou Cheng's talent. If only he were a member of the Hokage clan. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on Hinata in the distance, and his expression changed. Zhou Cheng gently pushed Naruto away, gesturing for him to wait a moment. Then, they first thanked Gecko Hayate for his hard work as referee, which earned them praise from many people, including Gecko Hayate himself. He's humble and composed, he's a good child. Next, Zhou Cheng walked up to Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Niji, first nodding respectfully to Hyuga Hayashi. Then he looked at Hyuga Niji, took a few steps closer, and smiled as he extended his hand. In terms of pure physical skill, I'm definitely the one who will lose. I hope we can become friends and exchange ideas about physical techniques in the future. Niji looked at him with a complicated expression, but did not extend his hand. What does he want? To humiliate me? Or to show off his power? Seeing that Niji neither reached out nor got angry, Zhou Cheng realized that Niji was indeed being a bit stubborn, so he resorted to reverse psychology. We have no grudges against each other, there's no need for us to become enemies. You don't want me to take away your title of genius just like that, do you? Let's grow stronger together. Zhou Cheng wanted to build good relations with the 12 Konoha 12, and besides, he genuinely had no grudge against Niji, so there was no need for him to have another enemy. Niji and Zhou Cheng stared at each other for a long time, and Niji realized that his eyes were full of sincerity. Niji's expression softened, and he reached out to shake hands with Zhou Cheng. Then, the two of them simultaneously formed a reconciliation hand seal with their free hands. If you have time, you can come to my house. I have a lot of ideas about physical techniques, and we can discuss them together. Zhou Cheng wasn't just being polite, he genuinely had an idea, to integrate Tai Chi into his own martial arts and create a unique style of martial arts of his own. After Zhou Cheng and Niji's match ended, some people began to leave the school playground. They were not idle people, they all had jobs to do. Only a few jonin, including Guy and Kakashi, remained. They had no missions at the moment and plenty of time, so they weren't in a hurry to leave. Haku and Hinata also came over at this time, along with most of their classmates. Ino naturally rushed to Zhou Cheng's side first, hugged his hand, and her budding body made Zhou Cheng's heart flutter. Her joy was evident. Zhou Cheng, you're amazing. Niji fell right into your trap from the start. He truly is the man I've set my sights on. At this moment, Sasuke, with a cold expression and hands in his pockets, walked up to Zhou Cheng, his face filled with fighting spirit. You defeated Niji, but don't think you're all that now. You still need to defeat me. Chapter 32. When Sasuke said that, everyone fell silent. He was quite a genius, ranking among the top in his class in all aspects. He just acts very cold and unapproachable, which makes people not know him. Zhou Cheng defeated Niji, do you dare challenge him? Sakura, with her pink hair, looked smug. Humph, you don't dare, do you? Our Sasuke is the strongest. Ino, naturally unwilling to hear such words from her, pointed at Sakura's forehead. Broad forehead, what did you say? My Zhou Cheng is the strongest. Can your Sasuke use A-rank ninjutsu? Sakura was speechless after Ino's words, and for a moment she had no words to refute her. Actually, she had no idea how strong Sasuke was, she just loved Ino because of her affection for him, and she also liked arguing with Ino all the time. Naruto was yelling at Sasuke, his face full of smugness. Arrogant Sasuke, you're no match for Zhou Cheng. You want to fight? Fine, I'll fight you. Naruto had wanted to beat up Sasuke for a long time. Sasuke merely glanced at Naruto, his face full of disdain. The worst student has no right to talk to me. Naruto was furious upon hearing this, wishing he could beat Sasuke to a pulp right then and there. Zhou Cheng pulled Naruto back. Although Naruto had become stronger than in the original story under Zhou Cheng's influence, he was still no match for Sasuke. But even Sasuke now is no match for him. You? Uchiha. Zhou Cheng deliberately acted as if it were the first time he had met Sasuke. You are no match for me. Sasuke's expression changed instantly, from indifference to icy coldness. UBD, I'm a genius. How dare you look down on me? What did you say? I'm no match for you. Zhou Cheng nodded, and continued to attack him directly. Leaving aside the Great Waterfall technique, just the Water Dragon Bullet technique alone, could you withstand it? Sasuke was taken aback. A B-rank ninjutsu? Could I block it? Zhou Cheng shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. It's obvious you can't do it. If Zhou Cheng wanted to, he could beat Sasuke so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Ignoring the angry Sasuke, Zhou Cheng thanked all his classmates for coming to watch his match and told them they could ask him any questions they had about cultivation in the future. His action won him the favor of all his classmates. Zhou Cheng knew that no one disliked hearing kind words, a single sentence could gain one more friend or one more enemy. It all depends on how you say those words. Social skills and interpersonal relationships are timeless. The other students dispersed, leaving only the group of 12. Zhou Cheng saw Irika standing in the group of teachers. He waved to Irika first, then jogged over. He was thinking of giving Irika a little shock. Teacher Irika, I didn't let you down, did I? Thank you so much for your careful guidance, teacher. Upon hearing this, Irika beamed with joy, this kid really knows how to handle things. I only taught him for a month, and his ability is entirely the result of his own talent and hard work. But Zhou Cheng's first words were to thank his teacher for his guidance, which immediately made Irika overjoyed. A broad smile spread across his face, how could anyone not like this child? Hehe, this is all thanks to your hard work. Zhou Cheng, still smiling brightly, continued. Teacher, I would like to apply for early graduation. Wow! These words caused an uproar throughout the room. What are you talking about? Graduating early? You've only been in school for a month, and you're already graduating? Are you trying to kill your classmates? Looking at the uproar among the 12 young heroes, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. I already know everything I learned at the Ninja Academy. Staying there any longer would not only prevent me from learning anything new, but also be a waste of my precious time. If I apply to graduate early and become a genin, I can take on some simple missions. I'll use missions to help my body adapt to the replicated talent more quickly. Relying solely on daily self-study is simply too slow. Furthermore, by undertaking missions outside, I can evade the surveillance of the third generation and avoid being taken on as their disciple. Irika looked at Zhou Cheng carefully, and after confirming that he wasn't joking, he nodded. What an excellent child! Okay, I'll pass your request on. However, I can't guarantee it will pass. Zhou Cheng bowed to Replica, thinking to himself that with his current strength, he had long since surpassed the genin, his physical attributes were definitely sufficient. If it doesn't pass, it must be because that old fox from the third generation disagrees. Then, all the teachers at the Ninja Academy dispersed. Zhou Cheng glanced at the few jonin who hadn't left yet, and immediately spotted several familiar figures. He thought to himself, "It's Guy and Kakashi. Should I try to become an apprentice?" Kakashi may not be as good as Jiraiya, but the number of ninjutsu he copied is in no way less than that of the third Hokage. Or perhaps worship Sartobi Asuma. He's the son of a third-generation heir. A third-generation heir can't possibly compete with their own son for a disciple. But it's a bit abrupt to become their disciple like this. I shouldn't even know them now. Damn, this is difficult. I could pretend to go over and say hello to Kai. Knowing his personality, he'll definitely introduce his best buddy. Yes, that's what we'll do. Zhou Cheng jogged up to Kai and respectfully greeted him as teacher. Kai was a little excited, thinking that Zhou Cheng had come to ask him to be his apprentice. Hehe, my disciple has finally arrived. He first pulled Kakashi over and introduced him. This is Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. He then pointed at Hiruzen Sartobi, who was smoking. That's Sartobi Asuma, a great ninja. Zhou Cheng was secretly overjoyed. Kai, you're a good person. You're the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's deadpan eyes widened slightly as he looked at Zhou Cheng with a puzzled expression. Does this kid know me? I'm Kakashi, kid. Do you know me? Kakashi became wary. Zhou Cheng was from another village and shouldn't know him. Oh, I've heard so much about you since I was a child, and my parents admire you greatly. Zhou Cheng appeared respectful on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking of making up a reason to get away with it. Using the dead as evidence is the best way to prevent any confrontation. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Kakashi's expression softened somewhat, but he wasn't completely off guard. Is my reputation really that great? Even the genin of the land of water know me? Zhou Cheng met Kakashi's gaze without fear. To dispel his wariness, one cannot be afraid to make eye contact. Kakashi-sensei, I want to become your apprentice. I want to learn from you how to become a powerful ninja. As soon as he said that, Kai exploded. Kai stared at Zhou Cheng in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhou Cheng came to become his disciple, so why did he reject him when he saw Kakashi? Chapter 33. Zhou Cheng naturally noticed Kai's somewhat resentful expression, and gave him an apologetic smile. It wasn't that Kai wasn't good enough, it's just that he wasn't suitable for Zhou Cheng. Kai-sensei, I know you're very strong, but I want to become a great ninja, and I can't just train in taijutsu. I need to develop comprehensively, and you are not suitable to teach me. Although Kai was displeased, he quickly recovered, grinned at Zhou Cheng, and gave him a thumbs up. I understand everything you're saying, it's a pity you're wasting your physical talent. It's such a pity that we can't accept such a child as a disciple. If he can focus on physical skills, then once he becomes famous, he will definitely make people start to value physical skills. Kakashi stared at Zhou Cheng for a long time, so long that Guy and Asuma began to lose patience. Such talent is indeed somewhat frightening. He's really not a spy? If you refused to accept disciples from 3 generations for fear of exposing yourself, then why are you now actively seeking me out? You've already applied for early graduation, haven't you? Then, as long as you graduate smoothly, I will agree to your request to become my apprentice. Take him in first, then observe him carefully. If he really is just a pitiful war orphan, then teach him well. My home is in. Kakashi gave Zhou Cheng his home address, telling him to come find him after graduation, and then left with Guy and Asuma. Zhou Cheng happily said goodbye to them, feeling incredibly joyful. If I become Kakashi's apprentice, then those two old foxes, the Third Hokage and Danzo, won't be thinking about taking on any more disciples. Bai walked up to Zhou Cheng, somewhat curious. Brother Zhou Cheng, why do you want to become his disciple? If he didn't have the Sharingan, he wouldn't be as famous as he is now. With Zhou Cheng's talent, he'll become a Jonin sooner or later, and then his strength will definitely be stronger than everyone else's. Zhou Cheng affectionately patted Bai's head, revealing a meaningful expression. You wouldn't understand even if I told you now, but you will understand later. I would rather die than be on the same side as those two old foxes. I'd really be sold out. Then, Zhou Cheng and the 12 little strong men played around for a while before going home. Because the match between Zhou Cheng and Niji attracted so much attention, the Ninja Academy could only have one day off. The main branch of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, brought Niji Hyuga back here. The two of them didn't exchange a single word the entire way. It was clear that they were all in a heavy mood. Niji lost, and he lost to a commoner without a bloodline limit. This has somewhat damaged the Hyuga clan's reputation. This has given many people the wrong impression that the Hyuga clan is actually just so-so, not as powerful as rumored. They arrived at the Hyuga clan's drawing room and, after taking their seats according to rank, Hayashi Hyuga finally spoke, though his face remained stern and tense. Niji, don't worry about it too much. No one can guarantee they'll keep winning. With your Byakugan activated, you are definitely superior to Zhou Cheng in terms of physical combat. You lost because of your lack of overall understanding and calculation. Expectations are high for Niji, he is expected to recognize his shortcomings and correct them. Niji Hyuga remained silent. Although he and Zhou Cheng had formed a reconciliation seal, he was still very uncomfortable inside. Nobody wants to lose, especially after being hailed as a genius. He simply cannot afford to lose. One day, I will defeat him. Niji looked up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to transform all his resentment into motivation. Zhou Cheng, I hope you'll be a good opponent. Hokage Building, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sartobi used a cloth to lift the crystal ball up. He witnessed the entire competition, and his fondness for Zhou Cheng grew even stronger. When it was seen that Zhou Cheng and Niji were evenly matched in their physical combat skills, Hiruzen Sartobi was so happy he almost jumped out of his chair. Kai is right. With such physical talent, he is indeed a promising candidate to specialize in physical techniques. But Zhou Cheng isn't just talented in physical combat, his talent in ninjutsu is also monstrous. He had already demonstrated A-rank ninjutsu before even graduating. Rank A ninjutsu requires a very high level of chakra control. He's only a teenager. If he grows up smoothly, what level of strength will he reach when he becomes an adult? Hiruzen Sartobi lit his pipe and took a puff. Should we approve his graduation application? His strength and ninja knowledge were more than enough, it was just that his decision to become Kakashi's apprentice was unexpected. This was something Hiruzen Sartobi could never understand. As a cage-level ninja, is he really inferior to an elite jonin? Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. The team, their bodies completely wrapped in bandages, walked in. He was followed by two Konoha advisors, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu. Hiruzen Sartobi was not at all surprised by their arrival. They also knew that their purpose in coming was the same, to see Zhou Cheng. Danzo sat down opposite Hiruzen Sartobi, somewhat impatiently. Hiruzen, grant Zhou Cheng's request, then send him to my root unit for a few years of training. In a few years, he will surely become Konoha's sharpest blade. No, it's my blade. The two consultants exchanged a glance and then spoke up to advocate for it. No, he should be sent to our advisory department. This child's talent destined him for an extraordinary future. We can groom him as a future Hokage candidate. It's essential to send him to the advisory department to learn how to manage the entire village and how to handle relationships with other villages. If they can successfully brainwash Zhou Cheng into pledging allegiance to just the two of them, then their positions will be further solidified once Zhou Cheng becomes a candidate for Hokage. Hiruzen Sartobi didn't answer, but continued smoking his pipe. You three old geezers, don't think I don't know what you're up to. None of us had a chance, but he chose to help Kakashi-sensei. He wanted to draw their attention to Kakashi. Let them go and cause trouble for Kakashi. Then Hiruzen Sartobi can reap the benefits. What? What right does Kakashi have to compete with us for a disciple? Does he still think the Kakaimyu family is the same powerful family it was when Xuanhuang was alive? Danzo and his two advisors naturally did not believe that Zhou Cheng had taken the initiative to pay homage to Kakashi. They all assumed that Kakashi had sought out Zhou Cheng on his own initiative. No, could it be that he wants to rely on Zhou Cheng to revitalize the Hotaki family? No, we can't let that happen. Hiruzen Sartobi was startled by the two advisors' grotesque expressions and quickly took a puff of his pipe to cover his embarrassment. He originally only wanted to divert their attention to Kakashi. He hadn't expected them to be able to fill in the blanks themselves, which saved him a lot of energy in figuring out how to get them to fight Kakashi. I'm also frustrated about this. I'm still trying to figure out how to win Zhou Cheng back. Chapter 34. Hiruzen, this time we must stand together and show them who truly reigns supreme in Konoha. Danzo's eyes were gloomy, and his face was full of murderous intent. In his mind, any dissenting voices should be silenced. Hiruzen Sartobi saw Danzo's murderous intent. He sneered inwardly, but outwardly immediately tried to appease him. Danzo, don't go too far. It's all for Konoha. Jonin are the main force in war, every single one of them is a treasure. No matter who he was facing, Hiruzen Sartobi would always put on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. As Hokage, he had no choice but to do so. Snort. Danzo merely snorted coldly. Little did anyone know that he harbored no anger whatsoever. His so-called raging anger was just an act. He wouldn't actually kill Kakashi over something like that. Alright then, Hiruzen, we'll approve Zhou Cheng's graduation application for now. If we make him a genin, we can assign him to the Anbu, route, or even the advisory department. Even if we don't take him as our apprentice, we can still have the opportunity to teach him. Mitokato Yan's eyes lit up, and she came up with a compromise. As elders, we cannot force him to become our apprentice. We can only teach him subtly, so that he remembers our kindness and thinks of us. His statement was agreed upon by everyone present. Indeed, as village leaders, if they wanted to take a child as a disciple and the child disagreed, they couldn't very well act angry or embarrassed. Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo both coughed awkwardly twice. In fact, they had been doing this for a while, secretly sending Zhou Cheng ninjutsu scrolls. So next, we need to see who is good to Zhou Cheng in private. Even if you can't be master and apprentice, you should still maintain a good relationship. This plan was decided by Hiruzen Sartobi. After becoming a genin, Zhou Cheng first trained in the Anbu for 3 years, then in the route for 3 years, and finally in the advisory department. This took a total of 9 years, by which time Zhou Cheng had come of age. They then possessed the ability and experience to stand on their own. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the last remaining territory of the Uchiha clan, a cool-looking young man with black hair was cultivating alone. He first practiced Shuriken throwing, then some simple taijutsu, and finally practiced the ninjutsu he was familiar with, until he had exhausted all his chakra. He was soaked in sweat and collapsed to the ground. His eyes, however, remained as cold as ever. Zhou Cheng, once I defeat you, I'll have the power to kill that man. This young man was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan. The hatred of his clan's annihilation drove him mad. He craved more power, the power to exact revenge. The scene of Zhou Cheng unleashing an A-rank ninjutsu was deeply etched in his mind. However, they didn't see that Zhou Cheng's A-rank ninjutsu was easily pierced by a single palm strike from Hyuga Hayashi, a Jonin-level ninja. Naive and inexperienced, he naively believed that defeating Zhou Cheng would give him the right to go find that man. It'll be soon, graduation exams are almost here. On that day, I'll challenge you as a genin. After saying that, he ignored his already soaked clothes and sat down to meditate and begin to refine his chakra. The Yamanaka family. Ino was called back by her father, Yamanaka Inoichi. Seeing her father's unusually cold expression, Ino immediately suppressed her dissatisfaction at being forcibly called back. "Father, what's wrong? What happened?" Yamanaka Inoichi did not answer immediately, but stared at Ino silently for a long time, until Ino felt uneasy under his gaze, before finally speaking. "Do you like Zhou Cheng?" Yamanaka Inoichi was naturally unhappy. The cabbages he had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade were about to be eaten by a pig. What angered him even more was that Ino openly declared in front of so many people that Zhou Cheng was her man. A daughter is like a bird that flies away when she grows up. Ino was clearly taken aback. She remembered telling her father that she liked Zhou Cheng. "Didn't you already know about this?" Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head helplessly and patted his forehead. When Ino told him before, Yamanaka Inoichi thought that Ino's feelings for Suzuki were just youthful infatuation, like before. But unexpectedly, this time, Ino's feelings for Zhou Cheng were genuine. He even openly professed his love in front of the public, which pained Yamanaka Inoichi. This is the same reaction all fathers have to their daughter's love. "Are you sure you've chosen the right person?" Yamanaka Inoichi was still unwilling to give up. Ino looked serious and unwavering. "I used to like Suzuki, but a large part of it was to compete with Sakura, who has a wide forehead. It was more about rivalry than genuine affection. But after spending time with brother Zhou Cheng, I realized that my heart is completely filled with him. I'm sure I really like him." She thought to herself, brother Zhou Cheng is so handsome and strong, who wouldn't like him? I'd better keep a close eye on him. Yamanaka Inoichi stared into Ino's eyes for a long time, and realizing that she was speaking the truth, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He always felt a pang of sadness. His daughter was ultimately someone else's. Sigh. "I see. His talent won't be wasted on you. I won't object to you two being together." When Yamanaka Inoichi said those words, his heart trembled. The cabbage he had nurtured for over a decade was ultimately going to be picked by someone else. Yamanaka Ino suddenly threw herself into Yamanaka Inoichi's arms and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, father." As a member of a prominent family in Konoha, Ino knew that she would most likely have little say in choosing her future husband. Now that Yamanaka Inoichi has allowed her to experience a deeply moving relationship, she will have no regrets even if she doesn't marry Zhou Cheng in the future. News of Zhou Cheng's victory over Niji spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. The fact that someone could defeat a recognized genius who had trained diligently for 7 years after only 1 month of training shocked and astonished everyone who heard the news. The common people cheered with joy. Following the 4th generation of masters, another person of exceptional talent had finally emerged among the common people. "I hope Zhou Cheng doesn't die young and grows up to be a big shot in the village." Ordinary ninjas, on the other hand, were polarized, filled with envy and jealousy. "I envy Zhou Cheng's talent. In a few years, he will become a powerful ninja, and perhaps even my superior." Jealous of Zhou Cheng's talent, they felt that God was unfair, wondering why they weren't given such talent when they were both human. The Jonin who hadn't watched the match were merely astonished by Zhou Cheng's talent upon hearing the news. They had seen too many exceptionally talented geniuses perish on the battlefield or during missions. Talent is not the same as ability, it takes time to develop. Only those who grow into true powerhouses can be considered true geniuses. Upon hearing this news, the neutral families considered incorporating Zhou Cheng into their families, bestowing upon him a surname, and making him a member of their clan. If Zhou Cheng becomes a powerful ninja in the future, that glory will belong to the family. Chapter 35. Konoha Kurama Clan Territory. Kurane Yui, with her black hair and red eyes, was leaving the Kurama clan after a day of tutoring. She glanced back at the second-floor window of a house and sighed inwardly. What a pitiful girl! If she had been more physically strong, she could have become an excellent ninja. Then she left. Not long after she stepped outside, she saw a figure that haunted her dreams. A beautiful smile bloomed on her rosy face as she walked towards that person. Asuma, you've come. The person who arrived was none other than her lover, Sartobi Asuma. Asuma greeted Hong and gave her a warm hug. Thanks for your hard work. Hong leaned back comfortably in her boyfriend's arms, shaking her head slightly. It's not hard work at all. I happen to be skilled in illusion magic, which is perfect for teaching the Kamehameha clan. It's a pity that the child isn't physically strong enough to go to the ninja academy. Otherwise, she would be very happy. Asuma gently stroked her red hair, released her, and took her hand in his. Let's go eat. Something very interesting happened in the village today. They walked and talked, their red eyes filled with disbelief. She had only heard the name Zhou Cheng, but knew nothing about him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng's talent is so high. She glanced back in the direction of the Kurama clan, and sighed slightly in her heart. That child's constitution destined her to never become a ninja, it's a pity about her talent in illusion techniques. Meanwhile, within the Kurama clan, a group of white-haired old men were sitting together discussing something. Recently, a prominent figure has emerged in the village. He's an orphan taken in by the village, and his background is simply that of an ordinary ninja. Our Kurama clan hasn't sent any chunin or even jonin to the village for far too long. The village's attention towards us has reached rock bottom. The elderly man, dressed in the patriarch's robes, sat at the head of the table, looking at the other elders of the clan, his heart filled with concern for the future of the family. That child, Baiwen, is the most talented of her generation, and the only one in decades to awaken her family's bloodline limit. At that time, our whole clan celebrated, but we never expected that her health would be so weak. I'm either sick or getting medical treatment all year round. Can't even get into the ninja academy. The hospital's medical ninja said she was destined never to become a ninja. With her physique, she couldn't even manage the most basic long-distance running. Apart from the clan leader's voice, no one spoke in the meeting room. The clan chief is telling the truth, there's nothing more to say. Moreover, Yakumo Kurama is not from their lineage, so her life or death is not of much concern to them. There will always be infighting and deceit within a large family. Seeing that everyone seemed rather bored, Chief Anma tapped the table in exasperation. He felt that these elders were becoming somewhat cold-blooded. The Kurama clan is already in this half-dead state, yet they still act the same way. I propose that Kurama Yakumo be betrothed to Zhou Cheng, and that he be accepted as a son-in-law of the Kurama family. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Why would they marry Kurama Yakumo to Zhou Cheng, that outsider from another village, and a commoner with no family or background at all? The clan leader must have lost his mind. No matter how fallen my Kurama clan may be, we are still one of the great clans of Konoha. How can we allow our clan's daughters to marry commoners? If word gets out, won't the other families laugh at us? The first elder was the first to object. I object. The Kurama clan cannot marry commoners. The second elder also chimed in with his objection. That's right. My Kurama clan is a prominent family in Konoha, and we were once very powerful. We would never marry a commoner. Chief Kurama glanced at them, inwardly cursing their short-sightedness. With Zhou Cheng's talent, he was destined to become a new generation of top-tier ninja. Now, by forcing a frail and sickly person, whose lifespan is uncertain, to marry him, the Zhou dynasty will rise to prominence, which will also be the time for the Anma clan to be revitalized. Disagree? Fine, then let your granddaughter marry Zhou Cheng. I'm determined to get married to him." Chief Anma unleashed his aura, silencing all the elders. They all secretly wondered if the clan leader had gone mad. "What, you won't even let your granddaughter marry Zhou Cheng? You still won't let Yakumo marry Zhou Cheng?" Chief Anma grew increasingly angry, his voice suddenly rising as he slammed his hand on the table, creating a large hole in it. "What are your intentions? Are you only happy to see the Kurama clan reduced to a mere handful of members, like the Senju clan?" Everyone else in the meeting room was startled by the enraged clan chief. They all thought the clan chief was just joking, going through the motions, but they never expected that this time the clan chief was serious. The elders and leaders of each branch looked at each other, unsure how to respond. The clan chief has placed such a heavy burden on their shoulders, whatever they say is wrong. Seeing that his action had silenced them all, the patriarch was secretly pleased, but feigned that his anger had not yet subsided. "Humph, it's settled then. I will send someone to see Zhou Cheng. Send someone to inform Yakumo as well. That's all for today, let's call it a day." Murakumo left without looking back, and not a single person said a word for Kurama Yakumo. It's ironic that a dramatic meeting, one that even the person involved didn't attend, could determine that person's entire life. Late at night, Zhou Cheng's house returned to peace. Zhou Cheng went to take the girl home, while Bai tidied up the house. During the day, at Naruto's suggestion, Zhou Cheng held a small victory celebration at home. The 12 members of the Little Strong group were invited to participate. Apart from the arrogant Sasuke and the uninterested Niji, everyone else accepted the invitation, even Sakura came. Everyone gathered together in celebration, with Naruto in charge of enlivening the atmosphere. The victory celebration was a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests. The cost of the ingredients was split equally among everyone. They haven't graduated yet, they're all kids and can't possibly have much money on them. Splitting the cost equally would ease the financial burden on everyone. Everyone laughed and joked until late before dispersing. After everyone helped tidy up a bit, Zhou Cheng was told to go home because it was too late and walking at night was dangerous. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Koji went home together. Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Abarame went back together. The girls wanted to walk together, but Zhou Cheng refused, insisting on taking them home. Hinata and Ino didn't react much, they were already used to it. They would only find it strange if Zhou Cheng didn't see them off one day. The other girls all looked at Zhou Cheng with strange eyes, praising him for being gentle and gentlemanly. After making my rounds of deliveries, I returned home late at night. But Zhou Cheng felt no sleepiness whatsoever. He had been using his senses to perceive his surroundings while escorting the girls home. He was surprised to find that 2 more people were now watching him. I wonder which faction has taken an interest in him this time. Chapter 36. The people watching him followed him all the way home. The extra people who suddenly appeared left when they reached the vicinity of Zhou Cheng's house, seemingly to scout ahead. They dared not get too close, for fear of being discovered by other people watching them. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Division en route diligently carried out their surveillance mission. Knowing that 2 more people were watching him, Zhou Cheng didn't dare to sleep at all. Adding to his joy and excitement at winning the competition today, he was even less sleepy. After washing up, he said good night to Bai and crawled into bed, leaving only his head sticking out. Unable to fall asleep, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. After a month of diligent study and practice, I have become more familiar with my body. The talent and knowledge I acquired through replication have been initially integrated, forming something uniquely my own. Especially in ninjutsu, they are more skilled and experienced in the speed of chakra flow and the allocation of pressure points when performing ninjutsu. With a deeper understanding of chakra control talent, what is replicated is talent and theory, rather than direct replication of strength. I can now use less chakra to perform ninjutsu without reducing its power. It is also possible to perform ninjutsu with no reduction in power while reducing the number of hand seals by 4. The next goal is to further reduce the amount of chakra used in ninjutsu while ensuring that the power of the ninjutsu remains undiminished. Furthermore, by reducing the number of seals by 3, a ninjutsu can be performed without diminishing its power. However, top-tier chakra control talent involves more than just that. It also allows me to increase the power of ninjutsu using the same amount of chakra. For example, I can unleash a C-rank ninjutsu with the power of a B-rank ninjutsu. However, right now I can only increase the power of a ninjutsu by 10% using the same amount of chakra. If people knew that I hadn't used my full strength when I sparred with Niji, their expressions would be absolutely priceless. However, these things cannot be accomplished in just 1 or 2 days. The only way is to diligently cultivate every day and grow through that cultivation. Alternatively, graduating early and facing life or death situations will allow one to grow more quickly. In terms of physical skills, he's only just begun. Don't be fooled by his seemingly evenly matched fight with Niji. It's really just a bunch of noobs fighting each other. To a martial arts master like Kai, it's just children playing house. Even if you reach Chunin level, you're still considered a noob by Jonin. Next, I can incorporate Tai Chi into my physical training. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is actually quite similar to Tai Chi. It can overcome strength with gentleness, and it can also unleash a burst of powerful force in an instant. Next, I need to spar with Niji frequently. Unlike ninjutsu, taijutsu doesn't allow you to find the feeling of chakra flow by performing it repeatedly. Physical martial arts are close quarters combat, and one must accumulate experience through actual combat, encounter various schools of thought, and identify one's own shortcomings. Although replicating Kai yielded a wealth of physical techniques theory is ultimately just theory, not experience. Without practice, it remains nothing more than empty talk. The next step is to continue transforming the physical theories in my mind into experience, and then achieve a preliminary integration with Tai Chi. Furthermore, although I have replicated the 8 gates formation, I have not actually opened any gates yet, and I have not truly experienced the feeling of my strength and speed increasing dozens of times in a short period of time. However, opening the door can cause irreversible damage to the body. You either learn Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, or you learn yin-yang release. That way I can open any of the gates before the 8th gate without any worries. Only in this way can the damage caused to the body by the 8 gates be minimized. The reason why Xiao Li basically becomes a minor character in the later part of the story is because he can only learn physical skills. Furthermore, he practiced physical techniques recklessly, never considering that his body was already riddled with hidden injuries. Often, before one hidden injury has fully healed, another hidden injury will appear. In addition, Kai is a thick-skinned guy who only knows how to keep his disciples excited, but doesn't know how to heal Xiao Li's hidden injuries. So much so that by the 4th war, he could only open the 6th gate. Was it because he didn't want to open the 7th gate? No, it was because he simply couldn't. If I learn Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, I can become an invincible cockroach, healing myself while fighting. However, the most suitable method for the 8 gates is yin-yang release, or the immortal body. Both of these abilities have abnormally high regenerative capabilities. Yin-yang release can be obtained through training in chakra nature transformation. Yin dun is spiritual power, and yang dun is physical power. From now on, these 2 directions will be my main focus. Mental strength can be enhanced through the talent essence, and it can also be improved through daily cultivation. So, I need to study illusion techniques properly next. Physical strength can also be enhanced through the talent essence, and regular physical exercise is also essential. As for the immortal body, it will be my transformation from a chess piece to a chess player. It is my greatest asset in surviving in the Naruto world. People with immortal bodies are extremely rare, and they are all at a level I cannot currently access. If I can get close to them, I can replicate their immortal bodies. we need to make a proper plan. Next, Naruto will probably go and steal the Book of Seals. I need to find a way to see the contents of the Book of Seals as well. Those are all forbidden techniques, like multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, 100 healings technique, mutual explosion tags, and so on. Learning just one skill would be a huge boost to my abilities. I need to keep a close eye on Naruto and Mizuki lately. I can take a look at the books when they go to steal them, and how much I can memorize depends on how much time I have. Back then, the 3 generations of cunning old foxes must have been spying on us with a crystal ball. Then, the next target for replication will be chosen. There are many talented people in Konoha, but few are suitable for me. It can greatly enhance my strength to the point where I can use illusion techniques, eye techniques, and secret techniques. The secret technique is too conspicuous, even if I learned it, I couldn't use it, so I'll leave it for now. As for eye techniques, there are only the Byakugan and the Sharingan. These are all abilities that easily attract attention. Before you have the ability to protect yourself, you don't need to consider them, otherwise even if you have eyes, they will be gouged out by powerful people. If Sasuke didn't have the protagonist's halo, he would be hunted down as soon as he left Konoha, countless people would be watching him. That leaves only illusion magic as an option. Speaking of illusion magic, that brings us to Kurane Ui and the Kurama clan. Kurane is easier to approach, you can find her by following Asuma. Alas, in this dangerous world, one must become the strongest to guarantee a good night's sleep. Before he knew it, there was a faint light outside the window. Zhou Cheng hadn't slept a wink all night. However, given his current physical and mental condition, not sleeping for a night or two won't have much of an impact on him. He got out of bed, folded the blankets, opened the door, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he went to the kitchen, boiled a kettle of water, and prepared to cook ramen. When no women came to visit, Zhou Cheng and Bai would eat simple ramen. When the water boiled, Bai also got up, and Zhou Cheng noticed that Bai was a little different today. Bai Jing'ai looked around and pulled Zhou Cheng into a corner. He wrote a few words on Zhou Cheng's palm with his finger. "Brother Zhou Cheng, I think I've awakened my bloodline limit." Chapter 37. Zhou Cheng looked at Bai with delight. He'd awakened his bloodline limit ice release? That's great, our strength has increased significantly. Zhou Cheng moved closer to Bai and asked in a low voice. "How are you feeling?" Bai answered in a low voice. "It seems like it can create ice and snow out of thin air." He felt that he had finally become useful and could help Zhou Cheng with his work. For some reason, upon hearing Bai say that, the words frozen automatically popped into his mind, along with an image of a princess singing and dancing, creating an ice castle. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Magic is powerful because of the imagination of the person who has it, and the same goes for ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng gently stroked Bai's head and whispered for him to keep it a secret. "Don't tell anyone. Revealing it now will only bring us more trouble. This will not only bring trouble, but also death. An outsider awakens his bloodline limit. The village may focus on cultivating him, but many more will be envious. Jealousy is a terrible negative emotion, it can make people lose their minds. At that point, Bai would be in danger." Bai nodded obediently, Zhou Cheng's words were like a royal decree to him. Then they sat down together and finished their ramen. Just as they were about to leave, there was a knock on their courtyard gate. Then I heard Naruto's voice. "Zhou Cheng, Bai, open the door quickly. Let me introduce you to my little brother." Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Naruto's underling? It must be Konohamaru. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, Naruto has met Konohamaru, which means the story has begun. While Zhou Cheng was thinking, Bai had already opened the door. Naruto, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, walked in first, his face full of smugness. Behind him followed a short boy wearing goggles and with snot hanging from his nose. Zhou Cheng wore an expression of "I knew it," as if to say, it really was Konohamaru. Naruto walked up to Zhou Cheng and proudly pointed his thumb at Konohamaru. "Zhou Cheng, bye, this is my newly recruited subordinate, Konohamaru." "Hehe, I have subordinates now." Zhou Cheng carefully observed Konohamaru, who was still a little kid. It was hard to imagine that a child with a runny nose would become a powerful ninja in the future. Konohamaru, looking smug, shouted loudly. "I am Konohamaru, the man destined to become Hokage." He thought the two older brothers in front of him were very handsome, but he didn't know how strong they were. Naruto immediately became unhappy and glared at Konohamaru with displeasure. Hey, I'm the one who's going to become Hokage." "Konohamaru, you're still a long way from it." Konohamaru wanted to argue further, but Zhou Cheng interrupted him, not wanting to waste his time watching the two of them. Stop arguing. Bye, and I have things to do, so we won't watch you two argue." Naruto naturally knew that Zhou Cheng and the others were planning to run laps around the village. He didn't want to go, the village was so big, running a lap around it would kill someone. Konohamaru was quite curious as to what Naruto's older brother's friend was going to do so early in the morning. "What are you all doing so early in the morning?" Naruto eagerly answered, his face full of disdain. "They're planning to run a lap around the village. They run every day to keep fit. One lap, and people could really die." Konohamaru was completely dumbfounded, forgetting to even suck the snot that was dripping into his mouth, and ran around the village? He wondered if he had misheard, the village was so big, running around it would be exhausting. They're running around every day, these two are insane. Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, so you're Zhou Cheng. Wow, you're really amazing. You managed to defeat Hyuga Niji. Much better than Naruto. Konohamaru then remembered who Zhou Cheng was and immediately looked at him with admiration. Naruto immediately became dissatisfied upon hearing Konohamaru's words. Hey, I'm still here. He admitted that he was weaker than Zhou Cheng, but he didn't have to say it out loud. Then, Zhou Cheng pulled Bai away, feeling that if they stayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to run the race today. An hour later, the laps were finished. They went home, took a shower, changed their clothes, and then headed out towards the Ninja Academy. The reason Zhou Cheng didn't use his shadow clone to go to class today was that he wanted to check on how his application for early graduation was going. If he passes, he can then go and become Kakashi's apprentice. You can then accept the quest and leave the village. That way, I won't have to be watched by that old fox anymore. They arrived at the school quickly. Unlike before when he was ostracized, today when he walks around school, quite a few people greet him. Among them were some scions of powerful families, all mediocre individuals, perhaps hoping to make their acquaintances. Zhou Chengdu nodded politely in acknowledgement. Basic manners are essential, it's always best to be courteous before resorting to force. They arrived at the classroom quickly, and as soon as they entered, the students greeted them warmly, no longer treating him like a joke or as if he didn't exist. Especially the 12 young men, after last night's dinner, they all had a good impression of Zhou Cheng to some extent, and they all greeted him with smiles. Sasuke merely glared at him fiercely before continuing to coolly rest his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Sakura, standing beside him, was staring intently at him. However, Naruto doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Zhou Cheng finally gave Hinata and Ino a gentle smile, making the two girls blush. Then he returned to his seat and sat down quietly, waiting for class to begin. Ino secretly squeezed over and sat on Zhou Cheng's other side, resting her chin on her hand and looking at Zhou Cheng with a spring-like expression. She was screaming inwardly, "Wow, he's so handsome. You could look at it a lifetime and still not get enough." Just then, Naruto rushed into the classroom. Many people looked at him with disgust. Apart from Shikamaru and Koji who greeted him, Zhou Cheng also smiled at him. As for Hinata, she wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Naruto looked somewhat dejected. He tried very hard to gain everyone's approval, but things never improved. When he was with Zhou Cheng, others would just casually greet him. He roared inwardly, "What do I have to do to gain everyone's approval?" Soon, Replica walked in carrying several items. He stepped onto the podium and placed the items on the table. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the entire class. "I have something to announce today." As soon as he said that, all 12 members of the team turned to look at him, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. Zhou Cheng, a classmate of ours, submitted his application to graduate early yesterday. The school has approved the application. A moderate round of applause rang out in the classroom, but many people didn't pay much attention to it. Every year people apply to graduate early, but for many years no student has been able to pass the early graduation exam. Replica glanced at Zhou Cheng, his eyes filled with satisfaction, then scanned the entire classroom and raised his voice. "The school has already submitted the application to Lord Hokage. Finally, with the special permission of the Hokage, Zhou Cheng is allowed to graduate without taking the exam." Wow! These words caused an uproar throughout the room. It actually passed. Moreover, it was thanks to the Hokage's special permission that I didn't have to take the graduation exam. That makes sense. In yesterday's competition, Zhou Cheng demonstrated abilities that he should have no problem passing the graduation exam. They were surprised that the Hokage would make a special exception for Zhou Cheng. Does the Hokage already consider Zhou Cheng a one-ichi ninja? Chapter 38. The classmates sitting next to Zhou Cheng congratulated him, and Bai also looked excited. He was happiest when his brother Zhou Cheng received attention. He had long ago made up his mind to be his brother's shadow. He did all the dirty and hard work, and all the glory went to his brother Zhou Cheng. Ino, being in a prime position, seized the opportunity and, screaming, clung to Zhou Cheng's arm. "Ah, I knew you'd graduate early. I've been working hard too, and I want to become a genin so we can do missions together." Hinata simply smiled at him, her face flushed, looking incredibly cute. Naruto jumped up from his seat, waving his arms excitedly. "Ha ha ha, Zhou Cheng is my friend, Naruto Uzumaki." But no one responded to him. Sasuke and Neji looked at Zhou Cheng with resentment, their eyes burning with the rage of battle. They secretly resolved to fight him and defeat him. Replica continued. "Now that Zhou Cheng has graduated from school early, he is a full-fledged genin. Next, we will be awarding headbands to the ninjas of Konoha." As he spoke, he took a brand new headband from a small box. The moment the headband was taken out, the class was first in an uproar, and then burst into enthusiastic applause. Everyone was applauding and cheering for Zhou Cheng. That headband was something they all aspired to, it was a symbol of their ninja identity. That is also their ultimate goal in entering the Ninja Academy. Zhou Cheng looked at the headband in Replica's hand, but felt no excitement whatsoever. "Genin, just cannon fodder, what's there to cheer about? A bunch of brainwashed kids." He stepped onto the stage, where Replica personally placed a headband on his head, signifying that he had become a true ninja. The whole class cheered again. Zhou Cheng, wearing a headband, looked even more dashing, making the girls scream. Naruto looked at Zhou Cheng on the podium and was genuinely happy for him. But looking at his cheering classmates, he suddenly felt no joy at all. Perhaps, as Professor Xuanhuang said, only the strong can gain everyone's attention and recognition. I will definitely steal the Book of Seals, learn the ninjutsu within, become as powerful as Zhou Cheng, and gain everyone's recognition. As the cheers gradually subsided, Replica continued. "Zhou Cheng, you still need to register your identity at the Fire Shadow Tower. That way, you can receive your genin's salary every month." He looked at Zhou Cheng, feeling very happy for him. This child has only been learning for a month, and he's already become a genin just like me. He's truly a prodigy. Then his gaze fell on Naruto, who was alone and looking forlorn. Naruto, you will definitely become a great ninja. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved to his classmates, but inwardly he was thinking, I don't want to smile. Smiling is making my muscles stiff. It's just becoming a genin, does it really need to be this excited? Then he gave Bai a meaningful look. They had already discussed it beforehand, Bai wouldn't apply for early graduation. If both outsiders act too exceptionally, it will inevitably arouse jealousy in some people. That would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zhou Cheng allowed Bai to graduate normally. Finally, he glanced at the dejected Naruto and was certain that Mew must have spoken to Naruto and said something that greatly affected him. It seems that Naruto stealing the scroll of seals is not far off. Then he left the classroom, walked out of the school, and headed towards the Hokage building. On the rooftop outside the school stood a member of the Anbu, wearing a fox mask, carrying a samurai sword, and with purple hair. She was none other than Uzuki Yujao, who had been responsible for monitoring Zhou Cheng. She watched Zhou Cheng's departing figure, murmuring to herself. From entering the school to graduating, he only took a month. Should we say he's incredibly talented, or that the curriculum was too simplistic? He's already broken the record for the fastest graduation from the Ninja Academy. I wonder if he can break the record for the fastest promotion from Genin to Chunin. The Chunin exams, jointly organized by several villages, are coming up soon. Hopefully, he can shine again in the Chunin exams. If he were to join the Anbu, I might have a chance to become his captain. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere in Konoha, Shui Mu was sitting alone, his eyes filled with cunning and treacherous intent. Why is it that Irika, that loser, can become a teacher, while I'm being stripped of my right to be one? Why do you all praise Irika while looking down on me? In what way am I inferior to him? This time, I'm going to use the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to steal the scroll of seals, then use him to lure Irika here, and then kill him. He touched a spot on his arm, feeling absolutely confident in the success of his plan. He's already been promoted to Chunin, killing Irika, a genin, would be a piece of cake. Then we'll take the Book of Seals and fly far away. Meanwhile, the Hotaki family estate. Kakashi, sporting his signature white hair, is returning from outside. He had already received word that Zhou Cheng had been allowed to graduate early. Kakashi was quite surprised. He couldn't understand why the Third Hokage would trust that child so much and firmly believe that he wasn't a spy sent from another village. Kakashi returned to his room and took out a copy of Make Out Paradise to read. But after only 2 minutes, he put away the lovey-dovey place, realizing that his state of mind could be influenced by a child. He graduated from school in just 1 month, even faster than when he was younger. Moreover, judging from Zhou Cheng's various behaviors, he is indeed a good child. He is talented but not arrogant. He trains very hard every day, and even uses the characteristics of shadow clones to help him train. He would be a good candidate to be a disciple. Kakashi decided to observe Zhou Cheng for a while to see what kind of person he was and how he treated his comrades. If everything aligns with his expectations, then he will decide to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to teaching Zhou Cheng. Because Kakashi saw Zhou Cheng's smile yesterday, which resembled that of his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It's the same smile that can bring warmth to people. Zhou Cheng had already arrived outside the Hokage building. After explaining his purpose, he was quickly led to a room by a Chunin. Then I filled out a form and took a few photos. Konoha was very efficient, his basic information was registered in just over 10 minutes. He was about to leave when he was stopped by a member of the Secret Service. The Hokage wants to see you. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted upon hearing this. He wondered why the old fox wanted to see him. Is it still about taking him as a disciple? Before he knew it, he had been led to the Hokage's office. Immediately, a somewhat aged voice from the third generation came from inside. Zhou Cheng pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the Hokage's office, he saw Hiruzen Sartobi smoking a pipe, puffing out clouds of smoke. But he wasn't the only one in the office. Danzo was covered in bandages, and 2 advisors were also present. Zhou Cheng immediately broke out in a sweat. Chapter 39. Zhou Cheng's vigilance was at its highest. All 4 of those old foxes were there. What are they trying to do? Or did they discover something? He stood there quietly, waiting silently, without saying a word or asking any questions. After a long while, Hiruzen Sartobi finally put down his pipe on the table. He coughed lightly. This kid has good patience. Child, we've called you here today again to discuss the matter of becoming our apprentice. Now, not only Danzo and I, but even the 2 advisors are very fond of you. We all want to take you as our apprentice. You can choose one of the 3 to become our disciple. Zhou Cheng was completely stunned when he heard this. What's the meaning? Now even consultants want to take me on as their apprentice? Damn it, I shouldn't have acted so devilishly charming. Now we're in trouble, Kakashi alone can't control these 4. Zhou Cheng noticed that the 4 of them were just looking at him, waiting for him to make a choice. But he could think of no reason to refuse. Time ticked by, but Zhou Cheng remained silent. Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Hiruzen Sartobi and the other 3 exchanged glances. Zhou Cheng clearly didn't want to become their disciple, but they didn't dare force him, fearing it would leave a bad impression. And they wouldn't show any deference to each other. If one of them forced Zhou Cheng to become his disciple, the other 2 would unite against him, and things would get stuck in a vicious cycle. Hiruzen Sartobi sighed, that was the only way. Since you don't want to be taught by any of us, we won't force you. You're a genin now, a true ninja. You need to gain some experience. You can join my dark division and become a member. After 3 years, you can choose to leave or stay. Hiruzen Sartobi was confident that he could brainwash Zhou Cheng within 3 years, and that after 3 years he would have a genius who was loyal to Konoha and to himself. Danzo then spoke, this child must belong to the root. You can also choose to join my roots. Roots and Anbu are the same, they're both for Konoha. The time frame is also 3 years. After 3 years, you can choose whether to stay or leave. Danzo was already imagining that, with Root's brainwashing methods, 3 years later Zhou Cheng would have become a blade loyal only to him, clearing away all obstacles that would hinder him from becoming the Hokage. Seeing the other 2 start promoting themselves, Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu didn't want to be outdone. He hurriedly spoke. You can also choose to join our advisory department. The advisory department is the most powerful place besides the Hokage. You can gain many privileges and conveniences. We only need you for 3 years. After listening, Zhou Cheng fell silent once again. It seems I must choose a department to join today. These old foxes, unable to find apprentices, planned to have Zhou Cheng join their department. They established a nominal master-disciple relationship. After that, a series of operations are carried out to turn the nominal master and apprentice into a real master and apprentice. Having missed a single moment of sleep with the 4 old foxes, Baring's brain raced. First of all, he won't go to the advisory department. Consultant, as the name suggests, is a clerical position. You're unlikely to learn any advanced ninjutsu in the advisory department, and you'll almost certainly have to travel frequently between various ninja villages to handle political matters. Zhou Cheng disliked this kind of life the most. If he could live it again, he would definitely follow his heart. Most importantly, over time, Zhou Cheng feared he might also become someone who only cared about interests and disregarded emotions. Zhou Cheng glanced at Danzo again. He genuinely disliked this schemer who appeared throughout half of the original story. And his roots, a place of pure darkness. The root requires all members to undergo self-destruction training, and to maintain secrecy, they are also subjected to a cursed seal. Danzo thoroughly trained them to be mere pawns who would carry out missions. They have no names, and no feelings. There is no past, no future, only the mission in mind. Danzo rose to power after the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, died sealing the Nine Tails. He dispatched an assassination squad from route to assassinate Hiruzen Sartobi, who was preparing to return to the position of Hokage. It can be said that they were utterly depraved and insane. In Danzo's eyes, he was willing to sacrifice anyone but himself in order to become Hokage. Joining route will only turn you into Danzo's pawn, causing you to lose yourself in endless missions. Then, Zhou Cheng glanced at Hiruzen Sartobi, who was still washing his pipe. The Anbu is actually an assassination organization, the first intelligence agency in the Naruto world. Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, Yujiro Uzuki, Yamato, and others all came from the Anbu. Zhou Cheng had no choice, the only option he could have was the Dark Division. Most importantly, his Anbu identity would give him some advantages. He could secretly follow Naruto to steal the Scroll of Seals without anyone suspecting anything. Moreover, if he doesn't choose any of them, he definitely won't be able to leave this door. He took a deep breath, looking at Hiruzen Sartobi with a complicated expression. He had no choice but to work for this old fox for the time being, and then find another way out. I choose to join the Hokage's Anbu. These words elicited mixed reactions, with some rejoicing and others despairing. Hiruzen Sartobi's smile was almost overflowing. He firmly believed that after 3 years of training in the Anbu, Zhou Cheng would definitely become a ninja who could stand on his own. 3 years later, Zhou Cheng will be completely loyal to him after being brainwashed. Danzo and his 2 advisors surprisingly didn't seem too surprised, because this was something they had already agreed upon, with each person taking 3 years. Seeing the team fight and the 2 advisors' reactions, Zhou Cheng was certain he had fallen into their trap, and he had no idea what awaited him. But now it's too late, all we can do is deal with whatever comes our way. Then, Danzo and his 2 advisors left. Only Zhou Cheng and Hiruzen Sartobi remained in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sartobi took a puff of his pipe and lightly tapped the table with his other hand, letting him familiarize himself with the Anbu first. With purple hair, carrying a ninja sword, and wearing a mask, Uzuki Yujiro appeared beside Zhou Cheng and knelt on one knee. He'll be in your team from now on, teach him well. Let's show him around the Dark Division. Uzuki Yujiro nodded. He had actually joined the Anbu, breaking the record for a genin joining the Anbu once again. Then, Zhou Cheng followed Uzuki Yujiro and left the Hokage's office. Zhou Cheng looked at Uzuki Yujiro leading the way. His own Anbu captain was actually a stunning beauty. Hehe, that's a win-win situation. If you cultivate a good relationship with her, it will definitely pay off in the future. Zhou Cheng firmly believes that having more friends makes life easier. Uzuki Yujiro led him to a building not far from the Hokage building. Zhou Cheng spread his senses and discovered that there were more than a dozen ninjas hiding around him, all of them masked members of the Anbu. It seems this is the headquarters of the Dark Division. Chapter 40. Zhou Cheng followed Uzuki Yujiro into the building and into a separate room. She first explained the organizational structure of the Dark Division to Zhou Cheng in detail. The Dark Division has 1 chief commander and 1 deputy chief commander. It comprises 4 squads, each with 17 members, and each squad is led by a squad leader. Each squad is further divided into 4 platoons. Each class has 4 students and 1 class monitor. Zhou Cheng also learned about Uzuki Yujiro's position. She was a squad leader, in charge of 16 people. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a strong and beautiful woman. That old fox Hiruzen Sartobi actually sent a captain to monitor him. Then, she took Zhou Cheng's measurements. Compared to the other members of the Dark Division, Zhou Cheng was too young, and there were no clothes that fit him, they had to be custom-made. She also told Zhou Cheng that real names couldn't be used in the Secret Service, and that he should come up with a code name himself. It's best to use an animal as a code name, making it easier for other team members to remember it. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and then revealed his code name. Red hair? Are you sure? Uzuki Yujo's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Why would a man have such a feminine name? However, she still took out a rabbit mask and handed it to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng looked at the rabbit mask in her hand, his eye twitching. The red hair he was thinking of was the legendary red hair, not a red rabbit. Left with no other choice, he could only accept the rabbit mask and put it on. Now he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered no matter what he did at night. Your clothes should be ready by tomorrow. You need to be here on duty first thing tomorrow morning. Normally, it's pretty leisurely, except for being a little boring. Everyone needs to stay here for 2 hours, after which you are free to move around. Zhou Cheng nodded, which meant a 24-hour, 3-shift rotation system. Always ensure that a small team is stationed near the Hokage building to protect the Hokage's safety. And most importantly, you must not reveal your membership in the dark side to anyone, not even your closest relatives. For the first time, Uzuki Yujo's tone became serious. This is not only about protecting yourself, but also about protecting your family. Countless ninjas, unable to contain themselves, revealed that they had become members of the Anbu. Not long after, his family was assassinated by their enemies. In a life in the shadows, it's impossible to avoid making enemies. Zhou Cheng understood the meaning of those words and nodded solemnly to show that he understood. Then, Uzuki Yujo told Zhou Cheng to leave and come back tomorrow to officially start his shift. After leaving the secret service, Zhou Cheng slowly walked towards home, his mind filled with doubts. What exactly are those old foxes, Hiruzen Sartobi, up to? They actually agreed to his refusal to become their disciple so easily. Furthermore, after he chose to join the Anbu, both his advisors, Danzo and Mitokado Homura, remained calm. If they genuinely want to recruit Zhou for their own use, they should strongly advocate for it. It was only then that Zhou Cheng realized he was utterly clueless when it came to intrigue and politics. Faced with these cunning old foxes, he could only be extremely cautious. Perhaps a single wrong step taken after letting your guard down could lead to utter ruin. Zhou Cheng turned to look at the Hokage building, his eyes filled with apprehension. His biggest concern right now is Hiruzen Sartobi. Joining the Anbu is equivalent to becoming a direct subordinate of the Hokage, and one must carry out any mission assigned by Hiruzen Sartobi without questioning the reasons. However, the most pressing concern right now is Naruto's condition. Judging from the behavior of celebrities today, Shuimu, a popular online forum, must have already contacted him and given him a dose of toxic motivational talk. Naruto should make his move in the next few days to steal the scroll of seals and prove himself. Zhou Cheng was still thinking about how to conceal his identity. Now that he's joined the Dark Division, as long as he wears the Dark Division's uniform and mask, no one will recognize him. And in the aftermath, Zhou Cheng checked the time and realized that the Ninja Academy hadn't let out yet, and he would be alone at home anyway. Then he remembered his promise to Kakashi. If he could graduate early, Kakashi would agree to take him as his apprentice. So Zhou Cheng changed direction and headed towards the Hotaki family's residence. For over a month, he was taking girls home, not to win their favor. He would always find various reasons to take different routes, but his real purpose was to familiarize himself with the branches and roads of Konoha. He can now name the location of every clan's territory. He already has a detailed map of Konoha in his mind. He was preparing for the future, so that if he could no longer stay in Konoha one day, he wouldn't be completely lost when he left the village. They didn't even know where they were or how far they were from the ceiling barrier. 20 minutes later, Zhou Cheng stood at the door of the Hotaki family's house. The Hotaki family is no longer as glorious as it was during the time of the White Fang. The gate is now deserted and appears quite desolate. He stepped forward and knocked on the door, then stepped back a few paces and waited quietly. While waiting, Zhou Cheng thought to himself, Kakashi possesses all chakra natures, I hope he can teach me more water release and earth release ninjutsu. Ideally, you should teach both chakra form and nature transformation. Just then, the door opened. A silver-haired head peeked out. Seeing that it was Zhou Cheng who had knocked, Kakashi opened the door a little wider. Upon seeing the headband on Zhou Cheng's head, his deadpan eyes widened noticeably. He had actually graduated early. The third generation actually agreed? So, his identity is not in question? Kakashi-sensei, I've graduated early. I've kept our promise and come to become your student. Kakashi didn't answer the question. Instead, he opened the doors completely and went inside first. Come on in. Zhou Cheng stepped across the threshold and entered the Hotaki family's house. The house was simply furnished, with nothing out of place, and it was spotless. Kakashi gestured for him to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Why do you want to become my disciple? This was a question that Kakashi couldn't understand. Why would someone refuse a cage-level expert's request to become their disciple, and instead become the disciple of this notoriously lazy person? Zhou Cheng had already prepared his answer, his face serious, ready to persuade Kakashi with his own philosophy. So that we will no longer be homeless, so that we can protect our companions. In the ninja world, those who disregard the rules are called trash, but those who disregard their comrades are the trashest of the trash. The ninjutsu I want to learn are all for protecting my comrades. Back in Kirigakure, I heard of your reputation as a copy ninja. Everyone said you knew thousands of ninjutsu. If I became your apprentice, I'm sure I could learn ninjutsu that would protect my comrades. After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, Kakashi stood there stunned, not responding for a long time, his hand, which was pouring tea, frozen in mid-air. Zhou Cheng noticed that his eyes seemed to be recalling something. Hehe, Obito's words didn't shock you? See Obito's shadow in me? Then obediently accept me as your disciple. After a long while, Kakashi was startled awake by the overflowing tea. He hurriedly put down the teapot and stared intently at Zhou Cheng. Chapter 41. Kakashi stared at Zhou Cheng in astonishment. This kid really resembled Obito, well, except for his talent. Did you say those words? Zhou Cheng chuckled inwardly, but outwardly maintained a serious demeanor, convinced he couldn't handle the situation. Yes, I've had this idea for a long time. Hearing his words, Kakashi's eyes widened even more. Could such a coincidence really exist in the world? The ninja way of a man who had been gone for more than a decade has miraculously appeared in a child more than a decade later. Could it be that Obito also wants me to take him as my disciple? Kakashi remained silent for a moment, perhaps it truly was fate. I can accept you as my apprentice, but I have conditions. You need to pass my test. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. I'll take on any challenge. So, what kind of test is it? Kakashi stood up from the cushion and walked outside. Zhou Cheng hurriedly followed, his heart filled with curiosity. Once inside the courtyard, Kakashi merely tilted his head to look at Zhou Cheng, hoping he could keep up with him. Keep up. No sooner had he finished speaking than he leaped onto the roof and then jumped to another roof. Zhou Cheng was taken aback. Couldn't he have been a little more abrupt? It seemed he was trying to test my speed and jumping ability. Zhou Cheng also jumped onto the roof and followed Kakashi. Because it was daytime, and Kakashi was quite a celebrity in Makina. So no one came out to stop the two of them from jumping around on the roof. They soon arrived at a place. Upon landing, Zhou Cheng recognized that this was Xiao Li and Kai's secret training base. Zhou Cheng glanced at Kakashi. Guy must have told him to come here. Was he bringing me here to test my strength? Ring ring ring. Kakashi held a rope between two fingers, with a bell hanging from it. This method was originally used to test students, after all, disciples are students too. If you can snatch this bell within 30 minutes, I'll accept you as my apprentice. Zhou Cheng outwardly appeared excited, but inwardly he was rolling his eyes. Isn't this method meant to train the teamwork skills of 3 ninjas in a class? Zhou Cheng was alone, how could I possibly steal the bell? However, since Kakashi had already brought it up, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Zhou Cheng formed hand seals and used the shadow clone technique to create an extra helper for himself. Both Zhou Cheng simultaneously threw Shuriken, followed by swift hand seals. The two Zhou Chengs unleashed their clone technique, creating 4 Zhou Chengs on the scene at once. Although the clone technique only serves a deceptive purpose, it's not entirely useless in the current situation. If Zhou Cheng can touch the bell, then he wins. The 4 Zhou Chengs rushed towards Kakashi simultaneously after throwing Shuriken, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Kakashi was wearing a mask, so his expression couldn't be seen, but Zhou Cheng couldn't detect any emotion in his eyes. As Zhou Cheng ran, his eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of an elite Jonin, he could remain so calm during battle. Kakashi dodged left and right, avoiding all the shuriken. Then he jumped up and swept his leg horizontally, bringing all 4 sides into his attack range. The 4 Zhou Chengs immediately crouched down, dodging Kakashi's sweeping attack. As he squatted down, Zhou Cheng formed hand seals again. Water release, mist concealment technique. Zhou Cheng wanted to disrupt Kakashi's vision, but Kakashi couldn't possibly use his Sharingan to deal with a child like Zhou Cheng. Then, Zhou Cheng's perception spread out. He sensed Kakashi's location instantly. He created a shadow clone that went around to the other side. You and your clone walk past from the front. Kakashi stood quietly in the thick fog, his visibility limited to a radius of only 1 meter around him. Emotions finally surfaced in his eyes. The sheer volume of emotion in them revealed a remarkable level of chakra control in this child. He became slightly more serious, he didn't want the child to turn the tables on him. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's footsteps, Kakashi immediately became alert, using the sound to pinpoint Zhou Cheng's location. Bell. 3 Zhou Cheng suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi, and with the same movement, they reached for the bell in Kakashi's hand. To avoid Zhou Cheng's sudden attack, Kakashi jerked backward, causing the bell to ring for the first time since the start. He stepped back and bumped into Zhou Cheng, his shadow clone. Kakashi was taken aback. When? A smile appeared in Zhou Cheng's eyes as he reached for the bell. Success! Zhou Cheng, the shadow clone, touched the bell. His expression turned to wild joy. He touched the bell. He won. But the next second, Kakashi vanished in a puff of white smoke, it was just a shadow clone of him. Zhou Cheng froze on the spot. When did he use the shadow clone technique? Bang! The shadow clone Zhou Cheng was kicked away by Kakashi, who appeared behind him, and disappeared in the white smoke. Kakashi was clearly taken aback when he realized that he had kicked a shadow clone. Zhou Cheng cleverly used his main body to launch a frontal attack, leaving his shadow clones to be the main force in snatching the bells. Kakashi lost sight of Zhou Cheng again, and then he returned to his quiet standing position. He was waiting for Zhou Cheng to appear again. On the other side, Zhou Cheng felt the pain in his back transmitted by the shadow clone, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. He hasn't learned enough types of ninjutsu, so when he encounters a ninja whose strength far surpasses his own, he'll only find himself in a very passive position. If he has already learned more types of ninjutsu by this time, he will have many more options. Now, the only way is to catch them off guard. He formed another hand seal and created another shadow clone. They tiptoed again, reaching out to Kakashi from both ends. Wind release, great breakthrough. Before Zhou Cheng even reached Kakashi's side, a gust of wind blew towards him, it was Kakashi's wind release ninjutsu. The white mist was blown away by the wind, creating a vacuum zone, and Zhou Cheng stood in the vacuum zone. Found you, kid. Kakashi's voice was mocking, but he didn't attack. Today, Zhou Cheng was the one to steal the bell, he wouldn't take the initiative. Even the wind-style ninjutsu from earlier wasn't a very damaging technique. Now that he had been discovered, Zhou Cheng stopped hunching over and stood up straight. He stopped using the fog concealment technique, and the thick fog gradually dissipated. After several rounds of fighting, Zhou Cheng realized that the hidden mist technique posed very little threat to Kakashi. He felt he had to take a desperate gamble and attacked Kakashi directly with physical techniques. Even if he only grazed the bell, he would still win. Zhou Cheng and his shadow clone threw out several more shuriken, then immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu with maximum chakra. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shuriken suddenly appeared and flew towards Kakashi. These shuriken all have physical forms. Unlike the clone technique, it's not just an illusion. With his amazing observation skills, Kakashi dodged one shuriken after another, the bell in his hand shaking violently and emitting a melodious sound. Just then, Zhou Cheng threw two more shuriken. The first one hit a shuriken that was not far from the bell, changing its direction. Then, the second shuriken collided with the shuriken that had changed direction, causing its speed to increase dramatically. Swish! With a whoosh, the shuriken severed the rope binding the bell. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 42. The shadow clone Zhou Cheng reached out to catch the bell, but Kakashi kicked him away, sending him flying into the air and disappearing into white smoke. Kakashi was taken aback. Another shadow clone. This kid's use of shadow clones and his control over people's minds are quite impressive. As he was thinking, the bell was caught by Zhou Cheng himself. Hee, teacher, I won. Zhou Cheng opened his palm and showed the bell to Kakashi. Finally, I can become an apprentice. Kakashi snapped out of his surprise and resumed his lazy demeanor. He stood up weakly, looked at Zhou Cheng with admiration in his eyes. This kid is really outstanding. Kakashi believed that Zhou Cheng was a genius in both talent and combat intelligence, and that as long as he trained diligently, his future achievements would not be lower than his own. Starting today, I will teach you cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng clenched his fist heavily, his face full of excitement. He was eager to learn ninjutsu using both water and earth elements, and was about to ask Kakashi when he would begin training when Kakashi poured cold water on his enthusiasm. He stretched out a big yawn, letting out a groan. I'm a little tired. That's all for today. Let's meet here again tomorrow at noon. Don't be late. After saying that, he took the Intimate Paradise book and walked home while looking at it. This child is a diamond in the rough. Zhou Cheng stretched out his hand, wanting to call out to him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only awkwardly hold out his hand until it ached before finally putting it down. Oh well, tomorrow it is. One more day won't make a difference. He glanced at the sky. The Ninja Academy was about to let out. He planned to pick up Haku and the others, but his main purpose was to see Naruto. Let's see how he is doing, perhaps the time to steal the Book of Seals isn't far off. When he arrived at the school gate, it was just after school let out, and students were coming out in twos and threes. He soon saw Naruto with blonde hair and blue eyes, and Shiro with smooth black hair. And the two beautiful girls beside them, Hinata and Ino. Ino spotted Zhou Cheng from afar and happily jogged over to his side. She took his hand without any hesitation. Zhou Cheng could only use his other hand to greet others. Naruto, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Zhou Cheng tentatively asked Naruto, who did indeed look unwell. Naruto waved his hand with a forced laugh, his usual energy gone. Oh, I'm fine, just a little tired. I won't come to your place tonight. After saying that, he turned and left. Are you really going tonight? Hinata watched Naruto's departing figure with a worried expression. Naruto-kun, are you feeling unwell? Zhou Cheng walked to her side and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Zhou Cheng focused his attention on Naruto's words. Aren't you coming to my house tonight? Does he mean he'll steal the Book of Seals tonight? What should I do then? My costumes for the darker areas aren't finished yet. I did bring the mask back, looks like I'll have to go to the clothing store to buy a black outfit later. Next, Zhou Cheng and Bai went to a clothing store and bought several outfits, including a pure black one. Buying several items would not arouse suspicion. Back at Zhou Cheng's house, they had dinner together and discussed their experiences with ninjutsu. Then Zhou Cheng, as usual, escorted the two women home. This time, Zhou Cheng deliberately chose a route that would pass by Naruto's house. He wanted to use his sensory abilities to see if Naruto was home. Soon, they arrived at Naruto's house. The house was dark, as if everyone was asleep. Zhou Cheng knew that Naruto wasn't home. He used his sensory abilities to discover that Naruto wasn't there. Did they really go to steal the Book of Seals? Zhou Cheng began to worry, fearing that if he arrived too late, Irika would already be there, and he wouldn't have a chance to see the Book of Seals. After dropping the two women off at home, he rushed home as quickly as possible, changed into black clothes in his room, and put on the Anbu rabbit mask. He jumped from the window into the yard, then onto the yard wall, and then onto the roof. Spread out your senses to avoid patrolling shadows or other people. Soon, he arrived at the place Naruto and Mizuki had agreed upon. You brat, die! Xuanhuang's cold voice came through, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes and increased his running speed again. At this point, Naruto should have already been defeated, and Mizuki is about to say something insulting to Irika, at which point Naruto is about to explode. Zhou Cheng didn't want to see Naruto unleash his power, because then he wouldn't be able to get involved. He absolutely must get his hands on the Book of Seals. Soon, he saw a figure standing on Zhou Cheng's familiar body. Phew, thank goodness I made it. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath. The sprint had made his breathing a little unsteady. He began to regulate his breathing, trying to get back to his best condition as soon as possible. Mizuki kept hitting Naruto, trying to steal the Scroll of Seals. Naruto held the Scroll of Seals tightly to his chest, refusing to let go even when he was covered in blood. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in them. Xuanhuang, UBD, how dare you treat my brother like this? He leaped down, landing on the water and trees from his high vantage point. He began forming hand seals in mid-air. Shadow Clone Technique. The sound of ninjutsu being used caught Mizuki's attention. He looked up warily and saw two people dressed exactly alike descending towards him. His eyes were filled with resentment. It was too late to try and seize the Book of Seals now. Mizuki could only jump back to create some distance, and a kunai appeared in his hand as he assumed a fighting stance. Zhou Cheng landed steadily, while his shadow clone confronted Xuanhuang. The main body crouched down and helped Naruto up. Is he a kid too? Seeing that Zhou Cheng's physique was similar to Naruto's, and that he looked like a kid, Mizuki lowered his guard. He possesses the pride of a chunin, even 10 more kids like him wouldn't be a match for him. Kid, mind your own business, or you'll lose your life. Zhou Cheng didn't reply, there was no need to waste words with a dead man. Zhou Cheng helped Naruto sit down under a big tree and patted him on the shoulder to reassure him not to worry. Then, Zhou Cheng walked to the shadow clone's side. This was his first time facing a real chunin, and a real battle, not just a sparring match. Moreover, he needed to act quickly and eliminate Mizuki before Irika arrived. The two Zhou Chengs threw several shurikens. Mizuki sneered. Did he think a few shuriken would be enough to take him down? Mizuki was ready to block the shuriken with a kunai and then taunt him mercilessly. But when the shuriken was only a few meters away from him, Zhou Cheng formed hand seals at his fastest speed. All that could be seen were after images of his hands, making it impossible to discern their shapes. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The few shuriken suddenly multiplied into dozens. What? Xuanhuang was startled by the sudden change. This brat can actually use high-level ninjutsu. But he no longer had time to think about all that. At this point, the Shuriken was only a meter away from him, and he had no choice but to dodge. Chapter 43. Mizuki could only roll to one side with all his might. The instant he rolled away, several shurikens were embedded in the spot where he had just been standing. But there are more than just this many shuriken. Helpless, he could only roll to the side again. The shuriken chased after him until all the shuriken in midair were stuck in the ground. Xuanhuang stood up again, covered in dust and with a gloomy face. He had underestimated his opponents. These two brats were not simple. Because Zhou Cheng was wearing a mask and clothes that matched the darkness, Xuanhuang didn't recognize him. One of them was a shadow clone. "Who are you? And why are you interfering in my affairs?" Zhou Cheng did not answer him, but instead took out a kunao and held it in his hand. He always kept in mind the importance of a swift and decisive victory. The two Zhou Chengs rushed towards Xuanhuang, one from the left and one from the right. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in battle. Faced with the combined attack of two Zhou Chengs, Xuanhuang was immediately put on the defensive. In terms of physical skills alone, Zhou Cheng is among the best of his generation. After barely managing to hold out for a dozen rounds, Xuanhuang was kicked away by Zhou Cheng, who was in his true form. Zhou Cheng seemed somewhat surprised. Chunin were that weak? But he wasn't a pushover, he understood the principle of taking advantage of someone's illness to kill them. Before Xuanhuang's body even hit the ground, the two Zhou Chengs had already caught up with him. Two sharp kunao were thrust towards Mizuki. The kunao easily pierced Mizuki's body. However, Zhou Cheng did not show any joy on his face, because he felt that the kunao did not feel like it was piercing his flesh. Bang! Sure enough, Mizuki's body turned into a wooden stake and fell to the ground. Substitution technique. When? Xuanhuang isn't too bad. Zhou Cheng stood still without moving. On a branch above Zhou Cheng's head, Xuanhuang was crawling on it, a look of fear on her face. "I almost got killed by those two brats. Who exactly are they? There don't seem to be any kids this strong in Konoha. Etc. There seem to be two, but they couldn't possibly be here." Zhou Cheng pretended to be looking for Xuanhuang, but secretly spread his perception abilities. They instantly discovered Xuanhuang's hiding place. The two Zhou Cheng figures are separated, one on the left and one on the right, forming an angle with the ink painting. The two Zhou Chengs suddenly turned around and threw out the kunao in their hands. In the blink of an eye, kunao arrived at the place where Mizuki was hiding. Startled, Mizuki rolled to the side and fell off the branch. Before he even landed, two Zhou Chengs attacked him from the front and back. Damn brat! Xuanhuang felt that today was the most embarrassing day of her life. Driven to this point by two children who looked to be only teenagers. In contrast to Xuanhuang's disheveled appearance, Zhou Cheng seemed quite relaxed. He hadn't expected Xuanhuang to be so weak. Although he is a Chunin, his actual strength is definitely not up to Chunin level. Two kunao pierced Mizuki's body, one after the other. Mizuki's clothes were instantly stained red, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and veins were bulging on his forehead. He truly never imagined he would die at the hands of two brats. The kunao was pulled out, and Mizuki's body went limp on the ground. Zhou Cheng ignored him and turned to walk towards Naruto. He took the sealed book from the celebrity's hand, opened it, and began to read. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Gates Formation, Flying Thunder God Technique, etc. One after another, powerful forbidden techniques appeared before Zhou Cheng's eyes. His mind raced, trying to memorize all these ninjutsu techniques. Just then, Mizuki, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of chakra. Zhou Cheng, the shadow clone, quickly performed several backflips to create distance between himself and Xuanhuang. Mizuki, covered in blood, stood up. The wounds inflicted by the bitter creature had stopped bleeding. Sizzling white smoke, black curse marks appeared on Mizuki's body, covering his entire face. It made him look somewhat sinister and terrifying. Orochimaru's cursed seal? Zhou Cheng recognized it at a glance. It was a technique Orochimaru used to bribe his subordinates. It can enhance the caster's combat power in a short period of time. Based solely on chakra reserves, Mizuki has already reached the level of a special jonin. Zhou Cheng, in his true form, only glanced at the cursed seal transformed Xuanhuang before lowering his head to continue reading the Book of Seals. He didn't have time to fight Mizuki, he was racing against time, and it was always good to memorize as many ninjutsu techniques as possible. The shadow clone Zhou Cheng stood in front of the main body. He was buying time for the main body. For allowing me to use my curse seal, you all deserve to die. He. Mizuki, now imbued with the cursed seal, became somewhat crazed, his eyes bloodshot. Mizuki, holding a kunao in each hand, grinned maliciously as he walked towards Zhou Cheng, determined to kill these three brats. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shadow clone caused Zhou Cheng to throw a shuriken, and then he formed hand seals to unleash a full-force ninjutsu. Countless shurikens flew towards Mizuki. Mizuki moved his hands swiftly, knocking shuriken to the ground one by one. Activating the cursed seal state greatly enhanced all aspects of his physical attributes. The shuriken were no longer a threat to him. Zhou Cheng wasn't in a hurry, his goal was simply to buy time so that his main body could memorize more ninjutsu. When Zhou Cheng was viewing the sealing certificate, his perception was also extended to the maximum extent. He needs to be aware of whether anyone is approaching. If Irika appears, it proves that the Third Hokage also knows about what happened here. Then he must leave immediately. Zhou Cheng, the shadow clone, formed hand seals again. Water release, mist concealment technique. Thick white fog rose around them. It covered the group of them. Mizuki instantly flew into a rage and began indiscriminately attacking anything around him. He knocked down several trees. At this moment, Zhou Cheng noticed that Naruto beside him was starting to wake up. Helpless, he could only give Naruto a chop to make him go back to sleep. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shen frowned, sensing a person appearing 50 meters away. He recognized the person as Irika. They arrived so quickly. However, he hasn't discovered that we're here yet. There's still time, I need to hurry. However, Zhou Cheng forgot that there was also an enraged Xuanhuang here. His roar carried far, and Irika must have heard it. Sure enough, Zhou Cheng sensed that Irika was rushing towards them. Well. Zhou Cheng sighed, closed the Book of Seals, placed it next to Naruto, and then slapped him to wake him up. Then, ignoring his shadow clone, he leaped and landed on a high branch. On the tree branch, he dispelled his shadow clone. Without chakra's support, the white mist began to slowly fade. By the time Irika arrived, the white mist had completely disappeared. Xuanhuang, it really is you. You actually used Naruto to steal the scroll of seals. Irika looked at his friend with a heavy heart, unable to understand why Mizuki had become like this. They grew up together and were friends since they were little. Chapter 44. He, Irika, are you here to die? Then die. I'll kill you, then I'll go kill those two brats. In his cursed state, Mizuki's mind was filled with bestial instincts, all he wanted was to kill everyone in front of him. Irika was completely bewildered. What kid? Were there other people here just now? Irika glanced at Naruto and was astonished to find that he had already opened the scroll of seals. Naruto, close it quickly. The scroll of seals must not be read. Irika rushed towards Naruto, and the instant he turned around, he found himself flying. He looked down and saw that he had been grabbed and lifted up by Xuanhuang. Irika was violently thrown away by Mizuki, crashing into a tree trunk and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Teacher Irika! Naruto shouted urgently, stood up, and was about to rush over to save Irika. Naruto, run! You're no match for him. Irika stood up again, wanting to go to Naruto and protect him. He had only taken a few steps when Xuanhuang spotted him and rushed towards him. Irika threw several shurikens, trying to distract Mizuki. Mizuki blocked all the shuriken and continued charging towards Irika. Irika, not to be outdone, also charged towards Mizuki, wielding a kunai. The two instantly clashed. Even under normal circumstances, Irika is no match for Mizuki, let alone Mizuki in his cursed seal state. In just a few moves, Irika was hit several times and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. As Zhou Cheng watched, he realized something was wrong. Shouldn't Naruto have yelled something and then used the shadow clone technique to beat up Mizuki at that moment? How come it looks like Irika is almost dead, but Naruto hasn't done anything? Could it be that Irika's shout just now prevented Naruto from learning the multiple shadow clone technique? He looked at Xuanhuang again and instantly understood. Mizuki activated his curse seal too early, which changed things. Zhou Cheng felt he had to come up with a solution, otherwise Irika would really be beaten to death. Lost in thought, Zhou Cheng squatted on a tree branch, took out a kunai, and began drawing something on it. Mizuki threw the heavily injured Irika to the ground and looked at Naruto, who was still in shock, with bloodshot eyes. Naruto, do you know that everyone in the village hates you? Xuanhuang, you can't say. At this moment, Irika was still thinking about Naruto. Naruto couldn't know about the Jinchuriki. Still not dead. Mizuki kicked Irika hard again, causing him to curl up like a shrimp in pain. Teacher Irika. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot, and without thinking, he charged towards Mizuki, as reckless as ever. Naruto was kicked away by Mizuki and rolled on the ground more than 10 times before stopping. He, die, all of you die. Mizuki grinned maliciously, tossing kunai around in the air as he walked toward Irika, who was relatively close to him. Mizuki swung the kunai in his hand fiercely at Irika's, his eyes filled with murderous pleasure. A deep despair welled up in Irika's eyes. I should have brought more people with me, Naruto. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. Lying in the distance, Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, frozen in shock. Had Irika-sensei been killed? It's all my fault. I'm the one who killed him. Mizuki's hand was already outstretched, but he didn't feel the kunai piercing his flesh. He looked down in confusion. They discovered that Irika had vanished from the ground, leaving only a kunai of a different shape stuck in the ground. He looked around and saw that one of the two masked devils from before had reappeared. He's the one who rescued Irika. Kid, As soon as Xuanhuang opened his mouth to speak, his pupils suddenly dilated, and then he covered his neck. A kunai was stuck in his neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His clothes on his chest were already red and purple. When? The light in Xuanhuang's eyes gradually faded, and his strength vanished like a tidal wave. He collapsed to his knees. The curse mark disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Mizuki reached out with his other hand, trying to grab the masked imp that suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment he raised his hand, Zhou Cheng pulled out the kunai, drawing out a stream of blood that stained the ground red. Xuanhuang collapsed to the ground, her eyes completely losing their luster. She was clearly not going to survive. Zhou Cheng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time, otherwise it would have been troublesome. It turns out that he was making a flying thunder god kunai on the tree branch. He had memorized most of the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. He only had time to make 2 flying thunder god kunai. He tossed one kunai next to Irika and the other a short distance away. He first used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Irika, then moved with him to the edge of the second kunai. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Mizuki's side and plunged the kunai into Mizuki's throat. Call. As expected of a space-time ninjutsu, its chakra was completely depleted after only 3 uses. He put away the Flying Thunder God kunai, it was a treasure. Then he picked up Naruto and placed him next to Irika, and finally, under Irika's watchful gaze, placed the scroll of seals in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Cheng jumped onto a tree branch and left the area with a few leaps. He sensed that several ninjas were approaching, and he had to leave immediately. Soon, he landed in his own yard. He kept his sensory abilities active the whole way, avoiding all the patrolling ninjas, and unknowingly returned home. After becoming a member of the Anbu, Uzuki Yujao no longer monitored him. He sensed that Bai had already fallen asleep, so he jumped directly into the room through the window. He quietly wiped himself down, then changed into clean clothes and went to bed. I was on edge all night, and I can only relax now. As soon as I relax, a strange feeling arises within me, which makes me very uncomfortable. That was the disgusting feeling of killing for the first time. When he first entered the village, he encountered those bullying kids. When he kicked them, Zhou Cheng was certain they weren't dead. As for how they ultimately died, Zhou Cheng didn't want to know. He began to review the events of the day. With his successful apprenticeship under Kakashi, Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu training can now begin. Given Kakashi's personality, he would never outwardly show concern for his comrades, but in reality, he is a very thoughtful and kind person. It was only because the deaths of Obito and Rin were too much of a blow to him that he became the way he is now. Zhou Cheng's goal is to learn all the water and earth ninjutsu when Kai's talent is fully refined. And every 3 days, they would try to reduce the number of hand seals used for casting the spell. Furthermore, the talent essence obtained from refining Kai's talent will greatly enhance his strength. Most importantly, gaining Kakashi's approval is far more valuable than learning any ninjutsu. At least, he now has a mentor and a powerful background. Chapter 45. Becoming Kakashi's apprentice is the biggest gain of the past few days. Not only can he learn more ninjutsu, but Zhou Cheng also has a backer and a background. Although the Hotaki clan has declined, Kakashi's own strength and the reputation he earned with his Sharingan still make him a minor force in Konoha. After the death of the 4th Hokage, Minato, Danzo planned to assassinate the 3rd Hokage, who had returned to power, and he had also won over Kakashi beforehand. Ultimately, the plan failed because of Kakashi's defection. Kakashi's later rise to become the 6th Hokage wasn't due to Konoha having no other options, so he was chosen randomly. His strength, prestige, background, and other factors all meet the requirements to become Hokage. Now that he has become Kakashi's apprentice, he must keep Kakashi firmly on his side. Then, use your social skills to build good relationships with the 12 young heroes. Zhou Cheng's biggest worry right now is those old foxes from the 3rd generation, even though he's managed to get rid of their apprenticeship. However, their appearance together and their subsequent private meeting with Zhou Cheng made him very uneasy. Given the cunning and shrewdness of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, they wouldn't give up so easily. Moreover, Danzo did not show much excitement or anger after Danzo proposed joining the Dark Division. They're definitely plotting something. Serving in the Dark Division is equivalent to being under the watchful eye of the 3rd Hokage, nothing can escape his notice. He will be extremely careful, making sure not to make any mistakes that could give the 3rd generation a handle to use against him. Then, Zhou Cheng felt that he had to improve his strength faster, because if he didn't reach the Jonin level, everything he did would be limited. He started thinking about building his own team and his own power base. A force capable of rivaling the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. However, all of this is based on the premise that he has sufficient strength. Who would stand on the same side as a low-ranking ninja? Zhou Cheng decided that starting tomorrow, he must demonstrate even greater talent so that Kakashi would value him more and impart all his knowledge to him. Zhou Cheng then thought of what had happened that night. He flipped through the Book of Seals and memorized several ninjutsu techniques. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. The technique of multiplying explosive tags. He had already memorized these 3 ninjutsu and could begin practicing to improve their proficiency. The Multiple Shadow Clone Technique is the ultimate cheat code for cultivation. The number of shadow clones one can create determines how many times faster one's cultivation speed can be. Naruto used this ninjutsu to drastically shorten the time it took to train for the Raise Nan, and even advanced it to the S-rank Rasen Shuriken. With the ability to create multiple shadow clones, Zhou Cheng will be able to significantly reduce the time required to integrate Tai Chi into his physical techniques and create a new system of physical skills. Furthermore, he could easily create more than a dozen shadow clones to simultaneously practice a ninjutsu, greatly increasing his proficiency and allowing him to sense more chakra flow at the same time. Whether it's increasing the power of ninjutsu or reducing the number of hand seals, you can use multiple shadow clone techniques to speed up the process. Next is the Flying Thunder God technique. Zhou Cheng chose to learn the Flying Thunder God technique first to avoid being tricked and killed by the Third Hokage and his group. When faced with a life or death crisis, one can use preset coordinates to escape. However, the Flying Thunder God technique consumes too much chakra. In order to save Replica, he used it twice, and then used it a third time to instantly kill Mizuki. 3 times, and he had exhausted his chakra, and that was with such close-range teleportation. If it were a long-distance teleportation, he might exhaust his chakra in one go. Zhou Cheng thought that his chakra level still needed to be increased, as this was fundamental for a ninja, just like internal energy was fundamental for a martial artist in wuxia novels. Chakra is something that can't be cultivated too slowly. You either need to capture a tailed beast to become a Jinkraki, or find a way to obtain a sage body. To capture the tailed beast, we're not strong enough and we're too far away. Replicating the immortal body is his best option at present. Based on Zhou Cheng's experience with several remakes, he always receives the highest level reward after each remake. For example, the most top-tier chakra control talent, the 8 gates formation, which allows Guy to survive even when he opens all 8 gates. Therefore, replicating a ninja with the Asura bloodline would likely result in obtaining the same sage body as Asura. The sage body is not just about having a huge amount of chakra. The immortal body is a type of constitution, an extraordinary constitution. It is a hidden talent. A natural talent for significantly improving physical fitness. This talent can amplify the power of a ninja's ninjutsu or taijutsu by tens or even hundreds of times. Without bloodline, one cannot awaken the immortal body. It differs from sage mode, which can be obtained through cultivation. The immortal modes of the 3 holy lands are only temporary. Once the power of nature is gathered and consumed, the immortal mode cannot be maintained. The sage body allows the user to re-enter sage mode, significantly amplifying ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other techniques. The sage mode cannot awaken the sage body. In the Naruto world, there are very few beings capable of evolving into a sage mode body. The first is the Senju clan, descendants of Ashura, who are born with enormous chakra. However, the Senju clan's bloodline had already been corrupted and was no longer pure due to Tobirama Senju's plan to integrate the Senju clan into the common people. And they were almost all dead. Only Tsunade remains active in the public eye, but she has no fixed abode and wanders around various casinos. There are at least 800, if not 1,000, casinos in the Naruto world. Searching for them would take too much time. Then there's the Uzumaki clan, descendants of Ashura, who possess an even larger amount of chakra than the Senju clan. However, their entire clan has been wiped out. Only a handful of the clan members remain. Naruto is half a sage body, but his bloodline is impure, so replicating him might not yield the sage body. Nagato is one, but going to the land of rain now would be suicide. Then there's Karin Uzumaki. She should be in the land of grass, but even if you go there, you might not be able to find her accurately. She will accompany the ninjas from the land of grass to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams. That will be Zhou Cheng's only chance to replicate her. The last technique, the mutual explosive tags technique, is an expensive ninjutsu. Although explosive tags are not expensive, they are still quite pricey for Zhou Cheng. He hasn't taken on any missions or received any bounties yet, he's only been a genin and a member of the ANBU for 1 day, so he can't receive his salary yet. The orphanage allowance provided by the village alone is simply not enough to cover the cost of the explosive tags. It seems I'll need to go out and do some missions for the next while. In any world, it's the same, you can't do anything without money. Once you've gained enough strength, you can also go to the gold exchange to take on some bounty missions. The bounty there is much higher than in the village. He's not as good as Sartobi Asuma, whose bounty is 35 million taels. 35 million! Zhou Cheng had never seen so much money in his 2 lives. Then, the last and most crucial thing is whether the Third Hokage saw him looking through the Book of Seals through the crystal ball. How could Naruto have stolen the Scroll of Seals so easily? Chapter 46. As a scroll recording forbidden techniques, the Book of Sealing must have been guarded by someone. With Naruto's strength and intelligence, he couldn't even get his hands on the Scroll of Seals, let alone steal it. There must be some arrangement involving 3 generations involved, but Zhou Cheng can't figure out the purpose behind it yet. Mizuki is just a chunin, he doesn't need Hiruzen Sartobi to use the Scroll of Sealing as bait. Is it because of Orochimaru behind Mizuki? That's unlikely. Mizuki is just a dispensable pawn in Orochimaru's eyes, he wouldn't have access to any high-level secrets. So, is it to train Naruto? Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki, so his chakra reserves are extremely large. The multiple shadow clone technique was tailor-made for him. Zhou Cheng became increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. If it was for Naruto's sake, then when Zhou Cheng was looking through the Book of Seals, the Third Hokage must have been watching that forest through the crystal ball. Therefore, Zhou Cheng was completely exposed to the eyes of 3 generations. Zhou Cheng cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, I acted impulsively again. Now look what's happened. The Third Hokage has caught us red-handed. What to do? Go find Kakashi? No, my relationship with him isn't strong enough for him to do anything to protect me right now. Holy crap, this is trouble. There's absolutely no solution. He betrayed Konoha as soon as he arrived? Well, this is the last resort we can choose, and we don't know the 3rd generation's attitude yet. There might be a chance for things to improve. At the same time, the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, was calmly smoking his pipe. However, it was obvious to everyone that he was in a good mood. Humph, I originally intended to indirectly train Naruto, but I didn't expect this unexpected surprise. That brat Zhou Cheng actually dared to peek into the sealed book without permission. We can use this to make him submit and become my disciple. There are many precedents in the ninja world of one person having multiple masters. Hiruzen Sartobi kept muttering to himself, getting more and more excited, until he realized his voice was a bit too loud and stopped. He continued to think about it in his mind. He took Zhou Cheng as his disciple solely for the sake of reputation, the reputation of firmly binding Zhou Cheng to his own cause. As long as Zhou Cheng stands by his side, even if Zhou Cheng leaves the Dark Division after 3 years, he will still be his loyal subordinate. Hiruzen Sartobi shook the ash out of his pipe, refilled it, lit it again, and started smoking. With Zhou Cheng's intelligence, he must have realized that he had been discovered, and he must be living in fear right now. Don't go to him yet. Let him wait and see, and make him worry all night. Then I called him aside and, under the pretext of understanding what happened that night, began the first brainwashing. At Zhou Cheng's home, Zhou Cheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. He had already come up with a solution that was hardly a solution. That means going to Danzo, claiming that you've offended the Third Hokage and need his protection, and seeking his protection from him. Let Danzo shield the Third Hokage from his wrath. However, it wasn't so easy for him to see Danzo. Zhou Cheng is now definitely under the close surveillance of the 3rd generation, his every move is being watched closely. Then the fact that he went to find Danzo couldn't be kept from him either. That damn crystal ball! I must smash it when I get the chance. And so, Zhou Cheng spent the night in fear and trepidation. Fortunately, his spirit had been strengthened by the original talent serum. Despite not sleeping all night, he didn't feel particularly tired. He had just gotten up when Uzuki Yujao, with her purple hair, arrived at his house. What did you do to provoke the third-generation lord into such a rage? Her tone was icy. The Anbu was a department that belonged only to the Hokage, and obeying orders was the Anbu's primary duty. But today, the third Hokage told her that Zhou Cheng had violated the village's rules and ordered her to bring Zhou Cheng to the Hokage's office for questioning. Zhou Cheng's heart sank. What was coming couldn't be avoided. Uzuki Yujao nodded and leaped across the rooftops. He had only just become a ninja and knew nothing about many things. Was I being too harsh? Zhou Cheng, who was following behind her, felt a little flustered. The fact that 3 generations of officials have sent secret agents to capture him means this is no small matter. A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to take that step. Soon, Zhou Cheng was taken to the Hokage's office. Uzuki Yujao led the way inside. Hiruzen Sartobi was the only one in the office. He sat upright, his expression serious. "Kid, just wait and see how I handle you." "Zhou Cheng, do you know why you were brought here?" Hiruzen Sartobi displayed the imposing aura befitting a cage-level shinobi, intending to first instill despair in Zhou Cheng before attempting to appease him. As a seasoned politician, he was all too familiar with the tactic of giving a slap on the wrist followed by a sweet reward. Zhou Cheng naturally wouldn't admit it, and pretended to be stupid. "I have no idea." Hiruzen Sartobi pretended to be furious and slammed his fist on the table, making a loud bang. "Stop trying to deny it. Do you dare say you didn't peek into the sealed book last night?" Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. The third generation had indeed used the crystal to see everything that happened last night. "The Book of Seals, what is that?" "I've seen ninjutsu scrolls, but I've never seen any Book of Seals." Zhou Cheng continued to play dumb. Meanwhile, Uzuki Yujao, who was standing to the side, listened in a daze. "Open the Book of Seals? Is Zhou Cheng really that bold? That's a forbidden book. It's full of forbidden techniques." "Fine, fine, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, hey." Hiruzen Sartobi leaned forward, continuing to apply pressure to Zhou Cheng. "I saw it with my own eyes, there's no doubt about it." Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Zhou Cheng had no choice but to choose another track. "Oh, I remember now, the Book of Seals you mentioned is that scroll. I've always wondered, how can a ninjutsu scroll be so big?" Uzuki Yujao was stunned, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually looked through the Book of Seals, no wonder the third Hokage was so furious. The village decree stipulates that anyone who opens the sealed book must be executed to prevent the village's secrets from being leaked. "Go well, I'll take care of Huanbei." Hiruzen Sartobi unleashed his ultimate attack, hoping to scare Zhou Cheng with his death. If Zhou Cheng were just a teenager, he might have really been scared to tears. Having lived 2 lives, Zhou Cheng had seen the coldness and warmth of human nature, and there was nothing left for him to fear. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "They're trying to trick me into saying anything? I'll deny it to the death. Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Zhou Cheng's silence led both Hiruzen Sartobi and Yujao Uzuki to believe that the child was probably paralyzed with fear, and he remained motionless for a long time. Hiruzen Sartobi was secretly delighted, the time had come. He dropped his serious expression and looked at Zhou Cheng with a kind expression, preparing to begin the brainwashing. "However, considering you're an outsider and a newcomer to ninjas, you're not familiar with these taboos. I can give you another chance. As long as you don't repeat the mistake and work properly for Konoha, this matter can be left alone. Where the leaves dance in the air, the fire will never die out. Its light will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire of Konoha." Chapter 47. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sartobi's words, Zhou Cheng immediately understood. The old fox of 3 generations didn't really want him to die, but rather wanted to use this incident to force Zhou Cheng to compromise. They wanted to bind him tightly to their worship and use him for their own purposes. Zhou Cheng turned his gaze to the 3rd generation's face and found that the 3rd generation was looking at him confidently, with a smile on his lips, looking as if he had everything under control. Seeing that Zhou Cheng could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, so quickly, Hiruzen Sartobi's affection for him had reached an unparalleled level. Space-time ninjutsu is different from the 5 major ninjutsu. As long as the ninja's attributes are compatible, they have enough chakra, and they practice diligently, they can perform ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu cannot be learned through training alone, it requires extremely high talent and a deep understanding of space. Doesn't the 3rd Hokage want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? No, it's that he can't learn it. Hiruzen Sartobi saw the shadow of Minato Namikaze in Zhou Cheng. Minato Namikaze was renowned throughout the ninja world for his Flying Thunder God technique, and Hiruzen Sartobi was certain that Zhou Cheng could do the same. In his eyes, Zhou Cheng's talent was even greater than Minato Namikaze's. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of mess was this? He'd actually been caught red-handed by that old fox. There was no other way, he didn't want to fall out with Konoha yet, as there were still too many talented people in Konoha waiting for him to replicate their abilities. It seems we have no choice but to compromise for now and figure out a solution later. He feigned a wronged expression and looked at Hiruzen Sartobi with pleading eyes. My lord, I know I was wrong. Humph, a true man can bend and stretch, he'll get his revenge later. Hiruzen Sartobi's eyes lit up immediately. You think I can't handle a little brat like you? Don't call me adult, call me grandpa, or teacher. I can be your second teacher. I'll talk to Kakashi about it. Zhou Cheng nodded, then lowered his head feigning shame, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. Old fox, just you wait. Starting tomorrow, come to me every morning. I want to personally teach you. To cultivate a relationship, you must spend a lot of time together, teach Zhou Cheng more, make him feel grateful, and then add some brainwashing words. As for Zhou Cheng secretly learning forbidden techniques, Hiruzen Sartobi didn't care. As long as Zhou Cheng was absolutely loyal to him, forbidden techniques weren't forbidden techniques. Uzuki Yujao was somewhat envious of Zhou Cheng. It seemed that the 3rd generation had high hopes for Zhou Cheng, since he was able to keep the Book of Seals safe even after flipping through it. Did he learn the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals? It's very dangerous for a child to learn those forbidden techniques. No wonder the 3rd master personally taught him, it must be to protect him. Uzuki Yujao couldn't help but glance at Zhou Cheng a few more times. With Kakashi's guidance and the protection of the 3rd Hokage, this child had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps in a few years, Zhou Cheng's strength will surpass hers. She decided to cultivate a good relationship with Zhou Cheng. This was a kind of investment, a surefire investment. But then she thought again, what could she possibly use to invest in Zhou Cheng? Me? Sha, I have a boyfriend. Then all that's left is my forte, swordsmanship. Find a reason to teach him swordsmanship? What if he doesn't like swordsmanship? Uzuki Yujao was caught in a dilemma. Zhou Cheng was now extremely uncomfortable, wishing he could leave immediately, but neither the 3rd generation nor Uzuki Yujao spoke, which made him very frustrated. He could only bite the bullet and say, 3rd Master, I still need to go to my post in the Anbu. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. The way Hiruzen Sartobi was addressed as teacher pleased him greatly, he beamed with joy. That's the kind of attitude one should have. Okay, go ahead. Uzuki Yujao also took her leave at the appropriate time. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Zhou Cheng immediately jumped onto the roof and created a shadow clone in front of Uzuki Yujao. I need to let my family know that I disappeared first thing this morning, and they'll worry. Uzuki Yujao nodded, not stopping her her gaze softening. This child indeed possessed a maturity beyond his years. If it were any other child, after going through this series of events, I was so terrified that I was completely disoriented and didn't know what to do. He never imagined that a companion was waiting for him at home. Then, Zhou Cheng followed Uzuki Yujao on duty in the Dark Division for 2 hours. During this period, Zhou Cheng was constantly in a state of cultivation, mainly focusing on how to increase the power of ninjutsu while consuming the same amount of chakra. He didn't cancel the shadow clone that returned home to report that he was safe, and it continued to cultivate. His main cultivation direction was to try to integrate Tai Chi into physical techniques. For 2 hours, barring any unusual circumstances, the officers in the shadows have considerable freedom. Therefore, Zhou Cheng focused on his cultivation for 2 hours, or 4 hours. Seeing Zhou Cheng's hard work, Uzuki Yujao admired him greatly. With such talent and such a level of effort, it would be an injustice if he didn't become stronger. From the day Zhou Cheng entered Konoha, he has been getting stronger almost every day. During the time that Uzuki Yujao was monitoring Zhou Cheng spent all his time, except when he was sleeping, cultivating, and cultivating non-stop. 4 hours passed quickly. When it was time to leave work, Uzuki Yujao wanted to be a considerate team leader and invited Zhou Cheng to lunch. However, Zhou Cheng refused, saying he needed to go and learn ninjutsu from Kakashi. He also invited Uzuki Yujao to his house for dinner that evening, and he cooked it himself. After saying that, Zhou Cheng jumped onto the roof and disappeared in a few moments. Cooking yourself? Can he still cook? Having monitored him for so long, I don't recall ever seeing him cook himself. Zhou Cheng doesn't seem like a liar, and this kind of lie is too easily exposed. Could he really be lying? Uzuki Yujao was secretly looking forward to the evening. Zhou Cheng rushed as fast as he could, but he was still late. However, when he arrived at the agreed-upon place, he found that Kakashi hadn't come either. He then remembered that Kakashi was notoriously lazy when he wasn't fighting, and he was often several hours late when he was leading Team 7. Zhou Cheng wore a bitter smile, but felt deeply regretful. Oh my god, I should have gone out to eat with the beautiful Xian. He could only buy some rice balls at a nearby restaurant, then returned to the training base and ate them sitting on the wooden stakes. Kakashi didn't keep Zhou Cheng waiting for long. He arrived about 10 minutes after Zhou Cheng finished eating his rice ball. Hey, you've arrived. I helped an elderly lady cross the street, that's why I'm late. Zhou Cheng's eyes twitched as he listened, and he was speechless. Well, you've become exactly like Obito, always late and making up flimsy excuses. Kakashi-sensei, let's begin training. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him, but felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Kakashi's actions further demonstrate that he values loyalty and righteousness, making him a worthy friend and someone with whom one can share a deep and honest bond. Kakashi stopped delaying and let Zhou Cheng attack him with all his might. He wanted to see Zhou Cheng's current strength and fighting style so he could teach him accordingly. Chapter 48. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng didn't hold back, as it was a good opportunity to vent his frustration at being tricked by the third generation. So, in addition to the newly learned forbidden techniques and the 8 gates formation, he used all his skills. The powerful burst of energy left Kakashi stunned. He clearly hadn't underestimated Zhou Cheng's strength and didn't react in time. Fortunately, Kakashi recovered in time, preventing himself from losing face because of a child. When Kakashi gets serious, he defeats and subdues Zhou Cheng within 5 minutes. After all, the strength of elite Jonin is undeniable. Zhou Cheng did not feel dejected about the defeat. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was futile. Kakashi released him, his lazy expression returning. This kid's pretty good. Your overall strength is around Chunin level, the most ordinary Chunin. However, your mastery of ninjutsu is very high, but its upper limit is limited by your chakra reserves. My taijutsu is also at the Chunin level. There's no shortcut to improvement, I can only train hard. As he spoke, Kakashi took out several ninjutsu scrolls from his backpack. These ninjutsu techniques would take several days to learn. This is a ninjutsu scroll I wrote overnight. Take it and practice it. Come back to me when you've mastered it. In terms of daily training, I need to continue honing my body and increasing my total chakra reserves. Chakra is the foundation of a ninja, it cannot be neglected. He looked at Zhou Cheng with a complicated expression. The third generation still accepted him as a disciple. He wondered if this kid was lucky or unlucky. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. What he lacked now was a variety of ninjutsu techniques, which made him less versatile in battle. He took the several ninjutsu scrolls and immediately began to read them. 4 scrolls, 2 water-based and 2 earth-based. Water release, water formation wall, rank B. Water release, water dragon bite explosion, rank A. Earth release, earth rising spear, rank B. Earth release, rock fist technique, rank B. Looking at the 4 ninjutsu, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but get excited. He had already learned earth release, earth wall, and now he could learn water release, water wall. With 2 defensive ninjutsu attributes, you can use earth formation wall in places without water. Where water is plentiful, water is used to build water walls. Water dragon bite explosion is considered one of the more powerful ninjutsu techniques in the game. First, an upward water flow, similar to a water barrier, is used to launch the enemy into the air. Then, the water flow transforms into a water dragon that attacks the enemy downwards. Earth release, earth spear is a type of ninjutsu used for group attacks. Countless spikes burst forth from the ground within a certain area to attack enemies, making it extremely powerful. This can be considered to make up for Zhou Cheng's current weakness in earth escape techniques, which lack offensive ninjutsu. The final earth release technique, rock fist technique. It is a type of ninjutsu that can be combined with taijutsu, physical techniques. He transformed his fist into a hard rock, increasing its hardness and weight, thus gaining immense power. This made up for Zhou Cheng's weakness of not knowing swordsmanship and relying solely on physical skills in close combat. Zhou Cheng looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with gratitude. He believed that Kakashi must have chosen these 4 techniques after careful consideration. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi simply waved his hand, but his eyes remained fixed on Ika Paradise. 4 ninjutsu techniques, enough for you to learn for a few days. You can focus on your studies now. Zhou Cheng recalled the contents of the ninjutsu scroll, his hands quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water wall. Kakashi heard the noise, looked up, and then froze, not even noticing that Ika Paradise had fallen to the ground. He succeeded on his first try? Moreover, the water array walls look very well completed. For his current chakra level, this is truly remarkable. Before Kakashi could recover from the shock of the water barrier, Zhou Cheng had already begun his second ninjutsu. Targeting a rock, he rapidly formed hand seals, chanting, water release, water dragon bite. A whirlpool suddenly appeared beneath the rock, engulfing him, before turning into an upward current of water. The water flow sent stones flying into the air, and the upward flow of water instantly transformed into a water dragon that swooped down. The stone was smashed hard onto the ground, leaving a large crater that filled with water. Kakashi stared blankly, his mouth agape, unable to react for a long time. A-rank ninjutsu, succeeded on the first try, and with such a high degree of completion. Are you kidding me? How could that be possible? I couldn't do that when I was his age. I'm a genius who became a jonin at the age of 12. However, Zhou Cheng clearly did not want to let him off so easily. Earth release, earth wall. Success on the first try, high level of completion. Kakashi was so angry he felt like dying, his dead fish eyes were wide open, bigger than saucers. Another success. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Zhou Cheng's right fist transformed into a giant rock fist, which he slammed into a hard rock on the ground. The rock shattered into pieces. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, his face blank. All 4 ninjutsu techniques were successfully executed on the first attempt. It's like I'm the student and you're the teacher. And Zhou Cheng's hand seal speed, is that for real? Is that the hand seal speed a genin should have? Did he hold back his full strength in his fight against Niji? What kind of disciple have I taken on? He felt that Zhou Cheng had overturned his understanding of the world. 4 ninjutsu techniques had shocked him 4 times. Zhou Cheng walked up to Kakashi with a smile, feeling very pleased, having learned 4 more ninjutsu. Hey? Kakashi-sensei, why are you sitting on the floor like that? What book is this? Zhou Cheng asked the question knowingly, and was even about to bend down to pick up the Intimate Paradise item, genuinely curious about what was inside. It's nothing, it's just an ordinary book. Kakashi was terrified and, with superhuman speed, snatched the Make-out Paradise item first. This was no child's play. Zhou Cheng shrugged. He could roughly guess it was some inappropriate content for children without even looking. If they didn't want him to see it, they didn't want him to see it. Why the big reaction? Teacher, I want to learn more ninjutsu. He must seize every second to become stronger. Hey! Kakashi was dumbfounded again. 4 ninjutsu techniques a day and you're still not satisfied? What will the other genin think? How do they survive? Do you really need to curl it like that? Ahem, come back here tomorrow. It's getting late today. Kakashi wasn't unwilling to teach, but he couldn't think of any suitable ninjutsu for Zhou Cheng in a short time, and giving him just any ninjutsu would be too irresponsible. Therefore, Zhou Cheng can only come again tomorrow. Zhou Cheng naturally agreed. He shouldn't try to learn too much at once, he still needed to familiarize himself with those 4 ninjutsu. Then, he invited Kakashi to his house for dinner that evening, and he cooked for him himself. Kakashi didn't believe Zhou Cheng could cook, but he still nodded in agreement. After Kakashi left, Zhou Cheng glanced at the sky and realized it was already evening, he should go pick up Bai from school. The most important thing is to go check on Naruto. Irika will probably comfort and encourage Naruto, just like in the original story. Zhou Cheng felt he also needed to give Naruto a pep talk. If Zhou Cheng caused Naruto to fail to learn the multiple shadow clone technique, so, Zhou Cheng decided to teach him himself. Would Naruto still be Naruto if he didn't have the multiple shadow clone technique? Chapter 49. When Zhou Cheng arrived at the school gate, it was just in time for school to let out. Students walked out of the school in 2s and 3s. Xingyu intended to go into the school to find Naruto and Haku, but then she saw Naruto leading the way out of the school. He had bandages wrapped around his body, but it didn't affect his ability to walk. Upon seeing this, Zhou Cheng sighed inwardly, as expected of one of the 12 invincible warriors, he's truly unkillable. He waved to Naruto and the others waved back and walked towards Zhou Cheng. Ino still occupied one of Zhou Cheng's arms, and Zhou Cheng couldn't break free, so he could only let her be. He pointed to the bandages on Naruto's body, feigning ignorance. What's going on? Everything was fine yesterday, wasn't it? Naruto gave an awkward laugh, wanting to scratch his head, but as soon as he raised his hand, he gasped in pain. Ouch, that really hurts. I don't know how to say it, my great-grandfather told me not to tell anyone. He wanted to continue, but Zhou Cheng interrupted him. Since that's the case, I won't ask any more. Let's go home. He took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back to look at Shikamaru and Koji, realizing he'd almost forgotten about them. Since he was treating, he should invite them all. Shikamaru, Koji, come to my house for dinner tonight. You should also invite your other friends. He then looked at Hinata. Hinata, could you please go and ask Niji for help? Hinata looked up, her large eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't Zhou Cheng at odds with Niji? Why would he invite him? However, seeing Zhou Cheng's sincere eyes, she nodded in agreement and then turned to find Niji. Zhou Cheng turned to Ino, who was still clinging to his arm, and looked at her with a hint of helplessness. Are you a koala? Ino, could you go find Sakura and ask her to invite Sasuke to our house? Zhou Cheng spoke very skillfully. He knew it would be difficult for Ino to go find Sakura, but he added our family, which made Ino overjoyed. For a moment, he forgot about his conflict with Sakura and ran away. Zhou Cheng watched Ino's departing figure, shook his head with a wry smile. In fact, when Ino decided to stop pursuing Sasuke, there was no longer any conflict between them. They were just one step apart in their decision to back down. So, Zhou Cheng decided to become that stepping stone. Then, Zhou Cheng created 2 shadow clones and went to the market to buy different ingredients. Multiple shadow clones are incredibly useful in certain situations. As dusk fell, the 3 Zhou Chengs returned home carrying various kinds of ingredients. Most people had already arrived, and they were gathered together chatting and laughing. When Bai saw that Zhou Cheng needed to use shadow clones to bring back all the ingredients, he immediately came over to help. Several girls immediately ran over as well. Don't move, all of you. There's no way we're letting the guests do the work. I have shadow clones, I can handle it. Just wait and eat. Several girls were skeptical. Could Zhou Cheng, a grown man, really cook? Is it some kind of culinary disaster? Zhou Cheng just smiled mysteriously and carried the ingredients into the kitchen. The girls didn't notice that all the boys were standing there dumbfounded. 3 Zhou Cheng? Multiple shadow clone technique? How could he know forbidden techniques? Although this technique wasn't exactly a secret within large clans, Zhou Cheng was just a commoner ninja from elsewhere. Where did he learn it from? Naruto, in particular, saw the multiple shadow clone technique the moment he opened the scroll of seals, but was interrupted by Irika-sensei just as he was about to look further. Forbidden technique. Zhou Cheng actually knows forbidden techniques. All the boys looked at each other, and they all saw deep confusion in each other's eyes. They asked when they were about to eat. While Zhou Cheng was busy in the kitchen, Niji and Sasuke also arrived. Finally, Kakashi, who always arrives late, was there. He entered the courtyard and saw only boys, no girls. He thought Zhou Cheng had only invited boys to form a simple gathering. He simply greeted the children and then went to watch Zhou Cheng cook. He simply couldn't believe that Zhou Cheng could cook. Even if he could, the food wouldn't taste very good. When Kakashi arrived at the kitchen, he discovered that all the girls were gathered outside. One by one, they peeked out, occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise. Ah, even when he's cooking he's so handsome, no wonder he's my man. Ah, what kind of cooking technique is this? The pot is flipped like that, yet it doesn't fly out of the pan. Is there some kind of ninjutsu involved in cooking? It smells so good. I want to eat it right now. It smells even better than my mom's. How did he make it? Kaka walked up behind the girl, glanced into the kitchen, and froze. 3 Zhou Chengs, the multiple shadow clone technique? When did he learn it? Did the 3rd generation teach him this technique? If he uses multiple shadow clones during the day, he can last a few more minutes. Ha, they haven't even used their full strength yet. Who knows how much more he's hiding? Soon, Zhou Cheng had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Every dish is a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. He even set up a grill in the yard and started barbecuing. Many seasonings are unavailable in this world, but with Zhou Cheng's meticulous blending, the flavor is enough to surpass all other barbecues in the world. For a moment, the only sounds in the courtyard were clattering and BG, no one spoke. Everyone was engrossed in enjoying the food, their mouths stuffed full. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Cheng smiled knowingly. Isn't this the happiest moment for a chef? Eat up, eat more. Win over your stomachs, and you'll win over your hearts. Still not enough to win your favor? At this moment, Uzuki Yujao finally arrived late. Seeing this scene in the courtyard, if she weren't in Konoha, she would have thought she had entered a refugee camp. Are these people waiting for this meal after not eating all day? Zhou Cheng hadn't forgotten her, he had already saved some dishes for her. Uzuki Yujao glanced at the group of people who looked like starving ghosts, not even noticing that there was one extra person. Is it really that delicious? Uzuki Yujao took a bite with suspicion, her eyes widening instantly. This is actually so delicious. I've never had such delicious food before. Then she joined the food-grabbing frenzy. Looking at the battlefield-like scene, Zhou Cheng shook his head with a wry smile. He recalled his past life, the days when he lived alone. To save money, I bought groceries and cooked for myself, which is how I developed excellent culinary skills. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and they all patted their bulging bellies with satisfaction. It's so delicious! That was Naruto's shout. I can't believe it. What will I do if I can't eat such delicious food again? I admit it, I'm hooked. My taste buds have been conquered. I want to eat Zhou Cheng's cooking every day, oh no. Kakashi came from the other side, putting on a mask. You could tell from his eyes that he was very content. He was clearly very satisfied with the meal. He flashed a peace sign at Zhou Cheng, then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. Chapter 50. Sakura looked at Zhou Cheng with a complicated expression. She really wanted to eat Zhou Cheng's cooking again, but what about Sasuke? He would definitely be angry. She then looked at Sasuke and found that he was also looking at Zhou Cheng with a complicated expression. This was the best meal he had in years. With so many people together, grabbing food without restraint, and no one getting angry, he felt a sense of home. It reminded him of his parents, and of that man. His eyes were instantly filled with hatred again. I must kill him. Power. I need power. Ino stared at Zhou Cheng with a love-struck expression. He truly is my man. Not only is he handsome and capable, but he can also cook incredibly well. Whoever marries him is blessed in their past life. Koji licked his lips, still wanting more. This was the best grilled meat and dish he had ever eaten, and he wished he could eat such delicious food every day. Shikamaru was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Cheng to be able to make such a dish. It was truly surprising and admirable that he could do something as troublesome as cooking so well. Niji had the most complicated expression on his face. He had always believed that he was no worse than Zhou Cheng. He lost the last competition because of his carelessness, but he is absolutely confident that he can defeat Zhou Cheng in the next competition. However, after eating Zhou Cheng's cooking today, he admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Cheng in some ways. In terms of cooking, he could never catch up with Zhou Cheng in his entire life. Uzuki Yujao's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only a master chef from the daimyo region could possibly prepare such a basic dish. It's surprising that Zhou Cheng, a child in his early teens, has such a high level of culinary skill. I'm quite tempted to eat this kind of food every day. Soon, night fell, and everyone prepared to say goodbye to Zhou Cheng. Especially Naruto, he's always been straightforward. Zhou Cheng, will we be able to have this kind of food again tomorrow? It's so delicious, I can't even look at my own ramen anymore. His question echoed the sentiments of everyone present. They wouldn't get tired of eating this kind of food every day. Zhou Cheng smiled bitterly. This meal had almost wiped out his savings. As an orphan, he lived on the village's pension. He and Bai had always lived a hard life. When there were no customers, they always ate ramen. It's all to save a little more money and accumulate more savings. He spent all his savings on ingredients for this meal today. Will you come again tomorrow? Are you trying to kill us? In the past, when Hinata and the others came, they would bring ingredients and the cooks would prepare the meals. They were all from prominent families, so naturally they didn't have to worry about money. Everyone, eating this kind of food too often isn't good for your health, but I promise I'll cook it for you once a week. He's already a genin, so he can start doing missions now. There are rewards for completing missions. Therefore, he would have the means to frequently treat the 12 little strong men to meals, fostering relationships and preparing for the future. Hearing Zhou Cheng say this, the 12 Konoha 11 all lowered their heads in shame, especially Naruto, who considered himself to be closest to Zhou Cheng. However, they did not consider that Zhou Cheng's situation was similar to their own. Both were orphans and needed to rely on the village's pension to survive. A feast like this tonight must be expensive, it might even wipe out all of Zhou Cheng's savings. From now on, whenever we get together, we'll have to split the costs. Making Zhou Cheng pay every time makes me feel uneasy about the food. Shikamaru, the calmest and wisest among them, made the suggestion, which was approved by everyone. Zhou Cheng insisted that tonight's meal was on him and that no one needed to pay. Seeing his earnest look, the others stopped insisting and simply said they would split the bill next time before leaving one after another. He completely forgot about the question he originally wanted to ask Zhou Cheng, why he knew the multiple shadow clone technique. Sasuke didn't leave. Instead, he waited until most people had left before approaching Zhou Cheng and proudly speaking. "I challenge you." Zhou Cheng scoffed, glancing at him. To deal with someone like Sasuke, you have to be even more arrogant and stronger than him. You're not worthy. Sasuke's expression instantly changed, his face turning red with anger. Before Zhou Cheng arrived, he was also considered one of the geniuses, who among his peers dared to speak to him like that. "You're too scared, aren't you?" Zhou Cheng's expression remained unchanged, but he inwardly praised Sasuke. As expected of the second male lead, he didn't lose his temper even when he was extremely angry, and he knew how to provoke him. "It seems that if we don't teach him a lesson, he'll just keep haunting us. Since you want to get beaten up, then I'll grant your wish. But a mere competition is no fun, I want to place a bet." Sasuke's cold expression remained unchanged as he quietly awaited Zhou Cheng's next words. "If I win, you'll be my underling and have to obey my orders. Similarly, if I lose, I'll be your underling. So, are you brave enough to accept?" Sasuke sneered, brimming with confidence. He was certain he couldn't possibly lose. "Can." The two then agreed to a duel 3 days later in a secluded place. Zhou Cheng made these demands because he wanted Sasuke to act as his spy to get close to Orochimaru. Sasuke may be arrogant, but at least he's a man of his word. Their conversation was overheard by Hinata, Ino, Niji, and Sakura, who were not yet there. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Another competition? Can't things just stop for a few days? Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan, the outcome is uncertain. Then Hinata went home with Niji. Sakura left with Sasuke. Ino naturally wanted Zhou Cheng to take her home, she was already used to this kind of life. Zhou Cheng was naturally willing, he was willing to do anything that could increase the number of his 12 young heroes. The next day, Zhou Cheng got up early as usual. After washing up with Bai, we went for a run. Then, Haku went to school, and Hoshino went to the Hokage building. He was going to see the Third Hokage, as had been agreed upon from the beginning. The Third Hokage would teach Hoshino for an hour every morning. The Third Hokage taught Ninjutsu, which Hoshino learned very quickly. Zhou Cheng also asked Hiruzen Sartobi how to quickly increase the power of Ninjutsu while consuming the same amount of chakra. The third generation looked at Zhou Cheng with great satisfaction. A genius is a genius, his way of thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Hiruzen Sartobi told him that to increase the power of ninjutsu while consuming the same amount of chakra, he must increase the quality of his chakra. That requires that the body's meridians be strong enough to allow more chakra to pass through at the same time. He said Zhou Cheng was still too young to practice such a method, and if his meridians ruptured during practice, Zhou Cheng would become a useless person. Zhou Cheng could only give up after hearing this. He didn't trust the Third Hokage. What problems might arise during his training? As the Hokage, he had many things to consider, and perhaps one day he would abandon him. Chapter 51. The morning training ended quickly, and the third generation said some motivational and brainwashing things to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng Duo ignored them completely, and left immediately after bidding farewell to the three generations. He didn't want to spend a single moment with the Third Hokage. If he hadn't been forced to compromise with him due to circumstances, Zhou Cheng really wouldn't have wanted to call the Third Hokage teacher. Then he went to take up his post in the Anbu, and Uzuki Yujao appeared on time as usual. Zhou Cheng greeted her warmly. Uzuki Yujao also praised his cooking skills, her eyes still showing a hint of lingering desire. She looked at Zhou Cheng with a strange emotion in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat his cooking again. As ninjas who constantly live on the edge, their only requirement for food is to fill their stomachs. Suddenly tasting Zhou Cheng's cooking method, which has a history of thousands of years on Earth, opened the door to a new world for them. They're like smokers now, once addicted, it's very difficult to quit. Nothing much to do today, so I'm focusing on my spiritual practice. 4 hours were spent in cultivation. Now that it's a peaceful era, the Dark Division has much less to do. The experiment of incorporating Tai Chi into physical techniques at home, involving the creation of a 3-person shadow clone, has also made initial progress. Zhou Cheng bid farewell to Uzuki Yujao and left the Dark Division. He planned to eat a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, and then go to the secret base to find Kakashi. On the way, he kept thinking about what the Third Hokage had said: if you want to increase the power of ninjutsu with the same amount of chakra, then your meridians need to become stronger. To make your meridians stronger, you need to have a powerful body. To know how to generate more chakra at the same time, you need to have strong mental strength. He remembered that there were still 2 drops of talent essence in the Amethyst Gourd. Immediately, he mentally summoned the Amethyst Gourd. The Amethyst Gourd flew out, and 2 drops of crystal clear innate essence flew out from its mouth. Without a second thought, Zhou Cheng directly allocated the items to the Xuanhuang Gourd and the Dianqing Gourd. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his entire body. He felt that both his physical and mental strength had increased. Zhou Cheng carefully sensed it and found that the chakra meridians had indeed thickened slightly, but only slightly. The fact that his chakra level hasn't reached his physical limit means that his total chakra amount has increased somewhat. He planned to test the power of his ninjutsu when he met Kakashi that afternoon. He had a dangerous idea about increasing the power of ninjutsu, but he never dared to try it. With Kakashi there to protect him in the afternoon, he can give it a try. He arrived at Ichiraku Ramen restaurant very quickly. He saw the vibrant, youthful Calamus, handpicked by her father. Zhou Cheng had always been curious about just how delicious Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto's favorite food. He ordered the cheapest bowl of ramen. He couldn't afford it. When Chang Pu brought over the ramen, Zhou Cheng, driven by curiosity, asked a question. Does Naruto come here to eat often? I'm his friend, Zhou Cheng. Ayam's signature smile appeared on his face. So you're Naruto's friend. Naruto loves our Ichiraku ramen the most. Since you're Naruto's friend, here's a fried egg for you. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. Naruto has such a big presence here. Wow, thank you so much. I have one more question. Chang Pu, her forehead full of question marks, tilted her head, adorably waiting for Zhou Cheng's question. Zhou Cheng looked around first. It was past lunchtime, and there were hardly any people in the restaurant. He beckoned mysteriously to the Calamus, his eyes gleaming with intense gossip. I heard you've seen Kakashi's face under the mask? What do you think? Handsome, right? Chang Pu felt a sudden rush of light in her head, and her face instantly turned red. She's in love with Kakashi because of his face, how could he not be handsome? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, looking like a ripe apple that made you want to take a bite. She didn't answer Zhou Cheng's question, and ran into the kitchen with a blush on her face. Zhou Cheng shrugged, "Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then so be it." He quickly finished his ramen, paid, left Ichiraku Ramen, and strolled leisurely toward his secret base. He knew that Kakashi would definitely not arrive early, and would surely be late, so there was no need for him to rush. When they arrived at the secret base, Kakashi was indeed not there yet, so Zhou Cheng had no choice but to meditate and refine his chakra. By the time Kakashi arrived, Zhou Cheng had already fully refined his chakra. Then he deactivated the shadow clone at home, and a wealth of experience about integrating Tai Chi into physical techniques flooded into his mind. The immense shock left his mind blank, he almost rolled his eyes back and nearly became an idiot. He shook his head, trying to calm himself down. If one cannot master the multiple shadow clone technique, it will be classified as a forbidden technique. If one does not have enough chakra to create too many shadow clones, it will easily lead to chakra depletion and death. After the shadow clones were cancelled, everything they experienced was fed back into their original brain. One by one is still manageable, but multiple shadow clones are all of them rushing into your mind at once. People with weak willpower would be completely dumbfounded. After sorting through the newfound experience in his mind, Zhou Cheng realized that the integration of Tai Chi into physical techniques had already taken its first step. We can ask Kakashi to be our guinea pig later and see how powerful it is. Kakashi saw him shaking his head and remembered Zhou Cheng's multiple shadow clones from last night. Having understood why he reacted this way, one can't help but worry that Zhou Cheng is too eager for quick success and wants to become a strongman in one step. Try to use multiple shadow clone technique as little as possible. You're still young, it's too dangerous. Zhou Cheng pursed his lips and nodded. Naruto can take on hundreds of enemies at once without any problems. It's truly enviable. Maybe being oblivious has its advantages. Zhou Cheng got straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. Teacher Cassie, I've made some progress in physical techniques, and I hope you can give me some guidance. Kakashi nodded, but still held the Ika Paradise in one hand, without even lifting his eyelids. Zhou Cheng's eye twitched. Damn it, I'm going to tear your book to shreds in a minute. Zhou Cheng performed the starting gesture of Tai Chi. Chakra began to flow throughout his body. He walked towards Kakashi using Tai Chi steps, with a strange aura surging with each step. Kakashi frowned slightly, glancing at Zhou Cheng. He noticed something different, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As Zhou Cheng approached Kakashi, he launched a Tai Chi attack at him. The attack, though seemingly weak, carried a powerful aura. Kakashi's hair was blown about, and the pages of Intimate Paradise were turned rapidly by the wind. Kakashi's gaze finally brightened, no longer showing its languidness, and he became interested in Zhou Cheng's taijutsu. The two quickly began fighting. Kakashi was fast, Zhou Cheng was slow, but Kakashi just couldn't hit Zhou Cheng. Every attack was neutralized by his seemingly soft hands. Kakashi was sweating profusely. He realized that without using chakra, he couldn't even touch Zhou Cheng's clothes with just taijutsu. He became even more curious about Zhou Cheng's self-created martial arts techniques. He also secretly praised Zhou Cheng's monstrous talent. This child, if he grows up healthy, has a bright future. Chapter 52. What Kakashi feared most was Zhou Cheng's soft, seemingly weak gestures, which, when they generated a strong gust of wind, could sting his cheeks. Even Kai's fist couldn't do that. Just what kind of monster is Zhou Cheng this week? Zhou Cheng became more and more adept at fighting. He treated chakra as internal energy and Tai Chi as techniques. The combination of the two produces an unexpected effect. In the end, Kakashi felt as if there was an invisible vortex around him, constantly pulling him toward Zhou Cheng. Every time he attacked, just when he was sure he could hit Zhou Cheng, his seemingly weak moves would neutralize the attack. Kakashi's numb. A brat who's at most a chunin is actually able to fight an elite jonin to a draw in taijutsu. Although Kakashi did not use any chakra, he relied solely on his physical body and taijutsu. But this is a situation he doesn't want to see. If I told anyone, my friends would laugh me to death. Then, he decided to use chakra. Once the chakra was activated, the situation immediately changed. Zhou Cheng began to retreat steadily, unable to deflect any of Kakashi's attacks. And the energy generated by his punches could no longer affect Kakashi. Phew, that's enough, that's enough. Zhou Cheng did a backflip to create distance and quickly waved his hands in surrender. The gap in strength between them and Jonin is simply too great. Kakashi showed no joy at his victory, instead, he stared intently at Zhou Cheng. This taijutsu was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Was it truly something Zhou Cheng had created? What kind of martial arts technique is this? It's really strange, it seems slow, but it always manages to cause me trouble. It appears weak, yet it exudes a powerful aura. From what I've seen, once you reach the Jonin level, even the force of the wind alone will be enough to injure someone. Zhou Cheng showed no joy at being praised, he simply nodded, but it still didn't quite reach the power I had in mind. I created this myself. It's still immature. He felt there was room for improvement. Zhou Cheng spoke casually, but Kakashi didn't take it that way. Do you know what you're saying? You're saying such terrifying physical skills aren't mature enough? Once they're fully developed, wouldn't they be able to easily defeat opponents of the same level simply by relying on physical skills? Seeing Zhou Cheng's sullen and silent state, Kakashi said nothing more. This kid has ambitions that are too high, somewhat similar to me when I was young. I hope you don't have a similar experience to mine. Then Kakashi pulled out 2 ninjutsu scrolls, which he had written overnight. These are all advanced ninjutsu techniques, designed to save Zhou Cheng's life. Zhou Cheng took the scroll and his gloom vanished. He eagerly opened it. Water release, cutting rain. Kakashi copied the signature techniques of the hidden mist village's Anbu. It is a ninjutsu that weakens all ninjutsu except water release. After the procedure, it will weaken or even completely eliminate all ninjutsu and chakra within a certain range, except for water-style techniques. Zhou Cheng was naturally overjoyed. With this ninjutsu, he could rest easy whether attacking or escaping. He then looked at the second scroll. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. A-rank ninjutsu. It can turn the ground beneath the enemy's feet into a soft, slippery swamp, making it impossible for the enemy to escape until they suffocate to death. After reading it, Zhou Cheng immediately began to try to use ninjutsu. Hand seals are formed, and chakra flows. Earth Release, Underworld Swamp. A small patch of land not far away instantly turned into a muddy swamp. Zhou Cheng dared not mobilize too much chakra, for fear of turning the entire area into a swamp. As long as he memorizes the hand seals and the way chakra flows, he can find time to practice and refine them later. Then, he continued forming hand seals and unleashed water release, rain slash. The Yellow Springs swamp, not far away, visibly shrank and disappeared. Kakashi watched from the side, his eye twitching. Even though they already knew Zhou Cheng was incredibly talented, they still found it as easy for him to learn new ninjutsu as if it were child's play. Even Kakashi would be shocked. He can learn even extremely difficult A-rank ninjutsu in no time. Is he perhaps the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Zhou Cheng familiarized himself with the casting process of the 2 ninjutsu several more times. Then he looked at Kakashi, realizing that 2 ninjutsu were a bit too few, and asked Kakashi for a few more. Kakashi-sensei, 2 ninjutsu techniques aren't enough. Teach me a few more. Kakashi nodded, extended his hand, and looked expectantly at him. Want ninjutsu? Trade me some food. Zhou Cheng's forehead was covered in exclamation marks. Holy crap, are you still Kakashi looking like this? Trading cooking for ninjutsu? How could you even say that? Kakashi-sensei, you. Zhou Cheng thought that exchanging food for ninjutsu was a good idea, better than risking his life to earn points and then having to go to the village to exchange them for low-level ninjutsu. Tell me, how do you want to change it? Kakashi spread his arms wide, switching ninjutsu wouldn't be so easy. 10 dishes in exchange for 1 ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng shook his head vigorously. 10 dishes in exchange for 1 ninjutsu? What if you bring out a C-rank ninjutsu? That would be a huge loss. 5 dishes and 1 ninjutsu. No, 9 dishes. The two of them haggled over prices without any regard for appearances, just like they were buying vegetables at a market. Until the very end, neither of them would give in, and they couldn't come up with an exchange amount that satisfied both of them. Finally, Zhou Cheng shared his thoughts on chakra with Kakashi. He planned to try compressing the refined chakra again in order to improve its quality. Kakashi listened with a serious expression, compressing his chakra. If not handled properly, the chakra would explode in his meridians, destroying them. Zhou Cheng succeeded on his first try. Thanks to his top-tier chakra control talent, his control over chakra is unmatched by other ninjas. However, he could only compress a small portion, increasing the power of the ninjutsu by 1 level. However, Zhou Cheng was already quite satisfied, as long as it succeeded, that was a good thing. Once my physique becomes stronger, I can try compressing it to an even higher ratio. Time flies, and 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Cheng had a very fulfilling 20 days, with his time fully scheduled. Getting up early in the morning, Zhou Cheng first ran 2 laps around the village, adding an extra lap as a special gesture. With his current physical strength, 1 lap is no longer enough to achieve the desired exercise effect. Then, Bai went to school, and Zhou Cheng went to the 3rd generation to cultivate. The teachings of the 3 generations were mostly theoretical, with practical lessons only once every 3 days. The actual combat opponent was naturally the 3rd Hokage himself. Through his battle with the 3rd Hokage, Zhou Cheng gained a clearer understanding of the strength of cage-level shinobi. It was like a towering mountain standing before you, giving you a sense of unshakable despair. The 3rd Hokage never taught him ninjutsu because he knew Kakashi was teaching him, so he left the ninjutsu to Kakashi. He mainly taught Zhou Cheng how to increase the power of ninjutsu and how to reduce the number of seals more effectively. What pleased Zhou Cheng most was that the 3rd Hokage taught him the basics of chakra transformation. Through practice, he was able to conjure water blades in the form of water and earth blades in the form of earth with his kunao. In terms of ninjutsu, Zhou Cheng can reduce the number of hand seals by 6 for all the ninjutsu he has learned without reducing its power. After 20 days of physical training, his physical strength had increased slightly, though it was still incomparable to the original essence of talent. The battle with Sasuke naturally ended in a complete victory for Zhou Cheng. After that, Sasuke kept his promise and became Zhou Cheng's underling when no one was around. He also began asking Zhou Cheng some questions about cultivation, and Zhou Cheng naturally answered all his questions without reservation, while Sasuke absorbed the information like a sponge. And it was time for Zhou Cheng to distribute the talent essence again. Chapter 53. With a thought, Zhou Cheng sent 8 drops of talent essence flying out of the Amethyst gourd. So, he needs to think carefully about how to allocate it. Without a second thought, he allocated a drop of talent essence from the Xuanhuang gourd, which could enhance physical strength. Another drop of the essence of talent was allocated from the Indigo gourd, which could enhance energy. A warm current flowed through his body, and he felt that his physique and spirit had been strengthened. However, the improvement was not significant. Zhou Cheng realized that the reason he had become so much stronger before was because he was too weak, like a blank sheet of paper. Now, his overall strength is about the same as that of an ordinary chunin, so the effect of a drop of talent essence is not that significant. His consciousness fell upon the still dim blue gourd. Zhou Cheng was already at the Chunin level, but he still couldn't see the effects of the Azure Gourd. This made him eagerly anticipate the effects and benefits of the Azure Gourd. Then, he allocated a little of the talent essence to the Orange Sun Gourd, which could enhance perception. A warm current flowed through his body, and he felt his perception range increase to 100 meters. The level of detail in perception has also improved somewhat. Previously, he could only perceive the general nature of the food, without any specific imagery. Now we can not only perceive some rough details, but also see a blurry picture. He enhanced his senses to prepare for the mission. He was out of money. If you receive a field mission, a detection range of 50 meters will not be enough. That leaves 5 drops of talent essence. He thought for a moment and then allocated a drop of talent essence to the emerald gourd that could enhance speed. A warm current flowed through his body, and he felt his body become lighter. My joints have become more flexible. Through these 20 days of battles against Kakashi and the Third Hokage, Zhou Cheng realized that he was still too weak. He thought his hand seal speed was fast enough, until he saw Kakashi's full-speed hand seals. Zhou Cheng was completely stunned. He couldn't see what hand seals Kakashi was forming at all, so he couldn't figure out what kind of ninjutsu it was based on the hand seals and prepare a countermeasure in advance. As for the third generation, his hand seals were not fast. He simplified the hand seals. He can execute a ninjutsu without damage and without diminishing its power with just a few simple hand seals. Simplifying hand seals is essentially a way to speed up the process. Compared to the two of them, Zhou Cheng felt like an ant, someone they could easily crush. Of the remaining 4 drops of talent essence, Zhou Cheng allocated 1 drop to the Xuanhuang Gourd to enhance physique, 1 drop to the Dianqing Gourd to enhance energy, and 1 drop to the Xuanhuang Gourd to enhance strength. Leave a drop for when you need it most. Yesterday, the graduation exams for the Ninja Academy were all completed, and everyone graduated smoothly without any surprises. After being trained and instructed by Zhou Cheng, Naruto successfully performed the shadow clone technique and graduated successfully. The next step is class assignment. As a member of the Dark Division, Zhou Cheng is not eligible to participate in the class assignment. According to Kakashi, his talent is unparalleled, and all Jonin would be eager to take him under their wing. To avoid damaging relations, the third generation would not allow Zhou Cheng to participate in the class assignments, especially since he was already a member of the Dark Guard. Zhou Cheng's only worry was Bai, because besides Zhou Cheng himself, Bai was also someone who stood alone outside of the 12 little strong men. No matter which class they're assigned to, they're always the extra person. Zhou Cheng had fought Bai in private, and even with Bai at full strength, Zhou Cheng was no match for him. This is the power of a bloodline limit. After that incident, Zhou Cheng was somewhat discouraged. Ultimately, Naruto is just an internal war within Konoha, a contest of who has the strongest cheat codes and whose bloodline limit is the most powerful. He possesses water and earth release chakra, the same chakra nature required for wood release. However, let alone wood release, Zhou Cheng couldn't even conjure a single blade of grass. Do we have to steal Hashirama's cells too? Zhou Cheng was somewhat unwilling. Without a bloodline limit, he could never compare to those who had cheat codes. Sasuke's one-tomo Sharingan isn't really a cheat. But Zhou Cheng never imagined that his magic gourd was also a cheat, and a cheat of the heavens. Zhou Cheng walked down the street leading to the Hokage building, but had no interest in appreciating the scenery around him. He was deep in thought. Through 20 days of intensive training with the Third Hokage and Kakashi, his skills have indeed improved significantly. In terms of physical fitness, they have far surpassed the 12 little strong men. He wouldn't feel much even if the 12 young men punched him a few times. Conversely, even someone as resilient as Naruto could be easily defeated by Zhou Cheng using Tai Chi. A single palm strike would leave him lying on the ground, unable to get up for a short period. Physical fitness and physique strength represent a ninja's defense value. Zhou Cheng was confident that as long as he continued to strengthen himself with the magic gourd, his physical strength would reach a terrifying level, even enough to withstand low-level ninjutsu. Next, regarding physical combat, after the Third Hokage, Kakashi and Zhou Cheng fought using only physical combat techniques. They all pointed out his problems, which helped him avoid many detours on his path to integrating Tai Chi into physical exercise. For the past 20 days, the third generation has truly been a responsible and devoted teacher and grandfather, taking care of Zhou Cheng in every way. If Zhou Cheng hadn't discovered his true nature, he would have been successfully brainwashed. During this time, Danzo and his two advisors also visited Zhou Cheng, but it was all just small talk and small talk. The implication was that they wanted Zhou Cheng to go to their place, perhaps because Zhou Cheng's invitation to the three generations of teachers had provoked them. They started interacting with Zhou Cheng more often, and their gazes towards the third generation became increasingly dissatisfied. Zhou Cheng's Tai Chi skills are now quite formidable. Even when Kakashi uses chakra, he still has to exert 30% of his strength to withstand the powerful force of Zhou Cheng's fist and palm. Kakashi estimated that Zhou Cheng's taijutsu had now reached the level of an elite chunin. However, what he didn't know was that Zhou Cheng still had the 8 gates formation to use. Zhou Cheng was eager to leave the village to do a mission because he wanted to test what it would be like to combine the 8 gates formation with Tai Chi in a secluded place. Then, regarding ninjutsu, he basically learned all the practical ninjutsu techniques of both water and earth ninjutsu. With the guidance of Kakashi the copy ninja and Hiruzen Sartobi, Zhou Cheng was least worried about ninjutsu. The simplified hand seals also successfully reduced the number of seals by 6, while ensuring that the power of the ninjutsu was not diminished. He can now perform some ninjutsu with just his index and middle fingers raised, even those that require fewer hand seals. Chakra compression has been achieved to about 10%, increasing the power of ninjutsu by about 10%, which is better than nothing. Zhou Cheng could already see the entrance to the Hokage building, but he continued to think about it in his mind. Currently, the fastest ways to improve his strength are swordsmanship, illusion techniques, bloodline limits, and the sage body. Swordsmanship, like physical skills, is a nice to have, not something you urgently need. Illusion magic is worth considering. Zhou Cheng is still a novice when it comes to it. To learn illusion magic, one must meet Kurane Ui and replicate her talent for it. I'll consider it when I encounter it. Regarding bloodline limits, Zhou Cheng has only encountered the Byakugan and Sharingan in Konoha so far. The white eyes primarily grant insight, but they offer little help to someone with sensory abilities. The Sharingan is good, but Zhou Cheng worries that the replicated Sharingan will only grow to the 3-tomo stage. To evolve it into the Manjikyo Sharingan, does that mean he should kill Haku? He can't do it. Among the Konoha members, only Naruto, who is suspected to be the reincarnation of Ashura and possesses half of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, can meet the requirements for replicating the sage body. We could try replicating Naruto's talents first. There are still a few months until the Chunin exams, so we should have enough time. Chapter 54. Zhou Cheng walked into the Hokage's office. The 3 generations were waiting for him, saying they had something to discuss with him. Zhou Cheng, you're here. Hiruzen Sartobi puffed on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. This year's graduates will soon be assigned to Jonin. Is there a Jonin you'd like to follow? Zhou Cheng suddenly looked up, staring suspiciously at Hiruzen Sartobi. What did this old fox mean? Was he trying to get me to join his ranks? You mean, I can also go and work as a trainee? I'm from the Anbu. Hiruzen Sartobi nodded, saying indifferently. You don't have to be a member of the Anbu. Hiruzen Sartobi is currently experiencing a great deal of inner conflict. On the one hand, he wanted Zhou Cheng to grow up quickly, but on the other hand, he didn't want him to be in too dangerous a situation. How can one truly grow without teetering between life and death? Otherwise, one is nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. Was he going to let him out of the dark division? Third generation teacher, Do you mean I'm no longer part of the Anbu, and can then freely choose my teacher? Hiruzen Sartobi took a puff of his pipe, then nodded and shook his head. At times, you're still an ANBU member, when you're on missions, you're just a genin. Zhou Cheng immediately understood what Hiruzen Sartobi meant. He wanted Zhou Cheng to grow through life and death experiences, but he didn't want to sever the bond between them. As long as Zhou Cheng is no longer an ANBU member, Danzo and the advisory department will definitely send him to their side. If he goes there, he'll most likely be brainwashed. Who will Hiruzen Sartobi complain to then? In fact, Hiruzen Sartobi had another purpose, to help Zhou Cheng get along well with the graduating class. Most of these students have powerful connections. If they can help Zhou Cheng at crucial moments, he can grow more steadily. Zhou Cheng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Since there's an opportunity to go on missions with a rank 19, then it's best to stick with a jonin who will benefit you. Kakashi is the first choice. Zhou Cheng looked at Hiruzen Sartobi and asked tentatively. I choose Kakashi-sensei. Hiruzen Sartobi wore an expression of I knew it, but he shook his head and refused Zhou Cheng's request. Anyone but Kakashi, please choose. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him, knowing that the old fox would disagree. How can we let outsiders interfere with the love-hate relationship between the male lead and the second male lead? Zhou Cheng thought about it again. Since he was going to learn illusion magic, he might as well follow Kurenai Ui. He could also see beautiful women with big headlights every day. That means Bai will have to come with me too. So we're still short one person. Who should we bring? Zhou Cheng looked at Hiruzen Sartobi, feigning displeasure, and said, if I don't get some benefits from you, I'm not Zhou. Since Kakashi-sensei isn't up to it, then let me choose my own team members. Hiruzen Sartobi immediately became alert upon hearing this. This kid was always cunning, who knew what he was up to now. Who do you want? Tell me first. He was genuinely afraid that Zhou Cheng would utter the name Naruto. Seeing the expression on Hiruzen Sartobi's old face, Zhou Cheng was secretly overjoyed. He couldn't fool him anymore. I want to be white, is that all right? Hiruzen Sartobi wore a matter-of-fact expression. Aside from Zhou Cheng, Bai didn't truly trust anyone. And also, I want Hinata. Hehe, I feel more at ease keeping Hinata by my side. As for Ino, the Ino-Shikacho trio can't be separated. Then, I want to learn illusion magic, so I want to follow Ms. Kurenai Ui. Hiruzen Sartobi nodded and shook his head repeatedly, then took a puff of his pipe, somewhat embarrassed. After all, Kurama had contributed to Konoha, and he couldn't refuse them. White is fine, but Hinata is not. Because Kurenai already has a disciple, she must follow Kurenai. Zhou Cheng immediately jumped up, slamming his fist on Hiruzen Sartobi's table in anger. You old BD, playing double standards with me. Very well, I am Kakashi-sensei's student, yet I cannot accompany him on missions. Can a disciple of Kurenai Ui follow their teacher? You must give me an explanation. He also harbored the idea of provoking Hiruzen Sartobi to remove him from the Anbu. Hiruzen Sartobi remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a ninja hero. That child is Kurenai Ui's tutor, a member of the Kurama clan. The Kurama clan doesn't want her to follow other teachers, so they've come to me for help. Zhou Cheng was stunned for a moment. A big family, another damn big family. Alas, it's still because I'm not strong enough and lack influence. The Kurama clan, masters of illusion, are also quite good. Let Hinata wait a little longer. I, Bai, am a member of the Kurama clan. Instructing the Jonin, Kurenai Ui. Zhou Cheng spoke slowly and deliberately, his eyes filled with resentment, but he was determined to become the strongest ninja in the world, a man of his word, and no one dared to disagree. Hiruzen Sartobi smiled and nodded. Due to the large number of graduates this year, there aren't enough instructors for the Jonin class. The village will assign 2 Jonin from the Anbu as instructors, each to lead one of the 2 classes. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted. Something had changed because of him. Who were the 2 extra Jonin? He blurted out, "Who is it?" Hiruzen Sartobi shook his head. The true identity of each Anbu member is a secret, known only to a select few. You're also from the Dark Guard. Do you want others to know your true identity? Zhou Cheng suddenly realized that he had forgotten about this. He scratched his head awkwardly, then looked at Hiruzen Sartobi expectantly. "What are you going to teach today?" 3 generations of teachers, let's begin today's instruction. He learned something new with each of the 3 generations of mentors, and over time, he began to look forward to each mentorship session. Hiruzen Sartobi was somewhat helpless. Zhou Cheng's learning ability was terrifying. He had taught all 3 generations of monks what he could. He was also worried that Zhou Cheng would try to learn too much at once and end up not mastering it. Let's solidify everything we've learned recently before moving on to anything new. Cultivation is a gradual process, it cannot be achieved overnight. Zhou Cheng curled his lip upon hearing this. If you don't want to teach, just say you don't want to teach. Why make so many excuses? If you're so capable, give me the spirit contract scroll of the Ape Demon Clan and let me sign my name on it. Either teach me chakra nature transformation so I can perform ninjutsu similar to the Rasen Shuriken. Seeing that Hiruzen Sartobi remained silent, Zhou Cheng lost interest in staying any longer and left without saying goodbye. After Hiruzen Sartobi was left alone in the Hokage's office, he took a deep drag on his pipe and exhaled a large cloud of smoke. This child is too impulsive and unruly, he's so mature, he's not like a child at all. He and Naruto are like Orochimaru and Jiraiya when they were young. I hope he doesn't become the next Orochimaru. Konoha can't afford any more trouble. Zhou Cheng walked out of the Hokage building and arrived at the Anbu headquarters, ready to take up his post. Upon entering, I saw Uzuki Yujao sitting upright behind the table. For the first time ever, she wasn't wearing a mask. Chapter 55. The moment Zhou Cheng saw Uzuki Yujao, he realized she was one of the 2 new Jonin leading the team. Captain, you've switched sides. The moment the ANBU removes their mask to reveal their true face, it signifies that they will begin living as normal ninjas. Uzuki Yujao nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. No one wants to live their whole life in the shadows, everyone wants to embrace the sunlight openly and honestly. Moreover, she didn't seem to care that Zhou Cheng knew her true identity, and even deliberately waited for him here without wearing a mask. What's wrong with me? I have been ordered by the Third Hokage to lead a Jonin squad. Zhou Cheng was very curious about who her accompanying genin was, so he couldn't help but ask. Captain, who are your genin? Uzuki Yujao tilted her head cutely, thought for a moment, and realized they seemed to be members of 3 different families. Hinata of the Hinata family, Kaiba of the Inyazuka family, Shino of the Aberame family. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly after hearing this. The 3rd generation was handing over the reins of Kurenai to Yujao Uzuki. So, when I met that old man from the 3rd generation, he had already assigned classes to each group, yet he was still arguing with them. He was truly a cunning old fox. Seeing that it was just the 2 of them, Zhou Cheng didn't try to hide anything and directly took off the rabbit mask. Uzuki Yujao was stunned. He had also left the Anbu? But how long has it been? Could it be that the reason the 3rd generation said the number of graduates exceeded the plan was because of him? Zhou Cheng smiled, put the mask back on, and explained his identity. If he's still in Konoha, then he's an Anbu member. After hearing this, Uzuki Yujao suddenly understood and couldn't help but envy Zhou Cheng. Many people join the secret service and stay there for their entire lives, dying without anyone ever knowing they've been there. Many also chose to leave the Dark Division after achieving military merit. However, because they learned too many secrets and dirty things during their time in the secret service. The Konoha leadership, fearing they might become rogue ninja and cause significant damage to the village, generally avoids giving them important positions. It was afternoon soon, and Zhou Cheng was preparing to go find Kakashi to train. After tossing Zhou Cheng a scroll, Kakashi said he had to leave first. Let Zhou Cheng cultivate the contents of the scroll himself. Zhou Cheng shrugged helplessly. Kakashi, you lazybones. You're about to take over the shift, what could possibly be wrong? He opened the scroll and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chakra form transformation. Kakashi actually taught him this. Chakra shape transformation is a method to enhance ninjutsu. Chakra form transformation is essentially the process of converting chakra into various forms of ninjutsu, controlling the range and power of ninjutsu, and making ninjutsu more unique. For example, the raise nan, which appears throughout the entire story, represents the ultimate form of chakra transformation. By adding a property change to the raise nan, it becomes various Rasen Shuriken. For example, Naruto added wind attribute nature transformation to the raise nan, turning it into a wind attribute Rasen Shuriken that surpasses S rank. Zhou Cheng carefully and meticulously read through the scroll concerning chakra transformations. I understand the theory of chakra form transformation. But theory is just theory, to turn it into practice, you have to put it into action. He created several shadow clones and had them practice chakra shape transformations with him. Once, twice, 3 times. All failed, none succeeded. Zhou Cheng was somewhat astonished. Sure enough, whether it was a change in form or a change in nature, it wasn't that simple. It surpasses even chakra compression. An afternoon was spent practicing chakra form transformations. Zhou Cheng only managed to get the chakra spinning. As for its power, he hasn't achieved that yet. He plans to prepare more balloons tomorrow and train like Naruto. In the evenings, Naruto would still eat at Zhou Cheng's house, it had become a part of his life. Under Zhou Cheng's tutelage, Naruto has mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. Under the guidance of Haku, who also possessed wind-style chakra, he learned several wind-style ninjutsu. He has become much stronger than in the original work. The moment Zhou Cheng saw Naruto, he summoned the Amethyst Gourd, aimed it at Naruto, and activated the talent replication. Talent replication successful, gaining top-tier wind attribute affinity. Talent refinement time, 10 days. Zhou Cheng was genuinely disappointed, he hadn't expected that replicating Naruto would only result in obtaining the chakra attribute. There is no 9-tailed fox, nor is there a sage body. After a 10-day refining period, you can obtain approximately 4 drops of talent essence. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to wait 10 days before replicating the Crimson Sunset. After Bai was the only one left in his house, he took out the chakra testing paper, preparing to test whether he truly possessed wind-style chakra. The chakra paper was first soaked, then became wrinkled, and finally split in 2, but gained wind attribute. Then, he asked Haku to teach him all the wind release ninjutsu he knew. Ninjutsu no one's afraid of having too much. Time flew by and the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Zhou Cheng and Bai ran 2 laps around the village as usual. Then, as they returned home to wash up, a genin came to deliver a message to them. An hour later, their teacher, Kunoichi, would be waiting for them in the open space outside the Kurama clan. From today onwards, they are the true genin, and can follow jonin on missions to earn rewards and merits. Merit points can be used to exchange for various items with the village. Ninja tools, ninjutsu, and even forbidden techniques. When the time came, Zhou Cheng and Bai changed into ninja outfits and headed to the Kurama clan. On the way, Zhou Cheng kept thinking. Kunoichi, the daughter of Konoha's 8 colors, possesses powerful genjutsu talent. What I learned most from her was illusion magic. However, she isn't particularly outstanding in other areas. She's skilled in illusion magic, so she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in close combat with the enemy. Hong is also a great beauty, and she has huge breasts. It's worthwhile to manage and improve the relationship. He then thought of another team member, who was both a member of the Pommel Horse family and a disciple of Hong's tutor. That must be Yakumo Kurama. The girl who awakened her illusionary bloodline limit was about the same age as him. But wasn't it said that Yakumo Kurama was frail and sickly? How did they end up going on a mission together as genin? Soon, Zhou Cheng spotted a beautiful woman with curly black hair and red eyes standing outside the Kamoma clan's residence, waiting in the distance. Zhou Cheng led Bai forward to greet her, and for a while afterward, he hung out with her. "Teacher Hong, this is Zhou Cheng. He's white." Kurane smiled beautifully and nodded at them. "My name is Kurane Ui, and from now on I'll be the jonin and teacher of your team 8. She looked the recently popular prodigy up and down. "He's quite handsome, but I wonder how good he is. Hopefully, this isn't just empty praise." She had been Kurama Yakumo's tutor for a long time, so she was a bit slow to learn about certain things. She had only heard about Zhou Cheng from her boyfriend, Sartobi Asuma. Sartobi Asuma praised him to the skies, causing Kurane to misjudge Zhou Cheng and believe that his strength was overrated. Chapter 56. While Zhou Cheng and the others were waiting, the gate of the Anma clan opened, and a graceful young woman walked out. She had beautiful, smooth hair, with a hair clip on her left forehead to hold back her bangs. Her face was pale, and she looked like someone recovering from a long illness. Zhou Cheng saw that his other teammate was actually Kurama Yakumo, who possessed a terrifying bloodline limit. He couldn't help but worry about the safety of everyone. Although Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit was powerful, she couldn't control it, which caused her to develop inner demons, and even her own parents died at her hands. Because of this incident, she became withdrawn, and her inner demons intensified. Zhou Cheng then thought again, 10 days later I can try to replicate Kurama Yakumo's talent. Maybe I can even replicate her bloodline limit. Her illusion magic can directly affect a person's 5 senses, making it impossible for them to realize they are under an illusion. In this way, she can completely control her enemies and turn them into her puppets. She can also pull people into a world she creates, in which she is the only god. Moreover, she can turn fictional things into reality. If Zhou Cheng could replicate such illusionary abilities, his strength would increase significantly. If you encounter Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, you don't need to turn around and run away. However, Zhou Cheng felt that he still needed to keep an eye on Kurama Yakumo at all times, lest he be unknowingly controlled by her out-of-control illusions. "This is Kurama Yakumo, the daughter of the Kurama clan chief." Kurane Ui took Yakumo Kurama's hand and introduced him to Zhou Cheng and Bai. "From now on, you're team members, teammates. I hope you can love and care for each other." Zhou Cheng and Bai nodded in agreement, and gave Anma Ichiyaku a friendly smile. Kurama Yakumo was a little shy and immediately hid behind Akane. A touch of pity appeared in her eyes as she blushed. At this age, she should be happy and carefree. The awakening of a bloodline limit should have been a cause for celebration for the entire clan, but because it was too powerful and out of control, the individual was isolated by the entire clan. Zhou Cheng could naturally see Kurama Yakumo's feelings, he was just like Naruto. The two people's experiences are so similar. "Alright, let's go. We have a mission." After saying that, Kurane grabbed Kurama Yakumo's hand and led the way out. Zhou Cheng was taken aback. The mission had already started? Wasn't there still the task of stealing the bell? And so, Zhou Cheng, Bai, and the 12 young heroes began their ninja careers, busy with various missions every day. We rarely get to see each other. Because of Yakumo Kurama, Zhou Cheng's squad rarely undertakes dangerous missions. It wasn't because she wasn't strong enough, but because she was physically weak and couldn't exercise for long periods of time. Compared to the other classes, Class 8 completed the fewest tasks. However, Zhou Cheng didn't care. He could leave the village, and he had already achieved his goal of escaping the surveillance of those old foxes. He also left the group late at night to test the 8 gates formation. He discovered that he could open up to 4 doors. This was before he even had the chance to cultivate the 8 gates. After practicing from time to time, he estimated that when his strength reached that of a jonin, he should be able to open 7 of the 8 gates. He couldn't figure out the remaining skill with his current abilities, and he himself wasn't sure. Aside from leaving hidden injuries to the body, just like the original, his 8 gates had no other side effects. Then he experimented with performing Tai Chi while all 4 doors were open. They discovered that in this state, his combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary jonin, but it wouldn't last long. In addition, he has been constantly training in chakra form transformation. He would carry some balloons with him every day and train like Naruto with the raised nan. After 10 days of rigorous training, he was able to easily pop balloons from the inside. The remaining challenge is how to prevent the chakra from dissipating. Over the course of 10 days, with Zhou Cheng's efforts to befriend her and his meticulous care, Kurama Yakumo gradually opened up and became good friends with Zhou Cheng and Bai. The child, barely a teenager, had grown up in the compound since childhood and had almost never seen the outside world. She was frighteningly naive. Especially after Zhou Cheng personally grilled some meat for her during a camping trip, Kurama Yakumo became deeply enamored with the taste of grilled meat. She once said that in her family, they ate simple meals and no one cared. This period was the happiest time of her life. Zhou Cheng noticed that after the 10-day mission, Kurama Yakumo's health seemed to have improved, and she was no longer weak and frail. Zhou Cheng was certain that she lacked exercise. She had been overprotected since childhood and later isolated and lived alone. It could be said that she had never exercised, so her physique was naturally very weak. That night, their 8th class once again camped out for the night. Zhou Cheng focused his mind, and the amethyst gourd flew out, gleaming with a purple-gold light. 4 drops of crystal-clear liquid flew out from its gourd-shaped opening. Zhou Cheng was somewhat disappointed. He only received 4 drops of talent essence from the top-tier wind attribute affinity. Including the last drop he had left, he now possesses 5 drops of the talent essence. After thinking for a moment, he directly allocated a small amount of talent essence to each of the treasure gourds. A ninja is someone who develops in all aspects. A warm current flowed through his entire body. He felt that his body had been comprehensively strengthened once again. Although the improvements are not significant, its strength lies in its comprehensiveness. He can keep replicating other people's talents and keep obtaining talent essence, so he can keep getting stronger. As long as he has enough time, he can stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The next day, the 8th squad packed their bags and prepared to return to Konoha. They had just completed an easy mission the day before. On the way, Zhou Cheng summoned the amethyst gourd, aimed it at Kurama Yakumo, and activated his talent replication. A golden aura rose from Kurama Yakumo and entered Zhou Cheng's body. Successfully replicated the talent, obtained top-tier illusionary talent, and acquired the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan. It's done. Zhou Cheng almost jumped up to celebrate. He originally thought that replicating his illusion talent was already quite impressive. Unexpectedly, there was an additional gain. The bloodline limit of the Kurama clan was obtained. This is a bloodline limit. With it, Zhou Cheng's strength has increased dramatically. He silently sensed it and found that his bloodline limit was more stable than Kurama Yakumo's, and he wouldn't experience the same inner demons that she did. Moreover, his bloodline limit can become stronger as his mental strength increases. He saw a tiger in the roadside bushes. His pupils contracted slightly, and the power of his bloodline limit was activated. The mouse, as if possessed, ran into the woods and walked right into the mouth of a poisonous snake, where it met its death. This was caused by Zhou Cheng controlling its 5 senses. In its eyes, the venomous snake was just a female rat waiting for it to mate. Awesome! This was Zhou Cheng's only thought. Controlling the 5 senses is indeed a terrifying thing. The 5 senses are a person's perception of the external world. Only then can one see colors, feel warmth and coolness, and smell odors. If the five senses are affected, it's equivalent to the person being controlled becoming a puppet. I need to ask Hong about illusion magic. On the one hand, it can enhance the understanding of bloodline limits, on the other hand, it can explain the origin of my genjutsu. If anyone asks, just say you're from the Red Sect. Chapter 57. Kurenai was walking at the very front of the group, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. As long as they weren't inside Konoha's territory, there was no absolute safety. Many ninjas died because of their own carelessness. Zhou Cheng caught up with Kurenai, feigning an eagerness to learn. Teacher, I want to learn illusion magic. Hong frowned slightly. Illusion ninjas, like sensory ninjas, are very rare. There are few sensory ninjas because sensory abilities cannot be trained, they can only be innate. Many people with sensory talents are often considered to lack the potential to become ninjas and ultimately choose to become ordinary people, living a mundane life. Illusion techniques require a high level of talent, and many ninjas disregard them, believing that they are not as powerful as ninjutsu and taijutsu. Those with talent for illusion techniques may choose to learn ninjutsu and taijutsu, abandoning ninjutsu altogether. Looking at the entire Naruto world, how many of those powerful ninjas actually started out using genjutsu? Hong thought Zhou Cheng was just talking and would never actually give up his cultivation time to learn illusion techniques. Moreover, she had never heard that Zhou Cheng also had a talent for illusion. Are you sure? Of course, I'm very interested in genjutsu. I think genjutsu is definitely no weaker than ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hong nodded, preparing to teach Zhou Cheng some basic illusion techniques to test him and see if he had any talent in illusion. Zhou Cheng understood and learned everything immediately, and could even add his own insights. This surprised Hong, and then she taught Zhou Cheng some advanced illusionary techniques. Without talent, a ninja would only have a superficial understanding at this stage. He actually has a talent for illusion magic? How is that possible? How can one person be so perfect? During this time, Hong had witnessed Zhou Cheng's strength and talent, which were exactly as rumored a peerless prodigy. I never expected Xuanhuang's talent to be so extraordinary, it's truly outrageous. However, Hong was still very happy inside. One more genjutsu ninja was good enough, at least it could inject some fresh air into this stagnant pool. Hong finally began to wholeheartedly teach Zhou Cheng illusion techniques, and Zhou Cheng learned a few basic illusion techniques. Low-level illusions are generally not very effective, they can only be most useful when used against opponents who are weaker than you. However, Zhou Cheng didn't care. Having acquired the bloodline limit for illusion techniques, he no longer valued ordinary illusion techniques. It would be a waste of time to learn them. In battle, the goal is to kill the opponent, so powerful ninjutsu or genjutsu will definitely be used right from the start. They soon returned to Konoha village. The mission, which lasted for more than a month, had taken its toll on the 12 Konoha members. After returning to the village to hand in their mission, they all chose to rest there for a few days. After learning that Zhou Cheng had returned to the village, they all crowded into his house, begging him to cook some delicious food. During their month-long ordeal in the wild, they never ate a decent meal, they ate dry rations and drank plain water. Some of the wealthy and powerful families couldn't stomach the dry rations, so they simply ate the military ration pills like candy. Zhou Cheng would naturally not miss any opportunity to build a good relationship with the 12 little strong men. He asked everyone to buy one ingredient, and then called all the teachers in charge to join him for dinner. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a group of jonin were gathered, preparing to report on the mission's progress. After listening to Kurenai's report, Hiruzen Sartobi frowned. Zhou Cheng actually had a talent for illusion magic, and not a low one at that. He finally understood why Zhou Cheng insisted on choosing Kurenai, a powerful genjutsu user, as the team's leader. It turns out he already knew he possessed a talent for illusion. That brat has been hiding his true colors well. All the Jonin present had the same expression as the Third Hokage. Do truly all-around geniuses exist in the world? His parents were just ordinary civilian ninjas, how could they possibly have such a talented child? Unless his parents' information was altered, it was to the extent that even the powerful Dark Guard couldn't find out. This is rather chilling to think about. What kind of power could accomplish this? Could Zhou Cheng really be a spy, the kind of top-tier spy who doesn't even know he's a spy? I can vouch for Zhou Cheng, he is definitely not a spy. Kakashi's previously lazy expression turned serious, he realized the gravity of the situation. If there is even the slightest suspicion in the village, Zhou Cheng will no longer be able to act as he is now, but will be monitored 24 hours a day. Even which hand he uses to wipe his bottom after using the toilet must be reported. He's always been learning from me, and I can tell he's a good kid, extremely kind to his friends. He even taught Naruto how to master the multiple shadow clone technique. Besides, what village would give away such a genius to someone else? This is undoubtedly the most foolish thing to do. The Jonin were whispering among themselves. They weren't very familiar with Zhou Chengdu and didn't dare to speak too definitively. The entire office was buzzing, making the third generation somewhat irritated. He tapped the table with his pipe to quiet everyone down. Hiruzen Sartobi actually agreed with Kakashi's statement. Yes, who would be foolish enough to send such a genius to another ninja village? Moreover, Hiruzen Sartobi had been watching Zhou Cheng's performance closely, but he never took the initiative to seek out or inquire about classified information. He knew nothing about the village's secrets. Then let's pray that Konoha finds a treasure. Hong, please keep a close eye on Zhou Cheng's situation. If anything unusual happens, please notify me immediately. Once Hiruzen Sartobi spoke, defining the nature of the incident, the others could no longer say anything. Hong could only nod. If Zhou Cheng was all right, she would be very glad that she had taken on a genius disciple. Roots. Danzo sat in the chair, listening silently to the report from the root troops. The more he listened, the more eager he became to satisfy Zhou Cheng's greed. If Hiruzen Sartobi hadn't been in the way, he would have already turned Zhou Cheng right to the root organization and completed the brainwashing. What he didn't expect was that Hiruzen Sartobi would actually let Zhou Cheng go out to serve as a follower. If something unexpected happened, all the plans that the three of them had made over the past few months would have been for nothing. No, I must snatch Zhou Cheng away from Hiruzen. I must protect Zhou Cheng until he fully matures. Danzo's eyes held a resolute glint. In the evening, the 12 little strong men returned with the ingredients. Accompanying them were the Jonin, high-ranking ninja, leading each class. They couldn't refuse their students. Only Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki were secretly drooling, knowing they would get to taste Zhou Cheng's cooking again. They had been craving this for a whole month. Because there were too many people, they had to move the tables to the yard. Zhou Cheng was already busy in the kitchen. Seeing his incredible skill and unprecedented cooking methods, the 12 little strong men had already gotten used to it. Both the Jonin and Yakumo Kurama, who were meeting him for the first time, were deeply shocked. Can food be cooked like this? The aroma alone was enough to whet their appetites. No wonder all these kids love running around here. Chapter 58. The other Jonin all looked at Kakashi upon smelling the fragrance. They suspected that Kakashi was only supporting Zhou Cheng for the sake of the food. Kurama Yakumo watched Zhou Cheng busy in the kitchen with a curious expression. Her big eyes were full of surprise. She never expected that brother Zhou Cheng had this talent. She always thought he only knew how to grill meat. Soon, plates of delicious-looking dishes were served. Everyone already seated at the table stared intently at the delicious food laid out on it. After Zhou Cheng served the last dish, he also sat down. He greeted them with a smile, pleased to see their eager expressions. Don't be shy, eat up. Wow! The courtyard instantly transformed into a battlefield for food, a battlefield without gunpowder. Despite the scrambling and commotion, no one got red in the face or raised their voices, it was all just a playful juggling. The Jonin, who were eating Zhou Cheng's cooking for the first time, stared wide-eyed as they wolfed it down. Even the usually introverted Yakumo Kurama completely abandoned her ladylike demeanor at this moment, eating like a little kitten with grease all over her mouth. This tastes so much better than barbecue, she wishes she could eat this delicious food every day. Her gaze towards Zhou Cheng held a hint of tenderness and shyness. The meal took a full hour. Strangely, everyone was focused on eating and no one spoke, even so, they ate for over an hour. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone patted their protruding bellies with satisfaction. This meal contained more food than they had eaten in 3 days. However, no one found it cloying, they were still thinking about food. I used to think that Ichiraku ramen and yakiniku, grilled meat, were the best foods. But now, I think Ichiraku ramen is garbage. How can it compare to the dishes Zhou Cheng makes? Everyone nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement. Ichiraku ramen isn't expensive, but the yakiniku, grilled meat, is too pricey. I can only afford to eat this once a month before I run out of money. But Zhou Cheng uses very cheap ingredients, yet he can make such delicious dishes. Ino's eyes were full of love as she looked at the man she admired, almost swooning. However, no one objected, because Ino was expressing what they all thought. Then, everyone joked around for a while before helping to tidy up the table. After tidying up, everyone left in 2s and 3s. This time, no one asked Zhou Cheng to take them home. They all saw that Zhou Cheng had been busy all night and was drenched in sweat, and they all wanted him to rest as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone was walking together, Zhou Cheng decided not to escort them home. Kurama Yakumo naturally followed Kurane back to Kurane's house and stayed there. The next day, Zhou Cheng and Bai ran around the village as usual. However, this time there was one more person, Naruto, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Zhou Cheng initially thought the sun had risen in the west. Upon asking, I learned that Naruto had been discouraged by Sasuke. The setback made him doubt whether he was even suited to be a ninja. At this point, Sasuke was absolutely dominating Naruto. Naruto felt useless after being overshadowed by his love rival in front of the person he liked. Then he remembered Zhou Cheng and felt that Zhou Cheng could definitely give him some advice. Seeing Zhou Cheng still disciplinedly getting up early to run laps, he seemed to understand why Zhou Cheng was the strongest among them. Zhou Cheng's level of self-discipline is comparable to Xiao Li's. After one lap, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. The sudden long run was making him uncomfortable. Zhou Cheng told him to rest, and then they started the second lap. After finishing their run, Zhou Cheng and Bai went home to wash up. Then, Zhou Cheng walked towards the Hokage building. The third Hokage once said that as long as he was in Konoha, he was an Anbu member and needed to take up his post. We walked to a place where there were fewer pedestrians. Someone slipped Zhou Cheng a crumpled piece of paper. By the time Zhou Cheng realized what was happening, the person had already vanished. Zhou Cheng could only open the crumpled paper. The sign above read, "Tonight at midnight, Hokage Rock." The note was unsigned, so it's unknown who wrote it. Zhou Cheng frowned, somewhat puzzled. That person went so far as to cause trouble to send him a note. This suggests that he may be under surveillance. Let's go there tonight and see who it is. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he first went to see the third Hokage, hoping to learn something from him. However, the third generation did not grant his wish and did not mention anything about cultivation. He merely exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Cheng, then changed the subject. In the end, Zhou Cheng became somewhat annoyed, and the third generation asked him to leave, saying they still had many things to deal with. Zhou Cheng was frustrated, thinking to himself, "You were the one who wanted to take on apprentices, and now you're the one who won't teach them." He truly is a cunning old fox. He had no choice but to leave the Hokage building and take up a position in the Anbu. Zhou Cheng was still getting used to not having the beautiful Yujao Uzuki working with him. It took a long time for him to enter a meditative state. Now, whenever he's in the village, he always leaves several shadow clones at home to cultivate simultaneously. His Raise Nan is just one step away from success, at which point he'll have another finishing move. Soon, 4 hours passed, and everything was normal. He stepped out of the shadows and removed his mask. Then, without eating, they headed towards the secret base. Through the shared memories of his shadow clones, he knew that the Raise Nan had been created. He was eager to verify it, so he quickened his pace and eventually jumped onto the roof, starting to leap forward. Upon arriving at the secret base, he immediately cancelled all his shadow clones, and a flood of memories rushed into his mind. His mind went blank for a moment. If it weren't for the magic gourd strengthening his mind, he would have become an idiot long ago. It took him more than 10 minutes to recover, and at that moment, Kakashi also arrived. Seeing Zhou Cheng's appearance, he knew that Zhou Cheng was using the multiple shadow clone technique to cultivate again. Kakashi shook his head. Sometimes being too hardworking isn't a good thing. If this kid keeps going like this, he'll ruin himself sooner or later. Kakashi-sensei, I've mastered chakra-shaped transformation. Zhou Cheng stood up, brimming with excitement. The Raise Nan was complete. Oh! Kakashi was somewhat skeptical. He knew Zhou Cheng was talented, but there should be a limit. Zhou Cheng grinned, opened his right palm, and began to channel his chakra. A blue, spinning chakra ball appeared in his palm. Raise Nan. How is that possible? Kakashi stood there, petrified. Without anyone teaching him, he was able to perform the Raise Nan. And it's such a stable Raise Nan. Looking at Zhou Cheng's warm smile, Kakashi seemed to see his teacher, Minato Namikaze. The two are indeed very similar in personality. They are gentle to everyone, and their smiles always give people a warm and sunny feeling. If only he were from Konoha itself. That way he'll definitely be able to compete for the 6th Hokage position. Chapter 59. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng was from another village, making it extremely difficult for him to become Hokage. Kakashi's gaze towards Zhou Cheng was extremely complex. After spending this time together, plus the bribe of Zhou Chen's delicious food, Kakashi already considers him his disciple, not just a student in charge, but a true disciple, the kind who can inherit his mantle. He naturally hoped that Zhou Cheng could grow up well and smoothly, and not die young. Kakashi-sensei, how are you? I've mastered chakra-shaped transformation. Zhou Cheng was excited. If you master one method, you can master all methods. As long as you master the Raise Nan and combine it with nature transformation. Then, acquiring Super S-rank ninjutsu would be a piece of cake. You did very well. Now there's nothing more I can teach you. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Kakashi spoke with a heavy heart, making it sound like he was giving his last words. Okay, stop it, stop it. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes. Can you stop with the sentimentality? Don't I know you? Tell me, what do you want to eat? Kakashi's face instantly fell. He scratched his head awkwardly, his dead fish eyes narrowing into slits. Nothing can hide from you, kid. Braised pork belly. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. Zhou Cheng shook his head with his hands on his hips, a wry smile on his face. If you want to eat it, just say so. Don't make it look like this is the last time you'll get to eat it. Come to my place tonight, bring your own groceries, that's the rule. I'm just a lowly ninja, I don't earn much. Kakashi curled his fingers and flicked him on the forehead. You trying to fool me? You, a low-level ninja. The Chunin exams are just around the corner. You signed up, and if you don't come back with first place, don't even mention knowing me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to be dumbfounded. Kakashi smiled as he watched. This child really does resemble Obito in some ways. Stop joking. You need to be careful with that girl from the Kurama clan. Even if her bloodline limit is red, there's no guarantee it won't be affected. Zhou Cheng looked at Kakashi with amusement and silently cast a genjutsu bloodline limit. Kakashi froze, his eyes widening instantly, and he stumbled back a few steps. He stared at Zhou Cheng in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. Obito. Impossible, Obito is dead. Obito flashed his signature smile and slowly walked towards Kakashi, as if to say, I'm not going to scare you to death. Kakashi, what's wrong? It's me. Kakashi had already drawn a kunao and was holding it in his hand, wary of Obito's approach. You can't be Obito, who are you? Where are my students? Obito raised an eyebrow, somewhat bored. It seemed the power of his genjutsu was still insufficient. Then he formed a hand seal, cancelling the illusion. Kakashi paused for a moment, then saw that Obito had transformed into Zhou Cheng. So it was all an illusion. He deserves a beating. Kakashi used a body flicker technique to appear beside Zhou Cheng, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up to his own level. Is this your illusion magic? Can it let people see what they most want to see? Zhou Cheng could only nod, otherwise, could he admit that he had deliberately let Kakashi meet Obito? In that case, Kakashi will stab me with a kunao. Zhou Cheng couldn't possibly use ninjutsu against Obito, let alone know what Obito looked like. Good lad, not bad. Kakashi threw Zhou Cheng to the ground and continued nagging. I still hope you can specialize in one area. Trying to do too much at once will lead to a lack of depth and ultimately, a bad experience. Zhou Cheng never refuses other people's concern. He nodded, indicating that he would consider it. Then, Kakashi left. He was extremely satisfied with Zhou Cheng, and had already taught him everything he could. All that's left is time for him to use up what he's learned and then transform it into real strength. After Kakashi left, Zhou Cheng did not follow, he decided to give it a try. In the original work, only Naruto could add nature transformation on top of chakra form transformation. He first conjured a raise nan with one hand, then slowly converted his chakra into wind-style energy. Rasen Shuriken. He threw the Rasen Shuriken, but it began to shrink as soon as it left his hand until it disappeared. Then, a massive amount of wind attribute power raged within his body. He groaned, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Cheng realized that the spiral shuriken he had just used was not a perfect one and could not be thrown out for ranged attacks. He also suffered a backlash from this, sustaining serious internal injuries, and inwardly cursed himself. Damn, I was careless. This injury is quite serious. He'll need at least 2 weeks to a month to recover. It's ruined. It was only then that Zhou Cheng realized the importance of medical ninjas. He wasn't going anywhere else, he headed straight to the hospital. After examining him, the medical ninja told him that the internal injuries could only be healed slowly with oral medication. There are no effective treatments. Of course, if Tsunade were in the village, she might have a solution. Zhou Cheng cursed under his breath. Why would I need to look for you if Tsunade were in the village? Left with no other option, he went to the Third Hokage and told him that he had suffered internal injuries while testing his mind ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng cleverly relayed this message to Danzo and the advisory department. He was certain that Danzo and his advisory staff would not let such an opportunity to win people's hearts slip by. Sure enough, Danzo and Mitokado Homura arrived before they had even left the Hokage's office. They were all carrying things in their hands. Zhou Cheng knew without even looking that it was a precious medicine for treating internal injuries. Zhou Cheng treated everyone equally, taking all the medicine from those old foxes. Then he left, leaving the few old guys staring at each other blankly. Evening arrived quickly, and although not all 12 members of the Little Strong Ones had arrived, quite a few people had come. Everyone is talking about the Chunin exams. Everyone is debating whether or not to sign up. While becoming a chunin might be tempting for a teenager, Shikamaru is known for his composure. He pointed out that the danger of this chunin exams lay in the fact that it was being held in conjunction with other ninja villages. It will definitely be a life or death battle, and people will die. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down. Yes, nothing is more important than one's own life. Everyone fell silent, except for Zhou Cheng, who silently drank his medicine without saying a word. Later, Ino insisted on staying to take care of the injured Zhou Cheng, but Zhou Cheng refused. He felt he could take care of himself and didn't need anyone to look after him, plus, wasn't Bai there already? Of all those present, probably none could match Bai's level of concern for Zhou Cheng. On the other side, several jonin leading their teams gathered together, drinking shaku and eating grilled meat. However, few people eat barbecue. After eating Zhou Cheng's cooking, they feel that nothing else tastes as good as it does. However, they were there to discuss business, so it wasn't appropriate for them to go to Zhou Cheng's place. Everyone, the chunin exams are coming up soon. Will you sign up your students? Chapter 60. The other jonin exchanged glances. The chunin exams, they definitely had to participate, no doubt about it. Did they even need to ask? The chunin exams are dangerous, but at worst, I'll protect you secretly. In the Konoha exams, the fact that it's completely unsafe isn't up to the jonin to decide. Kakashi drank a glass of wine, looking somewhat depressed. He had originally planned to go to Zhou Cheng's place for braised pork, and had even bought all the ingredients, but he was dragged here by Guy and Asuma. Zhou Cheng is definitely going to participate, I've already asked him. If you don't want your students to get beaten up by him, then sign up. Asuma finished his drink, lit a cigarette, and pushed the grilled meat aside. How did it become so unpalatable? Whether you get beaten up or not, you have to sign up. Whether you pass or not, whether you become a chunin or not, doesn't matter. As long as they can gain experience. Kei nodded, revealing his gleaming teeth. Indeed, there's no room for regret in youth, they only unleash their full potential in truly dire situations. Sitting next to Asuma, Red's beautiful red eyes were filled with worry. There are concerns about whether Yakumo Kurama's physical and mental health can withstand the strain. If Zhou Cheng from my class will participate, then Bai will definitely participate too. Through spending so much time together, I can see that Bai is trying his best to hide his true strength. So, with him and Zhou Cheng teaming up, the other kids really need to be careful. He might beat me to tears. The other jonin all fell silent. Hong is right. With Zhou Cheng around, it's very difficult for their students to get first place. However, their goal wasn't to be the first to go, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Soon, several classes confirmed their participation in the chunin exams. Late at night, Zhou Cheng lay quietly in bed, lost in thought. The time Zhou Cheng spent on missions gave him a deeper understanding of his own abilities. With his current strength, he'd be a shoo-in for a chunin in a one-on-one fight. Two of them would be a bit too much, since teamwork between ninjas isn't simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Surrounded by 3 chunin, he could only defend himself and was unable to retaliate. Of course, this is all without taking into account the bonuses from the 8 gates formation and bloodline limits. It's purely a contest of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Using the 8 gates and Tai Chi, his strength could overwhelm 3 chunin who were watching, allowing him to kill them instantly. He calculated that if he opened all 8 gates, used Tai Chi, and combined it with forbidden techniques, he could easily kill an elite jonin. However, it cannot kill a cage-level powerhouse. Furthermore, my affinity with Yakumo Kurama and Kurane Yui has been steadily increasing over this period, which is a good start. To become the strongest ninja in the world, connections are indispensable. He replicated the genjutsu bloodline limit of the Kurama clan. This should be the biggest gain during this period. Illusion that can directly affect the enemy's 5 senses. The five senses are the basic senses of a person, and also the senses through which a person perceives the world. If one's five senses are affected, death is practically a given. At this point, the practitioner can make someone commit suicide without even lifting a finger. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng is not strong enough yet and cannot completely affect the five senses of a jonin, so his genjutsu can be easily broken. Once he reaches the level of a jonin, he should be able to completely influence a jonin's five senses. Then comes the chakra form transformation. Zhou Cheng has successfully unleashed the Raise Nan, demonstrating a significant improvement in his strength. With the Raise Nan, he can now seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow in close combat. However, the Rasen Shuriken is not perfect yet, the amount of chakra is probably insufficient. Naruto was able to use the perfect Rasen Shuriken only after he had mastered Sage Mode. Therefore, replicating the Sage body during the Chunin exams becomes even more necessary. Having obtained the immortal body, Zhou Cheng is confident that he will reach the shadow level within a year and become a chess player instead of a chess piece. The rest of the time is for me to focus on recovering and waiting for the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams are still a month away. My internal injuries should heal within a month, otherwise all those precious medicines would have been wasted. It will take a month to fully refine Kurama Yakumo's talent. Just in time for the Chunin exams, Zhou Cheng remembered that Karin Uzumaki met Suzuki after getting separated from her companions during the exams and being attacked by a bear and falling into the water. So, he could wait there beforehand during the Chunin exams. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Remembering Karin Uzumaki's tragic past, he made a decision in his heart. Karin Uzumaki, Suzuki was never right for you. He was never meant to be. This time, I will be the one to save you, and I will be the one you follow. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a human-shaped power bank? Biting her will restore her health, it's infinitely better than a medical ninja. With her by his side, there's basically no need to worry about logistics, allowing Zhou Cheng's endurance to skyrocket. If replicating Karin Uzumaki's body could yield the sage body, then there would be no need to fear those old foxes anymore. Zhou Cheng has now gained the strength to stand on equal footing with them. Give him another year, and he'll be able to easily surpass cage-level powerhouses, and then he can go and visit Omegakure. Which is more powerful, the celestial eyes or the celestial body? Time passed just like that, a month flew by. Despite being injured, Zhou Cheng did not completely give up his cultivation. He filled every day with activities, making them extremely fulfilling. More and more people are influenced by Zhou Cheng and have started running laps around the village early in the morning to improve their physical strength and willpower. Even Xiao Li, a cultivation fanatic, greatly admired Zhou Cheng's self-discipline. Soon, the Chunin exams began in Konoha. It's said to be a joint venture between several villages, but in reality, it's just about each village checking out the other's heritage and resources. Let's check the number of Genin and Chunin. Zhou Cheng arrived at the place where Konohamaru encountered Gaara's team. He was very curious about just how strong Gaara was now. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to start a war with Gaara, he was just testing the waters. When he arrived, Konohamaru had already been grabbed and lifted up by Kankuro. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow and shouted out the sentence before Naruto could. Let go of that child. Come at me. Then, he pushed off with his feet, leaping into the air and landing towards Kankuro. In mid-air, Zhou Cheng had already begun to perform Tai Chi, and an invisible aura rose from his body. Because of this aura, Kankuro's hand, which was about to strike Konohamaru, paused for a moment. In that instant, it landed beside him, and with a swift movement, snatched Konohamaru from his grasp. Brother Zhou Cheng, you're here. Help me beat them up. Konohamaru was overjoyed. Brother Zhou Cheng had arrived. This revenge could finally be taken. Zhou Cheng smiled, placed Konohamaru on the ground, gently tapped his forehead, and then looked at Kankuro and the others. Upon seeing Gaara's panda eyes and sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, Zhou Cheng's expression instantly turned cold. He looked at Gaara, his tone icy. Gaara truly wanted to kill Konohamaru. You want to kill him? So, do you want to die? Chapter 61. UBD, who are you to dare talk to me like that? Kankuro was furious. As the son of the Kazekage, no one in Tsunagakure dared to speak to him like that, especially since he had a younger brother who was a Jinkraki. Who wouldn't be afraid of a younger brother who's ready to kill at the slightest provocation? Zhou Cheng seemed indifferent. This was Konoha. If ninjas from other villages could still swagger around here, then Hiruzen Sartobi might as well quit being Hokage. They're just the children of the Kazekage, nothing special. Remember this is Konoha. If you're a dragon, you'd better coil up, if you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. Zhou Cheng stood in front of Konohamaru, arms crossed, looking completely unconcerned about Gaara and the others. This made Konohamaru's blood boil, and he felt that Zhou Cheng's image as an older brother had become incredibly noble. Kankuro, with his impetuous temper, couldn't stand such words and was about to step forward to fight Zhou Cheng when a clear, crisp voice stopped him. Kankuro, stop! We didn't come to Konoha to fight. If I, Gaara, go berserk and kill someone, father will blame us. Zhou Cheng looked up and saw a beautiful woman standing next to Gaara at some point. It was their older sister, Temari. Humph, don't let me run into you guys during the exam. Kankuro snorted angrily, turned around and walked back to Gaara's side, secretly fearing that Gaara would go berserk. Gaara in a berserk state is indiscriminate in his ability to distinguish friend from foe. Moreover, if Gaara goes berserk and Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, appears in Konoha, it will signal a full-scale war between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Such a crime is not something these children can bear. Watching the beautiful figure among Gaara's group disappear into the distance, Zhou Cheng became somewhat interested in her. If it weren't for her intervention, he would have already been fighting Kankuro. Having been in this world for so long, he had never witnessed the true skill of a puppeteer. Temari truly lives up to her status as the eldest sister. Her suppression of her younger brother's bloodline is the same in any world. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities to run into them during the exam. Then, Zhou Cheng turned around and looked helplessly at Konohamaru. Naruto and Konohamaru are truly of the same ilk, they are both problem children. Despite having little real ability, he causes trouble at every turn. If you don't have the ability, don't show off. It's fine within the village, but you'd better keep a low profile outside of it. Konohamaru stood with his hands on his hips, looking like a little adult, his head tilted back at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky. I'm going to be Hokage. How can I back down because I'm scared? He had barely finished speaking when he received a flick on the forehead, the pain making him wince in pain. Ouch! 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 Brother Zhou Cheng, what are you doing? Zhou Cheng squatted down and looked intently at Konohamaru. The little brat was being overprotected. Listen, having dreams is a good thing, but everything is based on being alive. If you die, everything is gone, so what's the point of talking about dreams then? Only when you become strong can you do what you want to do, so strive to become stronger. After listening to Zhou Cheng's words, Konohamaru seemed to be deep in thought, then looked at Zhou Cheng expectantly. Brother Zhou Cheng, how can I become as strong as you? Hearing his words, Zhou Cheng laughed, a very happy laugh. Another person had been brainwashed. Want to get stronger? You can train with me, and I guarantee you'll graduate from the Ninja Academy early, just like me. Zhou Cheng wasn't just talking nonsense, he was confident that the Ninja Academy taught very basic things, and ultimately, it was the Jonin leading the teams who would teach the Genin. He was absolutely confident that he could train another genius if Konohamaru trained with him. Konohamaru's eyes filled with longing. He imagined himself wearing the Hokage's hat and sitting in the Hokage's office, and his mouth watered. Okay, after the Chunin exams are over, I'll train with you. Zhou Cheng nodded, stood up, patted Konohamaru's head, and then left. He had to rush to take the first exam, everyone else was already waiting for him at the exam hall. With the exception of a few individuals, everyone who perseveres can pass the first exam. It tests individual abilities and teamwork. The first exam became a battleground where everyone displayed their unique abilities. Zhou Cheng naturally knew the answers to the 9 questions. However, he didn't want to help others, because no one would be eliminated because of this exam. His only worry was Kurama Yakumo, who had never attended a ninja academy. She had been out of touch with the world for too long, and she wouldn't be able to learn a comprehensive range of knowledge just by relying on Kurene's tutoring. Zhou Cheng used his sensory abilities to see that Kurama Yakumo's exam paper was indeed completely blank. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and with no other choice, he could only unleash his full power to activate his illusion technique, Bloodline Limit. He made everyone present think he was still sitting in his seat answering the questions, then he blatantly stood up, walked to Kurama Yakumo's table, and placed his test paper on her desk. Then she took her exam paper, walked back to her seat, and cancelled the illusion. He sat quietly in his seat for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see anyone approaching him. Illusions that affect the 5 senses are indeed terrifying. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. She stared at the test paper on the desk, which was already filled with answers. She once thought she was under an illusion, and she remembered very clearly that she hadn't written a single word. She glanced at the name on the test paper by chance, and her eyes widened instantly. How could this be? This is Zhou Cheng's name, and this is his test paper. How did he give this to me without being discovered? She immediately erased Zhou Cheng's name and wrote her own name on it, only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Cheng is such a good person. He's not only handsome, but also very capable and academically excellent. Most importantly, he's also a great cook, which makes him perfect for a man. She began to feel sorry for herself. She knew about her family's plan to marry her off to Zhou Cheng. In fact, she was the last person in the family to know. She felt that someone like her was not good enough for Zhou Cheng, and that he might not even be interested in her. Then she noticed the words "Keep it up," written in an inconspicuous spot in the bottom right corner of the test paper. Her eyes welled up with tears. Zhou Cheng was so gentle. No matter how it ended, this period of time was the happiest time of my life. The first exam ended quickly. Just like Zhou Cheng remembered, everyone except for a few people specially arranged by Konoha passed the first test. Then, the second exam will begin in the afternoon. Zhou Cheng became somewhat excited. Uzumaki Karin, here I come. Sage Body, here I come. He summoned the Amethyst Gourd with his mind, and Kurama Yakumo's talent had been fully refined. The Amethyst Gourd flew out, radiating a mysterious purple-gold light. 12 drops of the original essence of talent flew out of its gourd mouth. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. The quantity of the talent essence was indeed determined by the time required for refining. 1 month is equivalent to 12 drops of the talent essence. He first applied 2 drops of talent essence to the orange sun gourd, which could enhance his perception. To find Karin Uzumaki in the shortest time, sensing the range is key. The reason for allocating only 2 drops is that after replicating Karin Uzumaki's talent, there is a possibility of awakening Kagura's mind's eye, which is one of the strongest sensory abilities in Naruto. It can detect what color clothes an enemy is wearing several kilometers away. If he obtains Kagura's mind's eye, then the talent essence he allocated to the orange sun gourd will basically be wasted. Chapter 62. That leaves 10 drops of talent essence. Zhou Cheng pondered for a while. He allocated 2 drops of talent essence to each of the other 4 treasure gourds besides the orange sun gourd. After this enhancement, his perception range has reached 300 meters, which is sufficient for now, and there is no need to allocate any more talent essence. A powerful warm current flowed through his body, and he almost groaned in pleasure. The feeling of overall improvement in all aspects of one's body is the most wonderful. He silently assessed his chakra level and concluded that it had reached the level of a special genin. With the raise nan and flying thunder god technique combined, you won't need to turn and run away when you encounter a jonin. The further enhancement of his strength and speed brought him to the level of a special jonin in terms of taijutsu power, combined with the 8 gates and tai chi. He can hold his own against elite jonin using only his taijutsu skills. The 8 gates can increase strength and speed by tens or even hundreds of times, but unfortunately, his strength was still too low. Even with the 8 gates open, he couldn't defeat a cage-level expert. With 2 drops of talent essence remaining, Zhou Cheng wasn't in a hurry to use them, he planned to save them for the last treasure gourd. As his strength increased, he sensed that the last treasure gourd was no longer as gloomy as before. He was getting closer and closer to opening the last magic gourd. The second exam is about to begin. All the genin gathered outside the forest of death. The proctor was Mitarashi Anko, who was extremely beautiful and had a hot body. From the moment Zhou Cheng saw her, he couldn't quite understand her. With such a perfect figure and appearance, why didn't she have a boyfriend or get married in the original story? Each small class, led by its respective teacher, gathered here. Zhou Cheng spread his senses out, searching for Karan Uzumaki's whereabouts, but found nothing. He was not discouraged. There were several entrances to the Death Forest, and perhaps hers was not from the same entrance as his. The jonin left one after another. According to the rules, they could not offer any assistance to the genin. Mitarashi Anko jumped down from the fence of the Forest of Death, still holding a string of 3 colored dumplings in her hand. Let me explain the content and rules of the second exam. The exam consists of 13 heavenly chapters and 13 earthly chapters. They will be randomly assigned to 26 groups. The test involves seizing scrolls from other groups. The group that possesses both the heaven and earth scrolls must reach their destination through the Forest of Death within 5 days. Then that group passes the second exam. After she finished speaking, all the genin present began to murmur amongst themselves. The struggle for the scroll will inevitably lead to conflict and casualties. The examiner didn't say anything about not being able to kill, so that means killing is allowed. Hehe, I like killing. Let's wipe out all those recently graduated genin from Konoha. Hehe, these hothouse flowers have no idea how cruel the world is. The Konoha genin naturally heard what the ninjas from other villages were saying. Some people were so frightened they turned pale. They only had one life, and if it was gone forever. Some people were so angry that their faces turned red, believing it to be blatant contempt and provocation. Mitarashi Anko naturally heard these words, but as an examiner, she could only suppress her dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, I've heard there are a few powerful brats among this year's students. I hope they won't disgrace Konoha. Zhou Cheng, Bai, and Kurama Yakumo stood together, his senses constantly activated, searching for familiar faces. A smile played on his lips. The people who arrived were no different from those in the original story, it was quite lively. Then let the Forest of Death be my stage. Through this test, he wanted to spread the name Zhou Cheng throughout the Land of Fire. Zhou Cheng then gathered all 12 members of the Bronze Saints together and gave each team a Flying Thunder God Kunao. This special Kunao is unique to me, you must not lose it. As long as I infuse it with chakra, I can sense it and will be there to help you immediately. Except for a few people, the rest of the Xiaoqiang nodded. Zhou Cheng was already the strongest among them, and with his help, they would definitely pass the exam smoothly. The remaining few, Niji, Suzuki, Kaiba, and Sakura, thought Zhou Cheng's claim was a pipe dream. You can find out where they are with just a kunao, what are you bragging about? Moreover, they believed that if their own forces couldn't handle the enemy, Zhou Cheng would be no different just sending himself to his death. They always thought that Zhou Cheng was only slightly better than them. Zhou Cheng didn't care, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. The opportunity has been given to them, whether they use it or not is up to them. Then he specifically placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Hinata, Naruto, and Ino just in case. Soon, the gates of the Forest of Death opened, and teams of 3 genin filed in. There was a pile of packages at the entrance, with the scroll randomly placed inside each one. Using his perception abilities, he obtained a package containing the Scroll of Heaven, then carried it on his back and led his team into the Forest of Death. Once inside, his sensory abilities remained constantly active. While remaining cautious of the enemy, they ran towards the place where Karin Uzumaki had been attacked. Bai unconditionally supported whatever Zhou Cheng did, and naturally followed quietly behind him. But this caused trouble for Yakumo Kurama. Her physique is much better than before, but she still can't adapt to running at such a fast pace. Before long, he was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Zhou Cheng shook his head slightly. It was still a bit early for Kurama Yakumo to participate in the Chunin exams, but he couldn't persuade her to come. Zhou Cheng waved to Bai, signaling him not to stop. He then slung his saddle, Yakumo, over his shoulder and continued running forward. With his current physique and strength, carrying a small girl on his back wouldn't be too much of a problem. The speed has noticeably slowed down. They ran for half an hour before stopping. They have reached their destination. All we need to do now is wait for Karin Uzumaki to be caught up to here by Kuma. While waiting, they also encountered 2 pairs of genin from other ninja villages who came to steal the scroll. Without Zhou Cheng even lifting a finger, Bai Lian didn't even need to use his ice escape technique to drive away the 2 groups of people, and even managed to steal their packages. Unfortunately, there was only 1 scroll in the 2 packages, and it was also a heavenly scroll. Zhou Cheng didn't think it was a big deal, he would just give it to the 12 bronze saints who lacked the heavenly scroll later. After waiting for about 2 hours, Zhou Cheng heard urgent cries for help and loud footsteps not far away. And the heavy breathing of wild beasts. He looked up and Karin Uzumaki, with her striking red hair, came into view. Behind her was an enormous bear, which had already set its sights on Karin Uzumaki and would not rest until it had devoured her. Zhou Cheng flashed and appeared on the top of the giant bear's head, stomping down hard with his foot. The immense force knocked the giant bear to the ground, causing it to vomit blood. Karin Uzumaki was startled by this sudden change. Who was this person? The giant bear was killed with a single kick, and it appeared that its brain had been smashed. Zhou Cheng jumped off the giant bear, walked to Karin Uzumaki's side, and reached out his hand to help her up. Karin was completely stunned when she saw Zhou Cheng's face. A look of infatuation crossed his eyes. Who was he? How could someone be so handsome, and so powerful at the same time? She hesitantly reached out and shook hands with Zhou Cheng, feeling how warm and strong his hand was. Then Zhou Cheng pulled her up. Are you all right? Karin thought it was the most beautiful voice she had ever heard. She felt weak all over and almost couldn't stand up. Chapter 63. Karin then noticed the leaf headband on Zhou Cheng's forehead, and then seemed a little flustered. Ah, you are, from Konoha. Zhou Cheng flashed a bright, sunny smile. His face was no less striking than Sasuke's, it would surely charm you to death. Hello, my name is Zhou Cheng. Karin released her hand, her face flushed red like a ripe apple. My name is Karin Uzumaki, and I come from the land of grass. Thank you for saving me. Zhou Cheng nodded and led her to Shiro and Kurama Yakumo. He also gave Xianglin some dry food and water. Karin took the water and gulped it down in one go, her mouth was already parched from running so hard. After drinking a small pot of water, she hummed contentedly. Then, she picked up the dry rations and started eating, she really needed to replenish her strength. Zhou Cheng then summoned the Amethyst Gourd and focused his attention on Vortex Karin. Unleash the talent replication. In an instant, a dense, almost tangible golden aura rose from the vortex fragrant phosphorus and entered Zhou Cheng's body. Boom! Zhou Cheng felt an unimaginably vast power coursing through his body, reshaping it. Successfully replicated Karin Uzumaki's talent, obtained top-tier perception talent, and acquired the perfect immortal body. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. He felt several new abilities appear in his mind. Kagura's mind's eye, once awakened, allows one to sense all chakra within a radius of tens of kilometers. It is a divine technique for war. With this ability, Zhou Cheng could see the entire death forest at a glance. All creatures in the forest that possess chakra are in his sight. This made it much easier for him to seize the scroll. The adamantine sealing technique is a unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It is extremely powerful and can seal tailed beasts. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also felt that his chakra level was increasing rapidly. Zhou Cheng himself was almost startled by such a large amount of chakra. In the past, his chakra reserves were like a clear spring, crystal clear. The amount of chakra they possess now can be described as an unfathomable ocean. This must be a benefit brought about by the perfect immortal body. He turned his back and secretly used a kunao to make a cut on his finger. Then he was astonished to see that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Wow, that's a bit terrifying. At that speed, unless you're chopped into pieces, it's hard to die. However, Zhou Cheng found one thing very strange: he couldn't sense any other abilities in the immortal body. His physical appearance hasn't changed at all. Could it be that the immortal body is truly a hidden talent? While he was still pondering, Team 7 arrived. Sasuke's expression became somewhat unnatural when he saw Zhou Cheng. After losing a bet with Zhou Cheng, he became a lackey unknown to outsiders. Therefore, he didn't want to run into Zhou Cheng even once. Sakura and Naruto greeted him happily. After being bribed by Zhou Cheng with delicious food, Sakura's opinion of him improved significantly. They weren't particularly close, they were just ordinary friends. Naruto, this is for you. Zhou Cheng tossed the heavenly scroll he had snatched to Naruto. Naruto took it and was immediately overjoyed. They don't have a single scroll. Zhou Cheng's scroll was undoubtedly a timely help. Thanks, Zhou Cheng. Naruto thanked Zhou Cheng casually, then handed the scroll to Sakura for safekeeping. Let's go, they're here. Sasuke, eager to leave, led the way in another direction, looking quite cool. Sakura naturally followed immediately. Naruto glanced at Zhou Cheng and the others, then at the departing team members, waved, and left as well. Humph, that Sasuke, he's so rude. We gave him the heavenly scroll, and he didn't even say thank you. Having grown up in a large family, Yakumo Kurama was very particular about etiquette. She was quite dissatisfied that Sasuke left without even saying thank you. Okay, we're all friends, it's okay. Zhou Cheng smiled and patted Kurama Yakumo's head. Sasuke was too proud to face him. Karin could see his expression clearly, he really wasn't angry, he was so gentle. Zhou Cheng turned to look at Xianglin, thinking of taking her with him. He had already rescued Karin before Sasuke could, so he no longer needed to travel a long distance. With Kagura's mind's eye, he could accurately sense which teams possessed scrolls, and then simply go and steal them. Zhou Cheng decided to seize all the scrolls from all the other villages except for the Konoha genin teams. Come with me. You can stay with me until I find your group. Zhou Cheng knew that Karin was just an ordinary genin now. If it weren't for her special constitution that allowed her to heal others, she would have turned into dust long ago. Karin blushed and nodded. Thank you. But, won't I become a burden to you? Zhou Cheng didn't send her away, which touched her. It's the Chunin exams now. Everyone is an enemy, including people from the same village, in order to seize the Heaven and Earth scroll. Zhou Cheng's decision to let her stay was a blessing for Xianglin, at least temporarily relieving her of any safety concerns. The innocent and adorable Yakumo Kurama, naive and unsuspecting, took Karin's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, brother Zhou Cheng is very powerful. He single-handedly killed a Chunin. Karen's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing Zhou Cheng kill the giant bear with a single kick, she thought he was already very powerful. I never expected him to be so strong. He was able to kill a Chunin all by himself. Chunin are now figures that Karen can only look up to. Furthermore, Kyuzagakure is a small country with very few jonin, which limits its scope. Zhou Cheng patted Karen's head, thinking, even Chunin are ants in front of me now. Don't worry, I always keep my word. That's my ninja way. His actions left Karen blushing and frozen in place. No one, except her parents, had ever treated her with such tenderness. Back in Kyuzagakure, she was just a tool for healing the ninja's injuries. The teeth marks on her arms still ache slightly. This feeling is wonderful. A feeling began to sprout in her heart, and Zhou Cheng entered her heart. Zhou Cheng led the way, possessing an ability similar to satellite positioning, akin to Kagura's mind's eye. He headed directly towards a group from Takigakure. They happened to have the earth scroll that Zhou Cheng needed. Upon approaching the group from Takigakure, Zhou Cheng made no attempt to hide and appeared directly in front of the group. Leave the scroll, and I'll spare your lives. The captain of Takigakure was a boy of about 15 or 16 years old, who looked like he had been a genin for several years. Seeing that there was only one person blocking his way, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are all the brats in Konoha this brainless? How dare they try to steal the scroll all by themselves? You truly are flowers in a greenhouse. Konoha has protected you too well. I'll teach you a lesson you won't understand the cruelty of the world. He tossed his head at his two teammates, signaling them to take care of Zhou Cheng. Kid, you can still run now. Chapter 64. Two low-ranking ninja from Takigakure approached Zhou Cheng with wicked smiles. In their eyes, Zhou Cheng was already a dead man. Zhou Cheng's expression instantly turned cold, and the next second, the two genin were already rolling on the ground. The intense pain made them clutch their stomachs, howling and writhing in agony. The captain of the Takigakure squad was startled. What's going on? Before I could even see what happened, his two men were sent flying. What's wrong with this kid? Driven by fear, he pulled out a kunai and held it in his hand, as if it could give him some sense of security. You brat, you're really asking for it. He's already showing bluster but is actually weak, he's still shouting. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Cheng was already in front of him, a kunai already plunged into his neck. If you had just given me the scroll of earth from the beginning, none of this would have happened. If you insist on making me do it, it will be too late. Zhou Cheng pulled out the kunai, which sent up a large stream of blood. Then two more kunai pierced the hearts of the two Taki ninja on the ground, taking their lives. The Takigakure village only had two squads, one of which was completely wiped out by Zhou Cheng. Then, they returned to their own group and continued chasing after the next team from another village. He sensed a squad of Tsunagakure ninja a few hundred meters away, and they were carrying the earth scroll. Zhou Cheng used his body flicker technique to reach the branches above their heads, and overheard the conversation between the Tsunagakure genin. Those vases of Konoha are all show and no substance, they were defeated by us in a single encounter. Too bad they got away. It's alright, given their condition, they can't run very far. Once I find them, I'm going to give them a good beating and show them that Tsunagakure is far stronger than Konoha. Then they started laughing slyly, but were immediately interrupted by a voice. Tsunagakure is stronger than Konoha? Who gave you that confidence? The sand ninja immediately became alert. How could someone get so close and not be noticed? Who's there? Come out. If I just come out whenever you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a whooshing sound rang out, followed by countless shurikens flying towards them. Get out of the way. The sand ninja, seeing so many shuriken, assumed that two groups of enemies had arrived. Otherwise, where would all these shuriken come from? Those who entered the forest were all low-ranking ninjas, who would have thought that someone would possess the shadow clone technique. They had just taken cover behind a tree when they heard a cacophony of sharp objects piercing wood. The thought sent chills down their spines. If they were hit, these men would be turned into hedgehogs. Silence fell again, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Several sand ninja peeked out and looked around. "Are you looking for me?" The sand ninja felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "When?" "They managed to appear behind us without a sound." They turned around abruptly, only to find 3 kunai pressed against their necks. "Hand over the scroll, and we'll spare your lives." Suddenly, 2 Zhou Chengs appeared behind them, each holding a kunai. "Konoha ninja? Impossible. As far as I know, there aren't any strong genin in Konoha." Zhou Cheng scoffed. It must be that Tsunagakure is spreading the idea that Konoha is weak in order to stabilize morale and boost the spirits of the Tsunagakure ninja. Yet, then how did I manage to capture you so silently? A bunch of incredibly stupid idiots. Hand over the scroll. I don't want to repeat myself. The leader of the sand ninjas looked conflicted, clearly unwilling to hand over the scroll so easily. Zhou Cheng sneered. He won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. He had barely managed to send out a small, sharp spike, which pierced the neck of the sand ninja captain, and a trickle of blood flowed down his neck. Startled, he immediately opened his backpack, took out the scroll, and handed it to Zhou Cheng. With a single kick, Zhou Cheng sent the 3 of them flying more than 10 meters away, knocking them unconscious. As for whether other ninja villages passed through here and killed them while they were unconscious, that has absolutely nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng put away the scroll and disappeared from the spot with a teleportation technique. Meanwhile, in the very center of the Death Forest, in Talai, a group of Konoha ninjas have arrived here. They were at least Chunin level. They were Konoha's advance team, sent to prepare for the 3rd exam in advance. Among them was Gecko Hayate, who served as the examiner for the 3rd exam. How many qualified genin do you think there will be this year? It's hard to say for sure, but as long as the children don't fight amongst themselves and stay united, getting here shouldn't be a problem. The difficulty lies in the fact that they are all children, each one arrogant and lacking maturity. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and murmured. A child who called out should arrive here immediately. Zhou Cheng? That genius! Don't joke around, this is a team exam, not an individual competition. It's different. Meanwhile, outside the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko prepares to enter the forest. Because she sensed the presence of her teacher, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, has appeared in the Forest of Death, putting all the genin inside in danger. Faster, faster! These children are the future of Konoha, we cannot lose any of them. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and a hint of fear. Her teacher also left her with a fear that she could never forget. In the Forest of Death, Zhou Cheng has already seized 6 scrolls. Anyone who resisted or refused to hand them over was killed by him. He felt no remorse whatsoever. These ninja villages outwardly fear Konoha and form an alliance with it. But as soon as Konoha loses power, they will unite to launch a counterattack. Reducing some of their manpower would be a fair contribution to Konoha. Zhou Cheng killed them primarily because they dared to resist. Unless they produced the scroll immediately, their only fate was death. Zhou Cheng and his group of 4 were resting under a tree. They ate dry rations and drank water to replenish their strength. Just then, Zhou Cheng sensed that one of the flying thunder god kunai he had scattered was moving. Someone encountered a danger they couldn't handle. Don't go here, wait for me to come back. Zhou Cheng looked at Bai meaningfully. With ice escape active, they wouldn't be in any immediate danger. You are permitted to use that power while I am away. Bai's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Finally, brother Zhou Cheng can use me. Then Zhou Cheng disappeared before their eyes. Kurama Yakumo and Karin stared wide-eyed, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. It's gone? Where is Jochenga? Is this some kind of ninjutsu? Meanwhile, Team 7 found themselves in dire straits when they encountered Orochimaru. Sasuke and Naruto were defeated in a second. Sakura was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. So strong. Sasuke and Naruto were both defeated in an instant. He's not a genin at all. Am I going to die? Someone, please save us. In desperation, she channeled her chakra into the flying thunder god Kunao. The next second, a familiar figure appeared in front of her, blocking the terrifyingly powerful person opposite her. Zhou Cheng. He really came. He actually came. The attack was blocked, and the man opposite him revealed a curious expression, looking Zhou Cheng up and down as he suddenly appeared. Kid, who are you? When did Konoha ever produce someone like you? Chapter 65. Zhou Cheng did not answer him immediately, but turned to look at Sasuke on the ground. Orochimaru had already placed a cursed seal on his neck. Zhou Cheng looked at Sakura again, his eyes calm. Sakura really was just a pretty face now. Take Sasuke and Naruto and get out of here. Leave this to me. Only by getting rid of them can Zhou Cheng fight with all his might. One must be extremely cautious when dealing with Orochimaru. Similarly, he also wanted to test how far he was from reaching the cage level with his current full power. Sakura remained seated on the ground, crying, without moving. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. What a stupid woman! If you don't want us all to die together, get out of here right now. Zhou Cheng's roar finally brought her to some sense. She struggled to her feet, helped Sasuke up, and walked in the opposite direction. Zhou Cheng patted Naruto's face to wake him up. Zhou Cheng! What are you doing here? Watch out, this guy is strong. Sasuke and I were defeated in a single move. Zhou Cheng helped him up and pointed in the direction Xiaoying had left. There, hurry over. Sasuke is unconscious. If they encounter another ninja team, Sakura will be in danger. Zhou Cheng exploited Naruto's feelings for Sakura, making him worry that he wouldn't stay any longer. Then what will you do? Zhou Cheng turned to face Orochimaru and waved his hand. I won't die. Then, he opened his right palm, and a blue pill appeared in his hand. Naruto paused for a moment, longing appearing in his eyes. He was still too weak. Let's go. Orochimaru, standing opposite him, looked on with curiosity. Wasn't that Jiraiya's raised nan? Kid, are you Jiraiya's disciple? Zhou Cheng shook his head, sensing that Naruto could no longer see them. His chakra surged, and the raised nan in his hand continued to grow larger. Eventually, it became bigger than everyone else. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted. Such a amount of chakra was impossible, he looked to be only a teenager. Zhou Cheng pushed off with his feet, unleashing his full speed, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Orochimaru by more than 10 meters. Orochimaru was shocked. Such speed! He quickly formed hand seals. Boom! The raised nan missed. A huge crater, more than a meter long, was left where Orochimaru stood. Zhou Cheng sensed it for a moment and understood. Sages can amplify a person's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu by tens or even hundreds of times. Zhou Cheng's raised nan didn't actually use much chakra. Moreover, given his current recovery speed, most of the chakra he consumed was already restored during the running process. He was astonished, the immortal body was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Hashirama's wood release is so different from everyone else's. The tailed beasts were like pets to Hashirama. Zhou Cheng was somewhat looking forward to what it would be like to combine the immortal body with the immortal mode. However, let's test Orochimaru's strength first. Kid, you're dangerous. Where did you find this old man from 3 generations ago? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from the other side. Zhou Cheng turned his head and saw Orochimaru standing unharmed on a branch. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the biggest drawback of the Raise Nan is that it can't be used at long range, and the requirements for the Rasen Shuriken are extremely demanding. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with apprehension. If he hadn't dodged that Raise Nan, he would definitely be dead. There's no information about this kid in the records, so where did he come from? What exactly is Kabuto doing? Alright, the objective in the Death Forest has been achieved. Let's find a chance to retreat. Orochimaru had second thoughts. He didn't want to attract Jonin to this place. Too many Jonin coming here might expose his true purpose in coming to Konoha. Even if we were to lure away some of the Jonin, now wouldn't be the time. Zhou Cheng remained deeply troubled by the backlash from the Rasen Shuriken. Now that he has the immortal body, he wants to try again. Let's take Orochimaru, who seems unkillable, as our target. He opened his palm, and the Raise Nan appeared instantly. The Raise Nan is no longer a challenge for him, given his top-tier chakra control talent. Then, he changed the nature of his chakra to wind. An S-rank ninjutsu appeared in his hands just like that. Feeling that his arm was no longer affected by wind damage, Zhou Cheng understood that this Rasen Shuriken was perfect. What kind of technique is this? An upgraded version of the Raise Nan. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes contracted violently, and he was greatly shocked. At the same time, an extremely strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. You must dodge it. If you get hit by this ninjutsu, your body will be completely destroyed. Rasen Shuriken. Zhou Cheng threw the Rasen Shuriken at Orochimaru with all his might. He knew that simply throwing it like that would definitely miss Orochimaru. He didn't want Orochimaru to die yet, he still needed Orochimaru to push things along. For example, he wanted to be the savior in the Konoha Crush plan. In that way, he would have gained enough prestige in Konoha. Therefore, if Danzo and his advisors want to have any ideas about him in the future, they will have to consider the consequences. Earth release, Earth wall. Earth release, Earth wall. Earth release, Earth wall. Orochimaru formed hand seals at top speed and unleashed 3 defensive ninjutsu in quick succession. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the triple Rashomon technique. Rather, the 3 Rashomon-like events caused too much of a stir. It can be seen by even the Jonin from various villages outside the Forest of Death. When that time comes, the Jonin who go here won't just be from Konoha. Boom! A small explosion ripped through the earthen wall. The area around the explosion was filled with violent wind elemental power. The 3 earthen walls were as fragile as tofu, crumbling into dust. During this time difference, Orochimaru was also able to escape the blast radius of the Rasen Shuriken. Sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead. What terrifying power! This kid can actually combine form change and property change. That alone puts him ahead of most ninjas in the ninja world. Moreover, the power of this ninjutsu has reached S rank. A teenager created his own S rank ninjutsu. What terrifying talent! Damn it, why didn't you report this kid's situation to me? Moreover, the amount of chakra within his body was like a vast ocean. This is so much better for your body than Sasuke's. Just as he was thinking this, he had already completed the hand seals again. He left behind an earth clone, then used a teleportation technique to leave. Zhou Cheng's perception was no joke, he immediately noticed Orochimaru's actions. Then they located Orochimaru's true form. She extravagantly used the body flicker technique to chase after him. He intended to leave Orochimaru with a trauma he would never forget. Hundreds of meters away, Orochimaru was leaping between trees, all he wanted now was to leave the Forest of Death. As for Zhou Cheng's health, he planned to consider it carefully. Just then, he sensed something was wrong. Why hadn't his Earth clone been killed yet? Have we been discovered? Impossible. That kid doesn't have the Sharingan, how could he possibly see through the Earth clone? Before he could figure it out, a sense of unease rose in his heart. He stopped abruptly and jumped down from the branch without hesitation. The next instant, a spiral shuriken slammed into the tree branch he had just been standing on. The tree branches instantly turned to dust, and even the trunk that would take 7 or 8 people to encircle was snapped in half. Zhou Cheng pursed his lips. He hadn't fully adapted to the sage body yet, and the power of the Rasen Shuriken was still too low. His figure appeared 20 meters away from Orochimaru, a cold smile on his lips. Where do you want to go? Chapter 66. After searching for half an hour, Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the second round of the Chunin exams, finally heard the sounds of fighting not far ahead. She immediately sped up and ran over. Then she saw something she would never forget for the rest of her life. A dark-skinned boy was seen chasing and attacking a ninja. The boy's physical skills were unlike anything she had ever seen before, they seemed soft and weak, with no aggression whatsoever. However, every palm strike and every punch he threw was imbued with a violent force. The force of the energy could easily snap trees in half and shatter the ground. The disheveled ninja Mitarashi Anko was all too familiar with. It was Orochimaru, her teacher, who instilled in her a fear she could never forget for the rest of her life. The sight of Mitarashi Anko gives me goosebumps. Who is that boy? How could he possibly push Orochimaru to this point? He's one of the legendary Sunin, a cage-level Shikigami. This boy, who looks no more than a teenager, possesses strength surpassing that of a cage. She couldn't imagine or believe it. She approached the battlefield again, saw the boy's face clearly, and froze on the spot. How could this be? It was him. Is he really that strong? He's just a low-ranking ninja. After Mitarashi Anko saw Zhou Cheng's face clearly, she was completely horrified. A low-ranking ninja, beating up a cage-level powerhouse, this was something that shattered everyone's worldview. Let alone a single genin, even 100 genin wouldn't be a match for a cage-level opponent. Neither their chakra reserves nor their physical strength are on the same level. A single ninjutsu from a cage-level ninja can easily kill hundreds of genin. Orochimaru grew increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on. Zhou Cheng's bizarre physical skills greatly shocked him. If Zhou Cheng hadn't been far more experienced than Orochimaru, Orochimaru would already be seriously injured. He was always able to dodge Zhou Cheng's attacks at the most crucial moments. This was a practical experience, an experience he gained from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the 3 wars. Zhou Cheng found the fight increasingly easier, using Orochimaru as a guinea pig to test his own strength after obtaining the sage body. The sudden burst of power caught him off guard. His taijutsu and ninjutsu have both surpassed those of a jonin. As for whether he had achieved the desired effect, he couldn't draw a conclusion. After all, Orochimaru didn't go all out in order to keep a low profile. Once again kicked away by Zhou Cheng, Orochimaru's eyes darkened further. Being forced to this point by a child was making him lose face. You wretched brat, you forced me to do this. His throat bobbed, his body contorted, and like a snake spitting out its food, he spat out a sword. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. The Kusanagi sword. Then, gripping the hilt with his tongue, the Kusanagi sword extended with astonishing speed, thrusting towards Zhou Cheng. Kusanagi sword, Sky Blade. Zhou Cheng and Orochimaru were fighting in close proximity due to their taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, techniques. It was too late to dodge. Super-sized Raise Nan. A chakra ball several meters long instantly appeared in Zhou Cheng's hand. He prepared to use the Raise Nan to block the tip of the Kusanagi sword. Boom! The sword and chakra clashed, creating a visible shockwave. Where the blast wave passed, it was like a hurricane, taking everything away. Even though Mitarashi Anko was dozens of meters away from them, she was still nearly blown off the tree branch by the blast wave. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, that's powerful. They were affected even from so far away. Is he really just a low-ranking ninja? Zhou Cheng frowned, realizing that the Raise Nan could not withstand the Kusanagi sword's attack, the Raise Nan had already been pierced. He instinctively dodged to the side, and the tip of the Kusanagi sword grazed his nose. That was close. Otherwise, I would have been disfigured. Although the immortal body has amazing regenerative abilities, the pain is very real. Zhou Cheng naturally didn't want to experience the pain of being pierced by a sword. The Kusanagi sword quickly returned to its original form, but Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Then, the Kusanagi sword flew into the air and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Cheng could sense Orochimaru's location, but he didn't want to chase after him anymore, he had already achieved his goal. Then, with a single movement, he appeared behind Mitarashi Anko, a kunai already pressed against her neck. He had known all along, through his senses, that Mitarashi Anko was spying on him. Who goes there? He feigned surprise, as if he had suddenly discovered someone was spying on him. Then, upon recognizing Mitarashi Anko, she feigned surprise and immediately put away her kunai. Ah, it's Teacher Hongdu. I thought they were ninjas from other villages. Mitarashi Anko was already drenched in sweat, a single body flicker technique covering dozens of meters. What incredible speed! Even she couldn't do that. She glared fiercely at Zhou Cheng. Kid, what's the deal with your strength? Do you know who you were fighting just now? You actually gained the upper hand. Zhou Cheng feigned innocence. Of course I knew who he was, but I couldn't say. Who is he? I didn't feel it was that strong. Mitarashi Anko nearly choked to death. Not strong? Dare you say that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin and an S-rank rogue ninja, isn't strong? She seemed to hear the most incredible thing in the world. Zhou Cheng didn't want to stay here any longer. If it were before, Mitarashi Anko would have seen his full strength. He might consider killing her, so that there would be no way to prove it. Now that he possesses the perfect immortal body, he no longer needs to hide his strength. Teacher, I need to meet up with my teammates, so I have to go now. Then, he sensed the location of Squad 8 and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from Mitarashi Anko's sight. Mitarashi Anko was struck dumb. What? Vanished into thin air? Space-time ninjutsu? How is that possible? How did he learn it? No, I must report this to the third-generation lord immediately. Orochimaru's presence here must indicate some huge conspiracy. Then, without looking back, she hurried out of the death forest. Haku, Yakumo Kurama, and Karin were resting in a shady spot, waiting for Zhou Cheng to return. Suddenly, Bai's ears twitched, and he became alert. There's movement. He gave a warning shout, stood up, and jumped onto a high tree branch. Protecting the two of them was a task assigned to him by Zhou Cheng. Bai would risk his life to protect them. After carefully examining the area and finding nothing amiss, he was puzzled but had no choice but to jump down from the branch and return to the two women. Swoosh! There was another small noise, and Bai was certain he hadn't misheard. He had just stood up when he heard an even stranger sound. The sound is similar to someone playing a flute. The sound of the flute, is it audible? Haku murmured something, and his chakra began to flow rapidly as he created two ice senbon needles. This is his ice release ability. Be careful, there are enemies. Bai gave the two women a few instructions, then jumped up onto a high tree branch. The flute music became clearer. Then, the flute music suddenly became more urgent. A sense of extreme danger rose in Bai's heart. He instinctively dodged to the side, and then heard a whooshing sound. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrow flew past his cheek. The strong wind tore the skin off his cheek, leaving a wound. Bai felt a chill run down his spine but was secretly relieved. That was close. I almost died here. Chapter 67. Bai wondered to himself, are there ninjas who use bows and arrows? I've never heard of any ninja village whose ninjas use bows and arrows. Then, the eerie flute music started again. Bai felt a tightness in his chest, and he instantly realized that this was one of the sound ninja's attack methods. Use sound waves to influence the enemy's mind and emotions, causing confusion. Then the other sound ninja appeared to finish them off. Bai jumped down from the branch, ran to the two women, and said urgently, "Be very careful, this flute sound can affect the mind and produce negative emotions." Upon hearing this, Yakumo Kurama frowned. He could use illusion magic to affect their hearing and nullify the flute sound. "Quick, look me in the eyes, I have a way to nullify the flute sound." Bai and Xianglin had no suspicions. Given the current situation, they had no other choice. They looked into Yakumo Kurama's eyes together, and then they felt the whole world fall silent. They no longer heard the flute, they only heard the sounds of their surroundings. Such a powerful ability! Can it even affect other people's perceptions? Karin stared at Kurama Yakumo in disbelief. This woman looked so delicate and weak, yet she was so powerful. Another arrow pierced through the thick tree trunk and landed in the ground in front of the three Bai people, its fletching still trembling. The three men's pupils contracted sharply. Such powerful penetrating force! If this arrow had hit a person, it would have created a bloody hole. The ground shook violently, and a large section of the ground was lifted up by the force, revealing the figure of a ninja beneath the boulder. Earth release, Earth Mound Dumplings. The enormous, dumpling-like rock was revealed by the figure throwing it. Being crushed by such a boulder would surely turn you into a meat pie. The three of them immediately scattered in all directions, avoiding the crushing weight of the boulder. But that's exactly what the enemy wants, to scatter them and then break through them one by one. As soon as the three of them separated, a ninja appeared in front of each of them. They fell into a trap. It was part of the enemy's plan from the very beginning. His pale face was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He instantly understood their predicament, and a murderous intent rose within him. If anything were to happen to Kurama Yakumo and Karin, he would definitely kill all of these sound ninja. The ice-style chakra within his body had begun to circulate rapidly, and he could unleash ice-style ninjutsu at any moment. "Hehe, you piece of trash from Konoha, hand over the scrolls and get out. We don't want to kill anyone right now." Bai stared coldly at the person in front of him. He had grey hair, wore an oddly shaped robe, and a string of beads of unknown material around his neck. "Come and pick it up yourself." With a wave of his hand, he revealed a senbon needle between each of his fingers. With another wave of his hand, the 1,000 books flew towards that person. Then Bai Fei quickly formed hand seals, transforming the 1,000 into 2, and then into 4,000 shadow clone technique. This technique, known as the shadow clone technique, was transformed from the one Zhou Cheng taught him. The thousands of pens covered the person like raindrops, then fell rapidly, and whoever was hit would surely turn into a hedgehog. "Ha ha!" The man let out a strange laugh and began to retreat rapidly, dodging all the senbon needles with incredible speed. "You're different from the other Konoha genin, you're very strong." The man first praised Bai, then his face turned crazed. "But you met me today. Sakan, the strongest of the Sound Four. Your death is inevitable, all Konoha's genin must die." Haku's gaze sharpened, it really was the Sound Ninja. Yakumo-san and Karin were in danger. He had to act quickly and then rush to their aid. Water Release Secret Technique, 1000 Kill Water Flight. Bai completed the hand seals, and a massive amount of water droplets appeared around him, then all the water droplets transformed into countless sticks. It took flight and landed nearby. Countless thousands of books covered a 360-degree radius around him, leaving him with no way to avoid them. Zhou Jin's eyes turned crazed. If he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't. He began to charge towards Bai, completely unconcerned as thousands of needles pierced his own body. Within a few breaths, he was close to Bai, and a series of punches came flying towards Bai. Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. Did this man not feel pain? How could he still move so fast after being stabbed so many times? Then, to his even greater shock, he discovered that there were 3 legs and 3 arms nearby. Bai was momentarily flustered as he parried the attacks, and his footing became unsteady. Ice release, Hyogen Du Mu. An ice wall appeared in front of Bai, blocking Zhou Jin's rain of fists. Ice release? You actually have a bloodline limit. That's great. We'll take you back to that lord, you'll definitely be useful to him. Zhou Jin's body trembled violently, white smoke rose from his body, and the senbon sticks were withdrawn from his body one by one, falling to the ground with a tinkling sound. Before long, Zhou Jin's injuries had disappeared, and apart from his clothes being riddled with holes, he looked to be in top condition. The fear in Bai's eyes intensified. With such a recovery speed, there's absolutely no need for defense, just go all out and attack. Moreover, he appears to be no different from a normal person, with both hands and feet. But once you get close, he'll appear with a 3rd leg and a 3rd hand, making it difficult to defend yourself. It seems that's the only option left. Suddenly, a mirror made of ice appeared behind Bai. He took a step back and stepped into the mirror, disappearing without a trace. Zhou Jin punched the mirror, but his fist was jolted and hurt, the mirror was so hard. However, another mirror appeared behind Zaikon. Zhou Jin turned around and saw that Bai had appeared in the 2nd mirror. Enraged, he slammed his fist into the mirror again, sending up a few drops of blood. The next second, a 3rd mirror appeared behind Zaikon. Bai reappeared in the 3rd mirror. Damn it! Zaikon panicked a little. An unbreakable mirror, a ninja who could pass through a bolt in the mirror. Brother, come out. If we don't work together, we'll die here today. Then, Zhou Jin unexpectedly split off an exact replica of himself. Bai thought he was using a shadow clone technique. But the person who split off also started speaking. Little brother, you've made me go out quite often today. Yujin moved his body slightly, making a cracking sound. Bai naturally didn't have time to appreciate their brotherly affection. Wherever he appears in a mirror, the mirror will reflect countless books. Surrounded by mirrors, the Zaikon brothers naturally couldn't escape. Soon their bodies were covered in sage sticks. But this time, no white smoke rose from their bodies, and the 1,000 sticks remained firmly embedded in their bodies. Bai realized that only when the 2 brothers were combined could they possess such powerful regenerative abilities. Since that's the case, Bai no longer held back and increased the speed of time travel between the mirrors. The 1,000 sticks flew out of the mirror as if they were free, and landed on the 2 brothers, Zaikon and Zaikon. Ah! Just then, Kairin's cries for help reached Shiro's ears, startling him so much that he immediately came out of the mirror. He was going to rescue Xianglin, it was a task Zhou Cheng had given him, and he was determined to complete it. Even at the cost of my own life. Chapter 68. On the other side, Karin Uzumaki had been cornered by a sound ninja. Her face was filled with despair. She had just escaped the bear's jaws, and now she was going to be killed? She thought of her mother, who died from having her chakra drained by endless biting. I'm coming to see you, mother. Then, a handsome face appeared in her mind. The sunny boy who saved her from the bear's jaws. Zhou Cheng, where are you? Looking at the enormous, incredibly strong sound ninja, Karin Uzumaki trembled uncontrollably. She knew that killing her would be as easy for him as crushing an ant. Humph, if you'd just given us the scroll earlier, none of this would have happened. Now, die. The obese sound ninja slowly approached Karin, already holding a kunai in her hand. Judging from your headband, you're not a Konoha ninja. But what I hate about you is that you're walking with Konoha ninjas. Remember my name, Jirobo. His kunai plunged in fiercely, his eyes filled with the bloodlust of slaughter. Karin Uzumaki closed her eyes in despair. Was she still destined to die? I'm so unwilling to accept this. But she waited a long time and never felt the excruciating pain of the kunai piercing her body. She opened her eyes and saw a tall figure standing in front of her, holding Jirobo's wrist with one hand as he held the kunai. The incredibly strong Jirobo was struggling to pull his hand back, but after several attempts, he couldn't budge it. Karin Uzumaki's eyes widened, tears welling up in them. It was him, he saved me again. Overjoyed, she wept, her voice choked with sobs. Brother Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng glanced at Karin, and after confirming that she was all right, he turned back to stare at Jirobo, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Leave one hand behind, and I'll let you go. Zhou Cheng wanted to kill them all, but if he did, no one would be able to use the 4 Purple Sun formation to trap the 3rd generation. We can only spare their lives for now. You brat from Konoha, are you kidding me? Fine, I'll kill you too. Jirobo seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing so hard that his whole body of fat jiggled. Kill me? Pull your hand back before you spout nonsense. Zhou Cheng sneered. To compete with him in terms of strength, one would have to learn superhuman strength techniques. Jirobo scoffed and strained to pull his hand back. But even with his face turning red from holding his breath, he couldn't move an inch. How is that possible? Jirobo was somewhat flustered. For a long time, no one had been able to surpass him in strength. Today, however, he lost to a kid who was half his size and weaker. Can't take it back? Then stay. Zhou Cheng drew his kunai, preparing to cut off one of Jirobo's arms. But just then, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. They actually wanted to ambush me, whose perception range was dozens of kilometers. Utterly ridiculous. He waved his bare hand, and a sharp metallic clanging sound rang out. The kunai struck the tip of a sharp arrow, sparks flying. Upon seeing this, Jirobo's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This arrow is a weapon capable of killing even a jonin, yet it was easily blocked by this brat. However, kunai are ultimately ordinary items and cannot withstand too much power. It held on for a few seconds before shattering. Left with no other choice, Zhou Cheng could only lead Jirobo to the side. I thought to myself, Kidomaru's bow and arrows are quite powerful. In that instant, Jirobo activated his cursed seal. His body was covered with dense black curse marks. He felt a significant increase in his strength, grinned maliciously, and threw a punch. Zhou Cheng met the punch head-on and was somewhat surprised to feel the immense power from it. After activating the curse seal, this fatso's power increased several times over. As he pondered, Jirobo suddenly withdrew his hand. Zhou Cheng has lost control of him now. Hateful. Zhou Cheng raised his foot and kicked Jirobo hard in the stomach, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. This kick was imbued with chakra. Jirobo couldn't withstand it with just his physical strength. Zhou Cheng helped Karin up and, with a few leaps, brought her to Kurama Yakumo's side. Zhou Cheng sensed that something was wrong with her, she was about to unleash her inner demons. Yakumo, calm down. I'm back, everything's all right. Zhou Cheng gently comforted him, for Kurama Yakumo's inner demons were extremely powerful. Even if it is released, Zhou Cheng may not have a way to deal with it. Brother Zhou Cheng. The moment Kurama Yakumo saw Zhou Cheng, his body went limp. Facing the sound ninja was the most difficult battle she had ever encountered in her life. One moment of carelessness could cost you your life. My mind was constantly on edge, and I also had to keep up with my teammates' illusions, which put me in a bit of a bind. Seeing Zhou Cheng return, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and the combined physical and mental exhaustion caused her to collapse. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng reacted quickly and caught her. Then she was handed over to Karin. Then, Zhou Cheng looked at the red-haired sound ninja and recognized her as Taewia, one of the Sound Four. A ninja skilled in summoning and genjutsu. A rough voice rang out, sounding unlike what one would expect from a woman. Another useless nobody from Konoha. But it's fine, the more Konoha ninja I kill, the happier I'll be. Zhou Cheng's gaze was cold. If he went all out, he was confident he could kill these people in one move, but he still had their uses. His gaze sharpened, and the Kurama clan's bloodline limit was activated, instantly affecting Taewia's 5 senses. Taewia froze for a moment, then looked in the direction where Zhou Cheng was standing, only to find that Zhou Cheng had transformed into Orochimaru. Zhou Cheng and the others were already lying in pools of blood, their faces filled with resentment. Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here? Taewia was simply curious as to why Orochimaru was there, rather than questioning the suddenness of his appearance. I went to place a cursed seal on Sasuke and just happened to pass by. As the same hoarse voice as Orochimaru's rang out, Taewia's expression relaxed even more. Then Orochimaru pointed to Jirobo, who had just been chasing Karin. Someone from Konoha has come again. Go and kill him. Taewia turned her head and saw a ninja wearing a Konoha headband rushing towards her. In her eyes, Jirobo had become a Konoha genin. Yes. Having had her 5 senses affected, Taewia has lost her most basic judgment, she believes whatever Orochimaru says. She formed a hand seal and summoned her own tool, the Wrathful Demon. 3 enormous humanoid monsters, completely devoid of consciousness, were controlled by Taewia's flute music. The 3 angry demons roared and charged towards Jirobo. Jirobo's fat face was filled with disbelief. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she controlling the raging demon to charge at me? Taewia, have you gone mad? I am Jirobo. But to Taewia, his words sounded like Konoha ninjas shouting. Damn it, still yelling? Die! The 3 angry demons, each wielding a different weapon, slammed them down on Jirobo. Taewia, you deserve to die. How dare you betray Lord Orochimaru? In Jirobo's eyes, Taewia had already defected to Konoha. Enraged, he immediately activated the second form of his cursed seal. The 3 angry demons were blasted away by the immense force. Jirobo no longer resembled a human, he was now like a monster. Chapter 69. He raised his hand and used his signature earth escape technique. Insert both hands into the ground, then pull outwards. He supported a huge ball of dirt on his hands. He was like an ant beneath the earthen ball. But the clay ball felt like a weightless marshmallow in his hands. He threw the clay ball hard at Taewia. Without a doubt, being hit by such a dirt ball would only turn you into a pile of minced meat. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out again, and another arrow shot towards Zhou Cheng. Taewia's teammates wanted to attack Zhou Cheng to prevent him from maintaining his illusion. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly and dodged the arrow shot from the shadows by simply tilting his head. The massive earthen ball, tens of meters high, had already reached above Taewia, making her feel as if the entire sky had turned dark. She then realized that the clay ball looked familiar, she felt like she had seen it somewhere before. However, she didn't think much of it. While dodging away, she was also playing her flute, manipulating the angry demon to attack Jirobo. However, Jirobo is currently in Cursed Seal 2 state, and his strength, speed and other aspects have been greatly enhanced. It's not something a few angry demons can withstand. He punched each one, and in just a few breaths, he knocked the angry demons to the ground, where they turned into white smoke and vanished. Taewia did not give up, but continued to form hand seals, preparing for a new round of spirit summoning. At that moment, a figure leaped several times and arrived beside Jirobo. Immediately afterwards, Sakan, who had just been fighting with Haku, also jumped to Jirobo's side. He was covered in thorns, making him look like a hedgehog. As soon as he appeared, Bai jumped to Zhou Cheng's side, feeling somewhat ashamed. Brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect them. Zhou Cheng wasn't angry, he was always gentle and considerate towards his own people. Zhou Cheng patted Bai's head and shook his head. He still lacked practical experience. It's good that you're all right. You brats over there, cancel Taewia's illusion, and I'll let you go. Kidomaru, who was lurking in the shadows and launching sneak attacks, was very wary of Zhou Cheng's illusions. The ability to turn one's own teammates into enemies, what a powerful illusion. He didn't want this squad to end up dying because of infighting. Zhou Cheng laughed. Let yourself go? Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? One move. If you can withstand just one of my moves, I'll let you go. With that, he dispelled Taiwia's illusion, allowing her to reunite with her teammates. Taiwia's face was filled with fear. He'd fallen under an illusion spell and even attacked his own teammates? What kind of illusion could achieve this? This kid from Konoha seems to be a genjutsu type ninja, his mastery of genjutsu is quite astonishing. Kid, who do you think you are? Haven't you realized your situation yet? You are the ones who are now surrounded. Taiwia, skilled in illusion magic, fell victim to someone else's illusion magic, and her face flushed with embarrassment. She immediately started shouting. She was determined to kill that brat on the other side, to make sure he was utterly mutilated. Yet, it seems you still can't grasp the situation. Zhou Cheng almost laughed. These four people hadn't encountered a truly strong opponent, which gave them blind confidence. I told you, one move. He opened his right hand, and a raised nan appeared in his palm. Then he changed his chakra nature to water release. The shape of the raised nan has changed. It turned into a shuriken magnified 100 times. Water release, Rasen Shuriken. A perfectly executed spiral shuriken can be used for ranged attacks. Zhou Cheng threw the Rasen Shuriken at the sound four. The immense force made them breathe heavily. This ninjutsu is too dangerous, if you get hit, you're guaranteed to die. They instantly entered the second stage of the Cursed Seal, transforming into humanoid monsters. This was their subconscious action, an action taken after sensing an imminent death. Zhou Cheng knew that throwing the spiral shuriken directly at the enemy would definitely result in it being dodged. However, his purpose was merely to intimidate them, so he didn't care at all whether he could hit them or not. Withdraw. Everything in the path of the spiral turned to dust. The strong winds they encountered made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Even Bai and the others were frightened by the power of the Rasen Shuriken. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. The sound four escaped the blast radius of the Rasen Shuriken as quickly as possible. They all let out a deep breath, they almost couldn't stand up again. After the explosion, a huge crater several meters wide was left in the ground, giving people a sense of despair. They were already deeply wary of Zhou Cheng, someone capable of such ninjutsu must be exceptionally strong. They no longer dared to be arrogant and boastful, but instead stared at Zhou Cheng without saying a word. Leave the scroll behind, then get out of here. Zhou Cheng coldly retorted, his voice carrying far. The sound of the noise was deafening to the sound four, and their hearts were pounding, giving them the feeling that their hearts were about to explode. Let's go. He can't catch us. Taiwia shouted and turned to run away. But the next second, she only felt a cold sensation on her neck, along with a slight stinging pain. She looked down and saw a kunai pressed against her neck. The person holding the kunai was none other than the Konoha boy who had been dozens of meters away just moments before. The sound four were all startled. When did he do that? At that speed, what's the point of them running? They might as well just wait to die. Leave the scroll, then roll it. I don't want to say it a second time. Taiwia was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat, took off her entire backpack, and threw it on the ground. Zhou Cheng nodded in satisfaction and stopped pressing against Taiwia's neck. He picked up the backpack from the ground, stood up, and vanished. The sound four's pupils contracted again, they didn't want to stay there a moment longer and turned to run. Zhou Cheng returned to his companions, comforted Kurama Yakumo and Karin, and told them to rest a little longer before setting off again. An hour later, they set off again. His presence intensified the competition for the scrolls. However, Zhou Cheng didn't care at all. As long as his flying thunder god Kunao didn't show any energy fluctuations, he didn't care about the other bronze saints. 3 days passed quickly. Zhou Cheng and his group were getting closer and closer to their destination. Despite Zhou Cheng deliberately changing his route, Karin never encountered her grass ninja teammates. She was very happy to be able to follow Zhou Cheng around, she was just happy to be with him. Through Zhou Cheng's deliberate manipulation, each of the 12 teams possessed a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls. As long as they reached their destination, they would successfully advance. As for the others, Zhou Cheng didn't care whether they lived or died. Unaware of the danger, others became even more frantic in their attempts to seize the scroll. Melees between several teams often broke out, resulting in heavy casualties. In the end, it was all for nothing. The number of genin is decreasing rapidly. Finally, on the 4th day, Zhou Cheng and his team arrived at their destination. His team had the most complete members and the best morale. It's practically a lossless pass. This drew the attention of all the Chunin and Jonin. They nearly lost their lives just getting here during the Chunin exams. Chapter 70. All the Chunin and Jonin looked at Zhou Cheng with complicated expressions. Was this kid really as powerful as the legends said? His talent was so exceptional that even 3 generations of masters accepted him as a disciple. However, the second exam relied on teamwork, individual ability was merely icing on the cake. What they didn't know was that, in the face of absolute power, one person could destroy an entire ninja village, let alone just some children taking the Chunin exams. Having obtained the perfect sage body, Zhou Cheng's strength was beyond what ordinary Jonin could withstand. In his eyes, the Chunin exams were just playing house with a bunch of kids. As each team arrived, the joy on the faces of the Konoha ninjas grew stronger. Among the arriving teams, those from Konoha all possessed a set of Heaven and Earth scrolls. Even if teams from other ninja villages arrived here, they didn't have a complete set of scrolls, so they couldn't be considered to have passed the test. In particular, when Karen's team from Kyuzagakura arrived, they also failed to obtain the scroll and could only suffer defeat. After the Grass Ninja Village team arrived, Zhou Cheng gave Karin a set of scrolls, which enabled her team to pass the test. All the genin teams in Konoha passed the second exam. The Sand Village team also passed the test. The Sound 4 did not appear at the central tower, and Zhou Cheng guessed that they had already followed Orochimaru out of the Forest of Death. Soon after, Moonlight Gale announced that he would take a night's rest. The third exam will be held tomorrow. After the third exam, everyone left the Forest of Death together. The third exam uses a one-on-one battle format with an elimination system. Defeat means losing the qualification to be promoted to Chunin. Then, Karin led her group to Zhou Cheng to thank him for the Heaven and Earth scroll. Zhou Cheng shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Now that the second exam is over, these are useless. He opened his backpack and then turned it upside down. One after another, large scrolls fell out of the backpack. It quickly piled up into a small mountain. Hiss! One after another, gasps of astonishment rang out. Looking at the numerous scrolls at Zhou Cheng's feet, each person's expression was quite interesting. So that's where all those scrolls went, they were all in that kid's backpack. He managed to snatch so many scrolls, but he won't show them, his intention is to prevent other teams from passing the exam. I saw he just gave a set of scrolls to the Grass Ninja Village team. Looks like the Grass Ninja have finally found a powerful ally this time. Look at that red-haired woman, Kusanagi must have used a honey trap. The Konoha Jonin were overjoyed, Zhou Cheng was quite something. This ensures that all Konoha teams can pass while also reducing the pass rate for other ninja villages. In this way, Konoha village's prestige can be boosted a little more. Then, Naruto's Team 7 also found Zhou Cheng. He expressed his gratitude for being rescued. Sasuke looked at Zhou Cheng with complicated emotions, clearly not expecting Zhou Cheng to save him. Zhou Cheng leaned closer to him and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. It's only natural for the older brother to protect the younger brother. Then, silently praying, "Thank me, be my spy in peace." Orochimaru's technology is still quite valuable. Naruto still maintained his carefree demeanor, but all his worries were written on his face. He looked happy, but deep down he was still concerned about his lack of skill and the fact that he didn't have enough ability when the team needed him. Zhou Cheng walked over to him and patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. Every person is special, unique, and irreplaceable. There's always a way, and you too will grow into a great ninja. As long as you don't give up and keep striving, you can definitely become Hokage." Zhou Cheng stopped inviting Naruto to train with him, because he knew that after the Chunin exams, Naruto would train with Jiraiya. Perhaps, Jiraiya was the most suitable teacher for Naruto. Afterwards, Sakura thanked Zhou Cheng and left. Then, the Inoshikacho trio walked towards Zhou Cheng. Ino looked very happy. She was starting to get a little love-struck whenever she saw Zhou Cheng. Although Zhou Cheng never officially confirmed their relationship, Ino considered him her man. "I feel bad if I don't see him for a day." As soon as she got to Zhou Cheng's side, she hugged his arm tightly and showed no intention of letting go. At that moment, Hinata and her teammates also came over. They came to say hello, and Hinata was still as easily embarrassed as ever. When she saw Zhou Cheng staring intently at her, her face would turn bright red, as if she had a high fever. Soon, night fell, and everyone set up tents to stay temporarily. Living conditions in the wild are naturally incomparable to those in the village. They could only eat some dry food to fill their stomachs and replenish their strength. Zhou Cheng naturally disliked eating those hard, tasteless dry rations. He led Haku, Naruto, and Sasuke out of the central tower. Half an hour later, they brought back the carcasses of some ordinary animals. "I'm going to make some barbecue." Soon, a unique campfire was lit. The animal meat was skewered and roasted by the fire. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the entire central tower. Even the jonin were drawn to it. Especially those in the village who had already tasted Zhou Cheng's cooking, such as Kakashi, Gai, Kurane, and Uzuki Yujao. Ignoring his image as a jonin, he plopped down by the campfire and waited to eat. "Although I didn't bring any of the seasonings from home with me, getting some honey in the forest was still a piece of cake." And then, a honey-roasted meat dish was ready. The aroma of honey combined with the grilled meat made everyone's mouths water. Even the Chunin from Konoha received some grilled meat, and they all praised it highly after eating it. The look in her eyes towards Zhou Cheng also held a hint of goodwill. They were quite surprised that Zhou Cheng remembered them and shared the barbecue with them. Everyone has their own circle of friends, and no one pays much attention to people they don't know well. Zhou Cheng's practice of sharing meat with everyone won him the favor of all the Konoha ninja. Then, Zhou Cheng also sent some roasted meat to the team from Kusagakura where Karin was located. This gesture deeply moved Karin. Aside from her parents, Zhou Cheng was truly the best person to her. Moreover, the grass ninjas were looking at her with more envy, which made her even happier. Her eyes were already filled with stars when she looked at Zhou Cheng. As for the other ninja villages, they want to eat Zhou Cheng's barbecue. Then pay up and buy it. 10 taels a string, that's a bit pricey. However, Zhou Cheng did not force them to buy it. In the end, Temari, being a second-generation Kage, bought some to try and gave it high praise. Her gaze towards Zhou Cheng was very complicated. She was present when Zhou Cheng poured out the scroll during the day, and at that time she even speculated on Zhou Cheng's strength. Now, having eaten Zhou Cheng's barbecue, she couldn't figure out what kind of person this man really was. At the same time, she prayed in her heart that the ninjas of Tsunagakura would not encounter Zhou Cheng tomorrow. Anyone who can snatch so many scrolls must be quite powerful. Meeting him might be equivalent to ending the Chunin exams early. It will also affect the prestige of Tsunagakura. The Chunin exams were simply a way for ninja villages to test the strength of other ninja villages. Chapter 71. The third exam officially began on the second day. Hay-8 Moonlight will randomly select opponents for battle, and only the winner will advance to the next stage. The first match was between Uchiha Sasuke and Akado Yoshihiro. Just by looking at him, you can tell that Akado Kai is older than the 12 little strong men. Moreover, Zhou Cheng knew that he was Orochimaru's subordinate, and like Kabuto, he was an infiltrator in Konoha. Although they appear to be genin, their true strength is far beyond that of genin, especially since this generation of Konoha genin have only recently graduated. They lack practical experience. As soon as the battle began, Sasuke was overwhelmed and beaten. Akado deliberately clashed with Sasuke in taijutsu. The moment their bodies made contact, he used his chakra-absorbing ability to drain most of Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke was once in a tough battle, and his cursed seal was sealed by Kakashi. If it were someone else, they might have given up on the exam. However, Sasuke was constantly driven by revenge, and he could not give it up. Finally, he mastered the Lion's Barrage and was able to defeat the Crimson Armor. Sasuke is a genius, and he works very hard. He grasped martial arts techniques during combat, his talent is truly remarkable. Kaido Kai isn't some genin of this year, his strength far surpasses that of the other students. Furthermore, he possesses chakra absorption techniques, it was truly no easy feat for Sasuke to defeat him. The second round began with the 12 Konoha ninja battling the Sound Ninja. In the Forest of Death, Zhou Cheng did not manage to seize all the scrolls, at least, apart from the Sound 4, he did not encounter any other Sound Ninja teams. Within his perception range, the Sound Ninja were all far away from him, going to snatch the scroll would be too much of a waste of time. Facing the ninjas carefully selected by Orochimaru, the 12 Konoha 11 all fought a tough battle, but fortunately none of them were ultimately defeated. Next time, Hinata Hyuga will face Niji Hyuga. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, this battle was still unavoidable. His butterfly effect wasn't powerful enough to change the timeline. However, he still had some expectations, ever since he successfully integrated Tai Chi into his physical techniques. He has been teaching Hinata Tai Chi and has achieved considerable success in it. Hinata is actually quite talented, but her introverted and shy personality held her back, preventing her from having the courage to go all in. If she hadn't met Naruto, who gave her courage and the spirit to never give up, she might have faded into obscurity. Both of them stood on the field, and Hinata looked very frightened. That was his older brother, whose expression was as serious as their father's. It made her feel as if she were seeing her strict and demanding father. Niji, however, remained expressionless. After seeing the list of opponents, he already knew the outcome of the competition. Indeed, only geniuses can control their own destiny. Everyone watching shared Niji's opinion, Hinata was destined to lose. Compared to her younger sister, Hinata Hanabi, Hinata is somewhat inferior, let alone the dazzling Hinata Niji. The battle began quickly, and as everyone expected, Hinata was completely overwhelmed by Niji, without any chance to retaliate. Surprisingly, Hinata was knocked away time and time again, but she struggled to get back up each time. Niji's expression changed slightly, the Hinata he remembered shouldn't be like this. She should have given up timidly. Hinata was sent flying again, but she got back up once more. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Her gaze was equally firm and powerful. She stood up and looked up at Zhou Cheng, whose face was filled with worry. But he didn't go to see Naruto, whom he longed for. Since Zhou Cheng entered her life, they have spent a long time together. Hinata realized that her feelings for Naruto were more of gratitude than romantic love. Especially when compared to Zhou Cheng, Hinata realized that Zhou Cheng understood her thoughts better than Naruto. He preferred to talk to her, unlike Naruto, who was completely focused on Sakura and left her hanging. Human hearts are made of flesh, and they can change. Seeing Hinata looking at him, Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded slightly, indicating that she could use Tai Chi. Then, Niji saw that Hinata's starting stance had changed. It became both familiar and strange to him. Upon seeing this starting stance, Kakashi paused for a moment, then quickly looked up at Zhou Cheng. Kakashi was the first person to experience the power of Tai Chi, so how could he possibly forget it? He never expected that Zhou Cheng would teach Hinata his self-created martial arts techniques. If Hinata were to perform some amazing feat using Tai Chi today, where would Zhou Cheng's gentle fist come in? What would the other ninjas think? The Hyuga clan might then consider Zhou Cheng a thorn in their side, and that would create a lasting grudge. Hinata's every move and stance carries a strong sense of Tai Chi. The situation changed dramatically in a short time. Hinata neutralized every attack Niji made. The chakra he unleashed through gentle fist would change direction upon contact with Tai Chi intent, preventing it from harming Hinata. This situation shocked everyone watching. What kind of martial arts is this? It can even change the direction of the Hyuga clan's secret gentle fist attack. The Hinata now is completely different from the Hinata who was passively taking a beating just now. One was passively beaten until he vomited blood, while the other was relaxed and carefree, even able to counterattack Niji. Especially Might Guy, the master of taijutsu, looked at Hinata as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Could Hinata also have a high talent for taijutsu, physical combat? No, if she has high talent in physical skills, then why is her mastery of gentle fist so low? He was just like an ordinary Hyuga clan member. Yes, it must be. It must be because of the martial arts technique she used. Kai looked at Hinata with fervent eyes. He had always wanted to find another way out for Xiao Li. The Eight Gates formation has too many side effects, which would be detrimental to Xiao Li's future development. If Hinata's taijutsu technique can make up for this, then Guy will definitely ask Hinata to teach it to Rock Lee. As Hinata's team leader, Yujiro Uzuki naturally adores Hinata. He has some personality flaws, making him unsuitable to be a ninja. However, Uzuki Yujiro discovered that whenever Zhou Cheng was mentioned, she would become full of energy and enthusiasm. They can perform exceptionally well in all aspects. She practiced even the physical skills Zhou Cheng taught her every day, regardless of the weather. Looking at Hinata, who seemed like a completely different person, Uzuki Yujiro sighed. Another cabbage has been lured away by Zhou Cheng. Is he really that charming? The battle was at a stalemate, and for a time it was difficult to determine a winner. For those who didn't have high hopes for Hinata from the start, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face. However, they didn't care, because they were all from Konoha village, they were one of their own. Those from other villages, including Chunin and Jonin from Tsunagakuer, all looked at Hinata's taijutsu with greedy expressions. Such taijutsu, which greatly enhances immediate combat effectiveness, is undoubtedly something that every ninja village urgently needs. Jonin and Chunin generally don't have much chakra, so if a war goes down to the end, it's still a battle of close quarters combat. If one's own ninjas learn this taijutsu at this time, it will undoubtedly be fatal to the enemy. They already knew how to obtain such ninjutsu. They wouldn't hesitate to kidnap even that low-ranking ninja. Chapter 72. The expressions on these people's faces naturally did not escape the eyes of the Konoha Jonin. They also began to quietly pay attention. This is indeed a valuable asset for physical skills. While the inner lotus and outer lotus are powerful, they must be used in conjunction with the Eight Gates formation to unleash their full potential. Furthermore, they were fully aware of the side effects of the Eight Gates formation on the body. Therefore, there are very few Jonin who have mastered the Eight Gates formation. Kakashi only trained to the point of opening one gate. Niji and Hinata have been fighting for nearly 100 moves, and they still cannot determine a winner. Niji's expression was very unpleasant, and there was a surge of anger about to erupt in his eyes. His inability to win Hinata over the long term caused a shift in his mindset. He began to use secret techniques to attack Hinata. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng knew immediately that Hinata had lost. She only learned the basics of Tai Chi and couldn't unleash its full power. If Niji uses his secret technique, Hinata will undoubtedly be defeated. As expected, Hinata found herself unable to deflect Niji's attacks and began to suffer injuries herself. Her movements became increasingly sluggish, like those of an old man nearing the end of his life. Puff! Hinata coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Niji sealed all the acupoints in her body. She had no chakra left. However, she still refused to give up and shakily got up. The whites of his eyes had faded, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered in dust. Even so, she still refused to admit defeat. Niji was truly enraged. Why won't you admit defeat? Hinata, just give up. He suppressed his anger and tried to persuade Hinata to admit defeat. A person's fate is already sealed from the day they are born. If you're mentally challenged, you must accept your fate. Only the strong and geniuses can control their own destiny. Hinata didn't answer. Instead, she waited until she was steady before looking up at Niji. Niji-san, you're wrong. It is precisely because of imperfection, precisely because of failure, that we can rise again and face challenges with renewed strength. I believe this kind of resilience is true strength. Zhou Cheng taught me this. He told me that strength doesn't come from having immense power. Anyone who is willing to work hard and never gives up is a true champion. She looked up at Zhou Cheng. This time, she was no longer shy or timid. She just stared straight at him. You can't lose face in front of someone you like. Then, her aura suddenly changed, and she actually managed to mobilize her chakra despite being acupunctured. What? Everyone was startled. They certainly knew what being hit on acupoints meant. Even if a Jonin's chakra is sealed by pressure point manipulation, he won't be able to mobilize his chakra for a short period of time. However, a few people noticed Hinata's unusual condition. Forcibly breaking the seal on her meridians would only cause great damage. Hinata is undoubtedly risking her life by doing this. Hinata, admit defeat. Zhou Cheng had already jumped onto the fence, ready to go down and rescue her immediately. Hinata ignored him and continued walking towards Niji. Niji was finally enraged, his reason had been completely eroded. Hinata, I won't hold back in a battle. Hinata ignored her and continued forward. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji used his strongest attack technique at that moment. He rushed towards Hinata at top speed, his eyes filled with madness. Stop! Several voices spoke in unison. Then 4 figures instantly appeared beside Hinata. Kakashi supported Hinata's right hand, while Guy supported Hinata's left hand. Uzuki Yujao was squatting in front of Hinata, her hand already gripping the ninja sword behind her back. To think that Niji would dare to beat his beloved disciple like this, Uzuki Yujao wished she could chop him up with a single blow. There was another person standing in Niji's path, his eyes burning with anger. It was Zhou Cheng. Niji, UBD, your heart has been taken over. It's fun to tease your sister now, but you'll be a doting sister maniac later. Niji, that's enough. Zhou Cheng roared, trying to bring Niji back to his senses. If he gets close to Hinata now, she'll be beaten to death. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Niji roared, his speed showing no sign of slowing down. Very good. Then I'll show you real Tai Chi. As Zhou Cheng began his Tai Chi practice, a mysterious aura instantly enveloped his body. This aura startled all the Jonin present. This aura made them all feel threatened and uneasy. Zhou Cheng knows Tai Chi? Moreover, it looks stronger than Hinata's. The 12 young heroes stared wide-eyed at Zhou Cheng. They had always thought Zhou Cheng was only slightly better than them, but now it seemed they were utterly ridiculous. The mere scent alone made their legs tremble. That's terrifying. Niji had already rushed to Zhou Cheng's side and suddenly unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms. It was moving so fast that it left after images. Zhou Cheng, however, remained unhurried, slowly performing the Tai Chi moves. "Zhou Cheng, get out of the way!" Ino and Haku said in unison that Niji's palm strike was too fast, so fast that they couldn't even see the path of his palm strike. But what happened next left everyone present speechless with their mouths agape. Niji unleashed incredibly fast palm strikes, but none of them landed on Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng's seemingly slow movements actually shifted all 64 palm techniques elsewhere. "Damn it, turn back!" Niji frowned, his eyes filled with deep shock, as he saw his palms completely removed. Then, gritting his teeth, he unleashed his well-rounded offensive and defensive techniques, turning the tide. At such close range, Zhou Cheng would definitely be hit by the chakra shield and be sent flying. Snort! Zhou Cheng merely snorted coldly. "Do you really think the reversal of heaven defense is the strongest?" Zhou Cheng finally mobilized his chakra and concentrated it in his hand. Then, what appeared to be a soft, gentle palm strike was actually as swift as lightning. Bang! Zhou Cheng slammed his palm down on Huishan. The scene that everyone expected being knocked away did not occur. As soon as Zhou Cheng's palm landed on the rejuvenating heaven, its rotational speed instantly slowed down. "How is that possible? You slowed down the reversal of fortune with just one palm strike." "Tisk tisk tisk, I admit I couldn't do that." Zhou Cheng seems to have gotten even stronger. "Hey, is this kid from Konoha named Zhou Cheng? Your Konoha is really lucky to have produced such a genin." Zhou Cheng's eyes widened suddenly, and he raised his free hand, then slammed it down again. Boom! The heavenly reversal technique was shattered like a mirror, and Niji was also affected by the backlash, flying out like a tattered rag. Niji! Kai, Li, and Tenten hurriedly ran towards Niji. The way Niji flew out was terrifying, blood was spitting from his mouth. Kai was worried that Niji would kill Hinata, but he was also worried that Niji would be killed by Zhou Cheng. Both sides are children of Konoha, the future of Konoha. Losing either one would be a loss for Konoha. He crouched down beside Niji and, seeing that blood was still flowing from his mouth, became anxious. "Medical ninja, come quick!" 2 medical ninjas rushed over, using sage mode to treat Niji. At that moment, Uzuki Yugeo's urgent voice rang out. "Hinata!" Zhou Cheng hurriedly turned around and saw Hinata already unconscious in Uzuki Yugeo's arms. "You absolutely cannot be hurt. Quickly lay her flat on the ground." Then, with a single movement technique, he was beside Hinata. Chapter 73. He has obtained the perfect sage body, and his body is filled with yang release chakra. He held Hinata's hand, continuously channeling yang release chakra into her body. Hinata's injuries have been brought under control and she is recovering rapidly. At that moment, another medical ninja arrived at Hinata's side. After a careful examination, they were surprised to find that Hinata's injuries had almost completely healed and she was no longer in danger of dying. The medical ninja announced their test results, causing an uproar throughout the room. Hinata's injuries were obvious to everyone, they were extremely serious. But after Zhou Cheng shook Hinata's hand, her injuries were almost completely healed? Could this kid know medical ninjutsu? How is that possible? How can one person have so much energy to learn so much knowledge? Ignoring the strange looks from others, Zhou Cheng walked to Niji's side, took his hand, and channeled yang release chakra into him. "You got off easy, kid. This is yang release." Zhou Cheng couldn't bring himself to hate Niji. He wasn't a bad person at heart. Before Hisashi Hyuga died, he and Hinata had a good relationship. He has always protected Hinata as an older brother. It all stemmed from the family's division of the main branch, which led his father to abandon his young son and volunteer to die in his place. Then he was placed under the caged bird seal, his life hanging in the balance between the main family and his fate. This fueled his deep hatred for the main family and his resentment towards Hinata. Why is it that she can live carefree surrounded by everyone's love? Is it simply because she is the eldest daughter of the main family? It wasn't until Niji was influenced by Naruto that he came out of his own stubbornness and became a doting brother. Kakashi also came to Zhou Cheng's side, and frowned as he sensed the Yang release chakra within him. Is this some kind of Yang dun, a type of escape technique? Impossible. Then he knelt down and took Niji's hand, carefully feeling it. Then he suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. It really was Yang release. Zhou Cheng could use Yang release? Kakashi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Niji's injury? Kai naturally cherishes the genius in his class, and seeing Kakashi like this, he immediately became nervous. Yujao Uzuki, Kurane Ui, and Asuma also arrived here. They hadn't seen Kakashi like this in a long time. It's not medical ninjutsu, it's Yang release. The Jonin all gasped in surprise. Yang escape. Currently, only a few families can use Yang escape technique. They are all long-established families with profound traditions. For example, the Senju and Uzumaki clans can directly use Yang release chakra. Then there are families whose bloodlines have become mixed through reproduction, and they can only use Yang release chakra indirectly. For example, the Akimichi clan all possess the technique of multiplication, which is a type of Yang release, but the power of Yang release is very weak. Were Zhou Cheng's parents members of a clan hidden among the common people? This explains why he is so talented. Perhaps even Zhou Cheng wasn't his original name, but rather a name his parents gave him to conceal his identity. While the Jonin were still imagining things, Zhou Cheng had already healed Niji's injuries. He was somewhat displeased. He had to treat the injury he had inflicted himself. It was truly bizarre. He stood up and saw several Jonin surrounding him, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Teachers, is there anything I can help you with? Zhou Cheng was completely bewildered. Have these guys taken the wrong medicine? Why are you looking at yourself like that? Did you just use Yang release? Kakashi, who had the best relationship with Zhou Cheng, naturally became the representative. Zhou Cheng nodded. These things can't be hidden forever. If they know, they know. It's not like I'm the only one who can use Yang escape. There's nothing to be afraid of. What exactly are your parents' identities? Zhou Cheng shrugged, as if to say, should I know this? Please, they died when I was just old enough to remember things, how would I know? But in my heart I was thinking that attributing the Yang escape to my deceased parents was the best option, saving me a lot of trouble. Moreover, they can no longer find out even if they wanted to. In that case, let's not stop the exam from continuing. Let's go see what's happening on stage. Kakashi suggested it and took the lead, jumping onto the stands. Kai picked up Niji, and Yujao Uzuki picked up Hinata, and they both jumped onto the stands. What Zhou Cheng didn't know was that the families that could now use Yang release had basically lost its original power. Their Yang release technique can only be considered a Yang release attribute, a type of nature transformation, and cannot be considered true Yang release power at all. Yang dun is the bodily energy that governs life, giving life to physical forms. That's why the Jonin were so distraught and agitated. They saw the shadow of the first Hashirama Senju in Zhou Cheng. Ninjas who truly possess yin-yang release techniques are all incredibly powerful. Hashirama Senju's wood release was based on yang release, combined with the sage body and sage mode, making him the closest being to the six paths. The exam continued, and the 12 top students persevered, ultimately emerging victorious. In Naruto's battle against Kaiba, Naruto displayed his unpredictability, ruining Akamaru's nose with a fart. Then, using his almost limitless chakra, he overwhelmed Kaiba with sheer numbers, forcing him into a fierce battle. Finally, he used the lion's barrage technique he learned from Sasuke to defeat Kaiba and advance to the next stage. In the end, Moonlight Gale discovered that Zhou Cheng had received a bye and advanced directly to the next round. However, no one objected to this. Zhou Cheng's brief battle with Niji had already shown everyone how strong he was. He's definitely the strongest among the genin. Haku and Kurama Yakumo also successfully defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. In the final scene, just like in the original story, Lee plays Gaara. Their fighting spirit was exhilarating to watch. Especially after Lee removed the weights from his feet and opened the 8 gates, his speed was so fast that even his eyes could hardly keep up. He made everyone present compare him to Zhou Cheng. They believed that even Zhou Cheng couldn't defeat Li Jing, who had activated the 8 gates. However, Zhou Cheng didn't argue about it, it was pointless. The more times Xiao Li used the 8 gates formation, the lower his future ceiling became. This is nothing to be happy about. Now, Li can open 5 gates, but in the Fourth World War many years later, he can only open 6 gates. Effort ultimately succumbed to talent. If you choose the wrong direction, you'll be wrong for life. In the end, Xiao Li's arms and legs were broken. Even medical ninjas are helpless against this. The only option was for the Jonin to take Rock Lee to the hospital. However, Zhou Cheng stopped them and began to heal Li using his Yang release chakra. While reattaching his limbs, they also did their best to treat the hidden injuries he sustained from using the 8 gates formation. Kai looked at Zhou Cheng with eyes full of gratitude. He had long regarded Xiao Li as his own son, and certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. Zhou Cheng quickly stood up, the Yang escape technique was indeed effective. Little Li is fine now. He'll be lively and energetic again after a couple of days of rest. Thank you. Kai almost burst into tears, thanking Zhou Cheng profusely. Chapter 74. After that, the third exam was over. Some were happy, some were sad, but that wasn't something Zhou Cheng would think about. As long as the 12 main characters are unharmed, that's enough. The 12 little heroes are key to his future plans. That night, Zhou Cheng and the other boys went hunting again and brought back some game, which they then roasted and shared with everyone. Everyone had a good impression of Zhou Cheng because of his performance during the day. Not only does he treat those who attack him, but he's also sharing free roasted meat with everyone so they don't have to eat those hard, dry rations and drink that bland water. After finishing the barbecue and a day of intense competition, everyone was exhausted. Hinata, Niji, and Li had already woken up. At this point, Hinata was no longer the brave and strong woman she was in battle. She would blush and lower her head whenever she saw Zhou Cheng. Xiao Li, on the other hand, thanked Zhou Cheng profusely. It could be said that Zhou Cheng saved his ninja career. Niji stood there all alone, wanting to approach but not daring to. He already knew the whole story and knew that Zhou Cheng had saved him, otherwise, he would definitely have had to stay in bed for 3 months. Niji, come here. Zhou Cheng noticed Niji's predicament. Zhou Cheng couldn't bring himself to dislike him, even though he was so fixated on his own ideas. Niji walked over, and Zhou Cheng asked him to sit next to him. He then had Hinata sit to his left. The Hyuga clan has a long history of main and branch families, but that's not a reason to harbor hatred towards each other. Niji, Hinata is your sister. How could you do this to her? Niji lowered his head upon hearing this. He has now calmed down and realizes that he went too far. He even wanted to kill Hinata on the spot to vent his years of resentment. How much psychological damage must that have caused Hinata? Hinata, Niji hesitated, his face filled with remorse. Niji-san, it's all right. Hinata blushed and answered. Kind-hearted by nature, she never hated anyone. Even during the duel, Niji wanted to kill her. I know how much Niji has suffered all these years. It's good that I can vent during the competition. Niji was stunned, and he hated himself for it. What have I done? I deserve to die. All right, you're all family, there's no need for this. Zhou Cheng patted Hinata and Niji on the shoulders with both hands at the same time, giving them a sunny smile. Then, everyone went back to rest. Zhou Cheng lay in his tent, his mind filled with plans for the future. After a month of waiting, he finally succeeded in replicating the perfect immortal body. Having obtained the sage body, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds, surpassing that of a Jonin. It also allowed the spiral shuriken to be upgraded to a perfect version, enabling it to be used for ranged attacks. Not only did he unleash the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, he also used nature transformation to unleash the water release, Rasen Shuriken. The current power of the Rasen Shuriken should barely reach S rank. There's still room for him to grow stronger. Once he fully understands the immortal body, he should be able to stabilize at S rank power. In addition, Karen's affection for him should already be at its maximum. If he asked Karen to stay in Konoha, Karen would definitely agree. However, this would mean that Konoha's houses wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Yes, I still need to make more money. I can find time to hunt down some rogue ninja and collect bounties. Alternatively, you can take on quests of rank B or higher from the village. The bounty for a rank A mission is between 150,000 and 1 million taels of silver. The bounty for an S rank mission is almost never less than 1 million taels. In his memory, Zhou Cheng remembered that 1 tael was roughly equivalent to 6 mao in his original world. 1 million taels is approximately 600,000. In the black market, Sartobi Asuma's bounty is over 10 million taels. It's still quite considerable when you add it all up. Of course, this is all predicated on completing the mission and returning alive. High risk, high reward. Then there's Hinata. Zhou Cheng never imagined that she would let go of Naruto and fall in love with him instead. However, it would be a lie to say he was unhappy. That's Hinata's wife. Her figure is already quite impressive. It gets even more incredible when they grow up. Zhou Cheng's mouth watered just thinking about it. Hinata is definitely every man's ideal wife. She has a great personality, is gentle, beautiful, and has a great figure. Wow. However, this left Zhou Cheng unsure how to face Naruto. Although no one knows for sure that Hinata will eventually marry Naruto. Furthermore, he didn't know how to handle the relationship between Ino and Hinata. He was terrified that Ino would try to take him away just as Sakura had tried to take Sasuke away. They were originally good friends and besties. Hopefully, Zhou Cheng won't turn them into rivals in love. Then there's the issue of Tai Chi. Judging from the reactions of the Jonin, they have a strong interest in Tai Chi. Of course, I'm interested in its ability to enhance combat power. Whether it's Konoha or any other ninja village, they would definitely covet such taijutsu. There's no need to worry about Konoha. His concern was that other ninja villages might attack Hinata as they had done to her when she was a child. They kidnapped her, interrogated her, and even directly probed her memories to obtain the essentials of Tai Chi. It seems we need to protect Hinata. Zhou Cheng decided to delve deeper into the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to reach the second stage and leave a Flying Thunder God mark on Hinata. This way, no matter where she goes, Zhou Cheng can teleport there immediately. He plans to teach all of Tai Chi to the 12 boys. Let them all learn this martial art. It will not only improve their strength but also strengthen our relationship with them. To become the strongest ninja in the world, one must cultivate several capable subordinates. You can't do everything yourself, it's too unrefined. Zhou Cheng rolled over, finding a more comfortable position, and continued thinking. During his battle with Orochimaru, he discovered his own weakness. He didn't know swordsmanship and didn't have a suitable weapon. He doesn't understand swordsmanship. Even if you give him a ninja sword, he can only use it to cut vegetables or as a decoration. If you ever encounter a ninja like Orochimaru who wields a weapon like the Kusanagi sword, do not try to block the weapon with your fists again. Although he wasn't afraid, he still felt uneasy. And it looks kind of silly. He felt that he should learn swordsmanship after the Chunin exams, not necessarily to become famous for his swordsmanship like the Hotaki clan. I just hope the sword isn't just a fire poker in his hands. Yes, just learn from Kakashi. His swordsmanship is inherited from Sakumo Hotaki, and it's also a powerful weapon. Then, refining Xianglin's talent would take 90 days, 3 months. This is definitely related to the immortal body. This 3-month period also provides a good opportunity to familiarize oneself with the immortal body and fully utilize its functions. With the immortal body, one can escape the yang energy of the body. If you want to continue becoming stronger, there are only 2 paths. First, I obtained the Sage's Eye. I obtained Yin escape. Yin-yang release corresponds to the physical and spiritual power of the Sage of 6 paths. The Sage's Eyes are simply the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan. The Byakugan and Sharingan can be obtained through replication. He knew he could only evolve the Rinnegan on his own. He didn't want to end up like Nagato and Obito, who, despite having the Rinnegan, were ultimately just puppets. What you evolve yourself is what truly belongs to you. Only those who are the reincarnations of Indra's chakra can awaken the Rinnegan by transplanting the body or cells of those who are the reincarnations of Ashura's chakra. He has obtained the perfect sage body and the true yang release. It's unknown whether he can replace Ashura's chakra. Chapter 75. To find out if you can awaken the Rinnegan, you must first obtain the Sage's Eye. Next, combine yin-yang release and see if you can awaken the Rinnegan. The second way to become stronger is to obtain the chakra of all the tailed beasts, then awaken the 10 tails and become its Jinkra key. Therefore, it is necessary to capture the tailed beast. Then, we could consider cooperating with the Akatsuki organization. Actually, there is another way: learn magic. It adds a sage mode to the sage body. With the Chunin exams approaching, Jiraiya will soon be returning to the village to see if there's a chance to sign a contract with Mount Maiboku. If that doesn't work, then go find Orochimaru and go to Ryokai Cave. Learn the Sage mode of Yangji Cave. The Sage mode in Ryokai Cave is also very powerful. 2 days later, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha will be launched. At that time, Konoha will be in chaos. Zhou Cheng planned to take advantage of the chaos to review the Book of Seals again and learn all the forbidden techniques within. Especially the Impure World Reincarnation technique, which will be a major weapon in the future Fourth Shinobi World War. Zhou Cheng did not care about the life and death of the 3 generations, not because he was indifferent to the kindness of his teachers. Rather, the Third Hokage has indeed become an obstacle to Konoha's continued development. The power struggle between him, Danzo, and the advisors has already affected the normal development of Konoha. Too many promising young talents have died in internal strife, rather than on the battlefield. Moreover, the 3rd generation was too lenient. Appeasement is not a bad thing, but excessive appeasement turns into compromise. Unrestricted compromise. The tree in Konoha is rotten to the core, the only option is to remove the decaying part. Then it can only survive by regrowth. Even after Naruto became Hokage, he didn't completely resolve these issues. Zhou Cheng decided on his future direction: first, to learn swordsmanship and then find or buy a suitable weapon. During these 3 months, you will have to constantly take on tasks and hone your skills in real-world scenarios. He also knew that his journey had been far too smooth, which was not a good thing. Then, after 3 months of refining your talent using the purple crystal gourd, try to replicate the Byakugan or Rinnegan. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo were sitting in their office. They listened quietly to the report from the Secret Service. The secret agents reported on everything they had seen in the Death Forest and what had happened in the Central Tower. After listening, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo remained expressionless. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief. A great battle once took place somewhere in the Death Forest, destroying a large area of trees. The Anbu judged that only a battle between 2 ninjas at least at the Jonin level could have caused such massive damage. Then, Zhou Cheng seized most of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Then he was assigned to the team he liked. Zhou Cheng's actions undoubtedly violated the exam rules. However, no one blamed him, because he ensured the qualification of all the genin teams in Konoha, which slightly improved Konoha's prestige. However, Zhou Cheng's every move inside the central tower was being watched by the secret police. And he reported it to his third generation. Why has Zhou Cheng's strength improved so much? Even elite Chunin wouldn't dare to accept a return to heaven like that. That's a high-speed rotating stream of chakra, the human body simply cannot withstand that kind of power. But he shattered the resurrection formation with just one palm strike. Hiruzen, Sartobi and Danzo exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. If this is true, then they will have to reassess Zhou Cheng's strength. Their liking for Zhou Cheng and their desire to mold him into a tool are all predicated on the premise that Zhou Cheng is controllable. If Zhou Cheng's strength grows rapidly, even to the point of surpassing them, he won't nurture Zhou Cheng, instead, he'll suppress him. Then, when they heard Zhou Cheng using Yang release chakra to heal others, both the Third Hokage and Danzo stood up. After years of development and reproduction, the bloodlines of families possessing Yang release chakra are no longer pure. This also means that their Yang escape technique has long lost its original function and power. The Yang escape technique is now merely used as a medium for performing secret arts. Zhou Cheng actually possesses the Yang release technique, which allows him to create life. It now seems they must change their policy towards Zhou Cheng. If Zhou Cheng is a lone wolf, then no matter how strong he is, he won't be afraid of the Third Hokage or Danzo. Because it was too difficult for a lone wolf to achieve anything, he ultimately had no choice but to leave the village. However, Zhou Cheng maintained good relationships with the other ninjas. For example, the 12 young heroes are from a powerful family. Even some jonin were happy to spend time with Zhou Cheng. The Third Hokage and his team never expected that a group of professional ninjas would be captured by the Eater. Hiruzen, if I had trained Zhou Cheng earlier, he would already be a powerful ninja. It would never have been like this, with him slipping out of our control. Danzo glared angrily at Hiruzen Sartobi, his eyes filled with palpable remorse. If Zhou Cheng had been allowed to enter the route from the beginning, placed a curse mark on him, and then been brainwashed. Zhou Cheng has now become a qualified tool, a tool for eliminating dissidents. Especially when he heard that Zhou Cheng possessed Yang release chakra. Danzo's remorse intensified. He now desperately wanted to kill Hiruzen Sartobi with a single ninjutsu. What a great opportunity, what a promising talent, and it's all gone. Hiruzen Sartobi's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to get rid of anyone he couldn't control. What's the rush? We don't even know the full extent of his strength yet. If it's just a jonin, then we still have a chance. Hiruzen Sartobi lit his pipe and took a puff. Humph, you want to appease me again? Don't be silly. Just order him to enter route. If he refuses, label him a rogue ninja. Only a strong approach can make him fear us. If he's no good in actual combat, then kill him. Just a jonin. Hiruzen Sartobi glanced at Danzo, then continued smoking his pipe. Don't solve everything with fighting and killing. I don't believe he has no feelings for Konoha. As long as there are feelings, then there are weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Wasn't Ataka tricked into wiping out his clan by you just like that? Danzo looked incredulous. How much emotion could someone who had only been in Konoha for a few months possibly have? Hiruzen Sartobi tapped the table with his pipe, knocking out the ashes from the burnt tobacco. Let's test him when he returns to Konoha. No, we can't use the people around him as threats. If that's not enough, then kill him. Every sentence was cold, every sentence was indifferent. For them, disobedience means death. They will stop at nothing to gain status. Sakumo Hatake back then, later the Uchiha clan. None of them managed to escape from their grasp. Right now, Zhou Cheng is just a kid, a mere teenager. How can we possibly fight against those old foxes? Chapter 76. In Konoha, the temporary residence of the Kazekage of Tsunagakure was brightly lit. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, had not yet rested. He stood alone by the window, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Forest of Death. He remained troubled by what happened in the Forest of Death. After secretly returning to Konoha from the Forest of Death, he conducted a covert investigation. Finally, I got some information from Do. Konoha has recently produced a child with exceptional talent. Even the third generation wanted to take him as a disciple. Through comparing appearances, Orochimaru realized that the boy named Zhou Cheng was the same person he had met in the Forest of Death. Zhou Cheng, an orphan who escaped from Kirigakure. Then I can try to win him over. If I could obtain both Sasuke and him, my reincarnation would be much more secure. Orochimaru licked his lips with his snake-like tongue and let out a sinister laugh. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Orochimaru immediately composed himself, transforming back into the village's cage, and responded to the person outside the door. Come in. The door opened, and a person wearing a white headscarf, whose left cheek was also covered, appeared. Maki, what's wrong? The person who arrived was Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro's mentor, as well as a trusted jonin of the Kazekage. I met Kabuto, and he gave me some maps showing the distribution of Konoha's security forces. This will be very helpful for our attack on Konoha. Wind Shadow's eyes lit up. Kabuto certainly didn't disappoint. Very good, the plan will proceed as scheduled. This time, we will make Konoha pay a heavy price. The next morning, at the central tower of the Forest of Death, all the genin left the Forest of Death and returned to Konoha, led by their respective captains or jonin instructors. Upon arriving in Konoha, the genin who were not qualified to participate in the next exam did not leave. They wanted to see what the upcoming exam would be like. However, the final exam is tomorrow, so they can only wait in Konoha. Because of their presence, Konoha became much more lively. Upon returning to Konoha, Zhou Cheng was summoned by Hiruzen Sartobi. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. The third generation must have received a report from the Dark Division and was getting restless. Before obtaining the perfect immortal body, he might have been afraid to meet the Third Hokage and Danzo, fearing that they would trick him to death. But now, he is fearless. Perhaps today is the day to confront the third generation. Perfect immortal body, Flying Thunder God technique, Tai Chi, 8 gates formation. With these ninja skills at his disposal, as long as Zhou Cheng doesn't act recklessly, no one can stop him from escaping. He leaped across the rooftops repeatedly and quickly reached the foot of the Hokage's building. Looking up at the Hokage's office and the Hokage rock at the top, Zhou Cheng entered the building. Just as Zhou Cheng reached the door of the Hokage's office, he heard the third Hokage's somewhat aged voice. Come in. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow, knowing that the third generation was monitoring him with the crystal ball again. His rapid increase in strength aroused the vigilance of the third generation. Nobody likes things or people they can't control. Lord Third Generation, what do you want with me? Zhou Cheng behaved with neither arrogance nor servility, leaving no room for criticism. He knew that if these old foxes wanted to, any carelessness could become a weapon for their attacks. Zhou Cheng was not afraid of leaving Konoha, nor was he afraid of becoming a rogue ninja. He couldn't let go of the friends he had made over the past few months. Especially Naruto. They have already forged a deep friendship. Hinata and Ino, too, have feelings for Zhou Cheng that he finds hard to let go of. The third Hokage and Danzo remained expressionless, but the occasional flashes of cold light in their eyes told Zhou Cheng that they were definitely not at peace. What exactly is the basis for your strength? Even with the greatest talent, you can't achieve this level of improvement speed. Even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, didn't possess this level of strength at your age. The third generation's tone remained relatively calm, he still held hope for Zhou Cheng. I hope he has feelings for Konoha, and I hope he's really not some clan's most secretive spy. Danzo, however, was not as patient. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, making a loud noise. Tell me, are you a spy from Kirigakuer? Otherwise, your strength can't be explained. Furthermore, what's with the yang release technique of creation and regeneration on you? His face turned cold, and he desperately wanted to seal Zhou Cheng's roots right now, turning him into a mindless walking corpse. As Zhou Cheng listened to their words, he sneered inwardly. An old fox is indeed an old fox. This is the attitude one should have when facing ninjas who are about to slip out of control. My strength is the result of my diligent training. Zhou Cheng was prepared to remain unmoved by their pleas. No matter what they asked, he would simply say it was the result of diligent self-cultivation. As for Yang Dun, it is naturally the result of my diligent training. The Third Hokage and Danzo were nearly choked to death by Zhou Cheng's words. Diligent practice? What kind of hard work could enable a ninja to reach a level that others could never achieve in a lifetime in just a few months? Also, Yang Dun. That's right, Yang escape can be cultivated. The Yang escape technique that can be cultivated is merely a change in nature, it is not the true Yang escape technique at all. It is even less likely that they will possess the ability to create and regenerate. However, they really had nothing to say in rebutting Zhou Cheng. Because he wasn't talking nonsense. Diligent training can indeed improve one's strength. Hiruzen Sartobi stared at Zhou Cheng silently for a long time, trying to see something on his face. But he was disappointed. Zhou Cheng's face remained calm and expressionless, without the slightest flaw. Zhou Cheng, Konoha is your home. I hope you won't forget it. Zhou Cheng smiled. Are they going to start brainwashing again? Konoha is definitely my home. But some people always treat me like an outsider, guarded against me. The Third Hokage and Danzo's eyes twitched slightly. Weren't they the ones Zhou Cheng was referring to? They wanted him to serve them, but they were also afraid that his power was too great and they would be unable to control him. Then they guarded against Zhou Cheng like thieves. A resolute glint flashed in the third generation's eyes as he devised a plan to test Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, go and gain some experience at the root. Danzo paused for a moment, then looked at the Third Hokage with delight. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Was the old fox testing him? I'm not going. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Bang! Danzo was so angry that his body trembled, and he slammed his hand on the table. I originally thought that I would get Zhou Cheng and soon have another tool for killing. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng dared to refuse. The third generation was much calmer, but the coldness in his eyes could not hide his inner turmoil. I'll say it again, this is the Hokage's order. I order you to go to the roots and undergo a year of training. Zhou Cheng sneered. I hate those who are arrogant and use their power to oppress others. I'm not going, so what? I'll say it again, I'm not going. Chapter 77. Insolence. How dare you disobey the Hokage's orders? Danzo slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him, then dropped the pretense. You're the ones who wanted to break off all pretense. All right, Danzo, you call me sir now, but who knows what you'll call me behind my back. Stop pretending, aren't you tired? Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Danzo's chest heaved violently with anger, and his finger pointing at Zhou Cheng trembled slightly. And you, third generation? Do you dare say that you didn't have any ulterior motives in taking me as your disciple, and that it was all for the sake of Konoha? They just value my talent and want to train me as a tool. Just say it directly, there's no need to make such a fuss. Hiruzen Sartobi did not fly into a rage as expected. However, his eyes were already filled with anger as he looked at Zhou Cheng. His fingers, gripping the pipe tightly, had turned white from the force, indicating that he was trying his best to control his emotions. Zhou Cheng, you've gone mad. Do you want to betray the village? Danzo's eyes also began to turn cold, as he tried to set a trap for Zhou Cheng with his words. This approach to dealing with Zhou Cheng is not justified. Zhou Cheng sneered repeatedly. Trying to trap me? No way. Hey, Lord Danzo, you can eat anything, but you can't say anything. I never said I was going to betray the village. Don't try to frame me. Danzo was clearly taken aback, not expecting Zhou Cheng to react so quickly. The third generation exhaled a deep breath, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Don't you want to be Hokage? If you obey me, I can recommend you as the 6th Hokage. 5 generations is impossible, you're still too young. Zhou Cheng chuckled a few times, as if he had heard a funny joke. Ha, you high-ranking people just love making empty promises. Are you all senile, or do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I'd believe anything about Naruto? I'm just an outsider, it's never my turn. The third Hokage and Danzo both fell silent. Zhou Cheng had hit the nail on the head. They simply wanted to use Zhou Cheng to increase their power and stabilize their positions. If Zhou Cheng had grown into a ninja like the 3 legendary Sunin by then, they would have joined forces to eliminate him through various means. Alternatively, they could simply make Zhou Cheng a puppet Hokage, while still keeping all of Konoha's important affairs under their control. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Danzo's eyes were extremely cold, and he exuded a strong killing intent. They wanted to use this kind of intimidation to intimidate Zhou Cheng and force him to submit. Despite sensing the murderous aura, Zhou Cheng felt no discomfort. Perhaps because Hiruzen Sartobi was present, Danzo did not unleash his full power. The aura of a cage-level powerhouse shouldn't be limited to this level. Zhou Cheng was puzzled. Was he afraid that the third generation would discover his strength? That's incredibly sneaky. Danzo seemed somewhat surprised to see that Zhou Cheng remained unmoved by his imposing manner. He had already overestimated their strength as much as possible, but he still underestimated it. Just how much is this kid hiding? All right, stop wasting time. Zhou Cheng helplessly shrugged, not wanting to waste any more time arguing here. I promise, I will never betray Konoha. You also promise not to spy on me anymore. Wouldn't it be better if we all just stayed together? Then, while the 2 old foxes were pondering Zhou Cheng's words, he activated his illusionary bloodline limit. The 2 of them shuddered, and when they looked up again, they found themselves transported back to that night decades ago. The second Hokage single-handedly covered the rear, handing over the Hokage position to Hiruzen Sartobi on that very night. What? How is that possible? Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo suddenly stood up and looked around. They discovered that the environment was exactly the same as they remembered. No, this is an illusion. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Once again in the memories of decades ago, they were initially surprised, but quickly came to their senses. The willpower of a cage-level powerhouse is incredibly strong. They both formed hand seals simultaneously, shouting, "Release!" The illusion was dispelled, but the surrounding scenery remained unchanged. How could that be? The illusion cannot be dispelled. This illusion is incredibly powerful. Then, they saw their teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, say the exact same things they remembered, and then surprisingly hand over the Hokage position to Danzo. The elderly were astonished, and the elderly Tuanzang was overjoyed. This feels so real. They couldn't find a single flaw in it. Then, the second generation covered the rear, letting them go first. During the retreat, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sartobi, ambushed and killed Danzo, and became Hokage himself. They were both stunned. What is all this nonsense? This is absurd. This is too childish. Then the scenery before them rippled like water. The next second, they were back in the Hokage's office. Everything was as usual, except for Zhou Cheng, who was looking at them with disdain. Was that your illusion just now? Is this why you chose Kurane as the team's Jonin leader? For the first time, Danzo and the third Hokage looked at Yukichi with apprehension. Even they couldn't break the illusion. If it were anyone else, they might never escape the world created by the illusion, even until their death. If I hadn't actively dispelled the illusion, how long do you think it would have taken to break it? This is one of my trump cards. As long as you don't mess with me, I can be a Konoha ninja for life. Besides, I have no interest in Naruto. After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, he looked at them quietly, waiting for their choice. If that doesn't work, Zhou Cheng will have no choice but to cause a huge scene and then leave Konoha. Humph, the Hokage cannot be threatened. Zhou Cheng, do you really want to betray the village? Danzo remained relentless, refusing to believe that Zhou Cheng already possessed cage-level strength. In their eyes, Zhou Cheng was ultimately just an ant. Seeing that Danzo was unmoved by reason, Zhou Cheng put away his amiable expression. Third generation, what do you mean? Do you really have to force me to my death? Don't forget, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. After he finished speaking, he unleashed his full power. An aura no less powerful than Danzo's filled the Hokage's office. What? For the first time, disbelief appeared on Danzo's face. Although the aura he just emitted didn't reach cage level, it surpassed that of an elite jonin and was very close to cage level. Zhou Cheng's aura has now reached the half-step shadow level. If we fight here, the entire Hokage building and Hokage rock will be reduced to ruins. Try it if you don't believe me. Zhou Cheng remained calm, his eyes defiant. With the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates formation, I am completely invincible for the time being. Oh well, never mind. As long as you don't do anything to threaten Konoha, Konoha won't take action against you. The third generation slumped down completely. For the first time in many years, he felt so powerless. Zhou Cheng smiled, his sunny smile returning. To teach you a lesson. I've prepared a gift for you. Zhou Cheng extended his right hand, and a raised nan appeared. Then its properties change rapidly. Soon, a miniature spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. What? Change in form plus change in property. You actually managed to do that. The third generation suddenly stood up, staring wide-eyed at Zhou Cheng. He could sense that the chakra shuriken in Zhou Cheng's hand was at least an S-rank ninjutsu. The space here is too small, we can't move around freely. Zhou Cheng smiled brightly, but to the third Hokage and Danzo, he appeared so intimidating. Chapter 78. Hiruzen Sartobi and the third Hokage shared the same thought at this moment. S-rank ninjutsu, one-handed, no hand seals required. This is terrifying. If this ninjutsu were to hit them, they would surely die. Moreover, this is only a scaled-down version. The fact that an S-rank ninjutsu can be controlled in size it will just how terrifying is Zhou Cheng's chakra control? Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Cheng sent the spiral shuriken vanishing without a trace. Well then, gentlemen, I will apply to become a jonin after the Chunin exams. I'll also lead a small team to help the village accept missions from other villages. We'd better leave each other alone. After saying that, he left using the body flicker technique. Hiruzen, we can't let him go like this. If we work together, we can definitely take him down. Danzo was somewhat resentful. When had anyone ever dared to swagger around in front of him like this? He no longer wants to control Zhou Cheng, he only wants to kill him. Calm down, Danzo. It's currently the Chunin exams, and several villages have ninjas in Konoha. If we fight Zhou Cheng now, they'll definitely laugh at us. Furthermore, S-rank ninjutsu is too powerful and could easily injure civilians. Hiruzen Sartobi lit his pipe again and took one puff after another. Danzo's anger remained, and he continued to growl. If we miss this opportunity, he'll have time to grow stronger, and we might never have another chance to kill him. That damned Zhou Cheng, you must die. Hiruzen Sartobi gave Danzo a strange look. Are you stupid? Why must we kill him? Leave him in Konoha, let him grow. The longer he stayed in Konoha, the deeper his bond with those children grew. At that time, we only need to send those brats to complete A-level or S-level missions. Will Zhou Cheng remain unmoved? Danzo suddenly realized, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten that?" According to Hiruzen Sartobi's method, Zhou Cheng was essentially under their control. Except for the inability to eliminate dissidents, Zhou Cheng can handle all the tasks in the outer villages using this method. In the long run, wouldn't that be tantamount to them manipulating Zhou Cheng? Great, great, this method is excellent. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo again. He knew his best friend's temper all too well, he could easily ruin the plan. Danzo, control your temper. Don't provoke Zhou Cheng for the time being. When cornered, he's capable of anything. What else could Danzo say but nod to indicate that he understood? In the afternoon, at Zhou Cheng's home, Zhou Cheng and his friends gathered in the courtyard. They were discussing the final exam. They already knew the rules and details of the exam. Like the third match, it was a one-on-one contest. Those who are defeated lose their qualification to become Chunin. Conversely, the victor can be promoted to Chunin. Those who were eliminated in the third exam all looked unhappy. Because they were eliminated by their own people. This left them feeling quite helpless. Zhou Cheng was genuinely surprised when he learned who his opponent would be tomorrow. I don't know if it was Hiruzen Sartobi and Danzo who were pulling the strings behind the scenes, but Zhou Cheng's opponent turned out to be Gaara. Is Hiruzen Sartobi trying to use him as a pawn? They must know that none of this year's students can defeat Gaara. Niji and Suzuki are no match for him either, since Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, and no genin can defeat him. We can't let the nine tails come out and play because of this. So, apart from Zhou Cheng, there really isn't a more suitable candidate. Zhou Cheng thought to himself, in this way, the old foxes can both save face for Konoha and still control me. It just feels so awkward. Zhou Cheng was very unhappy, but he had no choice but to fight. It's better to face Gaara than to face one of our own. This is also a good opportunity to test the strength of the tailed beasts. As he was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He silently berated himself for being stupid. I could have obtained the one-tailed beast's chakra right now. I angered Gaara, allowing Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, to completely control his body, and then I extracted a portion of its chakra. Save this for future reference. Even after obtaining the Sage's Eye and Yin release, he still couldn't evolve the Rinnegan and reach the 6 paths level. That leaves only one path, collecting all the tailed beast's chakra and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The group played and joked around in the yard, and time passed quickly. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky red. They immediately fell silent, jumping onto the roof to quietly enjoy the moment of peace. Once the sun had completely set, they prepared to leave. However, Zhou Cheng stopped them, saying it was time to start making the 12 little strong men stronger. Everyone, you probably already know that I've created a completely new martial art. Naruto was the first to speak, which drew several eye rolls from him. I know, it's the taijutsu Hinata used when she fought Niji. It looked weak, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The others nodded, waiting for Zhou Cheng to continue. Especially Hinata and Niji. The two of them nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. Hinata had practiced Tai Chi for a while, but she had no idea of its power. They thought it was just a physical skill, and mostly practiced it out of respect for Zhou Cheng, without taking it seriously. Because Tai Chi is so slow, it looks soft and lacks any sense of power. Unexpectedly, in actual combat, when combined with chakra, Tai Chi can unleash such powerful force. He could fight Niji, who had activated his Byakugan, for so long without being at a disadvantage. Niji, on the other hand, looked on with anticipation. No one wants to do more than keep getting stronger. During his battle with Hinata, he witnessed the power of Tai Chi. With his talent, he could naturally see that Tai Chi was simply an advanced version of soft martial arts. It is a product of the evolution and development of soft fist to another level. Later, after learning from Hinata that Tai Chi was actually created by Zhou Cheng, Niji had always thought that one day he could ask Zhou Cheng for some pointers on Tai Chi. Zhou Cheng glanced at the 12 main characters by Yakumo Kurama and Karin and gave them a bright smile. "I've decided to teach you Tai Chi." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Immediately, a huge gasp erupted. "Will they teach us Tai Chi? Zhou Cheng is going to teach us Tai Chi? My goodness, he's so generous and selfless." Everyone looked at Zhou Cheng with gratitude in their eyes. After Hinata and Niji's duel, they had already witnessed the power of Tai Chi. They were naturally willing to learn such powerful physical techniques. Especially Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji. They are all people who desperately crave power. They covet anything that can enhance their abilities. Moreover, Hinata said that this taijutsu has no side effects. This made them even more excited. Chapter 79. After the Chunin exams, I'll be waiting for you all at the Hokage Rock every morning. There are too many of us. Eating in the courtyard is fine, but it's too crowded for physical combat. The 12 Konoha 11 nodded, especially Naruto and Sasuke, who both looked excited. Naruto wants to become strong and gain everyone's recognition. Sasuke wanted to become strong enough to take revenge on that man. They will cherish any opportunity to become stronger. Then, everyone went home to rest and recharge. Since it wasn't late at night, the girls didn't ask Zhou Cheng to take them home. After most of the people had left, Zhou Cheng noticed that Kurama Yakumo and Karin were still there. Yakumo will temporarily live with Kurane. Karin lives in a residence that was temporarily designated as a residence for the grass ninja by Konoha. Zhou Cheng was curious why they hadn't left yet, so he asked them. "Is there anything else?" Kurama Yakumo looked at Karin, and Karin looked at Kurama Yakumo, neither of them spoke. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. What were those two doing? What's wrong? Just say it. In the end, it was Yakumo Kurama who spoke first. "Brother Zhou Cheng, I'm a genjutsu type ninja, can I also learn Tai Chi? My health is too poor, I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it." Zhou Cheng walked to her side and patted her head. "Don't worry, Tai Chi isn't like other martial arts that require very high physical fitness. On the contrary, Tai Chi can also improve physical fitness. Therefore, learning Tai Chi is perfect for you." Upon hearing this, Yakumo Kurama's eyes lit up, his worry vanished, and he left happily. Then, Zhou Cheng looked at Xiang Lin. Karin blushed and hesitantly voiced her thoughts. "I'm not from Konoha, so can I still learn such advanced taijutsu?" Zhou Cheng was taken aback, he hadn't expected that this was the issue she was worried about. "First of all, I created Tai Chi, and I can teach it to whomever I want. And then, what about Konoha? What about Kyuzagakur? Will it affect our friendship?" Karin shook her head. "That's settled then, don't overthink it." Then he patted Karin's head and told her to leave Kyuzagakur immediately. "Karin, don't leave. Stay in Konoha. If you agree, I can give you official status and make you a Konoha ninja. Go find the third Hokage, he's just a genin's headband, it shouldn't be difficult." "Ah!" Karin was startled by Zhou Cheng. "Becoming a Konoha ninja? Zhou Cheng invited me to become a genin in the prosperous and peaceful Konoha? This was something she never even dared to dream of. Are you willing?" Zhou Cheng looked at Xiang Lin tenderly, making her feel embarrassed. "Ah! I do." Karin recalled the desolation and disorder of the grass country. Bandits were everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. A dilapidated, low-ceilinged house, with doors and windows that can never be closed. She then recalled the things she had seen in Konoha over the past few days. The streets are clean and bustling, and the civilians never have to worry about war. Cheap food and clothing. The stark contrast deeply shocked Karin. Konoha was the village of her dreams, how could she possibly refuse? But most importantly, Zhou Cheng is in Konoha and doesn't want to leave. She knew that if she didn't agree today, this departure might be for the rest of her life. Because she didn't know when she would die in some remote corner. Alright, you can go back to your residence in Kusagakuer today. After the Chunin exams tomorrow, don't go back with the grass ninja. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then took out a flying thunder god kunao and handed it to Karin, teaching her how to use it. Karin was overjoyed, thanked them, and left. Meanwhile, somewhere in Konoha, Height Gecko is tracking Maki of Tsunagakuer. He always felt there was something wrong with Maki. Soon, he saw Maki arrive at a rooftop. There was already someone waiting there. Height Gecko recognized him at a glance. It was Kabuto, a student who had repeated a grade in Konoha for many years. He is a medical ninja. How could he have gotten together with Maki? They shouldn't even know each other. Everything is ready. Everything is exactly as Lord Orochimaru planned. Tomorrow, during the exam, most of the village's resources will be concentrated at the venue. The defensive capabilities in other areas will be weakened. This has created the conditions for our surprise attack on Konoha. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale understood. Kabuto was a spy sent by Orochimaru to infiltrate Konoha for many years. Maki represents Tsunagakuer, the hidden sand village. This indicates that Orochimaru and Tsunagakuer have joined forces to prepare a surprise attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams. No, I must report to the Hokage immediately. But the moment he moved, Maki noticed him. He didn't have time to get to the Hokage building. This location happens to be a meeting point for Anbu patrols, and no ninjas will arrive during this time. This was all discovered by Do after years of undercover investigation. Height Gecko was only a special jonin, he was no match for Maki. Furthermore, Maki is no ordinary jonin, his wind release technique has unique aspects. Height Gecko was thus killed. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up early as usual. After washing up, I called Bai and we prepared to go out for a run around Konoha. As soon as I opened the door, I found several people already standing outside. Naruto, Sasuke, Niji. What's going on here? Want to train with me in the morning? The group nodded, full of enthusiasm. Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head, then told them to follow him and run around the village. Zhou Cheng grinned slyly, watch me rip you all off. With Zhou Cheng's current physical condition, he could run several laps around the village without even breaking a sweat. He began to gradually accelerate. Then the man's damn competitive spirit begins to take over. If I can't beat you, can't I at least outrun you? The group ran faster and faster. In the end, they were all panting heavily, unable to go on any longer, and they all collapsed to the ground. Once they had regained some strength, Zhou Cheng told them to go home and wash up. The final round of the Chunin exams is about to begin. The final exam was held at the Konoha Grand Arena. Many spectators will be attending, which will be a test of the mental fortitude of the genin. When Zhou Cheng and his group arrived at the venue, they noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. The examiner turned out to be Genma Shiranui. At that moment, Kakashi walked towards them. His tone was somewhat low. Last night, Moonlight Gale was attacked and killed in action. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Was Height Gecko killed in battle? How is that possible? This is Konoha village. He's also a special jonin. How could they possibly hold out until reinforcements arrive? Zhou Cheng was dumbfounded, how could he have forgotten about this? Height Gecko was definitely killed by Maki. That Yujao Uzuki must be very sad and heartbroken. Zhou Cheng looked at Kakashi, tentatively. That Mizuzuki Yujao. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the others also realized what was going on. Uzuki Yujao and Gecko Hayate are lovers. Ms. Uzuki Yujao must be heartbroken after her lover was murdered. Kakashi shook his head, telling them not to worry. We're investigating with all our might, and we'll identify the killer soon. Your most important thing right now is to finish the Chunin exams properly.